The Age of Louis XIV, was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mile, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mile, and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1997 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. Please observe the following procedures as you listen to these tapes. If you have borrowed this book from your local library, please return it to them at the end of the agreed period. If you are one of our regular rental customers, you may keep your book for 30 days from date of receipt by you, but after that time we charge additional rental of 25 cents per day. Dates are checked by postmark. Please return this book at the earliest possible time so another subscriber can have the use of this recording. To return cassettes to us, simply make sure they are all packaged in their plastic cassette cases and in proper order in the mailing container. Kindly seal the mailing container for return. Postage is already paid. Drop in any mailbox for return to Books on Tape. Should a cassette fail to play properly, hold it flat in the palm of your hand and slap it smartly against a hard, flat surface. If this does not work, or if you cannot otherwise free the reels, and if you are a library customer, please ask your local library to contact Books on Tape for a replacement cassette. If you are one of our rental customers, please call us at our regular customer service number. Give us the name of the book and number of the cassette. We will immediately send you a replacement at no charge. Discard the broken cassette. The Age of Louis XIV by Will and Ariel Durant. This book consists of 24 chapters and is 721 pages long. Part 1 consists of chapters 1 through 10. The following material appears on the dust jacket of the book. In 1926, Will Durant achieved worldwide renown with his now classic Story of Philosophy. He and his wife won still greater acclaim with their Story of Civilization, the series on which they labored together beginning in 1921. And here is Volume 8 of this opus, The Age of Louis XIV. Like its predecessors, this book is an independent and self-contained whole, the biography of a period, 1648 to 1715, that Spengler considered the apex of modern European civilization. Some centuries hence, Frederick the Great correctly predicted to Voltaire, they will translate the good authors of the time of Louis XIV as we translate those of the age of Pericles or Augustus. Those authors are lovingly treated here, Pascal and Fénelon, Racine and Boileau, Madame de Sévigné and Madame de Lafayette, and, above all, the philosopher-dramatist Molière, exposing the vices and hypocrisies of the age. The Sun King himself is the subject of a character study that runs through 7 chapters, revealing the flesh and blood beneath the purple and the crown. He is seen at his worst in his struggle with Jansenists and Huguenots, at his best in his patronage of literature and art, and at his most human in his love affairs with Henrietta Anne of Orléans, Louise de la Vallière, Madame de Montespan, and Madame de Maintenon. From France the narrative passes to the Netherlands, pausing at the domestic idols of Vermeer, and sees the Dutch opening their dikes to save their land from Louis XIV, and sending William of Orange to England to become its king. In England we study the strange character of Cromwell, watch him struggling with the Socialists in his army, and contemplate the heyday of virtue under the Puritans. We see Milton's passionate career as part of the vain effort to prevent the Stuart Restoration. We find Charles II a lustily merry monarch, with more manners than morals, attend boisterous Restoration plays, skim the diaries of Evelyn and Pepys, and follow Jonathan Swift from genius to insanity. Crossing the North Sea, we trace the tragic heroism of Charles XII of Sweden and the attempt of Peter the Great to lead Russia from barbarism to civilization. We accompany the noble Sobieski of Poland as he rescues Vienna from the Turks. We visit Italy again and Spain. We see the Jews, proscribed and impoverished, rising to riches in Amsterdam and following Sabbatai Zevi in a desperate hope of regaining Palestine and freedom. All this forms the background for the intellectual adventure of the European mind in this age, its passage from superstition, mythology, and intolerance to education, science, and philosophy. For this was the age when Newton and Leibniz gave simultaneous birth to calculus, when Newton bound the planets and the stars with a chain of universal gravitation. Toward the end of the volume, the authors revert to their favorite subject, philosophy, and devote a full chapter with special love and care to Spinoza. The book ends with the sunset of Le Roi Soleil. Louis punished for his aggressions by a swarm of enemies gathering around him, fighting till his people are destitute and disillusioned, till his treasury and his heart are empty, dying defeated and repentant, begging his grandson and successor not to imitate his taste for splendor and war, and followed in his funeral by the insults of the crowd. Unwittingly, he had prepared France for Voltaire and the Revolution. Dedication to our beloved granddaughter, Monica. Dear reader, this volume is Part 8 in a history whose beginning has been forgotten and whose end we shall never reach. The subject is civilization, which we define as social order promoting cultural creation. Therefore, it includes government, economy, agriculture, industry, commerce, finance, morality, manners, religion, art, literature, music, science, and philosophy. The aim is integral history, to cover all phases of a people's activity in one perspective and one unified narrative. That aim has been very imperfectly achieved. The scene is Europe. The time is from the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 to the death of Louis XIV, whose reign from 1643 to 1715 dominated and named the age. The pervading theme is the great debate between faith and reason. Faith was on the throne in this period, but reason was finding new voices in Hobbes, Locke, Newton, Bayle, Fontenelle, and Spinoza. This classical age was throughout what it called itself at its close, the Age of Reason. Almost a third of the book is devoted to the intellectual adventure, out of superstition, obscurantism, and intolerance, to scholarship, science, philosophy. An attempt is made to report the discussion fairly, despite the author's evident prejudice, hence the extended and sympathetic treatment of such able defenders of the faith as Pascal, Bossuet, Fénelon, Berkeley, Malebranche, and Leibniz. Our children will live in a new chapter in this conflict of ideals, where every victory must be repeatedly re-won. We hope to present Part 9, The Age of Voltaire, in 1965, and Part 10, Rousseau and Revolution, in 1968. Some difficulties have arisen, partly from the wealth of material offered by the 18th century, all demanding study and space. Meanwhile, we shall rely on the great powers not to destroy our subject before it destroys us. Will and Ariel Durant, May 1963. Acknowledgements. One of the associated publishers with whom we began this word business in 1926 has passed away. We shall never forget his bright spirit. The other is still our friend, always enthusiastic, generous, and forgiving, a publisher who remains a poet. We trust that it will not be interpreted as a lively sense of future favors if we take this, which could be our last chance to express our gratitude to the many critics who have won us an audience for these volumes. Without their help, we should have been voices moaning in the wilderness. We owe a substantial debt to our daughter Ethel for her devoted transformation of our not quite legible second draft into an almost perfect typescript, with wise emendations, and to our sisters and brother, Sarah, Flora, Mary, and Harry Kaufman, for their patient classification of some 40,000 notes under some 12,000 headings, to Mrs. Ann Roberts of the Los Angeles Public Library and Mrs. Dagny Williams of the Hollywood Regional Library, for their precious aid in securing rare books from all over America. These volumes could never have been written without our magnificent open-handed libraries. And to Mrs. Vera Schneider of the editorial staff of Simon & Schuster for such scholarly editing of this and the preceding volume as probably few manuscripts have ever received. Book 1. The French Zenith, 1643 to 1715. Chapter 1. The Sun Rises, 1643 to 1684. 1. Mazarin and the Fronde, 1643 to 1661. Why is it that from 1643 France exercised an almost hypnotic dominance over Western Europe, in politics till 1763, in language, literature, and art till 1815? Not since Augustus had any monarchy been so adorned with great writers, painters, sculptors, and architects, or so widely admired and imitated in manners, fashions, ideas, and arts, as the government of Louis XIV from 1643 to 1715. Foreigners came to Paris as to finishing school for all graces of body and mind. Thousands of Italians, Germans, even Englishmen, preferred Paris to their native lands. One reason for French domination was manpower. France had a population of 20 million in 1660, while Spain and England had 5 million each, Italy 6 million, the Dutch Republic 2 million. The Holy Roman Empire, which included Germany, Austria, Bohemia, and Hungary, had some 21 million. But it was an empire only in name, recently impoverished by the 30 Years' War, and divided into over 400 jealously sovereign states, nearly all small and weak, each with its own ruler, army, currency, and laws, and none with more than 2 million inhabitants. France, after 1660, was a geographically compact nation, united under one strong central government. So Richelieu's painful midwifery had helped the birth of le grand siècle. In the long duel between the Habsburgs and the French kings, the Bourbons won where the Valois had lost. Decade after decade, some portion of the empire fell to France, and Habsburg Spain surrendered her pride and leadership at Rocroi in 1643 and the Peace of the Pyrenees in 1659. Thereafter the French state was the strongest in Christendom, confident in its natural resources, the skills and loyalty of its people, the strategy of its generals, the destiny of its king. It was of some moment, too, that this youth was to reign for almost 3/4 of a century, adding unity of government and policy to unity of race and soil. Now for 50 years France would support and import geniuses in science and letters, build colossal palaces, equip immense armies, frighten and inspire half the world. It was to be a picture of almost unprecedented glory, painted in all the forms and colors of art, and in the blood of men. When Louis XIV, aged 5, came to the throne in 1643, France was not yet unified, and another cardinal had to complete the work of Richelieu. In Italy, Jules Mazarin had been Giulio Mazzarini, born in the Abruzzi of poor Sicilian parentage, educated by the Jesuits in Rome, serving the popes as a diplomatic agent, and suddenly catching the eye of Europe by negotiating, at a critical moment, an end to the Mantuan War in 1630. Sent as papal nuncio to Paris, he tied his fortunes to the commanding genius of Richelieu, who rewarded his fidelity with a cardinal's hat. When Richelieu heard the summons of death, he assured the king that he knew of no one more capable than Mazarin of filling his place. Louis XIII took the advice. On the death of this obedient sovereign in 1643, Mazarin remained in the background while the Queen Mother, Anne of Austria, took the regency for her son, and Louis de Condé and Gaston d'Orléans, princes of the blood, maneuvered to be the power behind the throne. They never forgave her for passing them by and calling the handsome Italian, now 41, to be her chief minister. On the day after his appointment, Paris hailed the news of the epical victory at Rocroi. Mazarin's rule began auspiciously and was buttressed by many successes in diplomacy and war. His choice of policies, generals, and negotiators proved his intelligence. It was under his guidance that the Peace of Westphalia in 1648 confirmed to France the supremacy that her arms had won. Not dowered with Richelieu's unity and strength of will, Mazarin had to rely on patience, craft, and charm. He had the disadvantage of foreign birth. He assured France that though his tongue was Italian, his heart was French, but he was never quite believed. His head was Italian, and his heart was his own. We do not know how much of it he gave to the Queen. He served her and his ambition zealously, and won her affection, perhaps her love. He knew that his safety and hers lay in continuing Richelieu's policy of building up the power of the monarchy against the feudal lords. To feather his nest in the event of a fall, he accumulated wealth with all the greed of poverty remembered or feared. And France, which was beginning to admire measure, condemned him as a parvenu. It resented his Italian accent, his costly relatives, especially his nieces, whose beauty demanded a lavish equipage. Cardinal de Retz, himself no grandison of virtue, scorned him as a sordid soul, a complete trickster, a villainous heart. But de Retz, defeated by Mazarin, was in no condition to be just. If the wily minister gathered riches without dignity, he spent them with taste, filling his rooms with books and art that he later bequeathed to France. He had a gay and courtly way that pleased the ladies and baffled the men. The judicious Mademoiselle de Motteville described him as full of gentleness and far removed from the severity of Richelieu. He readily pardoned opposition and readily forgot benefits. All agreed that he labored tirelessly in the government of France, but even his industry could offend, for sometimes he left titled visitors waiting fretfully in his anterooms. He thought everyone corruptible and was insensitive to integrity. His personal morals were proper enough if we set aside the gossip that he made a mistress of his queen. Many persons at the court were shocked by his skeptical wit about religion, for such irreverence was not yet fashionable. They attributed his religious toleration to lack of religious belief. One of his first acts was to confirm the Edict of Nantes. He allowed the Huguenots to hold their synods in peace, and during his ministry no Frenchman suffered religious persecution by the central government. It is astonishing how long he held his power despite his unpopularity. The peasants hated him because they were bitterly burdened by the taxes with which he waged war. The merchants hated him because his imposts injured commerce. The nobles hated him because he did not agree with them about the virtues of feudalism. The Parlement hated him because he set himself and the king above the law. The queen heightened his unpopularity by forbidding criticism of his rule. She supported him because she found herself challenged by two groups that saw in the infancy of the king and the supposed weakness of the woman an opening to power: the nobles, who hoped to restore their feudal privileges at the expense of the monarchy, and the Parlement that aspired to make the government an oligarchy of lawyers. Against these two forces, the old aristocracy of the sword, or noblesse d'épée, and the younger aristocracy of magistrates, or noblesse de robe, Anne sought a shield in the subtle, flexible pertinacity of Mazarin. His enemies made two violent attempts to unseat him and govern her, and these constitute the Fronde. The Parliament of Paris launched the first Fronde in 1648-49, seeking to duplicate in France the movement that in England had just raised Parliament above the king as the source and judge of law. The Paris Parliament was below the king, the supreme court of France, and by tradition no law or tax received public acceptance until these magistrates, nearly all lawyers, had registered the law or the tax. Richelieu had reduced or ignored these powers. Now the Parliament was resolved to assert them. It felt that the time had come to make the French monarchy constitutional, subject to the national will as expressed by some representative assembly. The 12 Parlements of France, however, were not legislative chambers chosen by the nation like the Parliament of England. They were judiciary and administrative bodies whose members inherited their seats or magistracies from their fathers, or were appointed by the king. The success of the First Fronde would have made the French government an aristocracy of lawyers. The States General, composed of delegates from the three États, states or classes, nobles, clergy, and the remainder of the people, could have been developed into a representative assembly checking the monarchy. But the States General could be summoned only by the king. No king had summoned it since 1614. None would summon it till 1789, hence the Revolution. The Parliament of Paris became indirectly and momentarily representative when its members dared to speak for the nation. So Omer Talon, early in 1648, denounced the taxes that under Richelieu and Mazarin had impoverished the people. For 10 years France has been reduced to ruin. The peasantry must sleep upon straw, for their effects have been sold to pay taxes. To enable certain people to live in luxury in Paris, countless innocent persons must survive on the meanest bread, owning nothing but their souls, and that merely because nobody has devised a means to put them up for sale. On July 12th, the Parliament, meeting in the Palais de Justice with other courts of Paris, addressed to the king and his mother several demands that must have seemed to them revolutionary. All personal taxes were to be reduced by 1/4. No new taxes were to be levied without the freely voted consent of the Parliament. The royal commissioners, intendants, who had been ruling the provinces over the heads of local governors and magistrates, were to be dismissed, and no person was to be kept in prison beyond 24 hours without being brought before the proper judges. If these demands had been met, they would have made the French government a constitutional monarchy and would have put France abreast of England in political development. The Queen Mother had stronger roots in the past than vision of the future. She had never experienced any other form of government than absolute monarchy. Such a surrender of royal power as was now proposed must, she felt, irreparably crack the established mold of rule, undermine its psychological support in tradition and custom, and bring it down sooner or later into the chaos of the sovereign crowd. And what a disgrace it would be to transmit to her son anything less than the power that his father, or Richelieu, had enjoyed. This would be a dereliction of duty, and condemn her at the bar of history. Mazarin agreed with her, seeing his own evaporation in these insolent demands from the pedants of the law. On August 26th, he ordered the arrest of Pierre Broussel and other leaders of Parliament. But the aged Broussel had become popular with his motto, Pas d'impost, no taxes. A mob gathered before the Palais Royal and clamored for his release. The slings or catapults that many in the crowd carried earned them the name of frondeurs, throwers, and gave a name to the revolt. Jean-François Paul de Gondi, later de Retz, coadjutor and prospective successor to the Archbishop of Paris, advised the Queen to release Broussel. When she refused, he retired in anger and helped to rouse the people against the government. Meanwhile, he pulled wires in an effort to obtain a cardinal's hat and attended to 3 mistresses. On August 27th, the members of Parliament, 160 in number, made their way to the royal palace through crowds and barricades. They were spurred on by cries of "Vive le roi! À mort Mazarin!" The cautious minister thought it time for discretion rather than valor. He advised the Queen to order Broussel's release. She consented. Then, furious at this concession to the crowd, she withdrew with the boy king to the suburb Rouet. Mazarin provisionally granted the demands of the Parliament, but dallied in their enforcement. The barricades remained in the streets. When the Queen ventured to return to Paris, the crowd shouted its scorn at her, and she heard its jokes about her relations with Mazarin. On January 6, 1649, she again fled from the city, this time with the royal family and the court to Saint-Germain, where silk slept on straw and the Queen pawned her jewels to buy food. The young king never forgave that crowd, never loved his capital. On January 8th, the Parliament, in full rebellion, issued a decree outlawing Mazarin and urging all good Frenchmen to hunt him down as a criminal. Another decree ordered the seizure of all royal funds and their use in the common defense. Many nobles saw in the revolt a chance to win the Parliament to the restoration of feudal privileges. Perhaps also they feared that the uprising would get out of hand without pedigreed leadership. Great lords like the Dukes de Longueville, de Beaufort, and de Bouillon, even the Prince de Conti of royal Bourbon blood, joined the rebellion and brought to its soldiers funds and romance. The Duchesse de Bouillon and the Duchesse de Longueville, beautiful despite smallpox, came with their children to live in the Hôtel de Ville as voluntary hostages, guaranteeing the fidelity of their husbands to the Parliament and the people. While Paris became an armed camp, titled ladies danced in the city hall, and the Duchesse de Longueville carried on a liaison with the Prince de Marsillac, who was not yet the Duc de la Rochefoucauld and not yet cynical. On January 28th, the Duchesse raised the morale of the revolt by giving birth to Marsillac's son. Many frondeurs bound themselves as chivalric servitors to high-born ladies, who bought their blood with a condescending smile. The situation was saved for the Queen by a feud between the Prince de Conti and his older brother Louis II de Bourbon, Prince de Condé, the great Condé who had led French arms to victory at Rocroi and Laon. Turning up his powerful nose at the insurgents of lawyers and populace, he offered his services to Queen and King. Gladly she commissioned him to lead an army against rebellious Paris, against his brother, against his sister the Duchesse de Longueville, and take the royal family back in safety to the Palais Royal. Condé gathered troops, laid siege to Paris, captured the fortified outpost of Charenton. The rebel nobles appealed for aid to Spain and the Empire. It was a mistake. The sentiment of patriotism was stronger in Parliament and people than the feeling of class. Most members of Parliament refused to annul the work and victories of Richelieu by restoring the Habsburg ascendancy over France, and they began to see that they themselves were being used as pawns in an attempt to restore a feudalism that would again divide France into regions individually independent and collectively impotent. In a revulsion of humility, they sent a deputation to the approaching Queen. They offered their submission and protested that they had always loved her. She granted a general amnesty to all who would lay down their arms. Parliament dismissed its troops and informed the people that obedience to the king was the order of the day. The barricades were removed. Anne, Louis, and Mazarin returned to the royal seat on August 28, 1649. The court reassembled, and the rebel nobles joined it as if nothing but a trifling unpleasantness had occurred. All was forgiven, nothing was forgotten. The first Fronde was ended. There was a second. Condé felt that his services entitled him to subordinate Mazarin. They quarreled. Condé flirted with the discontented nobles. Mazarin, in his boldest moment, had Condé, Conti, and Longueville imprisoned at Vincennes. on January 18, 1650. Madame de Longueville rushed up to Normandy, raised rebellion there, passed on to the Spanish Netherlands, and charmed Turenne into treason. The great general agreed to lead a Spanish army against Mazarin. All parties, said Voltaire, came into collision with each other, made treaties, and betrayed each other in turn. There was not a man who did not frequently change sides. "We were ready to cut one another's throats 10 times every morning," recalled de Retz. He himself was nearly killed by La Rochefoucauld. Everybody, however, professed loyalty to the king, who must have wondered what kind of monarchy this was that had fallen into pieces in his hands. A royal force maneuvered Bordeaux into surrender, and Mazarin, playing Mars, led an army toward Flanders and defeated the invincible Turenne. Meanwhile, de Retz, eager to replace the queen's minister and lover, persuaded the Parliament to renew its demand for the exile of Mazarin. Losing his nerve, the cardinal ordered the release of the imprisoned princes on February 13, 1651, and then, fearing for his life, he fled to Brûle, near Cologne. Condé, hot for revenge against minister and queen, brought his brother Conti, his sister Longueville, and the Dukes de Nemours and de La Rochefoucauld into a new alliance. In September they declared war, captured Bordeaux, and made it again a citadel of revolt. Condé signed an alliance with Spain, negotiated with Cromwell, and promised to establish a republic in France. On September 8th, Louis XIV, aged 13, announced that he was ending the regency of his mother and was taking the government into his own hands. To appease the Parliament, he confirmed Mazarin's banishment, but in November, gaining courage, he recalled the minister, who came back to France at the head of an army. Gaston d'Orléans now played neutral, but Turenne came over to the royal cause. In March 1652, Louis sent Molière, keeper of the seals, to demand the allegiance of the city of Orléans. Its magistrates dispatched a message to Gaston that unless he or his daughter came to inspire the citizens to resist, they would deliver the city to the king. At this point, one of the most famous of France's many famous women rode upon the scene, like another Joan rescuing Orléans. Anne-Marie-Louise d'Orléans had become a rebel in her childhood when Richelieu exiled her father. Gaston, as brother of Louis XIII, was officially Monsieur. His wife, Marie de Bourbon, Duchesse de Montpensier, was the current Madame. Their daughter was thereby Mademoiselle, and because she was strong and tall, she came to be called La Grande Mademoiselle de Montpensier. As the Montpensier fortune was immense, she grew up with the double pride of money and ancestry. "I am of a birth," she said, "that does nothing that is not great and noble." She aspired to marry Louis XIV, though he was her cousin. When she received no encouragement, she nursed revolt. Hearing the appeal of her city, and seeing her father loath to commit himself, she won his consent to go in his place. She had long resented the limitations put upon her sex by custom. Especially, she recognized no reason why women should not be warriors. Now she arrayed herself in armor and helmet, gathered about her some high-born Amazons and a small force of soldiery, and led them gaily to Orléans. The magistrates refused to admit her, fearing the wrath of the king. She ordered some of her men to break a hole in the walls. Through this, she and 2 countesses entered, while the guardians napped or winked. Once within, her flaming oratory captured the citizens. Molière was sent away without his prize, and Orléans vowed fidelity to its new maid. The Second Fronde reached its climax at the gates of Paris. Condé marched up from the south, defeated a royal army, and came within an ace of capturing king, queen, and cardinal, which would have been checkmate indeed. As his army neared Paris, the populace, again Frondeurs, carried a shrine of the city's patron Sainte Geneviève through the streets in processional prayer for the victory of Condé and the overthrow of Mazarin. La Grande Mademoiselle, hurrying up from Orléans to the Luxembourg Palace, where her father was still playing with pros and cons, begged him to support Condé. He refused. Turenne and the king's army now approached and met Condé's forces outside the walls, near the Porte Saint-Antoine, now the Place de la Bastille. Turenne was winning when Mademoiselle rushed into the Bastille and prodded its governor to turn its cannon upon the royal troops. Then, in the name of her absent father, she commanded the people within the walls to open the gates just long enough to let Condé's army in and shut out the king's. This on July 2nd, 1652. Mademoiselle was the heroine of the day. Condé was master of Paris, but level heads were turning against him. He could not pay his troops. They began to desert, and the populace ran riot. On July 4th, a mob attacked the city hall, demanding that all supporters of Mazarin be given up to them. To indicate their temper, they set fire to the building and killed 30 citizens. Economic operations were disrupted. The food supply fell into chaos. Every second family in Paris feared starvation. The propertied classes began to wonder whether royal autocracy, or even government by Mazarin, was not better than mob rule. Mazarin helped by going into voluntary exile, leaving the Frondeurs without a unifying cause. Durant, having obtained his coveted red hat, thought it time to consolidate his gains, and now used his influence to encourage loyalty to the king. On October 21st, the royal family re-entered Paris peacefully. The sight of the young monarch, 14, handsome and brave, charmed the Parisians. The streets resounded with "Vive le Roi!" Almost overnight, public agitation subsided, and order was restored. Not by force, but by the aura of royalty, the prestige of legitimacy, the half-unconscious belief of the people in the divine right of kings. By February 6, 1653, Louis felt strong enough to recall Mazarin again and to re-establish him in all his former powers. The Second Fronde was over. Condé fled to Bordeaux. Parliament submitted gravely. The rebel nobles retired to their chateaux. Madame de Longueville, no longer lovely, sought solace among the nuns of Port-Royal. The Grande Mademoiselle was banished to one of her estates, where she ate her heart out, recalling the remark ascribed to Mazarin that her cannonade from the Bastille had killed her husband, that is, ended her chance of marrying the king. At the age of 40 she fell in love with Antoine de Caumont, Comte de Lauzun, who was much younger and shorter. The king refused permission for the marriage. When they proposed to marry nevertheless, Louis imprisoned him for 10 years, from 1670 to 1680. Mademoiselle remained bravely loyal to him through all that time. When he was released, she married him, and she lived in turmoil with him till her death in 1693. Durant was arrested, escaped, was pardoned, served the king as a diplomat in Rome, retired to a corner in Lorraine, and composed his memoirs, remarkable for their objective analysis of character, including his own. I did not act the devotee because I could not be sure how long I should be able to play the counterfeit. Finding I could not live without some amorous intrigue, I managed an amour with Madame de Pomereux, a young coquette, who had so many sparks, not only in her house but at her devotions, that the apparent business of others was a cover for mine. I came to a resolve to go on in my sins, but I was fully determined to discharge all the duties of my religious profession faithfully, and exert my utmost to save other souls, though I took no care of my own. As for Mazarin, he had landed safely on his feet and was again master of the realm, under a king still willing to learn. To the scandal of France, the minister arranged a treaty with Protestant England and regicide Cromwell in 1657, who sent 6,000 troops to help fight Condé and the Spanish. Together the French and the English won the Battle of the Dunes on June 13, 1658. 10 days later the Spanish surrendered Dunkirk. Louis entered it in state, and then, pursuant to the treaty, gave it to England. Exhausted in money and men, Spain signed with France the Peace of the Pyrenees on November 7, 1659, ending 23 years of one war and establishing the basis of another. Spain ceded Roussillon, Artois, Gravelines, and Thionville to France, and abandoned all claim to Alsace. Philip IV gave his daughter, Maria Theresa, in marriage to Louis XIV on terms that later involved all Western Europe in the War of the Spanish Succession. He promised to send her a dowry of 500,000 crowns within 18 months, but exacted from her and Louis a renunciation of her rights to succeed to the Spanish throne. The Spanish king made the pardon of Condé a condition of the peace. Louis did not merely forgive the impetuous prince, he restored him to all his titles and estates and welcomed him to his court. The Peace of the Pyrenees marked the fulfillment of Richelieu's program, the reduction of the Habsburg power, and the replacement of Spain by France as the dominant nation in Europe. Mazarin was given the credit for carrying this policy through triumphantly. Though few men liked him, they recognized him as one of the ablest ministers in French history. But France, which so soon forgave Condé's treason, never forgave Mazarin's greed. Amid the destitution of the people, he amassed a fortune reckoned by Voltaire at 200 million francs. He deflected military appropriations into his personal coffers, sold crown offices for his own benefit, lent money to the king at a high rate of interest, and gave one of his nieces a necklace which is still among the most costly pieces of jewelry in the world. Dying, he advised Louis to be his own chief minister, and never to leave major matters of policy to any of his aides. After his death, on March 9, 1661, The hiding place of his hoard was revealed to the king by Colbert. Louis confiscated it to the general satisfaction and became the richest monarch of his time. The wits of Paris acclaimed as a public benefactor Mazarin's physician Huguenots. "Make way for his honor! It is the good doctor who killed the cardinal." 2. The King. The most famous of French kings was only 1/4 French. He was half Spanish by his mother, Anne of Austria. He was 1/4 Italian by his grandmother, Marie de Médicis. He took readily to Italian art and love, afterward to Spanish piety and pride. In his later years he resembled his maternal grandfather, Philip III of Spain, far more than his paternal grandfather, Henry IV of France. At birth, on September 5, 1638, he was called Dieu donné, God-given. Perhaps the French could not believe that Louis XIII had really achieved parentage without divine assistance. The estrangement between father and mother, the father's early death, and the prolonged disorders of the Fronde hurt the boy's development. Amid the struggles of Anne and Mazarin to maintain themselves in power, Louis was often neglected. At times in those unroyal days he knew poverty and shabby dress and stinted food. No one seemed to bother about his education, and when tutors took him in hand, their most earnest endeavor was to convince him that all France was his patrimony, which he would rule by divine right, with no responsibility except to God. His mother found time to train him in Catholic doctrine and devotion, which would return to him in force when passion was spent and glory had worn thin. Saint-Simon assures us that Louis was scarcely taught to read or write, and remained so ignorant that the most familiar historical and other facts were utterly unknown to him. But this is probably one of the Duke's furious exaggerations. Certainly, Louis showed little taste for books, though his patronage of authors and his friendship with Molière, Boileau, and Racine suggest a sincere appreciation of literature. Later he regretted that he had come so tardily to the study of history. "The knowledge of the great events produced in the world through many centuries, and digested by solid and active minds," he wrote, "will serve to fortify the reason in all important deliberations." His mother labored to form in him not merely good manners, but a sense of honor and chivalry, and much of this remained in him, sullied with a reckless will to power. He was a serious and submissive youth, apparently too good for government, but Mazarin declared that Louis has in him the stuff to make 4 kings and an honorable man. On September 7, 1651, John Evelyn, from the Paris apartment of Thomas Hobbes, watched the procession that escorted the boy monarch, now 13, to the ceremony that was to mark the end of his minority. "A young Apollo," the Englishman described him. He went almost the whole way with his hat in hand, saluting the ladies and declamators who filled the windows with their beauty and the air with Vive le Roi. Louis might then have taken over full authority from Mazarin, but he respected his minister's suave resourcefulness and allowed him to hold the reins for 9 years more. Nevertheless, when the cardinal died, he confessed, "I do not know what I should have done if he had lived much longer." After Mazarin's death, the heads of the departments came to Louis and asked to whom henceforth they should address themselves for instructions. He answered with decisive simplicity, "To me." From that day, on March 9, 1661, till September 1, 1715, he governed France. The people wept with joy that now, for the first time in half a century, they had a functioning king. They gloried in his good looks. Seeing him in 1660, Jean de La Fontaine, a man not easily deceived, exclaimed, "Do you think that the world has many kings of figure so beautiful, of appearance so fine? I do not think so, and when I see him I imagine I see grandeur herself in person." He was only 5 feet 5 inches tall, but authority made him seem taller. Well-built, robust, a good horseman and good dancer, a skillful jouster and fascinating raconteur, he had just the combination to turn a woman's head and unlock her heart. Saint-Simon, who disliked him, wrote, "Had he been just a private individual, he would have created the same havoc with his love affairs." And this duke, who could never forgive Louis for not letting dukes rule, acknowledged the royal courtesy that now became a school to the court, through the court to France and through France to Europe. Never did man give with better grace than Louis XIV, or augment so much in this way the value of his benefits. Never did disobliging words escape him, and if he had to blame, to reprimand, or to correct, which was rare, it was nearly always with goodness, never, except on one occasion, with anger or severity. Never was a man so naturally polite. Towards women his politeness was without parallel. Never did he pass the humblest petticoat without raising his hat, even to chambermaids whom he knew to be such. If he accosted ladies, he did not cover himself until he had quitted them. His mind was not as good as his manners. He almost matched Napoleon in his penetrating judgment of men, but he fell far short of Caesar's philosophical intellect or Augustus's humane and far-seeing statesmanship. He had nothing more than good sense, said Sainte-Beuve, but he had a great deal of it. And perhaps that is better than intellect. Here again Saint-Simon. He was by disposition prudent, moderate, discreet, the master of his movements and his tongue. He had a soul greater than his mind, said Montesquieu, and a power of attention and will that in his heyday made up for the limitation of his ideas. We know his defects chiefly from the second period of his reign, 1683 to 1715, when bigotry had narrowed him and success and flattery had spoiled him. Then we shall find him as vain as an actor and as proud as a monument, though some of this pride may have been put on by the artists who portrayed him, and some may have been due to his conception of his office. If he acted the part of Le Grand Monarque, he may have thought this necessary to the technique of rule and the support of order. There had to be a center of authority, and this authority had to be propped up with pomp and ceremony. It seems to me, he told his son, that we should be at once humble for ourselves and proud for the place we hold. But he rarely achieved humility, perhaps once when he took no offense at Boileau's correcting him on a point of literary taste. In his memoirs he contemplated his own virtues with great equanimity. The chief of these, he judged, was his love of glory. He preferred to all things, he said, and to life itself, a lofty reputation. This love of glory became his nemesis because of its excess. The ardor that we feel for la gloire, he wrote, is not one of those feeble passions that cool with possession. Her favors, which can never be obtained except with effort, never cause disgust, and he who can refrain from longing for fresh ones is unworthy of all those he has received. Until his love of glory ruined his character and his country, he had his share of estimable qualities. His court was impressed by his justice, lenience, generosity, and self-control. In this respect, said Madame de Motteville, who saw him almost daily in this period, all preceding reigns must yield precedence to the happy beginning of this one. Those near him noted the fidelity with which, despite a multitude of affairs, he visited his mother's apartments several times each day. Later they saw his tenderness for his children, his solicitude for their health and rearing, no matter who their mother had been. He had more sympathy for individuals than for nations. He could make war upon the inoffensive Dutch and order the devastation of the Palatinate, but he grieved at the death of the Dutch Admiral de Ruyter, who had inflicted defeats upon the French navy. And his pity for the dethroned queen and son of James II cost him the worst of his wars. He seems seriously to have believed that he was ordained by God to govern France, and with absolute power. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 1, Side 2. He seemed seriously to have believed that he was ordained by God to govern France, and with absolute power. He could, of course, quote Scripture to his purpose, and Bossuet was happy to show him that both the Old and the New Testament upheld the divine right of kings. The memoirs which he prepared for the guidance of his son informed him that God appoints kings the sole guardians of the public weal, and that they are God's vicars here below. For the proper exercise of their divine functions, they need unlimited authority, hence they should have full and free liberty to dispose of all property, whether in the hands of the clergy or the laity. He did not say, "L'État, c'est moi," but he believed it in all simplicity. The people did not appear to have resented these assumptions, which Henry IV had made popular in reaction against social chaos. They even looked up to this royal youth with religious devotion, and took a collective pride in his magnificence and power. The only alternative they knew was feudal fragmentation and arrogance. After the tyranny of Richelieu, the disorder of the Fronde, and the peculations of Mazarin, the middle and lower classes welcomed the centralized power and leadership of a legitimate ruler who seemed to promise order, security, and peace. He gave expression to his absolutism when, in 1665, the Parliament of Paris wished to discuss some of his decrees. He drove from Vincennes in hunting dress, entered the hall in top boots, whip in hand, and said, The misfortunes that your assemblies have brought about are well known. I order you to break up this assembly which is met to discuss my decrees. Monsieur le Premier Président, I forbid you to allow these meetings, and any single one of you to demand them. The function of the Parliament as a superior court was taken over by a royal conseil privé, always subject to the king. The place of the nobles in the government was radically changed. They furnished the dress and glamour of the court and the army, but they seldom held administrative posts. The leading nobles were invited to leave their estates through most of the year and live at the court, most of them in their Paris hôtels or mansions, the greater of them in the royal palaces as royal guests, hence the acres of apartments at Versailles. If they refused the invitation, they could expect no favors from the king. The nobles were exempt from taxation, but they were required, in time of crisis, to rush back to their rural chateaux, organize and equip their retainers, and lead them to join the army. The tedium of court life made them relish war. They were expensive idlers, but their bravery in battle became a compulsion of their caste. Custom and etiquette forbade them to engage in commerce or finance, though they took tolls on trade passing through their lands and borrowed freely from the bankers. Their estates were worked by sharecroppers, or métayers, who paid them a part of the produce and rendered them various feudal services and dues. The seigneur was expected to maintain local order, justice, and charity. In some localities he did this reasonably well and was respected by the peasants. In others he gave a poor return for his privileges, and his long absences at court undermined the humanizing intimacy of master and man. Louis forbade the private wars of feudal factions, and put an end for a time to duelling, which had revived during the Fronde, and had become doubly serious since seconds as well as principals fought and killed, and cheated mares of prey. Grammont reckoned 900 deaths from dueling in 9 years, from 1643 to 1652. Perhaps one cause of the frequent wars was the desire to provide an outlet, at the expense of foreigners, for domestic pugnacity and pride. For the actual operation of the government, Louis preferred those leaders of the middle class who had proved their ability by their rise and could be depended upon to support the absolutism of the king. Administration was directed chiefly by 3 councils, each meeting under the king's presidency, and serving to prepare the information and recommendations upon which he based his decisions. A Conseil d'État of 4 or 5 men met thrice weekly to deal with major questions of action or policy. A Conseil des Dépêches managed provincial affairs, and a Conseil des Finances attended to taxation, revenue, and expenditure. Additional councils dealt with war, commerce, religion. Local government was taken out of the hands of irresponsible nobles and entrusted to royal intendants, and municipal elections were manipulated to produce mayors satisfactory to the king. Today we should consider so centralized a government to be oppressive. It was, but probably less so than the preceding rule by municipal oligarchies or feudal lords. When a royal commission entered the Auvergne district in 1665 to inquire into local abuses of seigneurial power, the people welcomed this grand inquest, les grands jours d'Auvergne, as their liberation from tyranny. They were delighted to see a grand seigneur beheaded for murdering a peasant, and lesser nobles punished for malfeasance or cruelty. By such procedures, monarchical replaced feudal law. The laws were revised into as much order and logic as comported with aristocracy, and the Code Louis so formed, from 1667 to 1673, governed France till the Code Napoleon, from 1804 to 1810. The new code was superior to anything of the kind since Justinian, and it powerfully contributed to advance French civilization. A system of police was established to check the crime and filth of Paris. Marc René, Marquis de Voyer d'Argenson, serving through 21 years as Lieutenant General of Police, left a noble record for just and energetic administration of a difficult post. Under his surveillance, the streets of Paris were paved, were moderately cleaned, were lighted by 5,000 lamps, and were made passably safe for the citizens. In such matters, Paris was now far ahead of any other city in Europe. But the code legalized much barbarism and tyranny. A net of informers was spread through France, spying on words as well as actions. Arbitrary arrests could be made by lettres de cachet, secret orders of the king or his ministers. Prisoners could be kept for years without trial and without being told the cause of their arrest. The code forbade accusations of witchcraft, and it ended capital punishment for blasphemy, but it retained the use of torture to elicit confessions. A great variety of offenses could be punished by condemnation to the war galleys. large, low ships rowed by convicts chained to the benches. 6 men were allotted to each 15-foot oar and were forced to hold a pace set by an overseer's whistle. Their bodies were naked except for a loincloth. Their hair, beards, and eyebrows were shaved. Their sentences were long and could be arbitrarily extended for inadequate submission. Sometimes they were kept to their slavery for years after their sentences had expired. They knew relief only when, in port, still coupled in chains, they could sell trifles or beg for charity. Louis himself was placed above the law, free to decree any punishment for anything. In 1674 he decreed that all prostitutes found with soldiers within 5 miles of Versailles should have their noses and ears cut off. He was often humane, but often severe. A measure of severity, he told his son, was the greatest kindness I could do to my people. The opposite policy would have brought in an endless series of evils. For as soon as a king weakens in that which he has commanded, authority perishes, and with it the public peace. Everything falls upon the lowest ranks, oppressed by thousands of petty tyrants, instead of by a legitimate king. He labored conscientiously at what he called le métier de roi. He required frequent and detailed reports from his ministers, and was the best-informed man in the kingdom. He did not resent ministerial advice contrary to his own views, and sometimes yielded to his counselors. He maintained the most friendly relations with his aides, provided that they remembered who was king. "Continue to write to me whatever comes into your mind," he told Vauban, "and do not be discouraged, though I do not always do what you suggest." He kept an eye on everything: the army, the navy, the courts, his household, the finances, the church, the drama, literature, the arts. And though in this first half of his reign he was supported by devoted ministers of high ability, the major policies and decisions, and the union of all phases of the complex government into a consistent whole, were his. He was every hour a king. It was hard work. He was waited on at every step, but paid for it by being watched in every move. His getting out of bed and getting into it, when unaccompanied, were public functions. After his levee, or official rising, he heard Mass, breakfasted, went to the council chamber, emerged toward 1 o'clock, ate a big meal, usually at a single small table, but surrounded by courtiers and servitors. Then, usually, a walk in the garden, or a hunt, attended by the favorites of the day. Returning, he spent 3 or 4 hours in council. From 7 till 10 in the evening he joined the court in its amusements: music, cards, billiards, flirtation, dancing, receptions, balls. At several stages in this daily routine, anyone spoke to him who wished, though few took the liberty. I gave my subjects, without distinction, the freedom to address me at all hours, in person or by petition. About 10 p.m. the king supped in state with his children and grandchildren, and sometimes the queen. France was edified to note how punctually, 7 or 8 hours, 6 days a week, the king attended to the tasks of government. "It is unbelievable," wrote the Dutch ambassador, "with what promptness, clarity, judgment, and intelligence this young prince treats and expedites business, which he accompanies with a great agreeableness to those with whom he deals, and with a great patience in listening to that which one has to say to him, which wins all hearts." He continued his devotion to administration through 54 years, even when ill in bed. He came to councils and conferences carefully prepared. He never decided on the spur of the moment, and never without consultation. He chose his aides with remarkable acumen. He inherited some of them, like Colbert, from Mazarin, but he had the good sense to keep them, usually till their death. He gave them every courtesy and reasonable trust, but he kept an eye on them. After choosing my ministers, I made it a point to enter their offices when they least expected it. In this way I learned thousands of things useful in determining my course. Despite, or because of the concentration of authority and direction, despite or because all threads of rule were drawn into one hand, France, in those days of her ascendant sun, was better governed than ever before. 3. Nicolas Fouquet, 1615 to 1680. The first task was to reorganize finance, which under Mazarin had fallen through a sieve of embezzlements. Nicolas Fouquet, as Surintendant des Finances since 1653, had managed taxation and expenditure with sticky fingers and lordly hand. He had reduced the hindrances to internal trade, and had stimulated the growth of French commerce overseas, and he had dutifully shared the spoils of his office with the farmers of the taxes and with Mazarin. The farmers general were capitalists who advanced large sums to the state and were in return, and for a fixed sum, empowered to collect taxes. This they did with such efficient rapacity that they were the most hated persons in the kingdom. 24 such men were executed during the French Revolution. In collusion with these fermiers généraux, Fouquet amassed the greatest private fortune of his time. In 1657 he engaged the architect Louis Levaux, the painter Charles Lebrun, and the landscape artist André Lenotre to design, build, and decorate the immense and magnificent Château Vaux-le-Vicomte, to lay out the gardens and adorn them with statuary. The project employed 18,000 men at one time, cost 18 million livres, and covered the area of 3 villages. There Fouquet collected paintings, sculpture, objects of art, and a library of 27,000 volumes, impartially including Bibles, Talmuds, and Korans. To these elegant rooms, we are told, women of the highest nobility went secretly to keep him company at an extravagant price. With similar taste, but at less cost, he brought poets like Corneille, Molière, and La Fontaine to grace his salon. Louis envied this splendor, and suspected its source. He asked Colbert to examine the superintendent's methods and accounts. Colbert reported that they were incredibly corrupt. On August 17, 1661, Fouquet invited the young king to a fete at Vaux. The 6,000 guests were served on 6,000 plates of silver or gold. Molière presented in the gardens his comedy Les Fâcheux. That evening cost Fouquet 120,000 livres and his liberty. Louis felt that this man was stealing beyond his station. He did not like the motto, Quo non ascendam, to what may I not ascend, accompanied by the figure of a squirrel climbing a tree, and he thought that one of Lebrun's paintings contained a portrait of Mademoiselle de la Vallière, already a royal mistress. He would have arrested Fouquet on the spot, but his mother convinced him that it would spoil an enchanting evening. The king bided his time until the evidence of the minister's peculations was overwhelming. On September 5th he ordered the chief of his musketeers to arrest him. This mousquetaire was Charles de Batz, Sir d'Artagnan, hero of Dumas Père. The trial, dragging on for 3 years, became the cause most célèbre in the history of the reign. Madame de Sévigné, La Fontaine, and other friends worked and prayed for Fouquet's acquittal, but the papers found in his chateau convicted him. The court condemned him to banishment and the confiscation of his property. The king changed this to life imprisonment. For 16 years the once joyous minister languished in the fortress of Pignerol, in Piedmont, consoled by the faithful comradeship of his wife. It was a harsh sentence, but it checked political corruption, and served notice that the appropriation of public funds for private pleasure was a prerogative of the king. 4. Colbert rebuilds France. To keep an eye on Fouquet, Louis wrote, I associated with him Colbert as intendant, a man in whom I had all possible confidence, for I knew his intelligence, application, and honesty. Fouquet's friends thought that Colbert had pursued him vindictively. Some envy may have been involved, but in all the France of that age no man rivaled Colbert in tireless devotion to the public good. Mazarin, dying, is reported to have said to the king, Sire, I owe everything to you, but I pay my debt by giving you Colbert. Jean-Baptiste Colbert was the son of a clothier in Reims, and the nephew of a rich merchant. Bourgeois in blood and economist by contagion, he was trained to hate confusion and incompetence, and was fitted by nature and time to transform the economy of France from peasant changelessness and feudal fragmentation into a nationally unified system of agriculture, industry, commerce, and finance, marching with a centralized monarchy and providing it with the material basis of grandeur and power. Entering the War Office as a minor secretary at the age of 20 in 1639, Colbert toiled his way into notice, was taken into the service of Mazarin, and became the successful manager of the cardinal's fortune. When Fouquet fell, Colbert was given the critical task of reorganizing the nation's finances. In 1664 he was made also superintendent of buildings, royal manufactures, commerce, and fine arts. In 1665 he was named Comptroller General of Finances. In 1669, Secretary of the Navy and Secretary of State for the King's household. No other man under Louis XIV rose so rapidly, worked so hard, or accomplished so much. He sullied his rise with nepotism, dowering countless Colberts with place and pay, and remunerated himself almost in proportion to his worth. He was subject to vanity, insisting on his alleged descent from Scottish kings. Sometimes, in his hurry to get things done, He rode roughly over existing laws and circumvented opposition with superior bribery. As his power grew, he became imperious and angered the nobility by stepping on toes that bled blue blood. In remolding the French economy, he used the same dictatorial methods that Richelieu had used in remolding the French state. He was no better than a cardinal. He began by looking into the ways of the financiers who collected taxes, supplied the army with weapons, clothing, and food, and advanced loans to feudal lords or the national treasury. Some of these bankers were as rich as kings. Samuel Bernard had 33 million livres. Many of them infuriated the aristocracy by marrying into it, by buying or earning titles, and by living in luxury unattainable by mere pedigree. They charged up to 18% for their loans, according to the uncertainty of repayment. At Colbert's request, the king set up a chamber of justice to inquire into all financial malfeasance since 1635 by any person of any quality or condition whatsoever. All fiscal agents, tax collectors, and rentiers were summoned to open their records and explain the legitimacy of their gains. Everyone had to show clean hands or suffer confiscation and other penalties. The chamber spread its agents through France and encouraged informers. Several men of wealth were imprisoned, some were sent to the galleys, some were hanged. The upper classes were shocked by this Colbert terror. The lower classes applauded. In Burgundy, the money men organized a revolt against the minister. But the populace rose in arms against them, and the government was hard put to save them from the public wrath. Some 150 million francs were restored to the treasury, and fear, for a generation, tempered the corruptions of finance. Colbert marched through the fisc with an economizing scythe. He dismissed half the officials in the Department of Finance. Probably at his suggestion, Louis abolished in the royal household all offices that carried emoluments without duties. 20 secretaries to the king were sent out to earn their bread. The number of attorneys, sergeants, ushers, and other minor functionaries of the court was drastically reduced. All fiscal agents were ordered to keep and submit accurate and intelligible records. Colbert converted old governmental debts into new ones at a lower rate of interest. He simplified the collection of taxes. Recognizing the difficulty of collecting arrears, he persuaded the king to cancel all taxes still due for 1647 to 1658. He lowered the tax in 1661 and mourned when he had to raise it again in 1667 to finance the War of Devolution and the extravagance of Versailles. His greatest failure was in retaining the old system of taxation. Perhaps a basic reconstruction would have entailed disorder, endangering the flow of revenue. The state was financed chiefly by two taxes, the taille and the gabelle. In some provinces, the taille, or cut, was assessed on real property, in others on income. The nobles and the clergy were exempt from this tax, so that it fell entirely upon the third estate, which was all the rest of the population. Each district was required to collect a stated amount, and the principal citizens were held responsible for raising the allotted sum. The gabelle was a tax on salt. The government held a monopoly on its sale, and compelled all subjects to buy periodically a prescribed quantity at prices fixed by the government. To these basic taxes were added a variety of minor imposts and the tithe of the peasants' produce to be paid to the church. This, however, was usually much less than a tenth and was collected with mercy. Colbert's reforms affected agriculture least. The technique of tillage was still so primitive that it could not support 20 million people reproducing without restraint. Many couples had 20 children. The population would have doubled every 20 years except for war, famine, disease, and infant mortality. Yet Colbert, instead of seeking to increase the fertility of the soil, gave tax exemptions for early marriage and rewards for large families, 1,000 livres to parents of 10 children, 2,000 livres to parents of 12. He protested the multiplication of convents as a threat to the manpower of France. Nevertheless, the French birth rate declined during the reign, as war raised taxes and deepened poverty. Even so, war did not kill enough to keep a balance between births and food, and pestilence had to cooperate with war. 2 successive crop failures could bring famine, for transportation was not developed to the point of effectively supplying the deficiencies of one region with the surplus of another. There was no year without famine somewhere in France. The years 1648 to 51, 1660 to 62, 1693 to 94, and 1709 to 1710 were periods of starvation and terror, when in some districts 30% of the population died. In 1662, the king imported corn, sold it at a low price or gave it to the poor, and remitted 3 million francs of taxes due. Legislation alleviated some rural griefs. The seizure of peasants' beasts, carts, or implements for debt was forbidden, even for debts owed the crown. Stud farms were established where the peasants might have their mares serviced without charge. Hunters were forbidden to traverse sown fields, and tax exemptions were offered to those who restored abandoned lands to cultivation. But these palliatives could not reach the heart of the problem, the disbalance between human and soil fertility, and the lack of mechanical invention. All the peasantries of Europe suffered likewise, and the French paysans were better off than their fellows in England or Germany. Colbert sacrificed agriculture to industry. To feed the rising population of the towns and the expanding armies of the king, he kept the price of grain from rising commensurately with other staples. He took it as elementary that a government, to be strong, must have ample revenues and an army of sturdy soldiers well equipped. A peasantry inured to hardships would provide a tough infantry. A growing industry and commerce must supply the wealth and the tools. Therefore, Colbert's persisting aim was to stimulate industry. Even trade was to be subordinate. Home industries were to be protected by tariffs that would exclude dangerous competition from abroad. Continuing the economic policies of Sully and Richelieu, he brought all but the minor enterprises of France under the control of the corporative state. Each industry, with its guilds, finances, masters, apprentices, and journeymen, formed a corporation regulated by the government in practices, prices, wages, and sales. He established high standards for each industry, hoping to win foreign markets by the refinement of design and finish in French products. He and Louis believed that the aristocratic taste for elegance supported and improved the luxury trades, so the goldsmiths, engravers, cabinet makers, and tapestry weavers found employment, stimulus, and renown. Colbert completely nationalized the Gobelin factory in Paris and made it a model of method and arrangement. He encouraged new enterprises by tax exemptions, state loans, and lowering the interest rate to 5%. He allowed new industries a monopoly until they were well established. Inducements were offered to foreign artisans to bring their skills into France. Venetian glassworkers were settled at Saint-Gobain. Iron workers were brought in from Sweden, and a Dutch Protestant, assured freedom of worship and capital advanced by the state, established at Abbeville the manufacture of fine cloth. By 1669 there were 44,000 looms in France. Tours alone had 20,000 weavers. France planted its own mulberry trees and was already famous for its silks. As the armies of Louis XIV grew, textile factories multiplied to clothe them. Under these stimuli, French industries rapidly expanded. Many of them produced for a national or an international market, and some reached a capitalistic stage of investment, equipment, and management. The king fell in with Colbert's industrializing mission. He visited workshops, allowed fine products to be stamped with the royal arms, raised the social status for the businessman, and ennobled great entrepreneurs. The state encouraged or provided scientific and technical education. Workshops in the Louvre, the Tuileries, Les Gobelins, and the naval shipyards became schools for apprentices. Anticipating Diderot's Encyclopédie, Colbert sponsored an encyclopedia of arts and crafts and an illustrated description of all known machinery. The Academy of Sciences published treatises on machines and mechanical arts. The Journal des Savants recorded new industrial techniques. Perrault, building the eastern front of the Louvre, marveled at a machine that raised a stone block weighing 100,000 kilos, or 1,100 tons. Colbert, however, opposed the introduction of machinery that would throw employees out of work. Burning with a passion for order and efficiency, he nationalized and expanded almost to suffocation the regulation of industry by communes or guilds. Hundreds of ordinances prescribed methods of manufacture, the size, color, and quality of products, the hours and conditions of labor. Boards were established in all town halls to check defects in the output of local crafts and factories. Specimens of faulty workmanship were publicly exposed, with the name of the worker or manager attached. If the offender repeated the offense, he was censured at a meeting of the guild. If he offended a third time, he was tied to a post for public exhibition and disgrace. Every able-bodied male was put to work. Orphans were drafted from asylums into industry. Beggars were taken from the streets and placed in factories. And Colbert remarked happily to the king that now even children could learn something in the shops. Workers were subjected to an almost military discipline. Laziness, incompetence, cursing, indecent conversation, disobedience, drunkenness, frequentation of taverns, concubinage, irreverence in church, all these were to be punished by the employer, sometimes by flogging. Working hours were long, 12 or more, with interruptions of 30 or 40 minutes for meals. Wages were low and were partly paid in goods priced by the employer. Vauban calculated the average daily wage of artisans in the large towns at 12 sous, or 30 cents a day. However, a sou could buy a pound of bread. The government cut down the number of religious feast days that exempted men from work. 38 such holy days remained, so that the people had 90 days of rest in the year. Strikes were outlawed, meetings of workers to improve their conditions were forbidden. At Rochefort, some workers were jailed for complaining that their wages were too low. The wealth of the business class grew, the revenues of the state rose. The condition of the workers was probably lower under Louis XIV than in the Middle Ages. France was disciplined in industry as well as in war. And in commerce. Colbert, like nearly all statesmen of his time, believed that the economy of a nation should produce the maximum of wealth and self-sufficiency within the nation, and that since gold and silver were so valuable as mediums of exchange, commerce should be so regulated as to secure for the nation a favorable balance of trade, that is, an excess of exports over imports, and therefore an influx of silver or gold. Only in this way could France, England, and the United Provinces, which had no gold in their soil, procure their needs and supply their troops in time of war. This was mercantilism, and though some economists ridiculed it, there was and will be much to be said for it in an age of frequent wars. It applied to the nation the system of protective tariffs and regulations which in the Middle Ages had been applied to the commune. The unit of protection grew when the state replaced the commune as the unit of production and government. Hence, in Colbert's theory, the wages of workers had to be low to enable their products to compete in foreign markets and thereby bring in gold. The rewards of employers had to be high to stimulate them to industrial enterprises in manufacturing goods, especially luxuries that would be of no use in war, but could be exported at little cost for a high return. And interest rates had to be low to tempt entrepreneurs to borrow capital. The competitive nature of man in the lawless jungle of states geared their nationalistic economies to the chances and needs of war. Peace is war by other means. Therefore, the function of commerce, in the view of Colbert, and indeed of Sully, Richelieu, and Cromwell, was to export manufactured articles in exchange for precious metal or raw materials. In 1664 and again in 1667, he raised the duties on imports that threatened to outsell in France the products of domestic industries considered necessary in war. And when such imports persisted, he forbade them completely. He laid heavy export dues upon vital materials, but reduced the tax on the export of luxuries. Meanwhile, he tried to free domestic commerce from internal tolls. He found French trade clogged by provincial, municipal, and manorial barriers and tariffs. Goods moving from Paris to the Channel, or from Switzerland to Paris, paid tolls at 16 points. From Orléans to Nantes at 28 points. These dues may have had sense when, because of difficulties of transport and possibilities of feudal or intercommunal strife, each locality aspired to self-sufficiency and strove to protect its own industries. Now that France was politically unified, these internal tolls were an irritating impediment to a national economy. By an edict of 1664, Colbert tried to suppress all internal tolls. The resistance was obdurate. In half of France, the tolls continued, some of them until the Revolution, of which they were a minor cause. Colbert almost nullified his work for commercial expansion by issuing complex regulations that aimed to remedy abuses but hampered trade sometimes to frustration. Liberty, he, or one of his critics said, is the soul of commerce. We must let men choose the most convenient ways. Il faut laisser faire les hommes. Here was a phrase destined to make history. He labored to open new avenues of internal transport. He began a system of royal highways, military in their primary purpose, but also a boon to commerce in general. Land travel was still arduous and slow. Madame de Sévigné took 8 days to go by coach from Paris to her estate at Vitré in Brittany. At the suggestion of Pierre-Paul de Riquet, Colbert put 12,000 men to work digging the great Languedoc Canal, 162 miles long and rising at times to 830 feet above sea level. By 1681, the Mediterranean was connected by the Rhone, the Canal, and the Garonne with the Bay of Biscay, and the commerce of France could bypass Portugal and Spain. Colbert envied the Dutch, who had 15,000 of the 20,000 commercial vessels on the seas, while France had only 600. He built up the French navy from its 20 ships to 270. He repaired harbors and docks. He impressed men ruthlessly into naval service. He organized or reformed trading companies for the West Indies, the East Indies, the Levant, and the Northern Seas. He gave these companies protective privileges, but again the regulations that he laid upon them hindered them fatally. Nevertheless, foreign commerce grew. French goods competed with Dutch or English products in the Caribbean and the near, Middle, and Far East. Marseille, which had declined through lack of French shipping, became the biggest port on the Mediterranean. After 10 years of experience, consultation, and labor, Colbert issued in 1681 a maritime code for French shipping and commerce. Soon other nations adopted it. He organized insurance for commercial ventures overseas. He sanctioned French participation in the slave trade, but strove to mitigate it with humane regulations. He encouraged exploration and the establishment of colonies, hoping to sell them manufactured articles for raw materials and to use them as feeders to a merchant marine that would prove useful in war. French colonists were already spreading in Canada, West Africa, and the West Indies, and were entering Madagascar, India, and Ceylon. Courcelles and Frontenac explored the Great Lakes from 1671 to 1673. Cadillac founded a large French colony at what is now Detroit. La Salle, having been granted a monopoly in the slave trade in any regions that he should open up, discovered the Mississippi in 1672 and descended it in a frail bark, reaching the Gulf of Mexico after 2 months of adventurous navigation. He took possession of the Delta and named it after the king. France now controlled the valleys of the St. Lawrence and the Mississippi through the heart of North America. All in all, and we have noted as yet but a part of Colbert's activity, having said nothing of his work for science, literature, and art, this was one of the most devoted and overspreading lives in history. Not since Charlemagne had a single mind so remade in so many phases, so great a state. Those regulations were a nuisance and made Colbert unpopular, but they created the economic form of modern France, and Napoleon only continued and revised Colbert in government and code. For 10 years France knew such prosperity as never before. Then the faults of the system and the king brought it down. Colbert protested against the extravagance of king and court, and the disease of war that was consuming France in his old age. Yet it was his high tariffs, as well as Louis's love of power and glory, that led to some of those wars. France's commercial rivals denounced the closing of her ports to their goods. The peasants and the artisans bore the brunt of Colbert's reforms, and even the businessmen whom they enriched charged that his regulations clogged development. Said one of them to the minister, "You found the carriage overturned on one side, and you have upset it on the other." When, broken and defeated, he died on September 6, 1683, his body had to be buried by night, lest it be insulted by the people in the streets. 5. Manners and Morals. It was an age of strict manners and loose morals. Dress was the sacrament of status. In the middle classes, clothing was almost puritanically simple. A black coat modestly covering shirt and trousers and legs. But in the elite it was magnificent, and more so in men than in women. Hats were large and soft, with a broad brim trimmed with gold braid, tilted up on 1 or 3 sides, and sporting a plume of feathers caught in a metal clasp. When Louis came to the throne, he, and soon the court, discarded the perukes that had come into style with his bald father, for the young king's waves of chestnut hair were too splendid to be concealed. But when, after 1670, his hair began to thin, he took to wigs, and presently every head of any pretensions, in France, England, or Germany, was crowned with borrowed and powdered curls, falling to the shoulders or lower, and making all men look alike except to their bedfellows. Beards were shaved, mustaches were cherished. Gloves were gauntleted and adorned, and both sexes carried muffs on cold days. The high ruff was now replaced by the silk cravat loosely tied around the neck. The doublet was giving way to a long and ornamented vest. The thighs were graced with culottes, trousers ending at the knees and buckled or ribboned there. And these garments were covered, except in front, by a swirling coat whose sleeves ended in large cuffs trimmed with lace. By law, only nobles were permitted to deck their raiment with gold embroidery or precious stones, but moneyed men of any class overrode the law. Stockings were usually of silk. Male feet were shod in boots, even for a dance. The dress of courtly women was free and flowing to accord with their morals. Their bodices were laced, but in front, as Panurge had urged in Rabelais, and swelling bosoms leaped to the roving eye. Farthingales and puffed sleeves went out with Richelieu. Robes were richly embroidered and gaily colored, entrancing high-heeled shoes covered tired feet, and hair was daintily beribboned, bejeweled, perfumed, and curled. The first fashion magazine appeared in 1672. Manners were stately, though under the flourish of the saluting hat and trailing skirt many crudities remained. Men spat on floors and urinated on the stairways of the Louvre. Humor could be brutal or obscene, but conversation was elegant and polite even when dealing with physiology and sex. Men were learning from women the graces of conduct and speech. They spoke clearly and correctly, avoided sententiousness and pedantry, and touched all topics, however profound, with a light gaiety of spirit and phrase. To dispute earnestly was bad form. Table manners were improving. The king ate with his fingers to the end of his life, but by that time forks were in general use. About 1660, napkins came into vogue, and guests were no longer expected to wipe their fingers on the tablecloth. Social morality was not outstanding in this age of etiquette and protocol. Charity declined as the wealth of the upper classes grew. Morals were soundest in the lower middle class, where good behavior was made possible by security and stimulated by the desire to rise. In all classes the ideal was l'honnête homme, not the honest man, but the honorable man, who added good breeding and manners to good conduct. Honesty was hardly expected. Despite Colbert's regulations and royal espionage, venality in office was widespread, and it was encouraged by the sale of governmental appointments as a source of public revenue. Crime sprouted from the greed of the rich, the need of the poor, and the passionate outbreaks of all classes. So some high-born dames enjoyed the services of Catherine Monvoisin or the Marquise de Brinvilliers, both skilled in concocting poisons of lingering subtlety. Poisoning was so popular that special courts were set up to deal with it. Catherine Monvoisin practiced medicine, midwifery, and witchcraft. She assisted a renegade priest in celebrating the Black Mass, soliciting the aid of Satan. She procured abortion and sold poisons and love potions. Among her clients were Olympe Mancini, niece of Mazarin, the Comtesse de Gramont, and Madame de Montespan, mistress of the king. In 1679, a commission investigated the activities of Lavoisin and found evidence involving so many members high at the court that Louis ordered suppression of the record. Lavoisin was burned alive in 1680. Private morals included the usual aberrations. In law, homosexuality was punishable with death. A nation preparing for war and paying for babies could not let the sexual instincts be diverted from reproduction. But it was difficult to pursue such deviates when the king's own brother was a noted invert, beneath contempt but above the law. Love between the sexes was accepted as a romantic relief from marriage, but not as a reason for marriage. The acquisition, protection, or transmission of property was judged more important in marriage than the attempt to fix for a lifetime the passions of a day. As most marriages in the aristocracy were arrangements of property, French society condoned concubinage. Nearly every man who could afford it had a mistress. Men plumed themselves on their liaisons almost as much as on their battles. A woman felt desolate if no man but her husband pursued her, and some faithless husbands winked at their wives' infidelities. "Is there in all the world," asks a character in Molière, "another town where the husbands are as patient as here?" It was in this cynical atmosphere that La Rochefoucauld's maxims grew. Prostitution was despised if it had no manners, but a woman like Ninon de L'Enclos, who gilded it with literature and wit, could become almost as famous as the king. Her father was a nobleman, freethinker, and duellist. Her mother was a woman of strict morals, but, if we may believe her daughter, with no sensory feelings. She procreated 3 children, scarcely noticing it. Without formal education, Ninon picked up considerable knowledge. She learned to speak Italian and Spanish, perhaps as aids in international commerce. She read Montaigne, Charron, even Descartes, and followed her father into skepticism. Later, her discussions of religion made Madame de Sévigné shudder. "If a man needs a religion to conduct himself properly in this world," said Ninon, "it is a sign that he has either a limited mind or a corrupt heart." She might thence have concluded to the almost universal necessity of religion. Instead, she slipped into prostitution at the age of 15 in 1635. "Love," she said recklessly, "is a passion involving no moral obligation." When Ninon allowed her promiscuity to be too prominent, Anne of Austria ordered her confinement in a convent. There, we are told, she charmed the nuns by her wit and vivacity, and enjoyed her imprisonment as a restful vacation. In 1657 she was released by order of the king. There was so much more in her than the courtesan that she soon enlisted among her devotees many of the most distinguished men in France, including several members of the court, ranging from the composer Lully to the great Condé himself. She played the harpsichord well and sang. Lully came to her to try out his new airs. 3 generations of Sévigné were on her list, the husband, then the son, and the grandson of the amiable letter-writer. Men came from foreign lands to court her. Her lovers, she said, never quarreled over me. They had confidence in my inconsistency. Each awaited his turn. In 1657 she opened a salon. She invited men of letters, music, art, politics, or war, and sometimes their wives. And she astonished Paris by showing an intelligence equal to that of any woman and most men of her time. Behind the face of Venus they found the mind of Minerva. Says a severe judge, Saint-Simon, "It was useful to be received by her on account of the connections thus formed. There was never any gambling there, nor loud laughing, nor disputes, nor talk about religion or politics, but much elegant wit and news of gallantries, yet without scandal. All was delicate, light, measured, and she herself maintained the conversation by her wit and her great knowledge." At last the king himself became curious about her. This book is continued on Cassette 2, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. At last the king himself became curious about her. He asked Madame de Maintenon to invite her to the palace. From behind a curtain he listened to her. Charmed, he revealed and introduced himself. But by this time, about 1677, she had become quasi-respectable. Her simple honesty and many kindnesses gave her a brighter renown. Men left large sums with her for safekeeping and could always rely on regaining them at will. And Paris had noted how, when the poet Scarron was incapacitated by paralysis, Ninon visited him almost daily, bringing him the delicacies that he could not afford. She outlived nearly all her friends, even the nonagenarian Saint-Evremont, whose letters from England were the consolation of her old age. "Sometimes," she wrote to him, "I'm tired of always doing the same things, and I admire the Swiss who throw themselves into the river for that very reason." She resented wrinkles. If God had to give a woman wrinkles, he might at least have put them on the soles of her feet. As she neared death in her 85th year, the Jesuits competed with the Jansenists for the honor of converting her. She yielded to them graciously and died in the arms of the Church in 1705. In her will she left only 10 écus for her funeral, so that it might be as simple as possible. "But I humbly request Monsieur Arouet, her attorney, to allow me to leave his son, who is at the Jesuits, 1,000 francs for books." The son bought books, read them, and became Voltaire. It was the crowning charm of French society that the sexual stimulus extended to the mind, that the women were roused to add intelligence to beauty, and that the men were tamed by the women to courteous conduct, good taste, and polished speech. In this regard, the century from 1660 to 1760 in France marks the zenith of civilization. In that society, intelligent women were numerous beyond any precedent, and if they were also attractive in face or figure, or in the solicitude of kindliness, they became a pervasive civilizing force. The salons were training men to be sensitive to feminine refinement, and women to be responsive to masculine intellect. In those gatherings, the art of conversation was developed to an excellence never known before or since, the art of exchanging ideas without exaggeration or animosity, but with courtesy, tolerance, clarity, vivacity, and grace. Perhaps the art was more nearly perfect under Louis XIV than in the days of Voltaire, not so brilliant and witty, but more substantial and friendly. "After dinner," wrote Madame de Sévigné to her daughter, "we went to talk in the most agreeable woods in the world. We were there till 6 o'clock, engaged in various sorts of conversation so kind, so tender, so amiable, so obliging that I am touched to the heart by it." Many men ascribed 9/10 of their education to such converse and social intercourse. In the Blue Room at the Hôtel de Rambouillet, the first of the salons was in its final glory. Condé came there, though he did not shine. Corneille came, La Rochefoucauld, Madames de Lafayette and de Sévigné, the Duchesse de Longueville, and La Grande Mademoiselle. There, les femmes précieuses laid down the laws of nice conduct and polished speech. The Fronde interrupted these gatherings. Madame de Rambouillet moved to the country, and though her hôtel later reopened its doors to the genius of France, the premiere of Molière's Les Précieuses Ridicules in 1659 was a mortal blow. The first famous salon ended with the death of its founder in 1665. Other salons continued the tradition in the homes of Madames de la Sablière, de Lambert, and de Scudéry, the last the most famous novelist of the reign, the first a woman who attracted men by beauty despite her love of physics, astronomy, mathematics, and philosophy. In such salons flourished the femme savante, who provoked Molière's laughter in 1672. But every satire is a half-truth. In his philosophical moments, Molière might have recognized the right of women to share in the intellectual life of their times. It is the women of France, even more than her writers and artists, who are the crown of her civilization and the special glory of her history. 6. The Court. The king and the court helped to civilize France. The court in 1664 comprised some 600 persons, the royal family, the higher nobility, the foreign envoys, and the servant staff. In the fullness of Versailles it grew to 10,000 souls, but this included notables in occasional attendance, all the entertainers and servitors, and the artists and authors whom the king had singled out for reward. To be invited to the court became a passion only third to hunger and sex. Even to be there for a day was a memorable ecstasy, worth half a lifetime's savings. The splendor of the court lay partly in the luxurious furnishings of the apartments, partly in the dress of the courtiers, partly in the sumptuous entertainments, partly in the fame of the men and the beauty of the women drawn there by the magnets of money, reputation, and power. Some notable women, like Madames de Sévigné and de Lafayette, were seldom seen there, for they had sided with the Fronde. But enough remained to please a king extremely sensitive to feminine charms. In the portraits that have come down to us, these ladies seem a bit ponderous, overflowing their corsages, but apparently the men of that time liked an adipose warmth in their amours. The morals of the court were decorous adultery, extravagance in dress and gambling, and passionate intrigues for prestige and place, all carried on a rhythm of external refinement, elegant manners, and compulsory gaiety. The king set the fashion of costly dress, especially in ambassadorial receptions. So in receiving the envoys of Siam, he wore a robe laced with gold and bordered with diamonds, the whole worth 12,500,000 livres. Such display was part of the psychology of government. Nobles and their ladies consumed half the income of their estates on clothing, lackeys, and equipage. The most modest had to have 11 servants and 2 coaches. Richer dignitaries had 75 attendants in their household and 40 horses in their stables. When adultery was no longer prohibited, it lost its charm, and gambling at cards became the chief recreation of the court. Louis again gave the lead, bidding for high stakes, urged on by his mistress Montespan, who herself lost and won 4 million francs in one night's play. The mania spread from the court to the people. Thousands ruined themselves in gambling, wrote La Bruyère, a frightful game in which the player contemplates the total ruin of his adversary and is transported with the lust for gain. Competition for the royal favor, for a lucrative appointment or a place in the royal bed, led to an atmosphere of mutual suspicion, calumny, and tense rivalry. "Every time I fill a post," said Louis, "I make 100 people discontented and 1 ungrateful." There were quarrels for precedence at table or in attending the king. Even Saint-Simon worried lest the Duc de Luxembourg should walk 5 steps in advance of him in a procession, and Louis had to banish 3 dukes from court because they refused to yield precedence to foreign princes. The king laid great stress on protocol and frowned when, at dinner, he found an untitled lady seated above a duchess. Doubtless, some fixed order was necessary to keep 600 beribboned egos from trampling upon one another's toes, and visitors praised the external harmony of the enormous entourage. From the palaces, receptions, and entertainments of the king, a code of etiquette, standards of manners and taste, spread through the upper and middle classes and became a part of the European heritage. To keep all these lords and ladies from being bored into regicide, artists of every kind were engaged to arrange amusements, tournaments, hunts, tennis, billiards, bathing or boating parties, dinners, dances, balls, masques, ballets, operas, concerts, plays. Versailles seemed heaven on earth when the king led the court into boats on the canal, and voices and instruments made music, and torches helped the moon and the stars to illuminate the scene. And what could be more splendid or more suffocating than the formal balls, when the Galerie des Glaces reflected in its massive mirrors the grace and sparkle of men and women in stately dances under 1,000 lights. To celebrate the birth of the Dauphin in 1662, the king arranged a ballet in the square before the Tuileries, attended by 15,000 people. The Commune of 1871 destroyed the palace, but the site of that famous fete is still called the Place du Carrousel. Louis loved dancing, praised it as one of the most excellent and important disciplines for training the body, and established at Paris in 1661 the Académie Royale de Danse. He himself took part in ballets, and the nobility followed suit. The composers at his court were kept busy preparing music for dances and ballets. There the dance suite developed which was so skillfully used by Purcell in England and the Bachs in Germany. Not since imperial Rome had the dance reached such graceful and harmonious forms. In 1645, Mazarin imported Italian singers to establish opera in Paris. The cardinal's death interrupted this initiation, but when the king grew up, he founded an Académie de l'Opéra in 1669 and commissioned Pierre Perrin to present operas in several cities of France, beginning with Paris in 1671. When Perrin bankrupted himself through excessive outlays for scenery and machinery, Louis transferred the Privilège des Académies de Musique to Jean-Baptiste Lully, who soon made the whole court dance to his tunes. He, too, was a gift from Italy. The Chevalier de Guise brought him, as a peasant boy of 7, from Florence to France in 1646 as a present to his niece, La Grande Mademoiselle, who gave him work as an assistant in her kitchen. He annoyed his fellow servants by practicing the violin, but Mademoiselle recognized his talent and provided him with an instructor. Soon he was playing in the royal band of 24 violins. Louis took a liking to him and gave him a small ensemble to conduct. Through this little string orchestra he learned to conduct and to compose dance music, songs, violin solos, cantatas, church music, 30 ballet suites, 20 operas. He became friendly with Molière, collaborated with him in several ballets, and composed divertissements for some of Molière's plays. His success as a courtier rivaled his triumphs as a musician. In 1672, through Madame de Montespan's influence, he succeeded in acquiring a monopoly on opera in Paris. He found in Philippe Quinault a librettist who was also a poet. Together they produced a succession of operas that constituted a revolution in French music. Not only did these performances delight the court at Versailles, they brought the elite of Paris to the theatre that had been built for Lully in the Rue Saint-Honoré, and in such numbers that the street was blocked with carriages, and patrons in many cases had to get out and walk, often through mud, lest they miss Act 1. Boileau frowned upon opera as an enervating effeminacy, but the king granted a charter to the Académie de Musique in 1672, and authorized gentlemen and ladies to sing at the representations of the said academy without derogation to their rank. Louis raised Lully to the nobility as a secretary to the king. Other secretaries complained that this was too high a post for a musician, but Louis told Lully, "I have honored them, not you, by placing a man of genius among them." Everything prospered for Lully till 1687. Then, while conducting, he accidentally struck his foot with the cane that he used as a baton. The wound, maltreated by a quack, developed gangrene, and the ebullient composer died at the age of 48. French opera still feels his influence. One more name survives from the music of that lordly reign. The Couperins were another case of heredity in art, contributing composers to France for 2 centuries, and ruling from 1650 to 1826 the great organ in the church of Saint-Gervais. François Couperin le Grand held that post for 48 years. He was also organiste du roi in the king's chapel at Versailles, and was the most famous harpsichordist of the great century. His compositions for that instrument were closely studied by Johann Sebastian Bach, and his treatise L'Art de toucher le clavecin, the French name for the clavichord, influenced the great Germans' Das Wohltemperierte Klavier. Was music in the Couperin blood, or only in the Couperin home? Probably it is social, not biological heredity that makes civilization. 7. The King's Women. Louis was not a rake. We must always remember, in the case of kings, even to our own century, that custom required them to sacrifice their personal preferences in order to contract marriages of some political utility to the state. Consequently, society, and often the church, winked an eye when a king sought the exhilaration of sex and the romance of love outside the marriage bond. If Louis had had his way, he would have begun with a marriage of love. He was deeply moved by the beauty and charm of Marie Mancini, a niece of Mazarin. He begged his mother and the cardinal to let him marry her in 1658. Anne of Austria reproved him for allowing passion to interfere with politics, and Mazarin regretfully sent Marie off to marry a Colonna. Then for a year the subtle minister pulled wires to get as Louis's bride Maria Theresa, daughter of Philip IV. What if, by some failure of the male line in the Spanish kings, this infanta should bring all Spain as her dowry to the King of France? So in 1660, with all the costly splendor that mesmerized the taxpayers, Louis married Maria, both of them 22 years old. Marie-Thérèse was a proud woman, pious and virtuous. Her example and influence helped to improve the morals of the court, at least in her entourage. But a severe discipline had made her somber and dull, and her great appetite was amplifying her just when the beauties of Paris were ogling her handsome mate. She gave him 6 children, of whom only one, the Dauphin, survived infancy. It was her misfortune that in the very year of their marriage Louis had discovered in his sister-in-law Henrietta Anne all the charms of young womanhood. Henrietta Anne was the daughter of England's Charles I. Her mother, Henrietta Maria, daughter of Henry IV of France, had shared with her husband the tragedy of the Civil War. When the Parliament army approached Charles's headquarters at Oxford, the English queen fled to Exeter, and there, so ill that she expected death, she gave birth in 1644 to a lovely little princess. Pursued by parliamentary agents, the ailing mother fled again and made her way clandestinely to the coast, where a Dutch vessel, narrowly escaping English guns, took her to France. The child, left behind with Lady Anne Dalkeith, lived through 2 years of concealment in England before she too could be safely gotten across the Channel. Soon she had to experience the vicissitudes of the Fronde. In January 1649 she joined her mother and Anne of Austria in the flight from barricaded Paris to Saint-Germain. In that month the news came, doubtless kept from her for a time, that her father had been beheaded by the victorious Roundheads. After the Fronde subsided, Princess Henrietta was brought up in comfort and piety by her mother, and both lived to see Charles II restored to the English throne in 1660. A year later, aged 16, she married the brother of Louis XIV, Monsieur, Philippe Duc d'Orléans, and became Madame. Monsieur was a little round-bellied man on high-heeled shoes who loved feminine adornments and masculine forms. As brave as any knight in battle, but as painted, perfumed, beribboned, and begemmed as the vainest woman in this vainest land. It was a grief and a shame to Henrietta that her husband preferred the company of the Chevaliers de Lorraine and de Chatillon to her own. Almost everybody else fell in love with her, not so much for her frail beauty, though she was considered the fairest creature at the court, as for her gentle and kindly spirit, her almost childlike vivacity and gaiety, the fresh vernal breeze that she brought wherever she went. Racine, one of the many authors whom she inspired and helped, called her the arbiter of all that is beautiful. At first Louis XIV found her too weak and slender for his vigor and taste, but as he came to feel the douceur et lumière, sweetness and light of her character, he found increasing pleasure in her presence, delighted to dance with her, frolic with her, plan games with her, go walking in the park at Fontainebleau or boating on the canal with her, until all Paris assumed that she had become his mistress, and thought it a just revenge on the king of Sodom. But probably Paris misjudged. Louis loved her this side of adultery, and she, who spent her devotion and love for her brothers Charles and James, accepted the king as another brother, and took it as her mission to bind all three in alliance or amity. In 1670, at Louis's request, she crossed to England to persuade Charles to join France against Holland, even to urge him to proclaim his Catholic faith. Charles so promised in the secret Treaty of Dover on June 1, 1670, and Henrietta returned to France loaded with gifts and victory. A few days after reaching her palace at Saint-Cloud, she fell violently ill. She thought she had been poisoned, and so all Paris believed. The king and his queen hurried to her bedside, along with the penitent Monsieur, and Condé, Turenne, Madame de Lafayette, and Mademoiselle de Montpensier. And Bossuet came to pray with her. At last, on June 30th, her suffering ended. A post-mortem examination revealed that she had died not of poison, but of peritonitis. Louis gave her such a funeral as was usually reserved for crowned heads, and over her remains in Saint-Denis, Bossuet preached a funeral sermon that has reverberated through the centuries. It was Henrietta who gave the king the first of his more public mistresses. Born at Tours in 1644, Louise de la Vallière received with unquestioning faith the religious education given her by her mother and her priestly uncle, the future Bishop of Nantes. She had barely reached the age of First Communion when her father died. Her mother remarried. The new husband, maître d'hôtel for Gaston, Duc d'Orléans, secured a place for Louise as lady-in-waiting to the daughters of the Duke. And when, after Gaston's death, his nephew and successor Philippe married, he took Louise with him as a maid of honor to Henrietta in 1661. In that capacity, she frequently saw the king. She was dazzled by his splendor, power, and personal fascination. Like 100 other women, she fell in love with him, but hardly dreamed of speaking to him. Her beauty was more of character than of form. She was delicate in health, limped a bit, and had no bosom to speak of, said a critic, and she was alarmingly thin. But her frailty was itself a charm, for it engendered in her a modesty and gentleness that disarmed even women. Henrietta, to discourage the gossip that she herself was the royal mistress, had the king's attention drawn to Louise. The scheme worked too well. Louis was attracted by this timid girl of 17, so different from the proud and aggressive ladies who surrounded him at the court. One day, finding her alone in the gardens at Fontainebleau, he offered himself to her with no very honorable intentions. She surprised him by confessing that she loved him, but she long resisted his importunities. She pleaded with him not to make her betray both Henrietta and the Queen. Nevertheless, by August 1661, she was his mistress. Everything seemed good if it was the king's will. Then the king in turn fell in love, and was never so happy as with this diffident fledgling. They picnicked like children, danced at balls, and pranced in ballets. By his side in the hunt she lost her timidity and rode so impetuously that, said the Duc d'Enghien, not even the men can keep up with her. She took no advantage of her triumph. She refused to accept gifts or to join in intrigues. She remained modest in adultery. She was ashamed of her position and suffered when the king introduced her to the Queen. She bore him several children. 2 died early, a third and a fourth, legitimized by royal decree, became the Comte de Vermandois and the very beautiful Mademoiselle de Blois. During these maternal crises, she saw prettier faces than hers drawing the eyes of the king. By 1667, he was enamored of Madame de Montespan, and Louise began to think of expiating her sins by spending the remainder of her life in a nunnery. Sensing this mood, Louis gave her many signs of lingering affection, and thought to keep her in his world by making her a duchess. But between Montespan and war he found less and less time for her, and at the court she cared for no one but him. In 1671 she renounced her worldly possessions, put on the simplest dress she could find, slipped out of the palace on a winter morning, and fled to the convent of Sainte Marie de Chaillot. Louis sent after her, protesting his love and anguish, and she, still a maid in mind, consented to return to the court. She stayed there 3 years more, torn between her love for the faithless king and her longing for religious cleansing and peace. Already in secret she practiced in the palace the austerities of conventual life. Finally she persuaded the king to release her. She joined the barefoot Carmelite nuns in the Rue d'Enfer in 1674, became Sister Louise de la Miséricorde, and lived there in ascetic penitence for her remaining 36 years. "My soul is so content, so tranquil," she said, "that I worship the goodness of God." Her successor in the king's favor has not won such universal forgiveness. Françoise Athénaïs Rochechouart came to the court in 1661, served the Queen as a maid of honor, and married the Marquis de Montespan in 1663. According to Voltaire, she was one of the 3 most beautiful women in France, and the other 2 were her sisters. Her pearl-studded blonde curls, her languorous proud eyes, her sensuous lips and laughing mouth, her caressing hands, her skin with the color and texture of lilies, so her contemporaries breathlessly described her, and so Henri Gascard painted her in a famous portrait. She was pious, she fasted strictly on fast days, and attended church devoutly and frequently. She had a bad temper and a cutting wit, but that was at first a challenge. Michelet quoted her as having said she had come up to Paris resolved to capture the king, but Saint-Simon reports that when she saw that she was quickening the royal pulse, she begged her husband to take her back at once to Poitou. He refused, confident of his hold on her and loving the aura of the court. One night at Compiègne, she went to sleep in a room usually assigned to the king. For a while he tried to sleep in an adjoining room. He found it difficult. At last he took possession of his room and her, this in 1667. The Marquis, hearing of it, put on widower's garb, draped his carriage in black, and adorned its corners with horns. Louis, with his own hand, wrote the bill of divorcement between the Marquis and the Marquise, sent him 100,000 écus, and bade him leave Paris. The court, quite shorn of morals, smiled. For 17 years Madame de Montespan was mistress of the royal bed. She gave Louis what La Vallière could not give him, intelligent conversation and stimulating vivacity. She boasted that she and dullness could never be in the same place at the same time, and it was so. She bore 6 children to the king. He loved them and was grateful to her. But he could not resist the opportunity to sleep now and then with Madame de Soubise or the young Mademoiselle de Scoraille de Roussille, whom he made the Duchesse de Fontanges. Such aberrations led Madame de Montespan to consult sorceresses for magic potions or other means to keep the king's love. But the story that she planned to poison him or her rivals was probably a legend spread by her enemies. Her children were her undoing. She needed someone to take care of them. Madame Scarron was recommended and was engaged. Louis, going frequently to see his brood, observed that the governess was beautiful. Madame Scarron, née Françoise d'Aubigné, was the daughter of Théodore Agrippa d'Aubigné, Huguenot aide to Henry IV. Born in a prison at Niort in Poitou, where her father was serving one of many sentences for a variety of crimes, she was baptized a Catholic and was brought up amid the disorder and poverty of a divided family. Some Protestants took pity on her, fed her, and made her so firm in the Reformed faith that she turned her back upon Catholic altars. When she was 9, her parents took her to Martinique, where she nearly died under the harsh discipline of her mother. The father dying a year later in 1645, the widow and her 3 children returned to France. In 1649, Françoise, aged 14, again a Catholic, was placed in a convent and earned her bread with menial tasks. Probably we should never have heard of her had she not married Paul Scarron. He was a famous writer, a brilliant wit, an almost complete cripple, hideously deformed. The son of a lawyer of note, he had expected a prosperous career, but his widowed father married again. The new wife rejected Paul. The father sent him off with a small pension, just enough to entertain Marion de Lorme and other ladies of a night. He contracted syphilis, surrendered himself to a quack, and imbibed strong drugs that ruined his nervous system. At last he was so paralyzed that he could move hardly anything but his hands. He described himself. "Reader, I am going to tell you as nearly as possible what I am like. My figure was well made, though small. My malady has shortened it by a good foot. My head is rather large for my body. My face is full, while my body is that of a skeleton. My sight is fairly good, but my eyes protrude, and one of them is lower than the other. My legs and thighs formed at first an obtuse, next a right, and finally an acute angle. My thighs and body form another, and with my head bent down on my stomach I resemble not badly the letter Z. My arms have shrunk as well as my legs, and my fingers as well as my arms. To sum up, I am a condensation of human misery." He solaced his misery by writing a picaresque roman comique in 1649, which had considerable success, and by staging farces hilarious in their humor and scandalous in their wit. Paris honored him for keeping his gaiety amid his pains. Mazarin and Anne of Austria gave him pensions, which he forfeited by supporting the Fronde. He earned much, spent more, and was repeatedly in debt. Propped up in a box from which his head and arms emerged, he presided with zest and erudition over one of the famous salons of Paris. As his debts multiplied, he made his guests pay for their dinner. Still they came. Who would marry such a man? In 1652, Françoise d'Aubigné, now 16, was living with a miserly female relative, who so grudged her keep that she resolved to send Françoise back to a convent. A friend introduced the girl to Scarron, who received her with painful grace. He offered to pay her board and lodging in the convent, so exempting her from taking the vows. She refused. Finally, he proposed marriage to her, making it clear that he could not claim a husband's rights. She accepted him, served him as nurse and secretary, and played hostess at his salon, pretending not to hear the double entendres of the guests. When she joined in the conversation, they were surprised by her intelligence. She gave to Scarron's gatherings a degree of respectability sufficient to attract Mademoiselle de Scudéry, and now and then Madame de Sévigné. Ninon, Gramont, and Saint-Evremont were already habitués. There is a hint in Ninon's letters that Madame Scarron alleviated this sexless marriage with the liaison. But Ninon also reported that she was virtuous from weak-mindedness. I wanted to cure her, but she feared God too much. Her devotion to Scarron was the talk of a Paris that unconsciously hungered for instances of decency. As his paralysis increased, even his fingers stiffened immovably. He could not turn a page or hold a pen. She read to him, wrote at his dictation, and ministered to all his wants. Before his death in 1660, he composed his epitaph. He who lies here awoke more pity than envy, and suffered death 1,000 times before losing a life. Passing, make here no noise, take care not to wake him, for this is the first night that poor Scarron sleeps. He left nothing but creditors. The widow Scarron, still a young woman of 25, was again thrown destitute upon the world. She appealed to the Queen Mother to renew the cancelled pension, and settled upon her 2,000 livres annually. Françoise took a room in a convent, lived and dressed modestly, and accepted various minor employments in good homes. In 1667, Madame de Montespan, about to give birth, sent an emissary to ask her to receive and bring up the expected child. Françoise refused, but when Louis himself seconded the request, she consented, and for several years thereafter she received the royal infants as they emerged. She learned to love these children, and they looked up to her as a mother. The king, who at first had laughed at her as a prude, came to admire her, and was moved by the grief she showed when one of the children, despite her constant care, died. "She knows how to love," he said. "It would be a pleasure to be loved by her." In 1673 he legitimized the children. Madame Scarron had no longer to practice secrecy. She was admitted to the court as a lady-in-waiting to Madame de Montespan. The king gave her a present of 200,000 livres to maintain her new status. She used them to buy an estate at Maintenon, near Chartres. She never lived there, but it gave her a new name. She became the Marquise de Maintenon. It was a dizzy rise for one so lately destitute, and perhaps it turned her head for a time. She took upon herself to advise Madame de Montespan to end her life of sin. Montespan resented the counsel and thought that Maintenon was scheming to replace her. And indeed, by 1675, Louis was becoming more impatient with Montespan's tantrums, and was finding pleasure in talking with the new marquise. Perhaps with the king's connivance, Bishop Bossuet warned him that the Easter sacrament would be refused him unless he dismissed his concubine. He bade her leave the court. She did. Louis received communion and remained continent for a while. Madame de Maintenon approved his course, apparently without selfish intent, for soon she left with the sickly Duc de Maine, one of Montespan's children, to seek the boy's cure in the sulphur baths of Barèges in the Pyrenees. Louis went off to the wars. Returning famished, she repulsed Bossuet and invited Montespan to reoccupy her apartment in Versailles. There he fell into her waiting arms, and she conceived again. Maintenon, returning with the cured Duke from the Pyrenees, was welcomed by the king and his mistress, but was alarmed to see him in the full swing of several simultaneous liaisons. In 1679 he ended his adulteries with Montespan by appointing her surintendante of the Queen's household, one of the many indelicacies to which he subjected Marie-Thérèse. Montespan raged and wept, but was comforted by great gifts. A year later, Maintenon received a similar post, lady of the bedchamber to the Dauphine, the wife of Louis's one surviving legitimate child. The king now frequently visited the Dauphine to converse with Maintenon. There seems no doubt that he wished to make the marquise his mistress, and that she refused. On the contrary, she urged him to abandon his irregularities and return penitent to the Queen. He yielded to her and Bossuet, and in 1681, after 20 years of philandering, he became a model husband. The Queen, who had long since reconciled herself to his infidelities and even to his mistresses, enjoyed the royal favour for only 2 years, dying in 1683. Louis thought that Maintenon would now consent to be his mistress, but he found in her a politic restraint. It must be marriage or nothing. At some date not precisely known, but probably in 1684, he married her. He 47, she 50. It was a morganatic union, whereby the mate of lower status acquired no new rank and no hereditary rights. The king's councillors had difficulty in dissuading him from giving his wife full rights and crowning her as queen. They pointed out how discontent the royal family and the court would be to find themselves curtsying to a governess. So the marriage was not made public, and there are some who think it never took place. Saint-Simon, always a stickler for caste, thought it a frightful marriage, but it was the king's best and happiest union, the only one whose vows he appears to have kept. It had taken him almost half a century to discover that to be loved is worth monogamy. 8. Le Roi s'en va en guerre. The successes of Richelieu and Mazarin had left France the strongest power in Europe. The empire was weakened by the exhaustion and division of Germany and by renewed danger from the Turks. Spain was weakened by the exhaustion of her gold and men in 80 years of feudal war in the Netherlands. England, after 1660, was bound to France by secret subsidies to its king. France, too, had been divided and weakened, but by 1667 the wounds of the Fronde had healed, and France was won. Meanwhile, first-rate men had been found to rebuild the French armies. Louvois, a genius of military organization and discipline, Vauban, a genius of fortification, trench warfare and siege, and two superlative generals, Condé and Turenne. Now, it seemed to the young and adulated king, was the time for France to reach to her natural geographical boundaries, the Rhine, the Alps, the Pyrenees, and the sea. First, then, to the Rhine. The Dutch controlled it. They must be subdued, and soon thereafter they must be brought back to the faith that for 1,000 years had been the helpful ally of kings. Once the many mouths of the great river were under French control, all the Rhineland, and therefore half of German commerce, would be in the power of France. The Spanish Netherlands, or Belgium, were in the way. They must be conquered. Philip IV, dying in 1665, left the Spanish Netherlands to Charles II, his son by his second marriage. Louis saw a diplomatic opening. He quoted the old custom of Hainaut and Brabant, by which the children of a first marriage inherited in preference to those of a second. Louis's wife was the daughter of Philip IV's first marriage. Therefore, by this jus devolutionis, the right or law of devolution or transmission, the Spanish Netherlands belonged to Marie-Thérèse. It was true that Marie at her marriage had renounced her right of succession, but this renunciation had been made conditional upon the payment of her dowry, 500,000 gold crowns, by Spain to France. This dowry had not been paid, ergo, Spain denied the syllogism. Louis declared the War of Devolution. Let his own memoirs reveal the motives of the royal chess player. The death of the King of Spain and the war of the English against the Dutch in 1665 offered me at once two important occasions for making war, one against Spain for the pursuance of rights which had fallen to me, the other against England for the defense of the Dutch. I saw with pleasure the plan for these two wars as a vast field where great occasions might arise for distinguishing myself. Many brave men whom I saw devoted to my service seemed always to be begging me to offer them an opportunity for valor. Moreover, since I was obliged in any case to maintain a large army, it was more expedient for me to throw it into the Low Countries than to feed it at my expense. Under pretext of a war with England, I would dispose of my forces and my information, or espionage service, to begin more successfully my enterprise in Holland. This was the royal view of war. It might make one's country greater in extent, security, or revenue. It would open roads to renown and power. It would provide outlets for combative impulses. It would let the costly army feed on alien food. It would improve the position of the state for the next war. As for the human lives that would be lost, men must die in any case. How absurd to die of some lingering disease in bed! How better could men die than in the anesthesia of battle, on the field of glory, and for their fatherland? On May 24, 1667, French troops crossed into the Spanish Netherlands. There was no effectual resistance. The French had 55,000, the Spanish 8,000 men. Soon the king entered Charleroi, Tournai, Courtrai, Douai, Lille, as if in a triumphal procession, and Vauban fortified the conquered towns. Louvois had supplies ready at every step, even to silver service for the officers in camp or trench. Artois, Hainaut, Walloon Flanders were annexed to France. Spain appealed to the Emperor Leopold I for help. Louis proposed to Leopold to divide the Spanish Empire with him. Leopold agreed and gave no help to Spain. The conquest of Flanders had been so easy that Louis hurried to take also Franche-Comté, the region around Besançon, between Burgundy and Switzerland. It was a dependency of Spain, and yet a thorn in the very side of France. In February 1668, a French army, 20,000 strong, descended upon Franche-Comté under the lead of Condé. It was everywhere victorious, for French bribes had softened local commanders. Louis himself led the siege of Dole. It fell in 4 days, and in 3 weeks all Franche-Comté submitted. He returned to Paris in glory. But he had overreached himself. The United Provinces persuaded Sweden and England to join them in a triple alliance against France in January 1668. All three states recognized that their political or commercial freedom would wither if the power of France should extend to the Rhine. Louis saw that he had moved too precipitately toward his goal. The secret agreement with Leopold had stipulated that on the death of Charles II of Spain, all the Netherlands and Franche-Comté were to go to France. It seemed only a matter of a year or so when the sickly Charles would die. Perhaps it was better for France to wait and let the fruit fall peacefully into her lap. Louis offered terms to the alliance. His trained diplomats worked on England and Sweden. At the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle on May 2, 1668, the War of Devolution was ended. France returned Franche-Comté to Spain, but retained Charleroi, Douai, Tournai, Audenarde, Lille, Armentières, and Courtrai. Louis had kept half the spoils. In 1672 he resumed his march to the Rhine, and now his real goal appeared, not Flanders, but Holland. We shall see this tragedy later from the standpoint of the Dutch. In summary, the attack reached almost to Amsterdam and The Hague before it was checked by the opening of the dikes. But again Europe rose against the new threat to the balance of power. In October 1672, Emperor Leopold joined the United Provinces and Brandenburg in a great coalition. Spain and Lorraine entered it in 1673, Denmark, the Palatinate, and the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg in 1674. And in that year the English Parliament compelled its Francophile king to make peace with the Dutch. Louis faced bravely this nemesis of his pride. Despite Colbert's complaints that he was impoverishing France, he raised more taxes, built a navy, and expanded his armies to 180,000 men. In June 1674 he directed one force to a second siege of Besançon. In 6 weeks, Franche-Comté was again conquered. Meanwhile, Turenne, in the most brilliant and ruthless of his campaigns, led 20,000 soldiers to victory over 70,000 imperial troops. To prevent the enemy from feeding itself, he laid waste the Palatinate, Lorraine, and part of Alsace. Along the Rhine, the desolation of the 30 Years' War was renewed. On July 27, 1675, Turenne was killed while reconnoitering near Sulzbach, in Baden. Louis had him buried in Saint-Denis with almost royal honors, knowing that one death equaled a dozen defeats. The Great Condé, after bloody victories in the Netherlands, replaced Turenne and drove the Imperials from Alsace. Then the prince, worn out by years of passion and war, retired to a life of philosophy and government at Chantilly. Louis now took charge of the campaign in the Netherlands. He besieged and captured Valenciennes, Cambrai, Saint-Omer, Ghent, and Ypres between 1677 and 78. France acclaimed the king as a general. But the drain upon his people had become unbearable. Revolts broke out in Bordeaux and Brittany. In South France, the peasantry neared starvation. In the Dauphiné, the populace was living on bread made of acorns and roots. When the Dutch offered peace, Louis signed with them, on August 11, 1678, a treaty restoring to the United Provinces all the territory that France had taken from them, and lowering the tariffs that had kept Dutch products out of France. He made up for these surrenders by forcing Spain, now in disintegration, to yield to him Franche-Comté and a dozen towns that advanced the northeastern frontier of France into the Spanish Netherlands. A treaty with the Emperor kept for France the strategic cities of Breisach and Freiburg im Breisgau. Alsace and Lorraine remained in French hands. These treaties of Nijmegen, 1678-79, and Saint-Germain-en-Laye, 1679, were a triumph for the United Provinces, but not a defeat for Louis. He had prevailed over the Empire in Spain, and here and there he had reached the coveted Rhine. Despite the peace, he kept up his immense army, knowing that an army in being is a force in diplomacy. With that power behind him, and taking scandalous advantage of the Emperor's preoccupation with the advancing Turks, he established in Alsace, Franche-Comté, and Breisgau chambers of reunion to reclaim certain frontier districts that had formerly belonged to them. These were occupied by French troops, and the great city of Strasbourg was induced, by the lavish lubrication of its officials, to acknowledge Louis as its sovereign in 1681. In the same year, by like means, the Duke of Milan was led to cede to France the town and fortress of Casale, which controlled the road between Savoy and Milan. When Spain dallied in handing over the Netherlands cities, Louis again sent his armies into Flanders and Brabant, overcame resistance with indiscriminate bombardment, and absorbed the Duchy of Luxembourg en route, this in June of 1684. In the Truce of Regensburg on August 15th, these conquests were provisionally recognized by Spain and the Emperor, for the Turks were besieging Vienna. By an alliance with the Elector of Cologne, Louis in effect extended French power to the Rhine. Part of the Gallic aspiration to reach natural boundaries was realized. This was the zenith of the Roi Soleil. Not since Charlemagne had France been so extended or so powerful. Immense and costly spectacles celebrated the successes of the Sun King. The Council of Paris officially declared him Louis le Grand in 1680. Lebrun painted him as a god on the vaults of Versailles, and a theologian argued that Louis's victories proved the existence of God. The populace, amid its destitution, idealized its ruler, and took pride in his apparent invincibility. Even foreigners praised him, seeing some geographical logic in his campaigns. The philosopher Leibniz hailed him as that great prince who is the acknowledged glory of our time, and for whom succeeding ages will long in vain. North of the Alps and the Pyrenees, west of the Vistula, all educated Europe began to speak his language and imitate his court, his arts, and his ways. The sun was high. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 2, Side 2. Chapter 2, The Crucible of Faith, 1643 to 1715. 1. The King and the Church. The historian, like the journalist, tends to lose the normal background of an age in the dramatic foreground of his picture, for he knows that his readers will relish the exceptional and will wish to personify processes and events. Behind the rulers, ministers, courtiers, mistresses, and warriors of France were men and women competing for bread and mates, scolding and loving their children, sinning and confessing, playing and quarreling, going wearily to work, stealthily to brothels, humbly to prayer. The quest for eternal salvation occasionally interrupted the struggle for daily survival. The dream of heaven grew as the lust for life declined. The cool naves of the churches gave respite from the heat of strife. The marvelous myths were the people's poetry. The Mass was the consoling drama of their redemption. And though the priest himself might be a covetous worldling, the message he brought lifted up the hearts of the defeated poor. The Church still rivaled the state as a pillar of society and power, for it was through hope that men submitted patiently to labor, law, and war. The higher Catholic clergy knew their importance in the miracle of order, and shared with the nobility and the king the revenues of the nation and the splendor of the court. Bishops and archbishops associated in polished intimacy with the Condés, the Montpensiers, and the Sévignes, and 1,000 abbés, half-ordained, half-married, flirted with women and ideas. By and large, however, the mentality and morals of the Catholic clergy, perhaps under the stimulus of competition from Huguenot ministers, were better than for centuries before. The nunneries were not the hotbeds of vice imagined by the mythopoetic frenzy of religious hate. Many were retreats of sincere, sometimes ascetic piety, like the Carmelite convent to which Louise de la Vallière retired. Some others served as havens for genteel young women whose parents could find no husband or dowry for them, or who had committed some offense, or had offended some potentate. In such nunneries the inmates thought it no sin to receive a visitor from the outside world, to dance with one another, to read secular literature, or to mitigate the tedium of their lives with billiards or cards. It was by reforming such a convent that Jacqueline Arnaud made Port-Royal the most famous nunnery in the history of France. Of the monastic orders we cannot speak so leniently. Many of them had relaxed their rules and led lives of idleness, formal prayer, and mendicant importunity. Armand Jean de Rancé formed the monastery of Notre-Dame de la Trappe in Normandy, and established the austere Trappist order that still silently survives. The Jesuits entered more actively into the life and history of France. At the beginning of the 17th century they were under a cloud as defenders of regicide. At the end they were the confessors and guides of the king. They were experts in psychology. When the nun Marguerite Marie Alacoque, inspired by a mystic vision, founded in 1675 the society devoted to the public worship of the Sacred Heart of Jesus, the Jesuits encouraged the movement as an outlet and stimulus for popular piety. At the same time, they made religion easier for sinners by recognizing the naturalness of sin and developing the science of casuistry as a means of mitigating the difficulties of the 10 Commandments and the neuroses of remorse. They were soon in demand as confessors and gained authority as directors of conscience, especially for the women who dominated French society and who sometimes influenced national policy. The word casuistry did not have in the 17th century the derogatory connotation left upon it by Pascal's provincial letters. As a confessor or spiritual director, every priest was expected to know just what was to be considered a mortal sin, or a venial sin, or no sin at all, and he had to be prepared to apply his knowledge and adjust his judgment, his counsel, and the penance to the special circumstances of the penitent and the case, or casus. The rabbis had developed this art of moral distinctions to great length in the legal portions of the Talmud. Modern jurisprudence and psychiatry have followed suit. Long before the establishment of the Society of Jesus, Catholic theologians had drawn up voluminous treatises on casuistry to guide the priest in moral doctrine and confessional practice. In what cases might the letter of the moral law be set aside for its spirit or intent? When might one lie, or steal, or kill, or reasonably break a promise, or violate an oath, or even deny the faith? Some casuists demanded strict interpretation of the moral law, and thought that in the long run severity would prove more beneficial than laxity. Other casuists, especially the Jesuits Molina, Escobar, Toledo, and Busenbaum, favored a lenient code. They urged that allowances should be made for human nature, for environmental influences, for ignorance of the law, for extreme hardship of literal compliance, for the semi-insanity of transports of passion, and for any circumstances that hindered the freedom of the will. To facilitate this complacent morality, the Jesuits developed the doctrine of probabilism, that where any recognized authority on moral theology favored a particular view, the confessor might at his discretion judge in accordance with that view even though the majority of experts opposed it. The word probabilis at that time meant approvable, admitting of approbation. Moreover, said some Jesuit casuists, it was sometimes permissible to lie or to withhold the truth by a mental reservation. So a captured Christian, forced to choose between Mohammedanism and death, might without sin pretend to accept Islam. Again, said Escobar, the moral quality of an action lies not in the deed itself, which in itself is amoral, but in the moral intention of the agent. There is no sin unless there is a conscious and voluntary departure from the moral law. Much Jesuit casuistry was a reasonable and humane adjustment of medievally ascetic rules to a society that had discovered the legitimacy of pleasure. But in France especially, and to a lesser degree in Italy, the Jesuits developed casuistry to such lenience with human frailty that earnest men like Pascal in Paris and Sarpi in Venice, and many Catholic theologians, including several Jesuits, protested against what seemed to them a surrender of Christianity to sin. The Huguenots of France, inheriting the rigorous code of Calvin, were shocked by the Jesuit compromise with the world and the flesh. A powerful movement within Catholicism itself, Jansenism, raised at the convent of Port-Royal the flag of an almost Calvinistic ethic in an anti-Jesuit war that agitated France and French literature for a century. That war involved Louis XIV for his ways. The Sans was not Puritan. In 1674, Père Lachaise, an even-tempered man, Voltaire described him, with whom reconciliation was always easy, took charge of the royal conscience. He occupied the post for 32 years, forgiving everything and loved by all. He was so good, said Louis, that I sometimes reproached him for it. But in his quiet and patient way he had great influence over the king, and helped to steer him to monogamy at last and obedience to the Pope. For Louis was not always a good papist. He was pious in his official way and rarely failed to attend daily mass. In his memoirs he told his son, "Partly out of gratitude for all the good fortune I had received, and partly to win the affection of my people, I continued the exercises of piety in which my mother had brought me up. And to tell you the truth, my son, we lack not only gratitude and justice, but prudence and good sense when we fail in veneration of him of whom we are but the lieutenants. Our submission to him is the rule and example of that which is due to us." This, however, did not include submission to the papacy. Louis inherited the Gallican tradition, the pragmatic sanction of Bourges from 1438 and the Concordat of Francis I from 1516, which had established the right of French kings to appoint the bishops and abbots of France, to determine their income, and to appoint to all benefices in a diocese between the death of its bishop and the installation of his successor. Louis held that he was the vicar or representative of God in France, and that his submission to the Pope, as also a divine viceroy, should be limited to matters of faith and morals, and that the French clergy should obey the king in all matters affecting the French state. A part of the French clergy, the Ultramontanes, repudiated these claims and upheld the absolute authority of the popes over kings, councils, and episcopal nominations. But the majority, the Gallicans, defended the full independence of the king in temporal affairs, denied the infallibility of the pope except in agreement with an ecumenical council, and saw an advantage to the French clergy in evading the dominance of Rome. The Prince de Condé declared it his opinion that if it pleased the king to go over to Protestantism, the French clergy would be the first to follow him. In 1663, the Sorbonne, the Faculty of Theology at the University of Paris, issued 6 articles emphatically affirming the Gallican position. The French Parlements took the same stand, and supported Louis in claiming the right to determine which papal bulls should be published and accepted in France. In 1678, Pope Innocent XI protested against Gallicanism and excommunicated the Archbishop of Toulouse for deposing an anti-Gallican bishop. The king convoked an assembly of the clergy, nearly all chosen by him. In March 1682, it reaffirmed the 6 Articles of the Sorbonne and drew up for the assembly the famous 4 Articles that almost divorced the French Church from Rome. 1. The Pope has jurisdiction in spiritual concerns and has no authority to depose princes or release their subjects from obedience. 2. Ecumenical councils are above the Pope in authority. 3. The traditional liberties of the French Church are inviolable. 4. The Pope is infallible only when in accord with the Council of Bishops. Innocent declared the decisions of the Assembly null and void and refused canonical institution to all new bishops who approved the Articles. Since Louis appointed only such candidates, some 35 dioceses were without canonical bishops in 1688. But by that time age and Madame de Maintenon had mollified the king, and death had taken the resolute pope. In 1693 Louis allowed his nominees to disavow the Articles. Pope Innocent XII recognized the royal right over episcopal nominations, and Louis was again Rex Christianissimus, the most Christian king. 2. Port-Royal, 1204 to 1626. The old war between church and state was the least of the 3 religious dramas that inflamed this reign. Deeper by far was the conflict between the orthodox Catholicism of state and clergy and the almost Protestant Catholicism of the Jansenists and Port-Royal. And deepest and most tragical, the destruction of the Huguenots in France. But what was Port-Royal, and why so much ado about it in French history? It was a Cistercian nunnery situated some 16 miles from Paris and 6 miles from Versailles, on a low and marshy site in what Madame de Sévigné called a dreadful valley, just the place in which to find salvation. Founded about 1204, it barely survived 100 vicissitudes in the 100 Years' War and the wars of religion. Discipline and membership fell, and probably the convent would have disappeared from notice had it not fallen under the rule of Jacqueline Arnaud, and enlisted in its defense the pen of Blaise Pascal. Antoine Arnaud I, 1560 to 1619, made history by his eloquence and his fertility. In 1593, after Barrière's attempt to assassinate Henry IV, Arnaud addressed the Paris Parliament in an indignant demand for the expulsion of the Jesuits from France. They never forgave him, and they looked with critical and ominous eye upon the operations of his family at Port-Royal. Of his 20 or more children, at least 4 were involved in the story of that convent. Jacqueline Arnaud was made coadjutrix to the abbess of Port-Royal at the age of 7 in 1598, and a year later her sister Jeanne, aged 6, became abbess of Saint-Cyr. These nominations were made by Henry IV, and were confirmed by papal bulls obtained through falsifying the ages of the girls. Presumably the father had sought these places for his daughters as an alternative to finding husbands and dowries for them. When Jacqueline, as Mère Angélique, became nominal abbess at Port-Royal in 1602, she found only the most genial discipline among the 13 nuns. Each had her own property, displayed her hair, used cosmetics, and dressed in the fashion of the day. They took the sacrament infrequently, and had heard no more than 7 sermons in 30 years. As she grew more conscious of the life to which her parents had committed her, the young abbess became discontent, and meditated flight in 1607. I thought of leaving Port-Royal and returning to the world without notifying my father or my mother, to escape this unbearable yoke and to be married. She fell ill and was taken home, where she was nursed by her mother with such tender care that, on recovering, she returned to Port-Royal, resolved, for love of her mother, to keep her conventual vows. However, she ordered a whalebone corset to keep her figure in fashionable bounds. She remained secretly averse to the religious life until, at Easter of 1608, now in the full glow of puberty, she heard a sermon by a Capuchin monk on the sufferings of Christ. During this sermon, she later reported, God touched me in such a way that from that moment I found myself happier in the life of a nun, and I know not what I would not have done for God if he had continued the movement which his grace had given me. This, in her language, was the first work of grace. On November 1st of that year, another sermon, the second work of grace, filled her with shame that she and her nuns were so lax in observing their vows of poverty and seclusion. Torn between affection for the nuns and desire to enforce the Cistercian rule, she became melancholy, practiced austerities beyond her strength, and fell into a fever. She must have been lovable, for when the nuns asked the reason for her sadness, and she revealed her wish that they should return to the full rule of their order, they consented, pooled their private property, and pledged themselves to perpetual poverty. The next step, seclusion from the world, was more painful. Mère Angélique forbade the nuns to leave the premises or to receive visitors, even their nearest relatives, without express permission, and then only in the parlor. They complained that this would be a great hardship. To give them a fortifying example, she resolved not to see her parents on their next visit except through a grate or lattice window in the door between the parlor and the convent rooms. When her father and mother came, they were shocked to find that she would talk to them only through this guichet. The Journée du Guichet, September 25, 1609, became famous in the literature about Port-Royal. The anger of the excluded family subsided, and the piety of Mère Angélique, now 18 years old, so moved them that one Arnaud after another entered Port-Royal. In 1618, Anne Eugénie, sister of the abbess, took the vows. Soon other sisters joined them, Catherine, Marie, Madeleine. In 1629, their mother, now a widow, knelt at the feet of Mère Angélique and begged to be admitted as a novice. In due time she took the vows and lived humbly and happily under her daughter, whom she henceforth called Mother. When she died in 1641, she thanked God that she had given 6 daughters to the religious life. 5 of her granddaughters later entered Port-Royal. Her son Robert and 3 of her grandsons became solitaries there. Her most brilliant son, Antoine Arnaud II, member of the Sorbonne, became the philosopher and theologian of Port-Royal. We marvel at such fertility and cannot but respect such depth of devotion, loyalty, and faith. Step by step, Mère Angélique led her flock back to the full Cistercian rule. The nuns, now 36 in number, observed all fasts with canonical strictness, maintained long periods of silence, rose at 2 o'clock in the morning to chant matins, and out of their communal property dispensed charity to the local poor. From Port-Royal the reforms spread. The nuns trained there were sent to convents throughout France to spur them back to their rule. A convent at Maubuisson was especially lax. Henry IV had used it as a place of assignation with his mistress Gabrielle d'Estrées. Its abbess was surrounded by her own illegitimate daughters. The nuns moved freely from their home to meet and dance with the monks of a neighboring monastery. In 1618, Mère Angélique was requested by her superiors to replace the abbess at Maubuisson. She stayed there for 5 years. When she returned to Port-Royal, 32 Maubuisson nuns followed her into the mother convent of the Reform. In 1626, an epidemic of ague broke out at Port-Royal. Advised that the damp climate there was dangerous, Angélique and her nuns moved to a house in Paris, where under the influence of Jansenism they entered upon their historic conflict with the Jesuits and the king. The deserted and dilapidated buildings at Port-Royal des Champs, of the Fields, were soon occupied by the solitaries, men who, while not taking monastic vows, wished to lead an almost monastic life. Here came several of the Arnauds, Antoine II, his brother Robert Arnaud d'Andilly, his nephews Antoine Lemaitre and Simon Lemaitre de Séricourt, and his grandson, Isaac Louis de Sacy. Some ecclesiastics joined them, like Pierre Nicole and Antoine Sanglin. Even some nobles, the Duc de Luynes and the Baron de Pontchâteau. Together they drained swamps, dug ditches, repaired the buildings, and tended the orchards and gardens. Together or individually they practiced austerities, fasted, chanted, and prayed. They wore the dress of peasants, and during the coldest winter they allowed no heat in their rooms. They studied the Bible and the Fathers of the Church. They wrote works of devotion and scholarship. One of these, L'Art de Penser, The Art of Thinking, by Nicole and the younger Arnaud, remained a popular manual of logic till the 20th century. In 1638 the solitaries opened petites écoles, little schools, to which they invited selected children of age 9 or 10. These were taught French, Latin, Greek, and the orthodox aspects of Descartes' philosophy. They were required to shun dancing and the theatre, both of which the Jesuits approved. They were to pray frequently, but not to the saints. And in the chapel where they heard Mass there were no religious images. At Port-Royal des Champs and at Port-Royal de Paris, the challenge of Arnaud piety to the immorality of the court became also the challenge of the stern Jansenist theology and ethic to the Jesuit mitigation of Christianity to the nature of man. 3. The Jansenists and the Jesuits. Cornelis Jansen, frequently anglicized to Jansen, was a Dutchman born in the province of Utrecht of Catholic parentage, but closely touched by the Augustinian theology of his Calvinist neighbors. When he entered the Catholic University of Louvain in 1602, he found it in the heat of a violent controversy between the Jesuit or scholastic party and a faction that followed the Augustinian views of Michael Bias on predestination and divine grace. Jansen inclined to the Augustinians. In the interval between his undergraduate studies and his professorial work, Jansen accepted the invitation of his fellow student, Jean Duvergier du Huron, to live with him at Bayonne. They studied St. Paul and St. Augustine, and agreed that the best way of defending Catholicism against the Dutch Calvinists and the French Huguenots was to follow the Augustinian emphasis on grace and predestination, and to establish in the Catholic clergy and laity a rigorous moral code that would shame current laxity in court and convent and the easygoing ethic of the Jesuits. In 1616, Jansen, as head of a hostel of Dutch students at Louvain, attacked the Jesuit theology of free will and preached a mystical Puritanism akin to the pietism that was taking form in Holland, England, and Germany. He continued the war as professor of scriptural exegesis at Louvain and as Bishop of Ypres. At his death in 1638 he left, not quite finished, a substantial treatise, Augustinus, which soon after its publication in 1640 became the doctrinal platform of Port-Royal and the center of contention in French Catholic theology for almost a century. Though the book ended with a curtsy of submission to the Roman Church, the Calvinists of the Netherlands acclaimed it as the very essence of Calvinism. Like Augustine, Luther, and Calvin, Jansen fully accepted predestinarianism. God, even before the creation of the world, had chosen those men and women who should be saved, and had determined who should be damned. The good works of men, though precious, could never earn salvation without the aid of divine grace, and even among the good minority only a few would be saved. The Catholic Church had not explicitly repudiated the predestinarianism of St. Paul and St. Augustine, but she had let it sink into the background of her teaching as hard to reconcile with that freedom of the will which seemed logically indispensable to moral responsibility and the idea of sin. But man's will is not free, said Jansen. It lost its freedom by Adam's sin. Man's nature is now corrupt beyond self-redemption, and only God's grace, earned by Christ's death, can save him. The Jesuit defense of free will seemed to Jansen to exaggerate the role of good works in earning salvation, and to render almost superfluous the redeeming death of Christ. Moreover, he urged, we must not take logic too seriously. Reason is a faculty far inferior to trustful, unquestioning faith, just as ritual observances are an inferior form of religion as compared with the direct communion of the soul with God. These ideas came to Port-Royal through Duvergier, who meanwhile had become abbot of Saint-Cyran. Fired with zeal to reform theology and morals, and to replace external religion with internal devotion, Monsieur de Saint-Cyran, as he was now called, came up to Paris, and was soon, in 1636, accepted as spiritual director of the nuns at Port-Royal de Paris and of the Salitaire at Port-Royal des Champs. That double institution now became the voice and exemplar of Jansenism in France. Richelieu thought the reformer a troublesome fanatic and jailed him in Vincennes in 1638. Saint-Cyran was released in 1642, but he died a year later of an apoplectic stroke. Even from his prison he had continued to inspire innumerable Arnauds. Antoine II, the great Arnaud, published in 1643 a treatise, De la Fréquente Communion, which carried on his father's war against the Jesuits. He did not name them, but he denounced the idea, which he felt that some confessors had tolerated, that repeated sinning could be compensated by frequent confession and communion. The Jesuits felt that the attack was meant for them, and they mounted up the score against the Arnauds. Anticipating trouble, Antoine left Paris for Port-Royal in the fields. In 1648, the nuns, frightened by the Fronde, also left the capital and returned to their former home. The solitaries vacated the rooms there and moved to a nearby farmhouse, Les Granges. Pope Urban VIII had already in 1642 condemned the general doctrine of Jansen's Augustinus. In 1649, a professor in the Sorbonne asked the faculty to condemn 7 propositions which, he said, were gaining too much popularity. The matter was referred to Innocent X, and the Jesuits took the opportunity to impress upon the Pope the dangers of Jansenism as essentially a Calvinist theology in Catholic guise. At last they prevailed upon him to issue the bull Cum Occasione on May 31, 1653, which condemned as heretical 5 propositions allegedly taken from the Augustinus. 1. There are divine precepts which good men, though willing, are absolutely unable to obey. 2. No person can resist the influence of divine grace. 3. In order to render human actions meritorious or otherwise, it is not requisite that they be exempt from necessity, but only free from constraint. 4. The semi-Pelagian heresy consisted in allowing the human will to be endued with the power of resisting grace or of complying with its influence. 5. Whoever says that Christ died or shed his blood for all mankind is a semi-Pelagian. These propositions were not taken verbatim from the Augustinus. They were formulated by a Jesuit as a summary of the book's teaching. As a summary, they were fair enough, but the Jansenists contended that the propositions as such were not to be found in Jansen, though Arnaud slyly suggested that they could all be found in St. Augustine. Meanwhile, nobody seems to have read the book. Antoine Arnaud was a fighter. He acknowledged the infallibility of the Pope in matters of faith and morals, but not in questions of fact. And as a matter of fact, he denied that Jansen had stated the propositions condemned. In 1655, he again carried the war to the Jesuits by publishing 2 letters to a duke and peer, attacking what he claimed to be Jesuit methods in the confessional. The Sorbonne entertained a motion to expel him. He prepared his defense and read it to his friends at Port Royal. It did not impress them. One of them was a new adherent named Blaise Pascal. Turning to him, Arnaud pleaded, "You who are young, why cannot you produce something?" Pascal retired to his room and wrote the first of the Provincial Letters, a classic in the literature and philosophy of France. We should listen to Pascal at some length, for he was not only the greatest writer of French prose, but the most brilliant defender of religion in all the age of reason. 4. Pascal, 1623 to 1662. 1. Himself. His father, Étienne Pascal, was president of the court of Aides at Clermont-Ferrand in south-central France. His mother died 3 years after his birth, leaving also an elder sister, Gilberte, and a younger sister, Jacqueline. When Blaise was 8, the family moved to Paris. Étienne was a student of geometry and physics, sufficiently advanced to gain him the friendship of Gassendi, Mersenne, and Descartes. Blaise eavesdropped on some of their meetings and became, in the first period of his life, a devotee of science. At the age of 11, he composed a short treatise on the sounds of vibrating bodies. The father thought that the boy's passion for geometry would injure his other studies and forbade his further pursuit of mathematics for a while. But one day, story tells, Étienne found him writing on the wall with a piece of coal the proof that the 3 angles of a triangle equal 2 right angles. Thenceforth the boy was allowed to study Euclid. Before he was 16, he composed a treatise on conic sections. Most of it is lost, but one theorem was a lasting contribution to that science and still bears his name. Descartes, shown the manuscript, refused to believe that the composition was not by the father, but by the son. In that year, 1639, his pretty sister Jacqueline, then 13 years old, played a dramatic part in the life of the family. The father had invested in municipal bonds. Richelieu reduced the rate of interest paid on these bonds. Étienne criticized him. The cardinal threatened to arrest him. Étienne hid in Auvergne. But the cardinal liked plays and girls. Scudéry's L'Amour Tyrannique was performed before him by a group of girls, including Jacqueline. He was especially pleased by her acting. She took the opportunity to ask him to forgive her father. He did, and appointed him intendant at Rouen, the capital of Normandy. Thither the family moved in 1641. It was here that Blaise, now 19, contrived the first of several computing machines, some of which are still preserved in the Conservatoire des Arts et Métiers at Paris. Their principle was a succession of wheels, each divided into 9 digits and 0, each geared to turn 1/10 of a revolution for each full revolution of the wheel at its right, and each showing its uppermost figure in a slot at the top. The machine could add only and was not commercially practicable, but it stands near the head of a development that now astonishes the world. Pascal sent one of his computers to Christina of Sweden with a very eloquent letter of adulation. She invited him to her court, but he felt himself too frail for that heroic climate. The eager young scientist was intensely interested in the experiments that Torricelli had published on the weight of the atmosphere. Independently of Torricelli, but probably on a suggestion from Descartes, Pascal conceived the idea that the mercury in a Torricelli tube would rise to different heights in different places according to variations in atmospheric pressure. He sent a request to his brother-in-law in Auvergne to carry a tube of mercury to a mountain-top and observe any difference, at divers levels, in the height of the mercury in the closed portion of a tube whose other end was open to the pressure of the atmosphere. Florent Perrier did as asked. On September 19, 1648, with several friends, he ascended the Puy de Dôme, a mountain 5,000 feet above the town of Clermont-Ferrand. There the mercury rose to a level of 23 inches in the tube, whereas at the base of the mountain it rose to 26 inches. The experiment was hailed throughout Europe as finally establishing the principle and value of the barometer. Pascal's fame as a scientist brought him in 1648 a stimulating appeal from a gambler to formulate the mathematics of chance. He accepted the challenge and shared with Fermat in developing the calculus of probabilities, which now enters so profitably into insurance tables of sickness and mortality. At this stage of his growth there was no sign that he would ever transfer his devotion from science to religion or lose his faith in reason and experiment. He continued for 10 years to work at scientific problems, chiefly mathematical. As late as 1658 he offered, anonymously, a prize for the quadrature of a cycloid, the curve traced by a point on a circle rolling in a straight line on a plane. Solutions were offered by Wallis, Huygens, Wren, and others. Then Pascal, under a pseudonym, published his own solution. A controversy followed in which the competitors, including Pascal, behaved less than philosophically. Meanwhile, two basic influences had come to the fore in his life, sickness and Jansenism. As early as his 18th year he suffered from a nervous ailment that left him hardly a day without pain. In 1647 a paralytic attack so disabled him that he could not move without crutches. His head ached, his bowels burned, his legs and feet were continually cold and required wearisome aids to circulation of the blood. He wore stockings steeped in brandy to warm his feet. Partly to get better medical treatment he moved with Jacqueline to Paris. His health improved, but his nervous system had been permanently damaged. Henceforth he was subject to a deepening hypochondria, which affected his character and his philosophy. He became irritable, subject to fits of proud and imperious anger, and he seldom smiled. His father had always been a devout, even an austere Catholic amid his scientific avocations, and had taught his children that religious faith was their most precious possession, something far beyond the reach or judgment of the frail reasoning powers of mankind. At Rouen, when the father was seriously injured, a Jansenist physician treated him successfully. Through this contact, a Jansenist tinge colored the family's faith. When Blaise and Jacqueline moved to the capital, they frequently attended Mass at Port-Royal de Paris. Jacqueline wished to enter the convent as a nun, but her father could not bring himself to let her go out of his daily life. He died in 1651, and soon thereafter Jacqueline became a nun in Port-Royal des Champs. Her brother tried in vain to dissuade her. For a time they engaged in a dispute over the division of their patrimony. When this was settled, Blaise found himself both rich and free, a condition hostile to sanctity. He took a sumptuously furnished home, staffed it with many servants, and drove about Paris in a coach behind 4 or 6 horses. His temporary recovery gave him a deceptive euphoria, which turned him from piety to pleasure. We must not grudge him his few years in the world, from 1648 to 1654, when he enjoyed the company of Parisian wits and games and belles, and for an exciting while pursued in Auvergne a lady of beauty and learning, the Sappho of the countryside. About this time he wrote a Discours sur la passion de l'amour, and apparently he contemplated marriage, which he was later to describe as the lowest of the conditions of life permitted to a Christian. Among his friends were some libertins, who combined free morals with free thought. Perhaps through them Pascal became interested in Montaigne, whose essay now entered deeply into his life. Their first influence probably inclined him to religious doubt. Jacqueline, hearing of his new frivolity, reproached him and prayed for his reform. It was characteristic of his emotional nature that an accident reinforced her prayers. One day, as he was driving over the Pont de Neuilly, the 4 horses took fright and plunged over the parapet into the Seine. The carriage almost followed them. Fortunately, the reins broke and the coach hung half over the edge. Pascal and his friends emerged, but the sensitive philosopher, terrified by the nearness of death, fainted away and remained unconscious for some time. On recovering, he felt that he had had a vision of God. In an ecstasy of fear, remorse, and gratitude, he recorded his vision on a parchment, which henceforth he carried sewn in the lining of his coat. The year of grace 1654, Monday, November 23rd. From about 6:30 in the evening to half an hour after midnight, the late God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, not of the philosophers and the scholars. Certainty, certainty, feeling, joy, peace, God of Jesus Christ. He is not to be found except by ways taught in the gospel. Grandeur of the human soul. Just Father, the world has never known you, but I have known you. Joy, 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 tears of joy. My God, will you abandon me? Jesus Christ, I was separated from him, I fled him, renounced him, crucified him. May I never be separated from him. Reconciliation sweet and complete. He resumed his visits to Port Royal and Jacqueline, gladdening her heart with his new mood of humility and penitence. He listened to the sermons of Antoine Sanglin. In December 1654, he became a member of the Port Royal community. In January, he had a long conversation there with Sacy, who undertook to convince him of the superficiality of science and the futility of philosophy. Arnaud and Nicole discovered in the new recruit an ardor of conversion and a skill in literary expression that seemed a providential instrument placed in their hands to defend Port Royal against its enemies. They begged him to devote his pen to answering the Jesuits who were trying to make Jansenism a sin. He responded with such brilliance and force that to this day the Society of Jesus feels his sting. 2. The Provincial Letters. On January 23rd and 29th, 1656, Pascal published the first and second of what he called Letters written by Louis de Montalte, a fictitious name, to a provincial friend, and to the Reverend Jesuit Fathers on their ethics and politics. The framework was clever. It pretended to be the report of a Parisian to a friend in the provinces on the moral and theological issues then exciting the intellectual and religious circles in the capital. Arnaud and Nicole helped Pascal with facts and references. Pascal, combining the fervor of a convert with the wit and polish of a man of the world, provided the style that reached a new level in French prose. The first letters sought public support for those Jansenist views on grace and salvation which Arnaud had defended. They were designed to influence the Sorbonne against the motion to expel Arnaud. In this they failed. Arnaud was solemnly degraded and expelled on January 31st. The failure stimulated Pascal and Arnaud to attack the Jesuits as undermining morality by the laxity of their confessors and the loopholes of their casuistry. They explored the tomes of Escobar and other Jesuits and denounced the doctrines of probabilism, direction of intention, and mental reservation. Even the Jesuits' missionaries' accommodation of Christian theology to Chinese ancestor worship was condemned, though they made no explicit charge that the Jesuits justified means by ends. As the letters proceeded and Arnaud revealed more and more of Escobar's casuistry to Pascal, the convert's passion rose. After the 10th letter, he abandoned the fiction of a Parisian writing to a provincial. He spoke now in his own person, and addressed the Jesuits directly with indignant eloquence and sarcastic wit. Sometimes he gave 20 days to composing one letter, then rushed it off to the printer lest the public interest should cool. He gave a unique apology for the length of letter 16. I had no time to make it shorter. In the 18th and final letter, on March 24, 1657, he defied the Pope himself. Alexander VII had issued, on October 16, 1656, another denunciation of Jansenism. Pascal reminded his readers that the papal judgment might err, as he felt it had done in the case of Galileo. The Pope condemned the letters on September 6, 1657, but all educated France read them. Were they fair to the Jesuits? Were the excerpts from Jesuit writers correctly quoted? It is quite true, says a learned rationalist, that qualifying phrases have at times been improperly omitted, a few phrases have been wrongly translated, and the condensing of long passages into short sentences has in a few instances the effect of an injustice. But, he adds, these cases are relatively few and unimportant, and the essential accuracy of the extracts is now generally acknowledged. It must be admitted, however, that Pascal took out of their context the most alarming and questionable passages of some casuists, and led a part of the public to the exaggerated view that these theological jurists were conspiring to destroy the morality of Christendom. Voltaire praised the excellence of the letters as literature, but thought that the whole book rested on a false basis. The author skillfully ascribed to the whole of the society the extravagant ideas of a few Spanish and Flemish Jesuits, from whom many other Jesuits had differed. D'Alembert regretted that Pascal had not lampooned the Jansenists too, for the shocking doctrine of Jansen and Saint-Cyran afforded at least as much room for ridicule as the pliant doctrine of Molina, Tambourin, and Vasquez. The influence of the letters was immense. They did not immediately lessen the power of the Jesuits, certainly not with the king, but they so shamed the excesses of the casuists that Alexander VII himself, while continuing his opposition to Jansenism, condemned laxism and ordered a revision of casuistical texts between 1665 and 1666. It was the letters that gave the word casuistry its connotation of specious subtleties defending wrong actions or ideas. Meanwhile, a masterpiece of style had been added to French literature. It was as if Voltaire had lived a century before Voltaire, for here were the gay wit, the cutting irony, the skeptical humor, the passionate invective of Voltaire, and, in the later letters, that warm resentment of injustice which redeemed Voltaire from being an encyclopedia of persiflage. Voltaire himself called the letters the best-written book that has yet appeared in France, and the most penetrating and discriminating of all critics held that Pascal invented fine prose in France. Bossuet, being asked what book he would rather have written had he not written his own, answered, The Provincial Letters of Pascal. 3. In Defense of Faith. Pascal returned to Paris in 1656 to superintend the publication of the letters, and lived there through his 6 remaining years. He had not abandoned the world. In the very year of his death he shared in organizing a regular coach service in the capital, the germ of the present omnibus network. But 2 events occurred which renewed his piety and led to his culminating contribution to literature and religion. On March 15, 1657, the Jesuits secured from the Queen Mother an order closing the schools of the Solitaries and forbidding the admission of new members to Port Royal. The order was peacefully obeyed. The children, now including Racine, were sent to the houses of friends, and the teachers sadly dispersed. 9 days later, the date of the last of the provincial letters, an apparent miracle occurred in the chapel of the troubled nunnery. Pascal's 10-year-old niece, Marguerite Perrier, suffered from a painful lacrimal fistula that exuded noisome pus through eyes and nose. A relative of Mère Angélique had presented to Port Royal what he and others claimed to be a thorn from the crown that had tortured Christ. On March 24th, the nuns, in solemn ceremony and singing psalms, placed the thorn on their altar. Each in turn kissed the relic, and one of them, seeing Marguerite among the worshippers, took the thorn and with it touched the girl's sore. That evening, we are told, Marguerite expressed surprise that her eye no longer pained her. Her mother was astonished to find no sign of the fistula. A physician, summoned, reported that the discharge and the swelling had disappeared. He, not the nuns, spread word of what he termed a miraculous cure. 7 other physicians who had had previous knowledge of Marguerite's fistula subscribed a statement that in their judgment a miracle had taken place. The diocesan officials investigated, came to the same conclusion, and authorized a Te Deum Mass in Port Royal. Crowds of believers came to see and kiss the thorn. All Catholic Paris acclaimed a miracle. The Queen Mother ordered all persecution of the nuns to stop. The Solitaries returned to Les Granges. In 1728, Pope Benedict XIII referred to the case as proving that the age of miracles had not passed. Pascal made himself an armorial emblem of an eye surrounded by a crown of thorns, with the inscription, Scio qui credido, I know whom I have believed. He now set himself to write, as his last testament, an elaborate defense of religious belief. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 3, Side 2. It was through a rare mistake in judging character that Louis, moved by such eloquence, appointed Bossuet, in 1670, preceptor to the Dauphin, and trusted him to train the stolid backward lad in the knowledge and character required to rule France. Bossuet gave himself faithfully to this task. He resigned his bishopric to be near his ward and the court, and he wrote for the young Louis such earnest manuals of world history, logic, the Christian faith, government, and the duties of a king, as should have made the boy a monster of perfection and power. In one of these treatises, Politics as Drawn from the Very Words of Holy Scripture, Bossuet defended absolute monarchy and the divine right of kings with more than the ardor of Cardinal Bellarmine upholding the supremacy of the popes. Was it not said in the Old Testament that God has given to every people its ruler, and in the New Testament, with all the authority of St. Paul, that the powers that be are ordained of God, Yes, and the apostle had added, Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves eternal damnation. Obviously, anyone who accepts the Bible as the Word of God must honor the king as God's vice-regent, or, as Isaiah called Cyrus, the anointed of the Lord. Consequently, the royal person is sacred, the royal power is divine and absolute, the king is responsible only to God. But that responsibility lays upon him severe obligations. He must in every word and deed obey the laws of God. Fortunately for Louis, the God of the Bible had been well disposed toward polygamy. For the Dauphin, too, Bossuet wrote, in 1679, his famous Discours sur l'histoire universelle. Scandalized by Descartes' suggestion that, given one initial push by God, all events in the objective world could be explained mechanically as following from the laws and constitution of nature, Bossuet retorted that, on the contrary, every major event in history was part of a divine plan, was an act of providence leading up to the sacrifice of Christ and the development of Christianity into an expanding city of God. Again, taking the Bible as divinely inspired, he centered all history on the career of the Old Testament Jews and the nations enlightened by Christianity. God used the Assyrians and the Babylonians to chastise his chosen people, the Persians to restore them, Alexander to protect them, Antiochus to test them, the Romans to preserve Jewish liberty against Syrian kings. If this seems foolish, we must remember that it was also the view of the authors of the Bible, whom Bossuet confidently identified with God. So he began with a summary of Old Testament history, and he performed that task with his usual flair for order, compactness, and vigorous eloquence. The chronology was taken from Archbishop Usher's scheme, dating the creation at 4004 B.C., Bossuet took only passing notice of the nations that lay outside the biblical reference, but of these he gave synoptical accounts of remarkable insight and power, and showed a sympathetic understanding of pagan virtues and accomplishments. Through all the kaleidoscope of rising and falling empires he saw some advance. In him, as in Charles Perrault and other contemporary defenders of the moderns versus the ancients, the idea of progress took form and flesh, and prepared from afar off for Turgot and Condorcet. With all its faults, the book created the modern philosophy of history, which is achievement enough for one man. Bossuet's royal pupil did not appreciate the honor of having great books written for his instruction, and Bossuet's spirit was too serious and severe to be an ingratiating teacher. He was more in his element when he gently guided Louise de la Vallière out of adultery into a nunnery. He preached the sermon when she took the vows, and in that year, 1675, he spoke up again in reproof of the philandering king. Louis heard him impatiently, but restored him to the episcopate as Bishop of Meaux in 1681, near enough to Versailles to let Bossuet savor the pomp and splendor of the court. Through that proud generation he was the authoritative exponent and leader of the French clergy. For them he drew up the 4 articles that reaffirmed the Gallican liberties of the French Church as against papal domination. Bossuet forfeited thereby a cardinal's hat, but he became the Pope of France. He was not a bad pope. Though he insisted on the dignity and ceremony of the episcopal state, he remained humane and kind, and spread his mantle over many varieties of Catholic belief. Without condoning the passion and scorn that sharpened the provincial letters, he agreed in condemning the excesses of casuistry. In 1700 he persuaded the Assembly of the Clergy to repudiate 127 propositions taken from Jesuit casuists. And he remained on friendly terms with Arnaud and other Jansenists. He was reputed to be lenient in the confessional and deprecated austerities in laymen, but he warmly approved the asceticism of Rancé, went into frequent retreat at La Trappe, and wished at times that he might win the peace of a monastic cell. The glamour of the court, however, overcame his aspirations to sanctity and tarnished his theology with ambitions to rise in the hierarchies of church and state. "Pray for me," he asked the abbess at Meaux, "that I may not love the world." In his later years he became more severe. We must excuse him for denouncing the theatre and Molière in his Maxime sur la Comédie of 1694, for Molière had shown religion only in its puritanical and hypocritical forms, hardly doing justice to men like Vincent de Paul. Bossuet was more intolerant in theory than in practice. He thought it absurd that any individual mind, however brilliant, should think to acquire in one lifetime the knowledge and wisdom fitting him to sit in judgment upon the traditions and beliefs of the family, the community, the state, and the church. The sens commun was more trustworthy than the individual reasoning. not common sense as the thought of common persons, but as the collective intelligence of generations taught by centuries of experience, and taking form in the customs and creeds of mankind. What man could pretend to know better than so many men the needs of the human soul, and the answers to questions unanswerable by knowledge alone? Consequently, the human mind needs an authority to give it peace, and free thought can only destroy that peace. Human society needs an authority to give it morals, and free thought, by questioning the divine origin of the moral code, brings the whole moral order into ruin. Hence heresy is treason to society and the state as well as to the Church, and those who believe that a prince should not use force in religious matters are guilty of an impious error. The bishop favored persuasion rather than force in the conversion of heretics, but he defended force as a last resort, and hailed the revocation as the pious edict that will give the death blow to heresy. In his own district he enforced the decree with such lenience that the intendant reported, "Nothing can be done in the diocese of Meaux. The weakness of the bishop is a hindrance to conversion." Most of the Huguenots in that area persisted in their faith. He hoped to the last that argument could win even Holland, Germany, and England to the old faith, and we shall see him negotiate for years with Leibniz over the philosopher's plan for reuniting the severed segments of Christianity. In 1688 he wrote his masterpiece, Histoire des variations des églises protestantes, which Buckle rated as probably the most formidable work ever directed against Protestantism. The 4 volumes were distinguished by painstaking scholarship. Every page was propped up with references, a type of conscience that was just beginning to take form. The bishop made an attempt at fairness. He acknowledged the ecclesiastical abuses against which Luther had rebelled. He saw much to admire in Luther's character, but he could not stomach the jolly coarseness that mingled in Luther with patriotic courage and masculine piety. He drew almost a loving picture of Melanchthon. Nevertheless, he hoped, by showing the personal weaknesses and theological disputes of the Reformers, to loosen the attachment of their followers. He ridiculed the idea that every man should be free to interpret the Bible for himself and found a new religion on a new reading. Anyone acquainted with human nature could have foreseen that this, if unopposed, would result in the fragmentation of Christianity into a wilderness of sects, and of morals into an individualism in which the instincts of the jungle could be checked only by the endless multiplication of police. From Luther to Calvin to Socinus, from the rejection of the papacy to the rejection of the Eucharist, to the rejection of Christ, and then from Unitarianism to atheism, these were easily descending steps in the dissolution of belief. From religious to social revolt, from Luther's theses to the Peasants' War, from Calvin to Cromwell to the Levellers to regicide, these were slippery steps in the disintegration of social order and peace. Only a religion of authority could give sanction to morals, stability to the state, and strength to the human spirit in the face of bewilderment, bereavement, and death. It was a powerful argument, impressive with learning and eloquence, containing pages unsurpassed in the French prose of that age except by the polemics and pensées of Pascal. It might have had more success if its appeal to reason had not been stultified by the appeal to force in the barbarities of the Revocation. 100 refutations appeared in Protestant lands excoriating the pretense to reason in a man who approved spoliation, banishment, confiscation, and galley slavery as arguments for Catholic Christianity. And, asked the rejoinders, were there not variations in Catholicism too? What century had passed without divisions in the Church? Roman Catholics, Greek Catholics, Armenian Catholics, Uniates. Were not the Jansenists of Port Royal at that moment warring with their fellow Catholics of the Society of Jesus? Was not the Gallican clergy, led by Bossuet himself, in bitter dispute with the Ultramontanes, almost to the point of schism with Rome? Was not Bossuet fighting Fénelon? 8. Fénelon, 1651 to 1715. Nobly born and trebly named, François de Salignac de la Motte Fénelon was also orthodox and ambitious, a bishop and courtier, a royal tutor and master of prose, but elsewise all the world away from Bossuet. Saint-Simon was impressed. A very tall, thin man, well-built, pale, with a large nose and eyes that flashed with fire and intelligence. His physiognomy seemed composed of contradictions, yet somehow these contradictions were not disagreeable. It was grave yet gallant, serious yet gay. It expressed equally the doctor, the bishop, and the aristocrat. And perceptibly above everything else, in his face as in himself, were delicacy, modesty, and supremely nobility of mind. It required an effort to take one's eyes from his face. Michelet thought him un peu vieux de sa naissance, a bit old from his birth, as the fruit of the final flowering of an aging seigneur in Périgord, who, over the groans of his grown sons, had married a poor but noble demoiselle. The new son was put out of the money by being dedicated to the church. Brought up by his mother, he developed an almost feminine grace of speech and delicacy of feeling. Well educated in classical lore by a tutor and the Jesuits of Paris, he became a scholar as well as a priest. He could bandy pagan quotations with any heretic, and wrote a French style, nervous, delicate, and refined, at the other end of the scale from the masculine and rotund oratory of Bossuet. Ordained at 24 in 1675, he was soon made superior of the convent of New Catholics, where he had the difficult task of reconciling to the Roman faith young women recently separated from Protestantism. They listened to him at first unwillingly, then resignedly, then affectionately, for it was easy to fall in love with Fénelon, and he was the only man available. In 1686 he was sent to the region of La Rochelle to aid in the conversion of Huguenots. He approved the revocation, but deprecated the violence, and warned the king's ministers that forced conversions would be superficial and transient. Returning to the convent in Paris, he published in 1687 a Traité de l'éducation des filles, almost Rousseauian in its advocacy of gentle methods. When the Duc de Beauvilliers was appointed by the king as governor of his 8-year-old grandson, Louis, Duke of Burgundy, he called upon Fénelon to tutor the boy, this in 1689. The young duke was proud, headstrong, passionate, sometimes ferocious and cruel, but possessed of a brilliant mind and a vivacious wit. Fénelon felt that only religion could tame him. He instilled in him both the fear and the love of God. At the same time, he won the respect of his pupil by a discipline tempered with sympathetic understanding of adolescence. He dreamed of reforming France by forming its prospective king. He taught the lad the absurdity of war and the necessity of promoting agriculture instead of discouraging the peasantry with taxes to build luxurious cities and finance aggressive wars. In the Dialogues of the Dead that he wrote for his pupil, he stigmatized as barbarous that government where there are no laws but the will of one man. He who rules should be preeminently obedient to the law. Detached from the law, his person is nothing. All wars are civil wars, since all men are brothers. Each one owes infinitely more to the human race, which is the great country, than to the particular country in which he was born. The king, not privy to this esoteric instruction, and seeing a wondrous improvement in his grandson's character, rewarded Fénelon with the archbishopric of Cambrai in 1695. Fénelon put many prelates to shame by living 9 months of each year at his see. The rest he spent at the court, anxious to influence policy and occasionally continuing his instruction of the duke. Meanwhile, he had met the woman who was to be, in a real sense, his femme fatale. Madame Jeanne-Marie de la Motte-Guillon, married at 16, widowed and pretty and wealthy at 28, had the world of suitors at her feet. But she had received an intensive religious training as a necessary protection against ambitious males. She had found no adequate outlet for her piety in the external observance of Catholic worship. And she listened responsively to the mystics of her time, who offered peace of soul not so much through confession, communion, and the Mass, as through absorption in the contemplation of an omnipresent deity, a complete and loving surrender of the self to God. In such a divine love affair no worldly matters counted. In that exaltation of the spirit, one might neglect all religious ritual and yet attain to heaven not only after death, but in life as well. The Spanish priest Miguel de Molinos had been condemned by the Inquisition in 1687 for preaching such quietism in Italy, but the movement was spreading throughout Europe, in the Pietism of Germany and the Netherlands, among the Quakers and the Cambridge Platonists in England, among the Dévots in France. Madame Guillon, in several books, expounded her views with moving eloquence. Souls, she taught, are torrents that have issued from God, and that find no quiet until they lose themselves in him like rivers swallowed by the sea. Then individuality fades away. There is no further consciousness of self or the world, no consciousness at all, only identity with God. In such a state the soul is infallible, beyond good and evil, virtue and sin. Whatever it does is right, and no force can injure it. She could not ask forgiveness for her sins, Madame Guillon told Bossuet, because in her world of ecstasy there was no sin. Some ladies of the aristocracy saw in this mysticism a noble form of piety. Madame Guillon numbered among her disciples the Mesdames de Beauvilliers, de Chevreuse, de Mortemart, even, in a degree, Madame de Maintenon. Fénelon himself was attracted by this fascinating union of piety, wealth, and loveliness. His own character was a complex of mysticism, ambition, and sentiment. He persuaded Madame de Maintenon to let Madame Guyon teach in the school that the secret wife of the king had founded at Saint-Cyr. Maintenon asked her confessor to advise her about Madame Guyon. He consulted Bossuet, who invited the mystic to expound her doctrines to him. She did. The cautious bishop saw in them a threat to the theology and practices of the Church, for they seemed to dispense not only with the sacraments and the priest, but with the Gospels and Christ. He reproved her, gave her the Eucharist, and asked her to leave Paris and cease teaching. At first she consented, then she refused. Bossuet had her confined in a convent for 8 years, from 1695 to 1703, after which she was released on condition that she live quietly on her son's estate near Blois. There she died in 1717. To define the limits of permissible mysticism, Bossuet composed An Instruction on the States of Prayer in 1696. He showed Fénelon a copy of the manuscript and asked his approval. Fénelon demurred and wrote an opposed work, Explanation of the Maxims of the Saints on the Internal Life, this in 1697. The two books, published almost simultaneously, became a matter of widespread discussion, as lively as in the furor over Port Royal. The king, trusting Bossuet, removed Fénelon from his position as instructor to the Duke of Burgundy, and bade him stay in his diocese at Cambrai. Urged on by Bossuet, Louis demanded a papal condemnation of Fénelon's book. Innocent XII, remembering Bossuet's Gallicanism and Fénelon's ultramontane defense of the papacy, hesitated. Pressure was brought upon him. He yielded, but condemned the maxims as mildly as he could, this in March 1699. Fénelon submitted quietly. At Cambrai he performed his duties with a devotion and conscience that won him the respect of France. Bossuet and the king might have been appeased had not a printer published, in April 1699, with the consent of the author, a romance that Fénelon had written for his royal pupil under the apparently harmless title of Continuation of Homer's Odyssey, known to us as Les Aventures de Télémaque, fils d'Ulysse. Here, in a style of smooth grace and almost feminine tenderness, the ingratiating teacher had expounded again his idealistic political philosophy. Mentor, his mouthpiece, having persuaded the kings to peace, warns them, Henceforth, under divers names and chiefs, you will all be one people. All the human race is one family. All peoples are brothers. Unhappy the impious men who seek a cruel glory in the blood of their brothers. War is sometimes necessary, but it is the shame of the human race. Do not tell me, O kings, that one should desire war to acquire glory. Whoever prefers his own glory to sentiments of humanity is a monster of pride and not a man. He will gain only false glory, for true glory is found only in moderation and goodness. Men should not think well of him, since he has thought so little of them, and has shed their blood prodigally for a brutal vanity. Fénelon admitted the divine right of kings, but only as a power given them by Providence to make men happy, and as a right limited by laws. Absolute power degrades every subject to the condition of a slave. The tyrant is flattered, even to the point of adoration, and everyone trembles at the glance of his eye. But at the least breath of revolt, this monstrous power perishes by its own excess. It drew no strength from the love of the people. In these bold lines, Louis XIV saw himself described and his wars condemned. The friends of Fénelon hastily vanished from the court. The printer of Télémaque was arrested, and the police were told to confiscate all copies. But the book was reprinted in Holland, and soon it was being read throughout the French-reading world. For a century and a half it was the most widely read and best loved of all French books. Fénelon protested that he had not had Louis in mind in these critical passages. No one believed him. 2 years passed before the Duke of Burgundy dared to write to his former teacher. Then the king relented and allowed him to visit Fénelon at Cambrai. The archbishop lived in hopes that his pupil would soon inherit the throne, and might then call upon him to be his Richelieu. But the grandson died 3 years before the king, and Fénelon himself, on January 7, 1715, preceded Louis by 9 months to the grave. Bossuet had gone long before them. He was unhappy in his later years. He had triumphed against Fénelon, the Ultramontanes, and the mystics, and he had seen the Church triumphant against the Huguenots. but all these victories could not enable him to pass the stones from his bladder. Pain so racked him that he could hardly bear to take the place he so loved to hold in the ceremonies of the court, and heartless cynics asked why he could not go and die privately at Meaux. He saw about him the rise of skepticism, of biblical criticism, of Protestant polemics impiously aimed at his own head. Here, for example, was Jurieu, the banished Huguenot, telling the world that he, Bossuet, the bishop of bishops and the very image of virtue and probity, was a ranting liar living with concubines. He began some new books to rout these scurrilous foes, but life ran out on him as he wrote, and on April 12, 1704, his pains ceased. At first sight, Bossuet seems to mark the zenith of Catholicism in modern France. The old faith appeared to have recovered all the ground that had been lost to Luther and Calvin. The clergy were reforming their morals, Racine was devoting his final dramas to religion, Pascal had turned skepticism upon the skeptics, the state had made itself an obedient agent of the Church, the king had become almost a Jesuit. And yet the situation was not perfect. The Jesuits were still under the cloud raised by the Lettres Armes Provinciales. Jansenism was not destroyed. The Huguenot fugitives were stirring up half of Europe against the pious king. Montaigne was read more widely than Pascal, and Hobbes, Spinoza, and Bayle were striking terrible blows at the edifice of faith. According to St. Vincent de Paul in 1648, several pastors complained that they have fewer communicants than before. Saint-Sulpice 3,000 less. The pastor of Saint-Nicolas du Chardonnay found that 1,500 of his parishioners had omitted Easter communion. Said Bayle in 1686, "The age we live in is full of free thinkers and deists. People are amazed at their number. A prodigious indifference to religion reigns everywhere." And he attributed this to the wars and controversies of Christendom. "You must know," said Nicole, "that the great heresy in the world is not Calvinism or Lutheranism, but atheism." Said the Princess Palatine in 1699, "One now rarely finds a young man who does not wish to be an atheist." In the Paris of 1703, Leibniz reported, "The so-called esprits forts are in the fashion, and piety is there turned to ridicule. Under a king devout, severe, and absolute, the disorder of religion has gone beyond anything ever seen in the Christian world." Among these esprits forts, minds strong enough to doubt almost everything, were Saint-Evremont, Ninon de l'Enclos, Gassendy's epitomizer Bernier, the Dukes de Nevers and de Bouillon. The Temple, once the headquarters of the Knights Templar in Paris, became the center of a little group of freethinkers, Jolieu, Servien, Lafare, etc., who passed down their irreverence to the Regency. And Fontenelle, the indestructible near-centenarian destined to bandy quips with the encyclopedists, was already in 1687 publishing his Histoire des Oracles, slyly undermining the miraculous basis of Christianity. In the ecstasy of his piety, Louis XIV had cleared the road for Voltaire. Chapter 3. The King and the Arts, 1643 to 1715. 1. The Organization of the Arts. Never before or after, excepting perhaps under Pericles, has a government so stimulated, nourished, or dominated art as under Louis XIV. Artes virumque cano. Richelieu's fine taste and judicious purchases had helped the recovery of French art from the religious wars. During the regency of Anne of Austria, private collectors, nobles and financiers had begun to vie with one another in gathering works of art. Pierre Crozat, a banker, had 100 paintings by Titian, 100 by Veronese, 200 by Rubens, over 100 by Van Dyck. Fouquet, as we have seen, amassed paintings, statues, and lesser objects of art at Vaux, with more discrimination than discretion. Louis, destroying him, inherited his acquisitions, and in time several other private collections were gathered into the Louvre or Versailles. Mazarin had put part of his hoard into art more likely than money to escape depreciation. His fine Italian taste shared in forming the classical bias of the king, and it was probably he who taught Louis XIV that it redounded to the glory of a ruler to accumulate, display, and foster art. These collections provided the stimulating exemplars and stabilizing norms for art education and development in France. The next step was to organize the artists. Here, too, Mazarin led the way. In 1648, he founded the Académie des Peinteurs et des Sculpteurs. In 1655, This received a charter from the king and became the first in a series of academies designed to train artists and direct them into the service and adornment of the state. Colbert took up where Mazarin left off and brought to a head this centralization of French art. Though himself laying no claim to artistic judgment, he aspired to make the arts flourish better in France than anywhere else. He began by buying for the king the tapestry works of the Gobelins in 1662. In 1664 he acquired the post of superintendent of buildings, which gave him control of architecture and its ancillary arts. In that year he reorganized the Academy of Painting and Sculpture as the Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts. Henry IV had housed in the Louvre a guild of artisans to adorn the royal palaces. Colbert made these men the nucleus of the Manufacture Royale des Meubles de la Couronne, the manufactory of furniture for the crown, this in 1667. In 1671 he established the Académie Royale de l'Architecture, where artists were induced to build and decorate in le bon goût approved by the king. In all these societies the artisans were brought under the direction of artists, and these under the guidance of one policy and style. To reinforce the classical bent that French art had received under Francis I and cleanse it from Flemish influences, Colbert and Charles Lebrun set up in Rome the Académie Royale de France in 1666. Students who had won the Prix de Rome in the Paris academies were sent to Italy and were maintained there for 5 years at the expense of the French government. They were required to rise at 5 o'clock in the morning and to retire at 10 o'clock at night. They were trained in copying and imitating classical and Renaissance models. They were expected to produce a masterpiece, in the guild sense, every 3 months, and when they returned to France the state had first option on their services. The result of this fostering and nationalization of art was an impressive, overwhelming production of palaces, churches, statues, pictures, tapestries, pottery, medallions, engravings, and coins, all stamped with the pride and taste, often with the features, of Le Roi Soleil. It was not a subjection of French art to Rome, as some complained. It was a subjection of Roman art to Louis XIV. The style aimed to be classical, for that style agreed with the majesty of states and kings. Colbert poured French money into Italy to buy classical or Renaissance art. Everything was done to transport the glory of the Roman emperors to the king and capital of France. The result amazed the world. Louis XIV became the greatest patron of art that history has known. He gave greater encouragement to the arts, in the judgment of Voltaire, than all his fellow kings together. He was, of course, the most open-handed collector. He enlarged the number of paintings in his galleries from 200 to 2,500. And many of these pictures were the product of royal commissions to French artists. He bought so many pieces of classical or Renaissance sculpture that Italy feared artistic denudation, and the Pope forbade the further export of art. Louis engaged men of talent like Girardon or Coisvaux to make copies of statues that he could not buy, and seldom of copies so rivaled their originals. The palaces, gardens, and parks of Paris, Versailles, and Marly were peopled with statuary. The surest way to the king's favor was to present him with a work of unquestioned beauty or established repute. So the city of Arles gave him its famous Venus in 1683. Louis was not stingy. Each year, in Voltaire's estimate, he bought French art products to the value of 800,000 livres, and made gifts of them to cities, institutions, and friends, aiming at once to support the artists and to disseminate a sense of beauty and a feeling for art. The taste of the king was good and immensely benefited French art, but it was narrowly classical. When he was shown some paintings by the younger Teniers, he commanded, "Enlevez-moi ces grotesques. Take away these crudities." Under his favor, artists rose considerably in earnings and social status. He gave the cue by personally honoring them, and when someone complained of the patents of nobility that he conferred on the painter Lebrun and the architect Jules Ardouin Mansart, he replied with some warmth, "I can make 20 dukes or peers in a quarter of an hour, but it takes centuries to make a Mansart." Mansart was paid 80,000 livres per year. Lebrun reveled in the opulence of his mansions at Paris, Versailles, and Montmorency. Largillière and Rigaud received 600 livres per portrait. No artist of worth was left in poverty. In honoring and rewarding art, the provinces emulated the capital, and nobles followed the lead of the king. The cities developed art schools of their own, at Rouen, Beauvais, Blois, Orléans, Tours, Lyon, Aix-en-Provence, Toulouse, Bordeaux. The role of the nobles as patrons diminished as the state absorbed the available talent, but it continued, and the trained taste of the most developed aristocracy in Europe contributed to establish the exquisite style of art productions under Louis XIV. Men and women born to privilege and wealth, and reared in good manners amid handsome surroundings and objects of beauty, acquired standards and tastes from their elders and their environment, and the artists had to meet those standards and satisfy those tastes. As moderation, self-restraint, elegant expression, graceful movement, and polished form were ideals of the French aristocracy in this age, it demanded these qualities in art. The social structure favored the classic style. Art profited from these influences and controls, but it paid a price. It lost touch with the people. It could not express them as Dutch and Flemish art expressed the Netherlands. It became the voice not of the nation, but of a class, the state, and the king. We shall not find in the art of this period much warmth or depth of feeling, not the rich tints and abundant flesh of Rubens, nor the profound shadows enveloping Rembrandt's rabbis, saints, and financiers. We shall see no peasants, no workers, no beggars, but only the pretty happiness of the top of the world. To the joy of Colbert and his master, they found in Charles Lebrun a man who could be at once a zealous servant of the government and a dominating magistrate of this classic style. In 1666, on Colbert's recommendation, Lebrun was made chief painter to the king and director of the Académie des Beaux-Arts. A year later, he was put in charge of the Gobelin factory. He was commissioned to superintend the education and operation of artists, with a view to developing in their products a harmony of style distinctive and representative of the reign. With the help of like-minded subordinates, Lebrun established in the Academy in 1667 the conférences, or lectures, by which the principles of the classic style were inculcated with precepts, examples, and authority. Raphael among the Italians, Poussin among the French were the favored models. Every painting was judged by the canons derived from their art. Lebrun and Sébastien Bourdon formulated these rules. They exalted line above color, discipline above originality, order above freedom. The task of the artist was not to copy nature, but to make her beautiful, not to mirror her disorder, imperfections, and monstrosities, as well as her incidental loveliness, but to select those features of her that would enable the soul of man to express its deepest feelings and highest ideals. The architects, the painters, the sculptors, the potters, the woodworkers, the metal workers, the glass workers, the engravers, were to utter with one harmonious voice the aspirations of France and the grandeur of the king. 2. Architecture. However, these French artists Italianate had returned from Rome unconsciously coated with Baroque. That now pervasive style has been previously described. It may be summarized as replacing the calm simplicity of classic forms with an exuberance of feeling and ornament. While the classic, more specifically the Hellenistic ideal, was approximated in the sculpture, painting, and literature of this Grand Siècle, the architecture and decoration borrowed from the elegant and ornate styles that had triumphed in Italy after the death of Michelangelo in 1564. The king's builders aimed at the classical and achieved the Baroque. At Versailles, the full Baroque, and the facades of the Louvre, a successful synthesis of Baroque and classical. The first architectural chef-d'œuvre of the reign was the Church of Val-de-Grâce in Paris. Anne of Austria had registered a vow to build a handsome shrine if God and Louis XIII would give her a son. When her regency provided her with funds, she engaged François Mansart to draw up plans. The first stone was laid by Louis XIV, then 7 years old, in 1645. Mansart's design was carried out by Le Mercier in Italian classic style, with a dome that is still the admiration of architects. Libéral Bruant built the Church of Saint-Louis des Invalides in 1670 for the veterans housed in the Hôtel des Invalides. And in 1676, Louvois commissioned Jules Ardouin Mansart, grandnephew of François Mansart, to finish the church with a choir and a dome. In elegant beauty, that dome is the architectural masterpiece of the reign. Ardouin Mansart triumphed again in designing the chapel at Versailles in 1699. Here and at the Invalides, his work was completed with luxurious ornament by his brother-in-law, Robert de Cotte, who raised also the Hôtel de Ville at Lyon, the Abbey of Saint-Denis, and the façade of Saint-Roch. Royal replaced ecclesiastical architecture as the state surpassed the church in wealth and prestige. The problem now was to express not devotion, but power. In meeting this requirement, the Louvre had the advantage of tradition. Many generations had seen it grow, and many kings had marked its history. Lemercier, working for Mazarin, raised the western front of the main wing and began the north wing along the present Rue de Rivoli. Levaux, who succeeded him, finished that wing, reconstructed the facade of the south wing, facing the Seine, and laid the foundations of the east wing. At this juncture, Colbert became superintendent of buildings. Rejecting Levaux's plans for the east wing, he conceived the project of continuing the Louvre westward until it should join the Tuileries in a single palace. He announced to the architects of France and Italy a competition to design a new facade. To make sure to get the best, he persuaded the king to send a special invitation to Giovanni Lorenzo Bernini in 1665, then the acknowledged prince of European artists, to come to Paris at the royal expense and submit a design. Bernini came with great pomp, angered the French artists with his scorn of their work, and drew up a massive, costly plan that required the demolition of nearly all the existing Louvre. Colbert found the plan deficient in plumbing and other facilities for living. Bernini fumed that Monsieur Colbert treats me like a little boy with all his idle talk about privies and underground conduits. A compromise was reached. The king laid the foundation stone of Bernini's design. Then the artist, after 6 months in Paris, was sent back to Italy with honors and livres, which he tried to repay with the bust of Louis XIV, now at Versailles, and the equestrian statue of Louis in the Galleria Borghese in Rome. His design for the Louvre was abandoned. The existing structure was retained, and Charles Perrault was awarded the commission to build the eastern front. Now rose the famous Colonnade du Louvre, whose palpable defects let loose a flood of criticism, but which is now accepted as one of the most magnificent facades on earth. Colbert had hoped that the king would move from the cramped quarters at Saint-Germain into the renovated Louvre. But Louis still remembered that he and his mother had had to flee from the Paris populace during the Fronde. He thought that the voice of the people was the voice of violence, and he did not care to subject himself to such checks on his absolute rule. To the dismay of Colbert, he decided to build Versailles. Louis XIII had erected there a modest hunting lodge in 1624. André Le Nôtre saw in the gently rising slope of the site and its rich forestation a tempting chance for garden artistry. In 1662 he presented to Louis XIV a general plan for the grounds, and if today the buildings are inferior to the lawns and the lake, the flowers and shrubs and varied trees, that may be as Le Nôtre conceived it. It was not to be so much a masterpiece of architecture as an invitation to live outdoors amid a nature tamed and improved by art, to breathe the fragrance of flowers and trees, to feast the eyes and fancied touch on classically sculptured forms, to hunt prey and women in the woods, to dance and picnic on the grass, to boat on the canal and the lake, to hear Lully and Molière under the open sky. Here was a garden of the gods, built with the pennies of 20 million Frenchmen who would rarely see it, but who gloried in the glory of their king. It is pleasant to learn that except on royal occasions, the park at Versailles was open to the public. The art of landscape gardening, like so much else, had come from Italy, bringing 100 devices and surprises: bowers, trellises, grottos, caves, grotesques, colored stones, birdhouses, statues, vases, brooks, fountains, waterspouts, even organs played by running water. Le Nôtre had already designed the gardens at Vaux for Fouquet. Soon he would design the Jardin des Tuileries for the Queen, and the gardens at Saint-Cloud for Madame Henrietta, and the gardens at Chantilly for Le Grand Condé. At Versailles, from 1662 onward, Louis gave him carte blanche, and Colbert was appalled at the expense incurred in transforming a disheveled wilderness into acres of paradise. The king fell in love with Le Nôtre, who cared not for money but only for beauty, and in whom there was no guile. He was the Boileau of gardens, resolved to turn the disorder of nature into order, harmony, and reasonable, intelligible form. Perhaps he was too intensely classical, but his creation remains, after 300 years, one of the meccas of mankind. Still envious of Fouquet, Louis brought Vaux's architect, Levaux, to enlarge the hunting lodge into a royal palace. Jules Ardouin-Mansart took over the direction in 1670, and began the vast apartments, galleries, reception rooms, dance halls, guard rooms, and administrative offices that are now Versailles. By 1685 there were 36,000 men and 6,000 horses laboring on the enterprise, sometimes working in night and day shifts. Colbert had long ago warned the king that such architecture, added to war after war, would bankrupt the treasury. But in 1679 Louis built another palace at Marly as an escape from the crowds at Versailles. and in 1687 he added the Grand Trianon as a retreat for Madame de Maintenon. He ordered an army of men, including many of his regular troops, to divert the river Eure and carry its waters through 90 miles of the aqueduct of Maintenon to supply the lakes, streams, fountains, and baths of Versailles. In 1688, after huge expenditures, this enterprise was abandoned at the call of war. All in all, Versailles, buildings, furniture, decoration, gardens, and aqueducts, had by 1690 cost France 200 million francs, or about $500 million. Architecturally, Versailles is too complex and haphazard to approach perfection. The chapel is brilliant, but such flaunting of decoration hardly accords with the humility of prayer. Parts of the palace are beautiful, and the stairways to the gardens are majestic, but the compulsion laid upon the designers to leave the hunting lodge intact, merely adding wings and ornament, injured the appearance of the whole. Sometimes the proliferating pile leaves an impression of cold monotony and labyrinthine repetition, one room after another to a spread of 1,320 frontal feet. The internal arrangements seem to have ignored physiological convenience and to have presumed upon remarkable retentive power in noble vesicles. Half a dozen rooms had to be traversed to reach the goal of desire. No wonder we hear of stairways and hallways serving in such emergencies. The rooms themselves appear too small for comfort. Only the Grande Galerie is spacious, extending 320 feet along the garden front. There the decorators deployed all their skills, hanging Gobelin and Beauvais tapestries, scattering sculpture along the walls, making every piece of furniture lovingly perfect, and reflecting all the splendor in those great mirrors that gave the room its second name, Galerie des Glaces. On the ceiling, Lebrun, rising to the height of his art, painted through 5 years and mythological symbols, the triumphs of the long reign, and unwittingly its tragedy, for these pictured victories over Spain, Holland, and Germany were to arouse the furies against the war-fond king. Louis lived there on and off from 1671, spending part of his time at Marly, Saint-Germain, and Fontainebleau. After 1682 it was his permanent home. But we do him injustice when we think of Versailles as his residence and playground. He himself occupied a moderate fraction of the structure. The rest housed his wife, children, and grandchildren, his mistresses, the foreign legations, the chief administrators, the court, and all the servantry required by royalty. Doubtless some part of the magnificence had a political purpose, to awe the ambassadors, who were expected to judge from this luxury the resources and power of the state. They and other visitors were duly impressed, and they spread through Europe such reports of Versailles' splendor that it became the envy and model of a dozen courts and palaces throughout the continent. In the aftermath of the reign, the great mass seemed to people an insolent symbol of despotism, a reckless challenge of human pride to unchanging human fate. 3. Decoration. The arts of decoration had never known, even under the Renaissance popes, such encouragement and display. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 3, Side 2. It was through a rare mistake in judging character that Louis, moved by such eloquence, appointed Bossuet, in 1670, preceptor to the Dauphin, and trusted him to train the stolid backward lad in the knowledge and character required to rule France. Bossuet gave himself faithfully to this task. He resigned his bishopric to be near his ward and the court, and he wrote for the young Louis such earnest manuals of world history, logic, the Christian faith, government, and the duties of a king, as should have made the boy a monster of perfection and power. In one of these treatises, Politics as Drawn from the Very Words of Holy Scripture, Bossuet defended absolute monarchy and the divine right of kings with more than the ardor of Cardinal Bellarmine upholding the supremacy of the popes. Was it not said in the Old Testament that God has given to every people its ruler, and in the New Testament, with all the authority of St. Paul, that the powers that be are ordained of God? Yes, and the apostle had added, Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves eternal damnation. Obviously, anyone who accepts the Bible as the Word of God must honor the king as God's vice-regent, or, as Isaiah called Cyrus, the anointed of the Lord. Consequently, the royal person is sacred, the royal power is divine and absolute, the king is responsible only to God. But that responsibility lays upon him severe obligations. He must in every word and deed obey the laws of God. Fortunately for Louis, the God of the Bible had been well disposed toward polygamy. For the Dauphin, too, Bossuet wrote, in 1679, his famous Discours sur l'histoire universelle. Scandalized by Descartes' suggestion that, given one initial push by God, all events in the objective world could be explained mechanically as following from the laws and constitution of nature, Bossuet retorted that, on the contrary, every major event in history was part of a divine plan, was an act of providence leading up to the sacrifice of Christ and the development of Christianity into an expanding city of God. Again, taking the Bible as divinely inspired, he centered all history on the career of the Old Testament Jews and the nations enlightened by Christianity. God used the Assyrians and the Babylonians to chastise his chosen people, the Persians to restore them, Alexander to protect them, Antiochus to test them, the Romans to preserve Jewish liberty against Syrian kings. If this seems foolish, we must remember that it was also the view of the authors of the Bible, whom Bossuet confidently identified with God. So he began with a summary of Old Testament history, and he performed that task with his usual flair for order, compactness, and vigorous eloquence. The chronology was taken from Archbishop Usher's scheme, dating the creation at 4004 B.C. Bossuet took only passing notice of the nations that lay outside the biblical reference, but of these he gave synoptical accounts of remarkable insight and power, and showed a sympathetic understanding of pagan virtues and accomplishments. Through all the kaleidoscope of rising and falling empires, he saw some advance. In him, as in Charles Perrault and other contemporary defenders of the moderns versus the ancients, the idea of progress took form and flesh, and prepared from afar off for Turgot and Condorcet. With all its faults, the book created the modern philosophy of history, which is achievement enough for one man. Bossuet's royal pupil did not appreciate the honor of having great books written for his instruction, and Bossuet's spirit was too serious and severe to be an ingratiating teacher. He was more in his element when he gently guided Louise de la Vallière out of adultery into a nunnery. He preached the sermon when she took the vows, and in that year, 1675, he spoke up again in reproof of the philandering king. Louis heard him impatiently, but restored him to the episcopate as Bishop of Meaux in 1681, near enough to Versailles to let Bossuet savor the pomp and splendor of the court. Through that proud generation, he was the authoritative exponent and leader of the French clergy. For them he drew up the 4 articles that reaffirmed the Gallican liberties of the French Church as against papal domination. Bossuet forfeited thereby a cardinal's hat, but he became the Pope of France. He was not a bad pope. Though he insisted on the dignity and ceremony of the episcopal state, he remained humane and kind, and spread his mantle over many varieties of Catholic belief. Without condoning the passion and scorn that sharpened the provincial letters, he agreed in condemning the excesses of casuistry. In 1700 he persuaded the Assembly of the Clergy to repudiate 127 propositions taken from Jesuit casuists. And he remained on friendly terms with Arnaud and other Jansenists. He was reputed to be lenient in the confessional and deprecated austerities in laymen, but he warmly approved the asceticism of Rancé, went into frequent retreat at La Trappe, and wished at times that he might win the peace of a monastic cell. The glamour of the court, however, overcame his aspirations to sanctity and tarnished his theology with ambitions to rise in the hierarchies of church and state. "Pray for me," he asked the abbess at Meaux, "that I may not love the world." In his later years he became more severe. We must excuse him for denouncing the theatre and Molière in his Maxime sur la Comédie of 1694, for Molière had shown religion only in its puritanical and hypocritical forms, hardly doing justice to men like Vincent de Paul. Bossuet was more intolerant in theory than in practice. He thought it absurd that any individual mind, however brilliant, should think to acquire in one lifetime the knowledge and wisdom fitting him to sit in judgment upon the traditions and beliefs of the family, the community, the state, and the church. The sens commun was more trustworthy than the individual reasoning. Not common sense as the thought of common persons, but as the collective intelligence of generations taught by centuries of experience, and taking form in the customs and creeds of mankind. What man could pretend to know better than so many men the needs of the human soul and the answers to questions unanswerable by knowledge alone? Consequently, the human mind needs an authority to give it peace, and free thought can only destroy that peace. Human society needs an authority to give it morals, and free thought by questioning the divine origin of the moral code, brings the whole moral order into ruin. Hence heresy is treason to society and the state as well as to the Church, and those who believe that a prince should not use force in religious matters are guilty of an impious error. The bishop favored persuasion rather than force in the conversion of heretics, but he defended force as a last resort, and hailed the revocation as the pious edict that will give the death blow to heresy. In his own district he enforced the decree with such lenience that the intendant reported, "Nothing can be done in the diocese of Meaux. The weakness of the bishop is a hindrance to conversion." Most of the Huguenots in that area persisted in their faith. He hoped to the last that argument could win even Holland, Germany, and England to the old faith, and we shall see him negotiate for years with Leibniz over the philosopher's plan for reuniting the severed segments of Christianity. In 1688 he wrote his masterpiece, Histoire des variations des églises protestantes, which Buckle rated as probably the most formidable work ever directed against Protestantism. The 4 volumes were distinguished by painstaking scholarship. Every page was propped up with references, a type of conscience that was just beginning to take form. The bishop made an attempt at fairness. He acknowledged the ecclesiastical abuses against which Luther had rebelled. He saw much to admire in Luther's character, but he could not stomach the jolly coarseness that mingled in Luther with patriotic courage and masculine piety. He drew almost a loving picture of Melanchthon. Nevertheless, he hoped, by showing the personal weaknesses and theological disputes of the Reformers, to loosen the attachment of their followers. He ridiculed the idea that every man should be free to interpret the Bible for himself and found a new religion on a new reading. Anyone acquainted with human nature could have foreseen that this, if unopposed, would result in the fragmentation of Christianity into a wilderness of sects, and of morals into an individualism in which the instincts of the jungle could be checked only by the endless multiplication of police. From Luther to Calvin to Socinus, from the rejection of the papacy to the rejection of the Eucharist, to the rejection of Christ, and then from Unitarianism to atheism. These were easily descending steps in the dissolution of belief. From religious to social revolt, from Luther's theses to the Peasants' War, from Calvin to Cromwell to the Levellers to regicide, these were slippery steps in the disintegration of social order and peace. Only a religion of authority could give sanction to morals, stability to the state, and strength to the human spirit in the face of bewilderment, bereavement, and death. It was a powerful argument, impressive with learning and eloquence, containing pages unsurpassed in the French prose of that age except by the polemics and pensées of Pascal. It might have had more success if its appeal to reason had not been stultified by the appeal to force in the barbarities of the Revocation. 100 refutations appeared in Protestant lands excoriating the pretense to reason in a man who approved spoliation, banishment, confiscation, and galley slavery as arguments for Catholic Christianity. And, asked the rejoinders, were there not variations in Catholicism too? What century had passed without divisions in the Church? Roman Catholics, Greek Catholics, Armenian Catholics, Uniates. Were not the Jansenists of Port Royal at that moment warring with their fellow Catholics of the Society of Jesus? Was not the Gallican clergy, led by Bossuet himself, in bitter dispute with the Ultramontanes, almost to the point of schism with Rome? Was not Bossuet fighting Fénelon? 8. Fénelon, 1651 to 1715. Nobly born and trebly named, François de Salignac de la Motte Fénelon was also orthodox and ambitious, a bishop and courtier, a royal tutor and master of prose, but elsewise all the world away from Bossuet. Saint-Simon was impressed. A very tall, thin man, well-built, pale, with a large nose and eyes that flashed with fire and intelligence. His physiognomy seemed composed of contradictions, yet somehow these contradictions were not disagreeable. It was grave yet gallant, serious yet gay. It expressed equally the doctor, the bishop, and the aristocrat. And perceptibly above everything else, in his face as in himself, were delicacy, modesty, and supremely nobility of mind. It required an effort to take one's eyes from his face. Michelet thought him un peu vieux de sa naissance, a bit old from his birth, as the fruit of the final flowering of an aging seigneur in Périgord, who, over the groans of his grown sons, had married a poor but noble demoiselle. The new son was put out of the money by being dedicated to the church. Brought up by his mother, he developed an almost feminine grace of speech and delicacy of feeling. Well educated in classical lore by a tutor and the Jesuits of Paris, he became a scholar as well as a priest. He could bandy pagan quotations with any heretic, and wrote a French style, nervous, delicate, and refined, at the other end of the scale from the masculine and rotund oratory of Bossuet. Ordained at 24 in 1675, he was soon made superior of the convent of New Catholics, where he had the difficult task of reconciling to the Roman faith young women recently separated from Protestantism. They listened to him at first unwillingly, then resignedly, then affectionately, for it was easy to fall in love with Fénelon, and he was the only man available. In 1686 he was sent to the region of La Rochelle to aid in the conversion of Huguenots. He approved the revocation, but deprecated the violence, and warned the king's ministers that forced conversions would be superficial and transient. Returning to the convent in Paris, he published in 1687 a Traité de l'éducation des filles, almost Rousseauian in its advocacy of gentle methods. When the Duc de Beauvilliers was appointed by the king as governor of his 8-year-old grandson, Louis, Duke of Burgundy, he called upon Fénelon to tutor the boy, this in 1689. The young duke was proud, headstrong, passionate, sometimes ferocious and cruel, but possessed of a brilliant mind and a vivacious wit. Fénelon felt that only religion could tame him. He instilled in him both the fear and the love of God. At the same time, he won the respect of his pupil by a discipline tempered with sympathetic understanding of adolescence. He dreamed of reforming France by forming its prospective king. He taught the lad the absurdity of war and the necessity of promoting agriculture instead of discouraging the peasantry with taxes to build luxurious cities and finance aggressive wars. In the Dialogues of the Dead that he wrote for his pupil, he stigmatized as barbarous that government where there are no laws but the will of one man. He who rules should be preeminently obedient to the law. Detached from the law, his person is nothing. All wars are civil wars, since all men are brothers. Each one owes infinitely more to the human race, which is the great country, than to the particular country in which he was born. The king, not privy to this esoteric instruction, and seeing a wondrous improvement in his grandson's character, rewarded Fénelon with the archbishopric of Cambrai in 1695. Fénelon put many prelates to shame by living 9 months of each year at his see. The rest he spent at the court, anxious to influence policy and occasionally continuing his instruction of the duke. Meanwhile, he had met the woman who was to be, in a real sense, his femme fatale. Madame Jeanne-Marie de la Motte-Guyon, married at 16, widowed and pretty and wealthy at 28, had the world of suitors at her feet. But she had received an intensive religious training as a necessary protection against ambitious males. She had found no adequate outlet for her piety in the external observance of Catholic worship. And she listened responsively to the mystics of her time, who offered peace of soul not so much through confession, communion, and the Mass, as through absorption in the contemplation of an omnipresent deity, a complete and loving surrender of the self to God. In such a divine love affair no worldly matters counted. In that exaltation of the spirit, one might neglect all religious ritual and yet attain to heaven not only after death, but in life as well. The Spanish priest Miguel de Molinos had been condemned by the Inquisition in 1687 for preaching such quietism in Italy, but the movement was spreading throughout Europe, in the pietism of Germany and the Netherlands, among the Quakers and the Cambridge Platonists in England, among the Dévots in France. Madame Guyon, in several books, expounded her views with moving eloquence. Souls, she taught, are torrents that have issued from God, and that find no quiet until they lose themselves in him like rivers swallowed by the sea. Then individuality fades away. There is no further consciousness of self or the world, no consciousness at all, only identity with God. In such a state the soul is infallible, beyond good and evil, virtue and sin. Whatever it does is right, and no force can injure it. She could not ask forgiveness for her sins, Madame Guyon told Bossuet, because in her world of ecstasy there was no sin. Some ladies of the aristocracy saw in this mysticism a noble form of piety. Madame Guyon numbered among her disciples the Mesdames de Beauvilliers, de Chevreuse, de Mortemart, even, in a degree, Madame de Maintenon. Fénelon himself was attracted by this fascinating union of piety, wealth, and loveliness. His own character was a complex of mysticism, ambition, and sentiment. He persuaded Madame de Maintenon to let Madame Guyon teach in the school that the secret wife of the king had founded at Saint-Cyr. Maintenon asked her confessor to advise her about Madame Guyon. He consulted Bossuet, who invited the mystic to expound her doctrines to him. She did. The cautious bishop saw in them a threat to the theology and practices of the Church, for they seemed to dispense not only with the sacraments and the priest, but with the Gospels and Christ. He reproved her, gave her the Eucharist, and asked her to leave Paris and cease teaching. At first she consented, then she refused. Bossuet had her confined in a convent for 8 years, from 1695 to 1703, after which she was released on condition that she live quietly on her son's estate near Blois. There she died in 1717. To define the limits of permissible mysticism, Bossuet composed An Instruction on the States of Prayer in 1696. He showed Fénelon a copy of the manuscript and asked his approval. Fénelon demurred and wrote an opposed work, Explanation of the Maxims of the Saints on the Internal Life, this in 1697. The two books, published almost simultaneously, became a matter of widespread discussion, as lively as in the furor over Port Royal. The king, trusting Bossuet, removed Fénelon from his position as instructor to the Duke of Burgundy, and bade him stay in his diocese at Cambrai. Urged on by Bossuet, Louis demanded a papal condemnation of Fénelon's book. Innocent XII, remembering Bossuet's Gallicanism and Fénelon's ultramontane defense of the papacy, hesitated. Pressure was brought upon him. He yielded, but condemned the maxims as mildly as he could, this in March 1699. Fénelon submitted quietly. At Cambrai he performed his duties with a devotion and conscience that won him the respect of France. Bossuet and the king might have been appeased had not a printer published, in April 1699, with the consent of the author, a romance that Fénelon had written for his royal pupil under the apparently harmless title of Continuation of Homer's Odyssey, known to us as Les Aventures de Télémaque, fils d'Ulysse. Here, in a style of smooth grace and almost feminine tenderness, the ingratiating teacher had expounded again his idealistic political philosophy. Mentor, his mouthpiece, having persuaded the kings to peace, warns them, Henceforth, under divers names and chiefs, you will all be one people. All the human race is one family. All peoples are brothers. Unhappy the impious men who seek a cruel glory in the blood of their brothers. War is sometimes necessary, but it is the shame of the human race. Do not tell me, O kings, that one should desire war to acquire glory. Whoever prefers his own glory to sentiments of humanity is a monster of pride and not a man. He will gain only false glory, for true glory is found only in moderation and goodness. Men should not think well of him, since he has thought so little of them, and has shed their blood prodigally for a brutal vanity. Fénelon admitted the divine right of kings, but only as a power given them by Providence to make men happy, and as a right limited by laws. Absolute power degrades every subject to the condition of a slave. The tyrant is flattered, even to the point of adoration, and everyone trembles at the glance of his eye. But at the least breath of revolt, this monstrous power perishes by its own excess. It drew no strength from the love of the people. In these bold lines, Louis XIV saw himself described and his wars condemned. The friends of Fénelon hastily vanished from the court. The printer of Télémaque was arrested, and the police were told to confiscate all copies. But the book was reprinted in Holland, and soon it was being read throughout the French-reading world. For a century and a half it was the most widely read and best loved of all French books. Fénelon protested that he had not had Louis in mind in these critical passages. No one believed him. 2 years passed before the Duke of Burgundy dared to write to his former teacher. Then the king relented and allowed him to visit Fénelon at Cambrai. The archbishop lived in hopes that his pupil would soon inherit the throne, and might then call upon him to be his Richelieu. But the grandson died 3 years before the king, and Fénelon himself, on January 7, 1715, preceded Louis by 9 months to the grave. Bossuet had gone long before them. He was unhappy in his later years. He had triumphed against Fénelon, the Ultramontanes, and the Mystics, and he had seen the Church triumphant against the Huguenots, but all these victories could not enable him to pass the stones from his bladder. Pain so racked him that he could hardly bear to take the place he so loved to hold in the ceremonies of the court, and heartless cynics asked why he could not go and die privately at Meaux. He saw about him the rise of skepticism, of biblical criticism, of Protestant polemics impiously aimed at his own head. Here, for example, was Jurieu, the banished Huguenot, telling the world that he, Bossuet, the bishop of bishops and the very image of virtue and probity, was a ranting liar living with concubines. He began some new books to rout these scurrilous foes, but life ran out on him as he wrote, and on April 12, 1704, his pains ceased. At first sight, Bossuet seems to mark the zenith of Catholicism in modern France. The old faith appeared to have recovered all the ground that had been lost to Luther and Calvin. The clergy were reforming their morals, Racine was devoting his final dramas to religion, Pascal had turned skepticism upon the skeptics, the state had made itself an obedient agent of the Church, the king had become almost a Jesuit. And yet the situation was not perfect. The Jesuits were still under the cloud raised by the Lettres armes provinciales. Jansenism was not destroyed. The Huguenot fugitives were stirring up half of Europe against the pious king. Montaigne was read more widely than Pascal, and Hobbes, Spinoza, and Bayle were striking terrible blows at the edifice of faith. According to St. Vincent de Paul in 1648, several pastors complained that they have fewer communicants than before. Saint-Sulpice 3,000 less. The pastor of Saint-Nicolas du Chardonnay found that 1,500 of his parishioners had omitted Easter communion. Said Bayle in 1686, "The age we live in is full of free-thinkers and deists. People are amazed at their number. A prodigious indifference to religion reigns everywhere." And he attributed this to the wars and controversies of Christendom. "You must know," said Nicole, "that the great heresy in the world is not Calvinism or Lutheranism, but atheism." Said the Princess Palatine in 1699, "One now rarely finds a young man who does not wish to be an atheist." In the Paris of 1703, Leibniz reported, "The so-called esprits forts are in the fashion, and piety is there turned to ridicule. Under a king devout, severe, and absolute, the disorder of religion has gone beyond anything ever seen in the Christian world." Among these esprits forts, minds strong enough to doubt almost everything, were Saint-Evremont, Ninon de l'Enclos, Gassendi's epitomizer Bernier, the Dukes de Nevers and de Bouillon. The Temple, once the headquarters of the Knights Templar in Paris, became the center of a little group of freethinkers, Chaulieu, Servien, Lafare, etc., who passed down their irreverence to the Regency. And Fontenelle, the indestructible near-centenarian destined to bandy quips with the encyclopedists, was already in 1687 publishing his Histoire des Oracles, slyly undermining the miraculous basis of Christianity. In the ecstasy of his piety, Louis XIV had cleared the road for Voltaire. Chapter 3. The King and the Arts, 1643 to 1715. 1. The Organization of the Arts. Never before or after, excepting perhaps under Pericles, has a government so stimulated, nourished, or dominated art as under Louis XIV. Artes virumque cano. Richelieu's fine taste and judicious purchases had helped the recovery of French art from the religious wars. During the regency of Anne of Austria, private collectors, nobles, and financiers had begun to vie with one another in gathering works of art. Pierre Crozat, a banker, had 100 paintings by Titian, 100 by Veronese, 200 by Rubens, over 100 by Van Dyck. Fouquet, as we have seen, amassed paintings, statues, and lesser objects of art at Vaux, with more discrimination than discretion. Louis, destroying him, inherited his acquisitions, and in time several other private collections were gathered into the Louvre or Versailles. Mazarin had put part of his hoard into art more likely than money to escape depreciation. His fine Italian taste shared in forming the classical bias of the king, and it was probably he who taught Louis XIV that it redounded to the glory of a ruler to accumulate, display, and foster art. These collections provided the stimulating exemplars and stabilizing norms for art education and development in France. The next step was to organize the artists. Here, too, Mazarin led the way. In 1648, he founded the Académie des Peinteurs et des Sculpteurs. In 1655, this received a charter from the king and became the first in a series of academies designed to train artists and direct them into the service and adornment of the state. Colbert took up where Mazarin left off and brought to a head this centralization of French art. Though himself laying no claim to artistic judgment, he aspired to make the arts flourish better in France than anywhere else. He began by buying for the king the tapestry works of the Gobelins in 1662. In 1664 he acquired the post of superintendent of buildings, which gave him control of architecture and its ancillary arts. In that year he reorganized the Academy of Painting and Sculpture as the Académie Royale des Beaux-Arts. Henry IV had housed in the Louvre a guild of artisans to adorn the royal palaces. Colbert made these men the nucleus of the Manufacture Royale des Meubles de la Couronne, the manufactory of furniture for the crown, this in 1667. In 1671 he established the Académie Royale de l'Architecture, where artists were induced to build and decorate in le bon goût approved by the king. In all these societies the artisans were brought under the direction of artists, and these under the guidance of one policy and style. To reinforce the classical bent that French art had received under Francis I and cleanse it from Flemish influences, Colbert and Charles Lebrun set up in Rome the Académie Royale de France in 1666. Students who had won the Prix de Rome in the Paris academies were sent to Italy and were maintained there for 5 years at the expense of the French government. They were required to rise at 5 o'clock in the morning and to retire at 10 o'clock at night. They were trained in copying and imitating classical and Renaissance models. They were expected to produce a masterpiece, in the guild sense, every 3 months, and when they returned to France the state had first option on their services. The result of this fostering and nationalization of art was an impressive, overwhelming production of palaces, churches, statues, pictures, tapestries, pottery, medallions, engravings, and coins, all stamped with the pride and taste, often with the features, of Le Roi Soleil. It was not a subjection of French art to Rome, as some complained. It was a subjection of Roman art to Louis XIV. The style aimed to be classical, for that style agreed with the majesty of states and kings. Colbert poured French money into Italy to buy classical or Renaissance art. Everything was done to transport the glory of the Roman emperors to the king and capital of France. The result amazed the world. Louis XIV became the greatest patron of art that history has known. He gave greater encouragement to the arts, in the judgment of Voltaire, than all his fellow kings together. He was, of course, the most open-handed collector. He enlarged the number of paintings in his galleries from 200 to 2,500, and many of these pictures were the product of royal commissions to French artists. He bought so many pieces of classical or Renaissance sculpture that Italy feared artistic denudation, and the Pope forbade the further export of art. Louis engaged men of talent like Girardon or Coisvaux to make copies of statues that he could not buy, and seldom of copies so rivaled their originals. The palaces, gardens, and parks of Paris, Versailles, and Marly were peopled with statuary. The surest way to the king's favor was to present him with a work of unquestioned beauty or established repute. So the city of Arles gave him its famous Venus in 1683. Louis was not stingy. Each year, in Voltaire's estimate, he bought French art products to the value of 800,000 livres, and made gifts of them to cities, institutions, and friends, aiming at once to support the artists and to disseminate a sense of beauty and a feeling for art. The taste of the king was good and immensely benefited French art, but it was narrowly classical. When he was shown some paintings by the younger Teniers, he commanded, "Enlevez-moi ces grotesques. Take away these crudities." Under his favor, artists rose considerably in earnings and social status. He gave the cue by personally honoring them, and when someone complained of the patents of nobility that he conferred on the painter Lebrun and the architect Jules Ardouin Mansart, he replied with some warmth, "I can make 20 dukes or peers in a quarter of an hour, but it takes centuries to make a Mansart." Mansart was paid 80,000 livres per year. Lebrun reveled in the opulence of his mansions at Paris, Versailles, and Montmorency. Largillière and Rigaud received 600 livres per portrait. No artist of worth was left in poverty. In honoring and rewarding art, the provinces emulated the capital, and nobles followed the lead of the king. The cities developed art schools of their own, at Rouen, Beauvais, Blois, Orléans, Tours, Lyon, Aix-en-Provence, Toulouse, Bordeaux. The role of the nobles as patrons diminished as the state absorbed the available talent, but it continued, and the trained taste of the most developed aristocracy in Europe contributed to establish the exquisite style of art productions under Louis XIV. Men and women born to privilege and wealth, and reared in good manners amid handsome surroundings and objects of beauty, acquired standards and tastes from their elders and their environment, and the artists had to meet those standards and satisfy those tastes. As moderation, self-restraint, elegant expression, graceful movement, and polished form were ideals of the French aristocracy in this age, it demanded these qualities in art. The social structure favored the classic style. Art profited from these influences and controls, but it paid a price. It lost touch with the people. It could not express them as Dutch and Flemish art expressed the Netherlands. It became the voice not of the nation, but of a class, the state, and the king. We shall not find in the art of this period much warmth or depth of feeling, not the rich tints and abundant flesh of Rubens, nor the profound shadows enveloping Rembrandt's rabbis, saints, and financiers. We shall see no peasants, no workers, no beggars, but only the pretty happiness of the top of the world. To the joy of Colbert and his master, they found in Charles Lebrun a man who could be at once a zealous servant of the government and a dominating magistrate of this classic style. In 1666, on Colbert's recommendation, Lebrun was made chief painter to the king and director of the Académie des Beaux-Arts. A year later, he was put in charge of the Gobelin factory. He was commissioned to superintend the education and operation of artists, with a view to developing in their products a harmony of style distinctive and representative of the reign. With the help of like-minded subordinates, Lebrun established in the Academy in 1667 the conférences, or lectures, by which the principles of the classic style were inculcated with precepts, examples, and authority. Raphael among the Italians, Poussin among the French were the favored models. Every painting was judged by the canons derived from their art. Lebrun and Sébastien Bourdon formulated these rules. They exalted line above color, discipline above originality, order above freedom. The task of the artist was not to copy nature, but to make her beautiful, not to mirror her disorder, imperfections, and monstrosities, as well as her incidental loveliness, but to select those features of her that would enable the soul of man to express its deepest feelings and highest ideals. The architects, the painters, the sculptors, the potters, the woodworkers, the metal workers, the glass workers, the engravers, were to utter with one harmonious voice the aspirations of France and the grandeur of the king. 2. Architecture. However, these French artists Italianate had returned from Rome unconsciously coated with Baroque. That now pervasive style has been previously described. It may be summarized as replacing the calm simplicity of classic forms with an exuberance of feeling and ornament. While the classic, more specifically the Hellenistic ideal, was approximated in the sculpture, painting, and literature of this grand siècle, the architecture and decoration borrowed from the elegant and ornate styles that had triumphed in Italy after the death of Michelangelo in 1564. The king's builders aimed at the classical and achieved the Baroque. At Versailles, the full Baroque, in the facades of the Louvre, a successful synthesis of Baroque and classical. The first architectural chef-d'œuvre of the reign was the Church of Val-de-Grâce in Paris. Anne of Austria had registered a vow to build a handsome shrine if God and Louis XIII would give her a son. When her regency provided her with funds, she engaged François Mansart to draw up plans. The first stone was laid by Louis XIV, then 7 years old, in 1645. Mansart's design was carried out by Le Mercier in Italian classic style, with a dome that is still the admiration of architects. Libéral Bruant built the church of Saint-Louis des Invalides in 1670 for the veterans housed in the Hôtel des Invalides. And in 1676, Louvois commissioned Jules Ardouin Mansart, grandnephew of François Mansart, to finish the church with a choir and a dome. In elegant beauty, that dome is the architectural masterpiece of the reign. Ardouin Mansart triumphed again in designing the chapel at Versailles in 1699. Here and at the Invalides, his work was completed with luxurious ornament by his brother-in-law, Robert de Cotte, who raised also the Hôtel de Ville at Lyons, the Abbey of Saint-Denis, and the façade of Saint-Roch. Royal replaced ecclesiastical architecture as the state surpassed the church in wealth and prestige. The problem now was to express not devotion, but power. In meeting this requirement, the Louvre had the advantage of tradition. Many generations had seen it grow, and many kings had marked its history. Le Mercier, working for Mazarin, raised the western front of the main wing and began the north wing along the present Rue de Rivoli. Lavaux, who succeeded him, finished that wing, reconstructed the façade of the south wing, facing the Seine, and laid the foundations of the east wing. At this juncture, Colbert became superintendent of buildings. Rejecting Lavau's plans for the east wing, he conceived the project of continuing the Louvre westward until it should join the Tuileries in a single palace. He announced to the architects of France and Italy a competition to design a new façade. To make sure to get the best, he persuaded the king to send a special invitation to Giovanni Lorenzo Bernini in 1665, then the acknowledged prince of European artists, to come to Paris at the royal expense and submit a design. Bernini came with great pomp, angered the French artists with his scorn of their work, and drew up a massive, costly plan that required the demolition of nearly all the existing Louvre. Colbert found the plan deficient in plumbing and other facilities for living. Bernini fumed that Monsieur Colbert treats me like a little boy with all his idle talk about privies and underground conduits. A compromise was reached. The king laid the foundation stone of Bernini's design. Then the artist, after 6 months in Paris, was sent back to Italy with honors and livres, which he tried to repay with the bust of Louis XIV, now at Versailles, and the equestrian statue of Louis in the Galleria Borghese in Rome. His design for the Louvre was abandoned. The existing structure was retained, and Charles Perrault was awarded the commission to build the eastern front. Now rose the famous Colonnade du Louvre, whose palpable defects let loose a flood of criticism, but which is now accepted as one of the most magnificent facades on earth. Colbert had hoped that the king would move from the cramped quarters at Saint-Germain into the renovated Louvre, but Louis still remembered that he and his mother had had to flee from the Paris populace during the Fronde. He thought that the voice of the people was the voice of violence, and he did not care to subject himself to such checks on his absolute rule. To the dismay of Colbert, he decided to build Versailles. Louis XIII had erected there a modest hunting lodge in 1624. André Le Nôtre saw in the gently rising slope of the site and its rich forestation a tempting chance for garden artistry. In 1662 he presented to Louis XIV a general plan for the grounds, and if today the buildings are inferior to the lawns and the lake, the flowers and shrubs and varied trees, that may be as Le Nôtre conceived it. It was not to be so much a masterpiece of architecture as an invitation to live outdoors amid a nature tamed and improved by art, to breathe the fragrance of flowers and trees, to feast the eyes and fancied touch on classically sculptured forms, to hunt prey and women in the woods, to dance and picnic on the grass, to boat on the canal and the lake, to hear Lully and Molière under the open sky. Here was a garden of the gods, built with the pennies of 20 million Frenchmen who would rarely see it, but who gloried in the glory of their king. It is pleasant to learn that except on royal occasions, the park at Versailles was open to the public. The art of landscape gardening, like so much else, had come from Italy, bringing 100 devices and surprises: bowers, trellises, grottos, caves, grotesques, colored stones, birdhouses, statues, vases, brooks, fountains, waterspouts, even organs played by running water. Le Nôtre had already designed the gardens at Vaux for Fouquet. Soon he would design the Jardin des Tuileries for the Queen, and the gardens at Saint-Cloud for Madame Henrietta, and the gardens at Chantilly for Le Grand Condé. At Versailles, from 1662 onward, Louis gave him carte blanche, and Colbert was appalled at the expense incurred in transforming a disheveled wilderness into acres of paradise. The king fell in love with Le Nôtre, who cared not for money but only for beauty, and in whom there was no guile. He was the Boileau of gardens, resolved to turn the disorder of nature into order, harmony, and reasonable, intelligible form. Perhaps he was too intensely classical, but his creation remains, after 300 years, one of the meccas of mankind. Still envious of Fouquet, Louis brought Vaux's architect, Lavaux, to enlarge the hunting lodge into a royal palace. Jules Ardouin-Mansart took over the direction in 1670, and began the vast apartments, galleries, reception rooms, dance halls, guard rooms, and administrative offices that are now Versailles. By 1685 there were 36,000 men and 6,000 horses laboring on the enterprise, sometimes working in night and day shifts. Colbert had long ago warned the king that such architecture, added to war after war, would bankrupt the treasury. But in 1679 Louis built another palace at Marly as an escape from the crowds at Versailles, and in 1687 he added the Grand Trianon as a retreat for Madame de Maintenon. He ordered an army of men, including many of his regular troops, to divert the river Eure and carry its waters through 90 miles of the aqueduct of Maintenon to supply the lakes, streams, fountains, and baths of Versailles. In 1688, after huge expenditures, This enterprise was abandoned at the call of war. All in all, Versailles, buildings, furniture, decoration, gardens, and aqueducts, had by 1690 cost France 200 million francs, or about $500 million. Architecturally, Versailles is too complex and haphazard to approach perfection. The chapel is brilliant, but such flaunting of decoration hardly accords with the humility of prayer. Parts of the palace are beautiful, and the stairways to the gardens are majestic, but the compulsion laid upon the designers to leave the hunting lodge intact, merely adding wings and ornament, injured the appearance of the whole. Sometimes the proliferating pile leaves an impression of cold monotony and labyrinthine repetition, one room after another to a spread of 1,320 frontal feet. The internal arrangements seem to have ignored physiological convenience and to have presumed upon remarkable retentive power in noble vesicles. Half a dozen rooms had to be traversed to reach the goal of desire. No wonder we hear of stairways and hallways serving in such emergencies. The rooms themselves appear too small for comfort. Only the Grande Galerie is spacious, extending 320 feet along the garden front. There the decorators deployed all their skills, hanging Gobelin and Beauvais tapestries, scattering sculpture along the walls, making every piece of furniture lovingly perfect, and reflecting all the splendor in those great mirrors that gave the room its second name, Galerie des Glaces. On the ceiling, Lebrun, rising to the height of his art, painted through 5 years and mythological symbols the triumphs of the long reign, and unwittingly its tragedy, for these pictured victories over Spain, Holland, and Germany were to arouse the Furies against the war-fond king. Louis lived there on and off from 1671, spending part of his time at Marly, Saint-Germain, and Fontainebleau. After 1682 it was his permanent home. But we do him injustice when we think of Versailles as his residence and playground. He himself occupied a moderate fraction of the structure. The rest housed his wife, children, and grandchildren, his mistresses, the foreign legations, the chief administrators, the court, and all the servantry required by royalty. Doubtless some part of the magnificence had a political purpose, to awe the ambassadors, who were expected to judge from this luxury the resources and power of the state. They and other visitors were duly impressed, and they spread through Europe such reports of Versailles' splendor that it became the envy and model of a dozen courts and palaces throughout the continent. In the aftermath of the reign, the great mass seemed to people an insolent symbol of despotism, a reckless challenge of human pride to unchanging human fate. 3. Decoration. The arts of decoration had never known, even under the Renaissance popes, such encouragement and display. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 4, Side 1. The arts of decoration had never known, even under the Renaissance popes, such encouragement and display. Thickly carpeted floors, ornamental columns, massive tables and chimney pieces, porcelain vases, silver candelabra, crystal chandeliers, marble clocks inlaid with gems, walls paneled or frescoed or hung with pictures or tapestries, cornices elegantly molded, ceilings coffered or painted. These and a dozen other forms of art in Versailles, Fontainebleau, Marly, the Louvre, even in private palaces, made almost every room a museum of objects charming eye and soul with the mystery of perfection. From Raphael and his aides, Giulio Romano, Perino del Vaga, Giovanni da Udine, and the Loggier of the Vatican, Lebrun and his aides took their palette of gods, goddesses, cupids, trophies, emblems, arabesques, garlands of flowers and leaves, cornucopias of the fruits of the earth, to decorate the record of the royal triumphs over women and states. In the style of Louis XIV, furniture was lavish and gorgeous. Here, classic simplicity yielded to Baroque ornament. Chairs were often so carved, upholstered, and petty-pointed as to frighten away all but the most exquisite bottoms. On the other hand, tables could be heavy and solid to the point of apparent immobility. Writing tables and secretaries were of an elegance inviting the pen to compose with the pithy precision of La Rochefoucauld or the bubbling vivacity of Madame de Sévigné. Chests and cabinets were in many cases laboriously carved and or inlaid with designs in metal or jewelry. André Charles Boulle, who was settled in the Louvre in 1672 as the favorite cabinet-maker of Louis XIV, gave his name, Boulle work, to his special art of inlaying furniture, preferably ebony, with engraved metal, tortoise-shell, mother-of-pearl, etc., and adding floral or animal scrolls of the most graceful design. One of his inlaid cabinets brought £3,000 in 1882, probably equal to $50,000 in 1960. Boulle, however, died in extreme poverty in his 90th year in 1732. More to our taste are the carved stalls that were set up in this period in Notre-Dame de Paris. Tapestry was now specifically a royal art. Not content with bringing the Gobelin and Aubusson factories under the king's control, Colbert persuaded him also to take over the tapissier of Beauvais. Tapestries were still the favored decoration for the walls and screens of palaces and chateaux, for pageants, tournaments, state ceremonies, and religious festivals. At Beauvais, the Flemish painter Adam van der Meulen designed an outstanding series, The Conquests of Louis the Great, for which the artist prepared himself by following the king to the wars and drawing or painting on the spot the sites, forts, and villages involved in the campaigns. The Gobelin factory employed 800 artisans who made not only tapestry but fine textiles, woodwork, silverwork, metalwork, and marble marquetry. There, under Lebrun's direction, were woven the great tapestries from the cartoons of Raphael's massive frescoes in the stanze of the Vatican. Hardly less renowned were the several series designed by Lebrun himself: the Elements, the Seasons, the History of Alexander, the Royal Residences, and the History of the King. The last group ran to 17 pieces and took 10 years of labor. A superb specimen still hangs in the Gobelin exhibition rooms, the figures astonishingly individualized, the details fully visualized, even to the landscape picture on the wall, all in colored threads patiently woven by subtle hands under tired eyes. Rarely has so much human industry been devoted to the adulation of one man. Louis excused himself by explaining to Colbert that these apotheoses gave employment and income to dyers and weavers and served as impressive gifts in the lubrication of diplomacy. Under the lavish royal hand, all the minor arts rejoiced. Splendid carpets were made at La Savonnerie near Paris. Fine faience was produced at Rouen and Moustier, good majolica at Nevers, soft-paste porcelain at Rouen and Saint-Cloud. Toward the end of the 17th century, French craftsmen, prodded by Colbert, learned the Venetian secrets of casting, rolling, and polishing plate glass. So were made the vast and brilliant mirrors of the Galerie des Glaces. Goldsmiths like Julien de Fontaine and Vincent Petit were organized by Colbert and Lebrun, were given lodgings in the Louvre, and made for the king and the rich 1,000 articles in silver or gold, until Louis and the grandees melted down these ornaments to finance war. Jewels, medals, coins were cut and engraved in designs that set the pace for all Europe but Italy. Not since the Renaissance had the art of the medallion reached such excellence as came now with Antoine Benoit and Jean Mauget. Leaving no stone uncarved, Colbert founded in 1662 the Academy of Medals and Inscriptions, in order to render the acts of the king immortal by medals struck in his honor, which was the great minister's way of enlisting moneyed vanity beyond expensive art. In 1667, the École des Gravures was established in the Louvre, and the burins of Robert Nanteuil, Sébastien Leclerc, Robert Bernard, and Jean Lepôtre illustrated with meticulous refinement the personalities and events of the reign. Even miniature painting survived, though fallen from its medieval estate, in the Livre d'Heures, presented to the king by his pensioners in the Invalides. It is the minor arts above all the rest that display the taste and craftsmanship of the great century. 4. Painting. Two pictorial stars of the second magnitude fall into the outer orbit of this age, Philippe de Champagne and Eustache Le Sueur. Philippe came from Brussels at the age of 19 in 1621, shared in decorating the Palais de Luxembourg, and made not only the full-length Richelieu in the Louvre, but the bust and profiles of the Cardinal in the London National Gallery. His sympathetic flair as a portrait painter brought him as sitters half the leaders of France in the generation that succeeded Richelieu: Mazarin, Turenne, Colbert, Le Mercier. He had already, before coming to France, portrayed Jansen and accepted Jansenism. He loved Port Royal and made portraits of Mère Angélique, Robert Arnault, and Saint-Cyran. For Port Royal he painted his greatest picture, Les Religieuses, now in the Louvre. Mère Agnès, sombre yet sweet, with the artist's nun-daughter Suzanne. Champagne's range was limited, but his art comes warmly to us with its feeling and sincerity. A kindred but more orthodox piety made Eustache Lesueur uncomfortable in an age whose painting was dominated by his rival Lebrun and by a pagan mythology dedicated to the deification of a not yet pious king. The two artists studied together under VIII, worked together in the same cellar, used the same model, and were alike praised by Poussin on his visit to Paris. Lebrun followed Poussin to Rome and imbibed the classical spirit. Lesueur tied himself to Paris with a fertile wife and seldom escaped from poverty. About 1644 he painted 5 pictures describing events in the life of Eros for the ceiling of the Cabinet de l'Amour in the palace of his patron Lambert de Torigny. And in another room of this Hôtel Lambert he executed a major fresco, Phaeton Asks to Guide the Chariot of the Sun. In 1645 Lesueur stumbled into a duel, killed his man, hid himself in a Carthusian monastery, and there painted 22 pictures from the life of St. Bruno, founder of the Carthusian order. In these the artist reached his apogee. In 1776 the series was bought from the Carthusian monks for 132,000 livres. Today they occupy a special room in the Louvre. When Lebrun returned from Italy in 1647 he carried everything before him, and Lesueur fell back into poverty. He died in 1655, only 38 years old. Charles Lebrun ruled the arts in Paris and Versailles because he had the ability to coordinate and direct as well as to conceive and execute. Son of a sculptor who had painter friends, he grew up in an environment where he learned to draw as other children learned to write. At 15, with a never-sleeping eye to the main chance, he painted an allegory of Richelieu's life and success. The minister leaped to the bait and commissioned him to paint some mythological subjects for the Palais Cardinal. Taken to Rome by Poussin, he steeped himself in the mythologies and decorations of Raphael, Giulio Romano, and Pietro da Cortona. When he reappeared in Paris, his style of luscious ornamentation was fully developed. Here again Fouquet gave Louis a lead by engaging Lebrun for the palace at Vaux. The brilliance of the resulting frescoes, the voluptuous grace of the female figures, the rich detail in cornices and mouldings, appealed to Mazarin, Colbert, and the king. By 1660, Lebrun was painting frescoes from the career of Alexander for the royal palace at Fontainebleau. Louis, pleased to recognize his own features under Alexander's helmet, came daily to watch the artist at work on the Battle of Arbela and the family of Darius at the feet of Alexander, both now in the Louvre. The king rewarded him with a royal portrait inset with diamonds, made him his premier peintre, and gave him a pension of 12,000 livres a year. Lebrun did not slacken his industry. In 1661, fire ruined the central gallery of the Louvre. Lebrun designed the restoration and painted the ceiling and cornices with scenes from the legends of Apollo, hence the name Galerie d'Apollon. Meanwhile, the ambitious artist studied architecture, sculpture, metalwork, woodwork, tapestry design, and the diverse arts that were now conscripted to adorn the palaces of the great. All these arts were fused in his various skills, so that he seemed made by fortune to bring the artists of France into unified action to produce the style Louis XIV. Even before appointing him director of the Académie des Beaux-Arts, Louis gave him a free hand and purse to decorate Versailles. There he labored for 17 years, from 1664 to 1681, coordinating the artwork, designing the ambassador's staircase, and himself painting in the halls of War and Peace and in the Grand Gallery 27 frescoes describing the glories of the king from the Peace of the Pyrenees, 1659, to the Treaty of Nijmegen, 1679. Amid a profusion of gods and goddesses, clouds and rivers, horses and chariots, he showed Louis in war and peace, hurling thunderbolts, crossing the Rhine, besieging Ghent, but also administering justice and finance, feeding the poor in famine, establishing hospitals, nourishing art. Individually, these pictures are not masterpieces. The classical basis is overgrown with Baroque profusion of ornament, but taken together they constitute the most brilliant work done by French painters in this age. The exaltation of the king offends us as revealing in him a hubris of pride, but such adulation of princes was in the manner of the time. No wonder Louis, seeing some paintings by Lebrun near others by Veronese and Poussin, said to his painter, "Your works sustain themselves well among those of the great masters. They require only the death of their author to make them more valued, but we hope they will not soon have that advantage." Through all the jealousies with which Lebrun was soon surrounded, the king supported him as he was supporting the harassed Molière. It was characteristic of Louis that when he was in administrative conference and word was brought to him that Lebrun had come to show him his latest work, the elevation of the cross, he excused himself from the conference to go and examine the painting and express his pleasure. Then he invited all the confreres to come and join him in viewing the picture. So in this reign, government and art went hand in hand, and artists shared rewards and plaudits with generals. Lebrun's artistry, though it stemmed from Italian decoration, was something new. It was a decorative composition in which a dozen arts were brought together to make one aesthetic whole. When he tried his hand at individual canvases, he slipped into mediocrity. As the king's victories turned into defeats, and his mistresses gave way to priests, the mood of the reign changed, and the gay ornaments of Lebrun fell out of place. When Louvois succeeded Colbert as superintendent of buildings, Lebrun lost his role as master of the arts, though he remained president of the Academy. He died in 1690, a symbol of glory finished and gone. Many artists rejoiced to be freed from his authority. Pierre Mignard, in particular, had resented that domination. 9 years older than Lebrun, he had preceded him as a pilgrim coming with pallet to Rome. Like Poussin, he so loved the Eternal City that he decided to live there the rest of his life, and he did remain there for 22 years, from 1635 to 1657. His portraits so pleased their sitters that at last Pope Innocent X, who may have resented the face that Velázquez had given him, sat for Mignard, who interpreted him more amiably. In 1646, aged 34, Mignard married an Italian beauty, but he had barely settled down to legitimate parentage when he received a summons from France to come and serve his king. He went reluctantly. In Paris, he rebelled against accepting directions from Lebrun, refused to join the Academy, and fretted to see the younger man reaping ribbons and gold. Molière recommended him to Colbert, but the minister was probably right in preferring Lebrun. Mignard would not rise to the grandiose scale that the Grand Siècle required. However, Louis, then 20, wanted a fetching portrait of himself with which to lure a bride from Spain. Mignard obliged, Louis and Maria Theresa were charmed, and Mignard became the most successful portrait painter of the age. One after another he pictured his contemporaries, Mazarin, Colbert, de Retz, Descartes, La Fontaine, Molière, Racine, Bossuet, Turenne, Ninon de L'Enclos, Louise de la Vallière, Mesdames de Montespan, de Maintenon, de Lafayette, de Sévigné, and he did justice to Anne of Austria's hands, which were considered the most beautiful in the world. She rewarded him with a commission to decorate the vault of the dome in the church of Val-de-Grâce. This fresco was his masterpiece, which Molière celebrated in a poem. He painted the king many times, most famously in the equestrian portrait at Versailles. But we find him there at his best in the lovely portrait of the Duchess of Maine as a child. After Colbert's death, Mignard at last triumphed over Lebrun. He succeeded his rival as court painter in 1690 and was made a member of the Academy by royal decree. 5 years later, still painting and fighting, he died, aged 85. A dozen other painters labored for the all-absorbing king: Charles Dufresnoy, Sébastien Bourdon, Noël Coipel and his son Antoine, Jean-François de Troyes, Jean Jouvenet, Jean-Baptiste Santerre, Alexandre François Desportes. They begged to be listed as also present at the feast. 2 others stand out commandingly at the end of the reign. Nicolas de la Gillière followed Mignard as the favorite painter of the aristocracy, not only in France, but for a time, from 1674 to 78, in England. He won Lebrun's heart with the splendid portrait of him that now hangs in the Louvre. His rosy colors and light touch illustrate the transition from the somber decline of Louis XIV to the gay Regency and Watteau. Hyacinthe Rigaud was of tougher fiber. He too buttered his bread with portraits, see his fine Bossuet in the Louvre, but not with flattery. Though his dominating figure of Louis XIV, rising at the end of the Grande Galerie of the Louvre, appears at a distance to be a compliment, we note at closer range the hard and swollen features of the king, standing at the top of power and on the edge of fate in 1701. It was the best paid, as it is the best displayed picture of the time. Louis gave Rigaud 40,000 francs for it, or about $100,000, perhaps as much as he paid for the awesome robes that here adorned his decay. 5. Sculpture. The sculptors were less favored and rewarded in this age than the painters. Yet it was the antique marbles on whose lines Lebrun wished all arts to be formed, and great sums and talents were spent in buying or copying such statuary as had survived the collapse of the classic world. Louis, of course, was not content with copies. Mindful of the Roman gardens of Sallust and Hadrian, he engaged a band of able sculptors to set the park at Versailles alive with statuary. Massive vases, like Coisvox's Vase de la Guerre, were raised in the basin of Neptune and on the terrace. The brothers Gaspard and Balthazar de Marzy carved the great basin of Bacchus. Jean-Baptiste Touby projected from the lake the magnificent chariot of Apollo, with the sun god symbolizing the king. And François Girardon cut in stone such bathing nymphs as Praxiteles himself might not have scorned to sign. Girardon looked back across a century to see how Primaticcio and Goujon had idealized the female form. The fluid grace of Hellenic art returned to him, perhaps in excess. Not all our searching has yet found such perfect females as in his Rape of Proserpine. But he was capable of stronger moods. For the Place Vendôme, he executed the figure of Louis XIV, now in the Louvre, and for the Church of the Sorbonne he carved a stately tomb of Richelieu. Lebrun warmed to him for falling in so amiably with the taste and purposes of the Academy. He succeeded Lebrun as chief sculptor to the king and presided over the Academy after the passing of Mignard. Born 10 years before Louis, he outlived him by some months, dying in 1715 at the age of 87. Antoine Coisvox was smoother than his name and as lovable as his Duchesse de Bourgogne. Born in Lyon, he was carving a place for himself there as a sculptor when Lebrun called him to help decorate Versailles. He began by making excellent copies or adaptations of classical statuary. From an antique marble in the Villa Borghese, he cut the nymph of the shell. From a statue in the Medici Palace at Florence, he made a crouching Venus, both now in that Fortunatus's purse of art called the Louvre. Still in place at Versailles is his Castor and Pollux, from a group in the Ludovisi Gardens at Rome. Soon he was producing original works of considerable power. For the park at Versailles he carved large figures representing the rivers Garonne and Dordogne, and for the grounds at Marly 2 similar symbols of the Seine and the Marne. 4 marbles that he made for Marly, Flora, Fame, Hamadryad, and Mercury mounted on Pegasus, are now in the Jardin des Tuileries. From his chisel came much of the sculptural decoration in the major rooms at Versailles. He labored 8 years there and 55 in the service of the king. He made 12 statues of him. The best known is the bust in Versailles. He became in sculpture what Mignard was in painting, the most popular portraitist in France. Instead of quarreling with his rivals, he carved them in marble or cast them in bronze, usually sparing both their vanity and their purse. When he was sent 1,500 livres for his bust of Colbert, he judged himself overpaid and returned 700. He left firm likenesses of Lebrun, Lenotre, Arnaud, Vauban, Mazarin, and Bossuet. Of himself, a simple rendering of an honest, rugged, troubled face. Of the great Condé, 2 busts, one in the Louvre, the other at Chantilly, of uncompromising veracity and masculine force. In quite another style is the graceful Duchess of Burgundy as Diana, and the lovely bust of the same princess in Versailles. He designed imposing tombs for Mazarin, Colbert, Vauban, and Lebrun. His works feel the Baroque spirit in their dramatic emotionalism and occasional exaggeration, but at their best they well express the classical ideal of the king and the court. They are Racine in marble and bronze. Around him and Girardon were gathered a sculptural pléiade: François Anguier and his brother Michel, Philippe Coffier and his son François, Martin Desjardins, Pierre Legros, and Guillaume Cousteau, whose horses of Marly still leap into the air at the Place de la Concorde. Aside and afar from all these, and defying the soft idealism of the official sculpture, Pierre Puget made his chisel voice the anger and misery of France. Born at Marseille in 1622, he began his art career as a woodcarver, but he longed to be, like his idol Michelangelo, at once painter, sculptor, and architect. The supreme artist, he felt, should have all these arts at his command. Dreaming of the Italian masters, he walked from Marseille to Genoa to Florence to Rome. He worked eagerly under Pietro da Cortona in decorating the Palazzo Barberini. He absorbed every echo and vestige of Buonarroti, and envied Bernini's varied fame. Returning to Genoa, he executed a St. Sebastian that brought him his first renown. Fouquet, again the forerunner of Louis XIV in art, commissioned Puget to carve a Hercules for the Chateau of Vaux. But Fouquet fell, and Pierre hurried south to brood in poverty at Toulon. Engaged to cut Atlante, each a marble atlas, to support the balcony of the Hôtel de Ville, he modeled the figures on the toiling porters of the docks, and gave almost a revolutionary cry to their straining muscles and pain-distorted faces. The oppressed proletariat upholding the world. This would hardly do at Versailles. Nevertheless, Colbert, his arms open to every talent, asked him for statuary, preferably in a harmless, mythological vein. Fouquet sent him 3 pieces now in the Louvre, a pleasant bas-relief of Alexander and Diogenes, a laborious overdone Perseus and Andromeda, and a violent Milo of Crotona, the mighty vegetarian struggling to free himself from the jaws and claws of an unconverted lion. In 1688, Fouquet visited Paris, but finding his proud temper and angry chisel out of tune with the wit and art of the court, he moved back to Marseille. There he designed the Hospice de la Charité and the Arles aux Poissons. In France, even a fish market can be a work of art. His greatest sculpture was probably intended as a commentary on the martial exploits of the king. An equestrian statue of Alexander, handsome and debonair, dagger in hand, carelessly trampling under his horse's feet the victims of war. Fouquet escaped the formalism, but also the discipline of Lebrun and Versailles. His ambition to rival Bernini, even Michelangelo, led him to exaggerations of musculature and expression. See the horrible head of Medusa in the Louvre. But all in all, he was the most powerful sculptor of his land and time. As the great reign neared its end, and defeats brought France to desperation, the royal pride turned toward piety, and art passed from the lordliness of Versailles to the humility of Quazvox's Louis XIV kneeling in Notre Dame. The king, now 77, still flaunting regal robes, yet laying his crown humbly at the Virgin's feet. In those final years, the outlay for Versailles and Marly was restrained, but the choir of Notre Dame was restored and beautified. The idolatry of ancient art was cooled by its own excess. The natural began to encroach upon the classical. The pagan élan of art was finished by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes and the ascendancy of Madame de Maintenon and Letellier over the king. The new decorative themes stressed religion, not glory. Louis recognized God. The history of art under Le Grand Monarque teases us with difficult questions. Was the nationalization of the arts an injury or a boon? Did the influence of Colbert, Lebrun, and the king divert the development of France from its native and natural bent into an enfeebling imitation of an enfeebled Hellenistic antiquity, confused by a Baroque elaboration of ornament? Did these 40 years of Le Style Louis XIV prove that art flourishes better under a monarchy, patronizing it with concentrated wealth, and directing talents into a harmonious unity? Or under an aristocracy preserving, transmitting, and cautiously modifying standards of excellence and taste and precepts of order and discipline? Or under a democracy opening a career to every talent, freeing ability from the bondage of tradition and compelling it to submit and adjust its products to the judgment of the people? Would Italy and France be the favored homes of art and beauty today if they had not been embellished by the means and tastes of the church, the nobles, and the kings? Would great art have been possible without the concentration of wealth? An ecumenical wisdom would be needed to answer these queries modestly and fruitfully, and every such answer would have to be hedged and obscured with distinctions and doubts. Presumably, art lost something in naturalness, initiative, and energy through being protected, directed, and controlled by a central power. The art of Louis XIV was a disciplined and academic art, majestic in its orderly splendor and unsurpassed in its artistic finish. But it was crippled in inventiveness by authority, and fell short of that alliance with the people which gave warmth and depth to Gothic art. The harmony of the arts under Louis was impressive, but it sounded too often the same chord, so that at last it became the expression not of an age and a nation, but only of an ego and a court. Wealth is necessary to great art, but wealth is disgraceful and art is unpleasant when they flourish at the expense of widespread poverty and debasing superstition. For the beautiful cannot be long divorced from the good. An aristocracy could be a beneficent repository and vehicle of manners, standards, and tastes if means could be found to keep it open to fresh talent, and to prevent it from being an agent of class privilege and vain luxury. Democracies, too, can accumulate wealth and dignify it with the nourishment of knowledge, letters, charity, and art. Their problems lie in the hostility of immature freedom to order and discipline, the tardy development of taste in young societies, and the tendency of unmoored ability to waste itself in bizarre experiments that mistake originality for genius and novelty for beauty. In any case, the judgment of Europe's aristocracies was decidedly in favor of French art. The palace architecture, the classic sculpture and literary style, the Baroque decoration of furniture and dress, spread from France to almost every ruling class in Western Europe, even into Italy and Spain. The courts of London, Brussels, Cologne, Mainz, Dresden, Berlin, Kassel, Heidelberg, Turin, and Madrid looked to Versailles as their model of manners and art. French architects were engaged to design palaces as far east as Moravia. Le Notre laid out gardens at Windsor and Kassel. Rennes and other foreign architects came to Paris for ideas. French sculptors spread out over Europe until nearly every prince had an equestrian statue like the French kings. The mythological allegories of Lebrun appeared in Sweden, Denmark, Spain, and Hampton Court. Foreign sovereigns begged to sit for Rigaud, or that failing for one of his pupils. A Swedish ruler ordered Beauvais tapestries to commemorate his victories. Not since the extension of ancient Latin culture through Western Europe had history seen a cultural conquest so rapid and complete. Chapter 4. Molière, 1622 to 1673. 1. The French Theatre. It remained for French drama and poetry to bring Europe under their sway. The humor of history arranged that French literature in this age should take to the stage, that the drama, so long outlawed by the Church, should be encouraged by Cardinal Richelieu, that Italian comedy should be imported into France by Cardinal Mazarin, and that Louis XIV should inherit a taste for the theatre from these two ecclesiastics who had prepared or preserved his power. The modern drama had reached literary form in Italy under the highly cultured popes of the Renaissance, and Leo X had attended plays without demanding that they be fit for virgins. But the Reformation and the consequent Council of Trent had put an end to this ecclesiastical lenience. The drama continued to be tolerated in Italy, said Benedict XIV, to avoid greater evils, and in Spain because it served the Church. In France, however, the clergy, shocked by the sexual freedom of the comic stage, condemned the theatre as an enemy to public morals. A long succession of bishops and theologians ruled that actors were excommunicated ipso facto by their very profession. The Paris clergy, through the authoritative voice of Bossuet, refused them the sacraments or burial in consecrated ground unless they repented and renounced their calling. Unable to secure priestly administration of sacramental matrimony, actors had to content themselves with common-law marriages of hectic impermanence. French law, too, pronounced actors infamous and excluded them from every honorable employment. Magistrates were forbidden to attend theatrical representations. It is one of the outstanding features of modern history that the theatre overcame this resistance. The popular demand for make-believe to alleviate and avenge reality generated a long supply of farces and comedies, and the pains of monogamy provided an especially paying audience for dramas of licit or illicit love. Richelieu apparently agreed with Leo X that the easiest way to keep the theatre within bounds was to patronize the best rather than condemn all. Thereby he might give a lead to public taste and bread to decent companies. Note Voltaire's report. Since Cardinal Richelieu introduced regular performances of plays at court, which have now made Paris the rival of Athens, not only was there a special bench for the Academy, which included several ecclesiastics among its members, but also one for the bishops. In 1641, presumably at the cardinal's request, Louis XIII took under his protection a group of actors thereafter known as the Troupe Royale, or the Comédiens Royaux, gave them a pension of 1,200 livres per year, issued an edict acknowledging the theatre to be a legitimate form of entertainment, and expressed the royal wish that the calling of an actor should no longer be held prejudicial to his social standing. This troupe established its theatre at the Hôtel de Bourgogne, received the official patronage of Louis XIV, and continued through his reign to excel in the production of tragedies. To raise the standards of French comedy, Mazarin invited Italian players to Paris. One of these was Tiberio Fiorello, whose performance of the boasting buffoon Scaramuccia made him a favorite with Paris and the court. He and his fellows probably shared in giving the theatrical fever to Jean Coquelin IV, and in teaching him the arts of the comic theatre. When Scaramouche returned to Italy in 1659, Jean Coquelin, known to the stage and the world as Molière, became the chief comedian to the king, and soon, in the fond judgment of Boileau, the greatest writer of the reign. 2. Apprenticeship. A building at 96 Rue Saint-Honoré in Paris bears an inscription in letters of gold. This house was built on the site of that where Molière was born January 15, 1622. It was the home of Jean-Baptiste Coquelin III, upholsterer and decorator. His wife, Marie Cressay, had brought him a dowry of 2,200 livres. She gave him 6 children and then died after 10 years of marriage. Jean-Baptiste Coquelin IV, her first child, remembered her only vaguely and never mentioned her in his plays. The father married again in 1633, but as this stepmother died in 1637, it was the father who bore the brunt of his son's genius, directed his education, and thought to mold his career. In 1631, Jean Coquelin III became valet tapissier de chambre du roi, superintendent of the royal upholstery, with the privilege of making the royal bed and of living in the king's household at an annual salary of 300 livres. A modest sum, but only 3 months of attendance were required in any year. The father had bought the office from his brother and planned to transmit it to his son. In 1637, Louis XIII recognized Jean Coquelin IV as rightful heir to the position, and if the father's aspirations had been realized, Molière might have been known to history, if at all, as the man who made the king's bed. However, a grandfather had a liking for the theatre and took the boy with him now and then to the performances. To fit him for making the king's bed, Jean IV was sent to the Jesuit Collège de Clermont, the alma mater of heretics. He learned considerable Latin, read Terence profitably, and doubtless took interest, perhaps part, in the dramas staged by the Jesuits as a device for educating their students in Latin, literature, and speech. According to Voltaire, Jean also received instruction from the philosopher Gassendi, who had been engaged as tutor for a rich classmate. In any case, Jean learned much about Epicurus and translated a considerable portion of Lucretius's Epicurean epic, De Rerum Natura. Some lines in Le Misanthrope are almost a translation of a passage in Lucretius. It is probable that Jean, before ending his youth, had lost his faith. After 5 years at college, Jean studied law. He appears to have practiced briefly in the courts. For some months he followed his father's profession, this in 1642. In that year he met Madeleine Béjart, then a gay lady of 24. 5 years earlier she had been the mistress of the Comte de Modène. He graciously acknowledged the child she bore him and let his son act as godfather at the christening. Jean, now 20, was attracted by her beauty, her cheerful and kindly disposition. In all probability she accepted him as a lover. Her passion for the theatre joined with other factors in deciding him to turn his back upon upholstery, to sign away for 630 livres his right to succeed his father as a valet tapissier to the king, and to plunge into the profession of an actor in 1643. He left his father and went to live in the home of Madeleine Béjart. With her, her 2 brothers, and some others, he entered into a formal contract establishing the Illustre Théâtre, this on June 30th, 1643. The Comédie Française regards that contract as the beginning of its long and distinguished career. As was the custom with actors, Jean now took a stage name and became Molière. The new company hired a tennis court for its theatre, presented a variety of plays, and went bankrupt. In the year 1645, Molière was thrice arrested for debt. His father, hoping that the youth had been cured of stage fever, paid his debts and secured his release. But Molière reorganized the Illustre Théâtre and went off on a tour of the provinces. The Duc d'Epernon, governor of Guyenne, gave the company his support. In a wearing series of successes and failures, the troupe passed from Narbonne to Toulouse, Albi, Carcassonne, Nantes, Agen, Grenoble, Lyon, Montpellier, Bordeaux, Béziers, Dijon, Avignon, Rouen. Molière rose to be manager in 1650, and by 100 expedients kept the company solvent and fed. In 1653, the Prince de Conti, his old schoolfellow, lent his name in support to the players, probably because his secretary admired the actress Mademoiselle Duparc. But in 1655, the prince had a religious stroke and informed the company that his conscience forbade his connection with the theatre. Later, he publicly denounced the stage, and Molière in particular, as a corrupter of youth, an enemy to morality and Christianity. Gradually, amid these vicissitudes, the troupe improved its competence, income, and repertoire. Molière learned the art and tricks of the theatre. By 1655 he was writing as well as acting plays. By 1658 he felt strong enough to challenge the preemption of the Paris stage by the King's players at the Hôtel de Bourgogne, and a private troupe that was operating the Théâtre du Marais. From Rouen he and Madeleine Béjart came to Paris to prepare the ground. He visited his father and won forgiveness for his sins and his career. He persuaded Philippe I, Duke d'Orléans, to take the company under his protection and to secure for it a hearing at the court. On October 24, 1658, this Troupe de Monsieur presented before the king in the guard-room of the Louvre Corneille's tragedy Nicomede. Molière played the main part, not very successfully, for he suffered, Voltaire tells us, from a kind of hiccup which was quite unsuited to serious roles, but which served only to make his acting in comedy the more enjoyable. He saved the day by following the tragedy with a comedy now lost. He acted it with a verve and gaiety, a rising eyebrow and babbling mouth that made the audience wonder why he had ever played tragedy at all. The king was young enough to enjoy the fun and man enough to appreciate Molière's courage. He issued instructions that the Troupe de Monsieur should share the Salle du Petit Bourbon with the Italian company of Scaramouche. There, too, the newcomers failed when they attempted tragedies, in which they fell short of the royal players at the Hôtel de Bourgogne, and they succeeded in comedies, above all in those that Molière composed. They continued, nevertheless, to produce tragedies. The leading ladies felt that they shone better in serious drama, and Molière himself was never content to be a comedian. The struggles and absurdities of life had developed in him a vein of melancholy, and he found it tragical to be always comical. Moreover, he had tired of the comedies of amorous intrigue, of the old stock characters and whipping boys, mostly echoes of Italy. Looking about him in Paris, he saw things that seemed to him quite as laughable as Polichinelle and Scaramouche. "No longer need I take Plautus and Terence for my masters, or despoil Menander," he was quoted as saying. "I have only to study the world." 3. Molière and the Ladies. There was, for example, the Hôtel de Rambouillet, where men and women were making a fetish of delicate manners and perfumed speech. Molière wrote Les Précieuses Ridicules. Its production, on November 18, 1659, began the French comedy of manners and Molière's fortune and fame. The laughable Exquisites was brief enough to be absorbed in an hour and sharp enough to leave a lasting sting. Two cousins, Magdelon and Catos, enveloped in 7 veils of refinement, protest against their matter-of-fact short of Frank's elders' anxiety to have them merry. Gorgibus. What see you in them to find fault with? Magdelon. Fine gallantry of theirs indeed. What, to begin immediately with matrimony? Were the whole world like you, romance would be ended at once. Matrimony should never be brought about till after other adventures. A lover, to be agreeable, must understand how to utter fine sentiments, to sigh forth the soft, the tender, the passionate, and his address must be according to the rules. In the first place, he should behold, either at church or in the park, or at some public ceremony, the person of whom he becomes enamored, or else he should be fatally introduced to her by a relation or friend, and go from her melancholy and pensive. He conceals his passion for some time from the beloved object, but pays her several visits, at which some discourse about gallantry never fails to be brought upon the carpet to exercise the wits of all the company. The day comes for him to declare himself, which usually should be done in the walk of some garden, while the company is at a distance. This declaration is met by immediate resentment, which appears by our coloring, and which for a while banishes the lover from our presence. He finds afterwards the way to pacify us, to accustom us insensibly to hear his passion, and to draw from us that confession which causes so much trouble. Then follow the adventures, the rivals that thwart an established inclination, the persecutions of fathers, the jealousies arising from false appearances, the complainings, the despair, the running off with, and its consequences. Thus are things carried on in a handsome manner, and these are the rules that cannot be dispensed with in a genteel piece of gallantry. But to come point-blank to the conjugal union, to make no love but by the marriage contract, and to take a romance by the tail, once more, dear father, nothing can be more mechanic than such a proceeding, and I'm sick at heart with merely the idea that it gives me. Catos. For myself, uncle, all I can say is that I think matrimony a mighty shocking thing. How can one endure the thought of lying by a man that's really naked? 2 valets borrow their master's raiment, disguise themselves as a marquis and a general, and court the 2 ladies with all the paraphernalia of gallantry and persiflage. Their masters break in upon them, tear off their plumage, and leave the young women faced with the almost naked truth. As in most of Molière's comedies of sex, there are some rough passages and some horseplay, but so keen a satire of social follies that the effect became an event in the history of manners. An uncertain tradition credits a woman with rising amid the audience and crying out, "Courage, courage! Molière, this is a good comedy." One habitué of Madame de Rambouillet's salon, emerging from the performance, was reported to have said, "Yesterday we admired all the absurdities which have been so delicately and sensibly criticized. But in the words of Saint-Remy to Clovis, we must now burn what we have adored and adore what we have burned. The Marquise de Rambouillet met the attack with genius by arranging with Molière to give a special performance of the play for the benefit of her salon. He repaid her courtesy with a preface in which he claimed to have satirized not her circle, but its imitators. In any case, the reign of the précieuses ended. Boileau, in his 10th satire, referred to those beaux esprits yesterday so renowned whom Molière has deflated with one blow of his art. The play succeeded so well that the price of admission was doubled after the premiere. In its first year it was performed 44 times. The king commanded 3 performances for the court, attended all 3, and gave the company 3,000 livres. By February of 1660, the grateful company had paid the author 999 livres in royalties. But he had made a mistake by inserting into the play a satirical reference to the actors of the Théâtre Royal. None but they are capable of gaining things a reputation. The rest are ignorant creatures who speak their parts just as one talks. These don't understand how to make the verses roar or to pause at a beautiful passage. How can it be known where the fine lines are if the actor does not stop at them and apprise you thereby to applaud? The troupe at the Hôtel de Bourgogne expressed open contempt of Molière as unable to produce tragedy, and as capable only of coarse comedy. Molière strengthened their case by writing and presenting a middling farce, Le Cuckold Imaginaire, the imaginary cuckold, though the king was pleased to see this 9 times. Meanwhile, the old Louvre was undergoing alterations. The Salle du Petit Bourbon was incontinently demolished, and for a time it seemed that Molière's troupe de monsieur would be stageless. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 4, Side 2. Meanwhile, the old Louvre was undergoing alterations. The Salle du Petit Bourbon was incontinently demolished, and for a time it seemed that Molière's troupe de monsieur would be stageless. The king, always friendly, came to his rescue by assigning to him in the Palais Royal the salle in which Richelieu had had plays performed. There, as an almost physical part of the court, Molière's company remained till his death. His first production in this new home was his last attempt at tragedy, Don Garcia. He thought with some reason that the pompous rhetorical style of tragedy as developed by Corneille and played at the Hôtel de Bourgogne was unnatural. He aspired to a simpler and more natural style. Had the classic dominance and his hiccup allowed him, he might have produced successful combinations of tragedy with comedy, as in Shakespeare. And indeed his greatest comedies have a touch of tragedy. But Don Garcia failed, despite the efforts of the king to buttress it by attending 3 performances. Molière was designed to suffer tragedy, not to play it. So he returned to comedy. L'École des Maris, the School for Husbands, had a solacing success, playing daily from June 24th to September 11th, 1661. It foreshadowed the marriage of Molière, then 39, with Armande Béjart, then 18. Its problem was, how should a young woman be trained to be a good and faithful wife? The brothers Ariste and Sganarelle are fortunate in being the guardians of the girls they plan to marry. Ariste, who is 60, treats his 18-year-old ward, Leonore, quite leniently. I've not made crimes of little liberties. I've continually complied with her youthful desires, and thank heaven I don't repent it. I've given her leave to see good company, diversions, plays, and balls. These are things which, for my part, I always judge very proper to form the minds of young people. And the world is a school which, in my opinion, teaches the way of living better than any book. She likes to spend money on clothes, linen, and new fashions. I try to gratify her wishes. These are pleasures we should allow young women when our circumstances can afford it. Sganarelle, the younger brother, derides Ariste as a fool seduced by the latest fancies. He laments the passing of the old morality, the looseness of the new, the insolence of liberated youth. He proposes a stern discipline to train his ward, Isabelle, to be an obedient wife. She shall be dressed in becoming clothes. Staying at home like a discreet person, she shall apply herself entirely to affairs of housewifery, darning linen in her leisure hours, or knitting stockings for her diversion. She shall not stir abroad without someone to watch her. I will not wear horns if I can help it. After an incredible intrigue, imitated from a Spanish comedy, Isabelle runs away with an ingenious lover, while Leonore marries Ariste and remains faithful to him to the end of the play. Molière was evidently debating with himself. On February 20th, 1662, now 40, he married a woman less than half his age. Moreover, Armande Béjart was the daughter of Madeleine Béjart, with whom Molière had cohabited 20 years before. His enemies accused him of marrying his own illegitimate daughter. Montfleury, leader of the rival troop at the Hôtel de Bourgogne, wrote to Louis XIV to this effect in 1663. Louis replied by standing godfather to Molière's first child by Armande. Madeleine, when Molière met her, had been too lavish of her person to give us any certainty of Armande's parentage. Molière apparently did not think himself her father, and we may allow that he was slightly better informed on the point than we can be. Armande had grown up as the spoiled pet of the troupe. Molière had seen her almost every day. He had loved her as a child long before he had known her as a woman. She was by this time an accomplished actress. With such a background, she was not made for monogamy, least of all with a man who had outworn the spirit of youth. She loved the pleasures of life and indulged in flirtations that were widely interpreted as infidelities. Molière suffered, his friends and foes gossiped. 10 months after his marriage, he tried to salve his wounds by criticizing male jealousy and defending female emancipation. He tried to be Ariste, but Armande could not be Leonore. Perhaps he failed to be Ariste, for he was as impatient as any theatrical producer. In the Impromptu of Versailles, in October 1663, he described himself as saying to his wife, "Hold your peace, wife, you are an ass," whereto she replies, "Thank you, good husband. See how it is? Matrimony alters people strangely. You would not have said this a year and a half ago." He continued his meditations on jealousy and liberty in L'École des Femmes, which had its premiere on December 26, 1662. Almost the opening lines struck the theme of cuckoldry. Arnulf, played by Molière, is again the old-fashioned tyrant who believes that a woman loosed is a loose woman, and that the only means of guaranteeing a wife's fidelity is to train her to modest servitude, keep her under strict watch, and skimp her education. Agnès, his ward and prospective bride, grows up in such delectable innocence that she asks Arnulf, in a line that echoed through France, "Si les enfants faisoient par l'oreille," if children are begotten through the ear. As Arnulf has told her nothing about love, she accepts with guileless pleasure the attentions of Horace, who finds his way to her during her guardian's brief absence. When Arnulf returns, she gives him an objective account of Horace's procedure. Arnulf: "Well, but what did he do when he was alone with you?" Agnès: "He said he loved me with an unequalled passion, and told me in the finest language in the world things that nothing can ever come up to, the agreeableness whereof delighted me every time I heard him speak, and raised within me a certain, I know not what, emotion, which entirely charmed me." Arnulf, aside: "O tormenting inquiry into a fatal secret where the inquirer only suffers all the pain." Aloud: "Besides all this talk, all these pretty ways, didn't he bestow some kisses on you, too?" Agnès: "Oh, to that degree. He took my hands and arms and was never weary of kissing 'em." Arnulf: "Did he take nothing else from you, Agnès?" Seeing her at a loss: "Huh?" Agnès: "Why, he did." Arnulf: "What?" Agnès: "Take." Arnulf: "How?" Agnès: Arnulf: "What do you mean?" Agnès: "I durst not tell you, for maybe you'll be angry with me." Arnulf: "No." Agnès: "Yes, but you will." Arnulf: "Lack-a-day, I won't." Agnès: "Swear faith, then." Arnulf: "Well, faith." Agnès: "He took— You'll be in a passion." Arnulf: "No." Agnès: "Yes." Arnulf: "No, no, no, no. What the deuce is this mystery? What did he take from you?" Agnès: "He—" Arnulf, aside: "I suffer damnation." Agnès: "He took away the ribbon you gave me. To tell you the truth, I could not help it." Arnulf, recovering himself: "Oh, no matter for the ribbon. But I want to know whether he did nothing but kiss your hands." Agnès: "Why, do people do other things?" Arnulf: "No, no. But in short I must tell you that to accept caskets and hearken to the idle stories of these powdered fops, to permit him in a languishing way to kiss your hands and charm your heart in this manner, is a mortal sin, the greatest that can be committed." Agnès: "A sin, you say? The reason, pray?" Arnulf: "The reason? Why, the reason is because it's declared that heaven is offended at such doings." Agnès: "Offended? But wherefore should it be offended? Lack-a-day, 'tis so sweet, so pleasant. I admire at the delight one finds in it, and didn't know these things before." Arnulf: Aye, there's a great deal of pleasure in all these tendernesses, these complacent discourses, these fond embraces, but they should be tasted in an honest manner, and the sin should be taken away by marrying. Agnès. Is it no more a sin when a body's married? Arnulf. No. Agnès. Then marry me out of hand, I pray. Of course Agnès soon runs off to Horace. Arnulf recaptures her and is about to beat her when her sweet voice and form unnerve him, and perhaps when Molière wrote Arnulf's lines he was thinking of Armand. That speech and that look disarm my fury, and produce a return of tenderness which effaces all her guilt. How strange it is to be in love, and that men should be subject to such weakness for these traitresses. Everybody knows their imperfection, they're nothing but extravagance and indiscretion. Their mind is wicked and their understanding weak. Nothing is more frail, nothing more unsteady, nothing more false, and yet for all that one does everything in the world for the sake of these animals. In the end she eludes him and marries Horace, and Arnulf's friend, Crucible, consoles him with the thought that abstention from marriage is the only sure way of avoiding the growth of horns. The play delighted the audience. It was performed 31 times in its first 10 weeks, and the king was young enough to enjoy its laxity. But the more conservative elements at the court condemned the comedy as immoral. Procreation through the ear proved unpopular with the ladies. The Prince de Conti denounced as the most scandalous thing ever staged the second-act scene between Arnulf and Agnès, quoted above. Bossuet anathematized the entire play. Some magistrates called for its suppression as a threat to morality and religion. The rival troupe laughed at the vulgarities of the dialogue, the contradictions in characterization, and the hasty incredibilities of the plot. For a time the play made the conversation of every house in Paris. Molière was too much of a fighter to let these criticisms go unnoticed. In a one-act piece presented at the Palais Royal, June 1, 1663, La Critique de l'École des Femmes, he pictured a gathering of his critics, allowed them to voice their objections forcefully, and made hardly any answer except to let the critique weaken itself through exaggeration and be voiced by ridiculous characters. The Hôtel de Bourgogne kept up this guerre comique by producing a skit called The Counter-Critic, and Molière satirized the royal troupe in L'Impromptu de Versailles on October 18, 1663. The king stood loyally by Molière, invited him to dinner, and now gave him an annual pension of 1,000 livres, not as comédien, but as excellent poète. Time also gave the victory to Molière, and today L'École des Femmes is rated as the first great comedy of the French theatre. 4. L'Affaire Tartuffe. Molière paid a price for the king's favor. Louis so liked his wit and courage that he made him a leading organizer of the entertainments at Versailles and Saint-Germain. One such fete, Les Plaisirs de l'Île Enchantée, filled a week, from May 7th to the 13th, 1664, with jousts, feasting, music, ballet, dancing, and drama, all presented in the park and palace of Versailles under illumination by torches and chandeliers holding 4,000 candles. Molière received 6,000 livres for his labors on this festival. Some scholars have mourned that the king used so much of Molière's genius to provide light-hearted entertainment at the court, and they have imagined the masterpieces that might have matured if the poet and the comedian had had more time to think and write. But he was under pressure from his company, too, and in any case his cares and responsibilities as manager and actor would have kept him from any ivory tower. Many an author writes better under pressure than at leisure. Leisure relaxes the mind, urgency stimulates it. Molière's greatest play was first produced on May 12, 1664, during the height and as part of the Plaisirs de l'Île Enchantée. Tartuffe, in this premiere, hardly fitted the festival, for it was a merciless exposure of hypocrisy taking a pious and moralistic dress. A religious fraternity of laymen, the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, later known as the Cabal des Devots, had already pledged its members to work for the suppression of the play. The king, whose liaison with La Vallière had aroused much criticism from the devout, was in a mood to agree with Molière. But having seen the comedy in its private performance at Versailles, he withheld permission to present it to the public of Paris in the Palais Royal. He solaced Molière by inviting him to read Tartuffe at Fontainebleau to a select group, including a papal legate, who raised no objection known to history. This on July 21, 1664. In that month, the drama was performed in the home of the Duke and Duchess, Henrietta Anne, of Orléans, in the presence of the Queen Mother, and the King. The way was being prepared for a public presentation when, in August, Pierre Roulet, vicar of Saint-Barthélemy, published a tribute to the King for prohibiting the play, and took occasion to denounce Molière as a man, or rather a demon in flesh and habited as a man, the most notably impious creature and libertine who ever lived. For writing Tartuffe, to the derision of the whole church, said Père Roulet, Molière should be burned at the stake as a foretaste of the fires of hell. The King rebuked Roulet, but continued to withhold permission for a public performance of Tartuffe. To show where he stood, the King raised Molière's annual pension to 6,000 livres, and took over from Monsieur the protection of Molière's company. Henceforth it was the Troupe du Roi. The controversy simmered for 2 years. Then Molière read to Louis a revised version of the play, with some added lines pointing out that the satire was not of honest faith but only of hypocrisy. Madame Henrietta supported the author's plea for permission to produce. Louis gave a verbal consent, and while he went off to war in Flanders, the first public presentation of Tartuffe was staged at the Palais Royal on August 5, 1667, 3 years after its court premiere. The next morning, the President of the Parliament of Paris, who belonged to the Company of the Blessed Sacrament, ordered the theatre closed and all its posters torn down. On August 11th, the Archbishop of Paris forbade, on pain of excommunication, the reading, hearing, or performance of the comedy in public or in private. Molière announced that if this triumph of Les Tartuffes continued, he would retire from the stage. The King, returning to Paris, bade the angry dramatist be patient. Molière managed it, and was rewarded at last by the removal of the royal prohibition. On February 5, 1669, the play began a successful run of 28 consecutive performances. At the public premiere, the crowd seeking admission was so large and eager that many persons came near to suffocation. It was the drame célèbre of Molière's career. Of all French classic dramas, it has received the greatest number of performances, 2,657 to 1960 at the Comédie Française alone. How far do the contents of the play explain its long postponement and its continuing popularity? They explain the first by their frontal attack upon hypocritical piety. They explain the second by the power and brilliance of their satire. Everything in that satire is, of course, exaggerated. Hypocrisy is rarely so reckless and complete as in Tartuffe. Stupidity is seldom so extravagant as in Orgon, and no maid is so successfully insolent as Dorine. The denouement is incredible, as almost always in Molière. This did not trouble him. After he had presented his picture and indictment of hypocrisy, any deus or rex ex machina would do to untangle the plot into triumphant virtue and punished vice. Quite likely the satire was aimed at the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, whose members, even if laymen, undertook to direct consciences, to report private sins to public authorities, and to interfere in families to promote religious loyalty and devotion. The play twice referred to a cabal, evidently alluding to the Cabal des Dévots. Soon after the play's public premiere, the Company of the Blessed Sacrament was dissolved. Orgon, the rich bourgeois, first sees Tartuffe in church and is impressed. "Ah, had you but seen him, you would have loved him as well as I do. He came every day to church with a composed mien and knelt just near me. He attracted the eyes of the whole congregation by the fervency with which he sent up his prayers to heaven. He sighed and groaned very heavily, and at every moment he humbly kissed the earth. And when I was going out, he would advance before me to offer me holy water at the door. Understanding his lowly condition, I made him presents, but he always modestly would offer to return me part. At length heaven moved me to take him home, since which everything seems to prosper. I see he reproves without distinction, and that even with regard to my wife he is extremely cautious of my honor. He acquaints me who ogles her." But Tartuffe does not similarly impress Orgon's wife and children. His hearty appetite, his love for tidbits, his round paunch and rubicund face dull for them the point of his homilies. Orgon's brother-in-law, Cléant, begs him to see the difference between hypocrisy and religion. "As I see no character in life greater or more valuable than to be truly devout, nor anything nobler or fairer than the fervor of a sincere piety, so I think nothing more abominable than the outside daubing of a pretended zeal, than those mountebanks, those devotees in show, who make a trade of godliness, and who would purchase honors and reputation with a hypocritical turning up of the eyes and affected transports. Orgon, however, continues to take Tartuffe at phrase value, submits to his guidance, invokes God's aid upon him when he belches, and proposes to give him in marriage his daughter Marianne, who violently prefers Valère. The real heroine of the piece is Marianne's maid Dorine, who, as in classic comedy, seems to prove that Providence has distributed genius in inverse ratio to money. Delightful is her reception of Tartuffe's first entry upon the stage. Tartuffe, seeing Dorine, speaks aloud to his servants. "Laurence, lock up my haircloth and scourge, and beg of heaven ever to enlighten you with grace. If anybody comes to see me, I am gone to the prisons to distribute my alms." Dorine, aside, "What affectation and roguery!" Tartuffe, "What do you want?" Dorine, "To tell you." Tartuffe, drawing a handkerchief out of his pocket, "Oh, lackaday, pray take me this handkerchief before you speak." Dorine, "What for?" Tartuffe, "Cover that bosom which I can't bear to see. Such objects hurt the soul and usher in sinful thoughts." Dorine, "You mightily melt, then, at a temptation, and the flesh makes a great impression upon your senses. Truly, I can't tell what heat may inflame you, but for my part I'm not so apt to hanker. Now I could see you stark naked from head to foot, and that whole hide of yours not tempt me at all." The next scene is the core of the comedy. Tartuffe tries to make love to Orgon's wife, Elmire, and uses pious language in his plea. His treachery is reported to Orgon, who refuses to believe it, and to show his trust in Tartuffe he gives over to him all his property. Tartuffe resigns himself to accept it, saying, "Heaven's will be done in all things." The situation is dissolved by Elmire, who, having hidden her husband under a table, sends for Tartuffe, gives him a little encouragement, and soon lures him into attempts at amorous exploration. She pretends compliance, but professes scruples of conscience, which Tartuffe handles with expert casuistry. Evidently Molière had read and relished Pascal's provincial letters. Tartuffe, "If nothing but heaven obstructs my wishes, 'tis a trifle with me to remove such an obstacle. Heaven, 'tis true, forbids certain gratifications, but there are ways of compounding those matters. It is a science to stretch the strings of conscience according to the different exigencies of the case, and to rectify the immorality of the action by the purity of our intention." Orgon comes out from his hiding, and angrily bids Tartuffe leave the house, but Tartuffe explains to him that the house, by Orgon's recently signed deed, belongs to Tartuffe. Molière, not very ingeniously, cuts this knot by having the king's agents opportunely discover that Tartuffe is a long-sought-for criminal. Orgon recovers his property, Valère gets Marianne, and the play concludes with a melodious paean to the justice and benevolence of the king. 5. The Amorous Atheist. The royal benevolence must have been strained by the next audacity of Molière. At the height of the war over Tartuffe, and while the Dévots were still in triumph over the suppressing of the play, he staged at the Palais Royal, on February 15, 1665, Le Festin de Pierre, the Feast of the Stone Statue, telling in rollicking prose the already oft-told tale of Don Juan, and turning that reckless Casanova into an arrogant atheist. Taking the shell of the story from Tirso de Molina and others, Molière filled it with a remarkable study of a man who enjoys wickedness for its own sake and as a challenge to God. The play is an astonishing echo of the great debate that was embroiling religion with philosophy. Don Juan Tenorio is a marquis and acknowledges obligations to his caste, otherwise he proposes to enjoy any pleasure he has an itch for. His valet, Sganarelle, calculates at 1,003 the number of women whom his master has seduced and deserted. "Constancy," says one, "is only fit for fools. I can't refuse my heart to any lovely creature I see." Such an ethic craves a corresponding theology, so Juan, for his own comfort, is an atheist. His servant tries to reason with him. Sganarelle, "Is it possible that you don't believe in heaven?" Juan, "Forget it." Sganarelle, "That is, you don't." "And hell?" Juan, "Yeah." Sganarelle, "Likewise. And the devil, if you please?" Juan, "Yes, yes." Sganarelle, "Again, very little. Don't you believe at all in another life?" Juan, "Ha, ha, ha." Sganarelle, "Here's a man I'll be hard put to convert. But tell me, surely you believe in le moine bourru?" Literally, the surly monk, a pretended ghost used by nurses and mothers to frighten children. Juan, "Oh, plague on the fool." Sganarelle, Now that I can't suffer, for there's nothing better established than this one Bourou, and I'll be hanged if he isn't real. But a man must believe something. What do you believe? 1. I believe that 2 and 2 are 4, and that 4 and 4 are 8. Sconerell. A lovely creed and beautiful articles of faith. Your religion, then, so far as I can see, is arithmetic? As for me, sir, I understand full well that this world is not a mushroom that grew in a single night. I would like to ask you who made these trees, these rocks, this earth, and that sky up there. Was all this built by itself? Look at yourself, for example. Here you are. Did you make yourself, or wasn't it necessary that your father should enlarge your mother to make you? Can you behold all the inventions of which the human machine is composed without admiring how one part sets another working? Whatever you may say, there is something marvelous in man which all the pundits will never explain. Isn't it wonderful to see me here, and that I have in my head something that thinks 100 different things in a moment and makes my body do what I wish? I want to clap my hands, raise my arm, lift my eyes to the sky, lower my head, move my feet, go to the right, to the left, forward, to the rear, turn. He falls while turning. 1. Good. Your argument has a broken nose. In the next scene, the tilt between Juan and religion takes another form. He meets a beggar who tells him that he prays every day for those who give him alms. Surely, says Juan, a man who prays every day must be very well off. On the contrary, answers the beggar, most often I have not even a piece of bread. Juan offers him a louis d'or if he will swear an oath. The beggar refuses. I'd rather die of hunger. Juan is a bit startled by this fortitude. He hands over the coin, as he says, for love of humanity. All the opera-going world knows the denouement. Juan comes upon a statue of the commander whose daughter he had seduced and whose life he had taken. The statue invites Juan to dinner. Juan comes, gives him his hand, and is led into hell. The infernal apparatus of the medieval stage appears. Thunder and lightning fall with great noise upon Don Juan. The earth opens and swallows him. A vast fire rises from the spot where he has fallen. The first night's audience was shocked by Moliere's exposition of Juan's unbelief. It may have allowed that he had exposed Juan's worthless character as well as his lack of theology, that the Don had been revealed as a brute without conscience or tenderness, spreading deception and grief wherever he went, and it may have observed that the villain's victims were presented with all the author's sympathy. But it noted that the answer to atheism had been put into the mouth of a fool who believed in bogies more firmly than in God, and it was not mollified by Juan's final damnation, for it saw him descending into hell without a word of repentance or fear. After the premiere, Molière toned down the most offensive passages, but public opinion was not appeased. On April 18, 1665, Sieur de Rochemont, avocat en parlement, published Observations sur une comédie de Molière, in which he described Le Festin de Pierre as truly devilish. Nothing more impious has ever appeared, even in pagan times, and the king was exhorted to suppress the play. While this noble prince devotes all his care to maintain religion, Molière is working to destroy it. There is no man so little enlightened in the doctrine of the faith who, having seen this play, can affirm that Molière, so long as he persists in presenting it, is worthy to participate in the sacraments or to be received into penitence without a public reparation. Louis continued his favor to Molière. The Festin de Pierre ran 3 days a week from February 15th to Palm Sunday, when it was withdrawn. It did not return to the boards till 4 years after the dramatist's death, and then only in a verse adaptation by Thomas Corneille, who omitted the scandalous scene quoted above. The original version disappeared. It was rediscovered in 1813 in a pirated edition that had been published in Amsterdam in 1683. Till 1841, the Corneille version alone held the stage, and in some editions of Molière's works it still replaces the original. 4. Meridian. Not content with the enemies that he had made, Molière proceeded to attack the medical profession. He had pictured Don Juan as being impious in medicine and rating medicine one of the greatest errors of mankind. He had discovered in person the deficiencies and pretenses of 17th-century physicians. He thought that doctors had killed his son by prescribing antimony, and he saw that they were helpless against his own advancing tuberculosis. The king, too, was rebelling against weekly purges and bleedings. According to Molière, it was Louis who prompted him to put the doctors on the grill. So, borrowing from old comedies on this ancient theme, he wrote in 5 days L'Amour Médecin. It was produced at Versailles on September 15, 1665, before the king, who was heartily amused. And it met with an hilarious reception when it was staged a week later at the Palais Royal. A woman is ill, 4 doctors are called in, they enter into private consultation but discuss only their own affairs. When the father insists upon a decision and a remedy, one prescribes an enema, another swears that an enema will kill the patient. She gets better without medicine, which infuriates the doctors. "It is better to die according to the rules," cries Dr. Baillis, "than to recover contrary to them." On August 6, 1666, Molière presented another short piece, Le Médecin malgré lui, as a merry prelude to Le Misanthrope, designed to offset the gloom of that paean to pessimism. It does not repay reading today. Molière hardly intended these satires on medicine to be taken seriously. We note that he kept on excellent terms with his own physician, Monsieur de Mauvillain, and that he interceded with the king to get a sinecure for the doctor's son in 1669. He once explained how it was that he and Mauvillain got along so well. "We reason with one another. He prescribes remedies, I omit to take them, and I recover." Still amid the battle over Tartuffe, Molière presented, on June 4, 1666, another satire hardly calculated to please either the public or the court. If action is the soul of drama, Le Misanthrope is rather a philosophical dialogue than a play. One sentence can tell the story. Alceste, who demands a strict morality and complete honesty from himself and all, loves Célimène, who favours him but relishes a multiplicity of suitors and compliments. To Molière, this is but a scaffolding for a study of morality. Should we always speak the truth, or should we substitute courtesy for truth in order to get along in the world? Alceste resents the compromises that society makes with the truth. He condemns the hypocrisy of the court, where everyone pretends to the loftiest sentiments and the warmest regards, while at heart each one is scheming for himself, is critical of all the rest, and uses flattery as a lever to position or power. Alceste scorns all this and proposes to be honest even to the point of suicide. Durant, a scribbling courtier, insists on reading his verses to Alceste and asks for sincere criticism. He gets it and vows revenge. Célimène flirts, Alceste reproves her, she calls him a prig. We almost hear Molière rebuking his gay wife, and indeed it was he who played Alceste and she Célimène. Alceste. "Madam, will you have me be plain with you? I'm very much dissatisfied with your ways of behavior. I don't quarrel with you, but your disposition, madam, opens to the first comer too ready an access to your heart. You have too many lovers whom we see besieging you, and my soul cannot reconcile itself to this." Célimène. "Do you blame me for attracting lovers? Can I help it if people find me lovable? And when they make delectable efforts to see me, should I take a stick and drive them out?" Alceste. "No, it is not a stick that you must use, but a spirit less yielding and melting before their vows. I know that your beauty follows you everywhere, but your welcome holds further those whom your eyes attract. And your sweetness to all who surrender to you completes in their hearts the work of your charms." The philosophical foil to Alceste is his friend Philinte, who advises him to adjust himself amiably to the natural defects of mankind, and to recognize politeness as the lubrication of life. The zest of the play lies in Molière's division of his sentiments between Alceste and Philinte. Alceste is Molière the husband, who fears that he is a cuckold, and the valet tapissier du roi, who, to make the king's bed, has to run the gauntlet of 100 nobles as proud of their pedigree as he is of his genius. Philinte is Molière the philosopher, bidding himself to be reasonable and lenient in judging humanity. Says Philinte Molière to Molière Alceste, in a passage which we may take as a sample of Molière the poet, "My God, let us give ourselves less trouble about the manners of the age, and make some small allowances to human nature. Let us not examine it with so great rigor, but look upon its defects with some indulgence. This world requires a tractable virtue. One may be blameworthy by stress of wisdom. Right reason avoids every extremity, and would have us be wise with sobriety. That great stiffness in the virtues of ancient times too much shocks our age and common usage. It would have mortals too perfect. We must yield to the times without obstinacy, and 'tis an extremity of folly to busy ourselves in correcting the world. I observe, as you do, 1,000 things every day, which might go better taking another course, but whatever I may discover in every transaction, people don't see me in a rage like you. I take men with great calmness, just as they are. I accustom myself to bear with what they do, and I think that at court as well as in the city my phlegm is as much a philosopher as your bile. Napoleon thought that Philinte had the better of the argument. Jean-Jacques Rousseau thought Philinte a liar and approved Alceste's rigorous morality. In the end, Alceste, like Jean-Jacques, renounces the world and retires to a sterilized solitude. The play had only a moderate success. The courtiers did not relish the satire of their fine manners, and the pit could hardly enthuse over an Alceste who frankly despised everybody but himself. The critics, however, being neither of the pit nor of the court, applauded the play as a brave attempt to write a drama of ideas, and later pundits judge it the most perfect of Moliere's works. In the course of time, when its pilloried generation was dead, it won public acceptance. Between 1680 and 1954, it had 1,571 performances at the Comédie Française, only less than Tartuffe and L'Avare. Unable to live in peace with a young wife to whom monogamy and beauty seemed a contradiction in terms, Molière left her in August 1667 and went to live with his friend Chapelain at Auteuil in the western end of Paris. Chapelain gently derided him for taking love so seriously, but Molière was more poet than philosopher, and, if we may believe one poet reporting another, confessed, "I have determined to live with her as if she were not my wife, but if you knew what I suffer you would pity me. My passion has reached such a point that it even enters with compassion into all her interests. When I consider how impossible it is for me to conquer what I feel for her, I tell myself that she may have the same difficulty in conquering her inclination to be coquettish, and I find myself more disposed to pity her than to blame her. You will tell me, no doubt, that a man must be a poet to feel this, but for my part I feel that there is but one kind of love, and that those who have not felt these delicacies of sentiment have never truly loved. All things in the world are connected with her in my heart. When I see her, an emotion, transports that may be felt but not described, take from me all power of reflection. I have no longer any eyes for her defects. I can see only all that she has that is lovable. Is not that the last degree of madness?" He tried to forget her by losing himself in his work. In 1667 he busied himself arranging entertainment for the king at Saint-Germain. His comedy Amphitryon, presented on January 13, 1668, celebrated again the amours of Jupiter, who seduces Amphitryon's wife Alcmene. When Jupiter explains to her that for a lady to share her bed with Jove is not at all dishonorable, the lines were interpreted by many auditors as condoning the royal liaison with Madame de Montespan. If so, it was a very generous sycophancy, for Molière was in no mood to sympathize with seducers. Like everybody else, he buttered the king with flattery, as at the end of Tartuffe. In another comedy produced before the court on July 15th, Georges Dandin, ou Le Mari Confondu, we have again the story of the husband confounded, suspecting his wife of adultery, unable to prove it, and eating his heart out with suspicion and jealousy. Molière was pouring salt into his wounds. It was a busy year, for only a few months later, on September 9th, he produced one of his most famous plays, L'Avare, or The Miser. This took its theme and part of its plot from Plautus's Aulularia, but Plautus had taken that from the new comedy of the Greeks. The Miser and satire of him are probably as old as money. No one has ever handled the subject with more vivacity and power than Molière. Harpagon so loves his hoard that he lets his horses starve and go without hoofs. He has such an aversion to giving that he does not give you good day, but prête le bonjour, lends you good day. Seeing 2 candles lit for dinner, he blows one out. He refuses a dowry to his daughter and trusts that his children will predecease him. The satire, as usual in Molière, verges on caricature. The audience found the picture distasteful, and after 8 performances the play was withdrawn. But Boileau's praise helped to revive it. It was shown 47 times in its first 4 years, and is second only to Tartuffe in frequency of presentation. Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme had less merit and more success. In December 1669, a Turkish ambassador came to France. The court put on all its splendor to impress him. He responded with haughty stolidity. After his departure, Louis invited Molière and Lully to compose a comedy ballet in which the ambassador would be parodied as a Turquerie. Molière enlarged the scheme into a satire on the increasing number of middle-class Frenchmen who were struggling to dress and speak like born aristocrats. The comedy had its premiere before king and court at Chambord, October 14th, 1670. When presented at the Palais Royal in November, it atoned financially for the losses of Lavar. Molière played Monsieur Jourdain. Lully played the Mufti. To invest himself with nobility, Monsieur Jourdain hires a music master, a dancing master, a fencing master, a philosophy master. They come to blows over the relative importance of their arts, whether it is more vital to achieve harmony, to be in step, to be able to kill neatly, or to speak elegant French. In the claims of the music master, we suspect a sly dig at pompous climbing Lully. Half the world knows the scene in which Monsieur Jourdain learns that all language is either prose or verse. Monsieur Jourdain: What? When I say, Nicole, bring me my slippers and give me my night bonnet, this is prose? Philosophy master: Yes, monsieur. Monsieur Jourdain: By my faith, for over 40 years I've been speaking prose without knowing anything about it. I am for all the world most obliged to you for informing me of this. Some courtiers who had not long since graduated from commerce into lace felt that the satire was aimed at them, and they pooh-poohed the play as nonsense. But the king assured Molière, "You have never written anything yet which has amused me so much." Hearing this, says Guizot, the court was at once seized with a fit of admiration. Molière and Lully collaborated again to produce before the court, in January 1671, a tragedy ballet, Psyché, to which Pierre Corneille and Huguenots contributed most of the verse. Lully was winning the battle against Molière. Comedy was giving way to opera, dialogue to machinery. Gods and goddesses had to be lowered from heaven or hoisted from hell. The stage at the Palais Royal had to be rebuilt for Psyché at a cost of 1,980 livres, but the production was a financial success. Romance, however, was not Molière's forte. He was more at home when roasting the absurdities of the age on the point of his wit. It seemed to him that a learned woman was an uncomfortable anomaly and an impediment to marriage. He had heard such women pruning vocabularies, debating niceties of grammar, quoting the classics, and talking philosophy. This, to Molière's ears, sounded like a sexual perversion. Moreover, 2 men, the Abbé Cotin and the poet Ménage, had been inveighing against Molière's plays. Here was a chance to prick them. So on March 11, 1672, he offered Les Femmes Savantes. Philomène discharges a maid for using a word condemned by the Academy. Her daughter Armande rejects matrimony as a disgusting contact of bodies rather than a fusion of minds. Trissotin reads his awful poetry to these admiring prudes. Badius riddles the poetry and presents more of his own and the same. Against all these, Molière defends Henriette, who abominates Alexandrines and wants a husband who can give her children instead of epigrams. Had Armande Béjart become a précieuse, or was Molière showing his age? 7. Curtain. He was only 50, but his hectic life, his tuberculosis, his marriage, and his bereavements had drained his vitality. The portrait by Mignard caught him at his prime. Large nose, sensual lips, and comically elevated eyebrows, but already a wrinkled forehead and wistful eyes. Moving in the vortex of the theatre from town to town and from day to day, dealing with high-strung prima donnas, a lively wife and a sensitive king, seeing 2 of his 3 children die, this was no primrose path to optimism, but an open road to bad digestion and early death. Understandably, he became a self-devouring volcano, melancholy, sharp-tempered, frankly critical, but sympathetically generous. His troupe understood him and was devoted to him, knowing that he used himself up to give it sustenance and success. His friends were always ready to do battle for him, above all Boileau and La Fontaine, who, sometimes with Racine, made with Molière Les Quatre Amis, the famous 4 friends. They found him well-educated and informed, witty but seldom merry, a Grimaldi on the stage, but in private sadder than Shakespeare's Jaques. After 4.5 years of separation, he returned to his wife in 1671. The child that resulted from this reconciliation died after a month of life. At Auteuil, he had lived on a milk diet prescribed by his doctor. Now he resumed his usual consumption of wine and attended late suppers to please Armande. Despite his increasing cough, he decided to play the leading role, Argan, in his final play, La Malade Imaginaire. This on February 10, 1673. Argan imagines himself inflicted with a dozen diseases and spends half of his fortune on doctors and drugs. His brother Bérald derides him. Argan: What must we do then when we are sick? They rawled. "Nothing, brother. We must only keep ourselves quiet. Nature herself, when we let her alone, will gently deliver herself from the disorder she's fallen into. 'Tis our ingratitude, 'tis our impatience that spoils all, and almost all men die of their medicines, not of their diseases." To further ridicule the profession, Argan is told that he himself can become a doctor in short order and can easily pass the examination for a medical license. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 4, Side 2. Meanwhile, the old Louvre was undergoing alterations. The Salle du Petit Bourbon was incontinently demolished, and for a time it seemed that Molière's troupe de monsieur would be stageless. The king, always friendly, came to his rescue by assigning to him in the Palais Royal the salle in which Richelieu had had plays performed. There, as an almost physical part of the court, Molière's company remained till his death. His first production in this new home was his last attempt at tragedy, Don Garcia. He thought with some reason that the pompous rhetorical style of tragedy as developed by Corneille and played at the Hôtel de Bourgogne was unnatural. He aspired to a simpler and more natural style. Had the classic dominance and his hiccup allowed him, he might have produced successful combinations of tragedy with comedy, as in Shakespeare. And indeed his greatest comedies have a touch of tragedy. But Don Garcia failed, despite the efforts of the king to buttress it by attending 3 performances. Molière was designed to suffer tragedy, not to play it. So he returned to comedy. L'École des Maris, the School for Husbands, had a solacing success, playing daily from June 24th to September 11th, 1661. It foreshadowed the marriage of Molière, then 39, with Armande Béjart, then 18. Its problem was, how should a young woman be trained to be a good and faithful wife? The brothers Ariste and Sganarelle are fortunate in being the guardians of the girls they plan to marry. Ariste, who is 60, treats his 18-year-old ward, Leonore, quite leniently. "I've not made crimes of little liberties. I've continually complied with her youthful desires, and thank heaven I don't repent it. I've given her leave to see good company, diversions, plays, and balls. These are things which, for my part, I always judge very proper to form the minds of young people. And the world is a school which, in my opinion, teaches the way of living better than any book. She likes to spend money on clothes, linen, and new fashions. I try to gratify her wishes. These are pleasures we should allow young women when our circumstances can afford it." Sganarelle, the younger brother, derides Ariste as a fool seduced by the latest fancies. He laments the passing of the old morality, the looseness of the new, the insolence of liberated youth. He proposes a stern discipline to train his ward, Isabelle, to be an obedient wife. "She shall be dressed in becoming clothes. Staying at home like a discreet person, she shall apply herself entirely to affairs of housewifery, darning linen in her leisure hours, or knitting stockings for her diversion. She shall not stir abroad without someone to watch her. I will not wear horns if I can help it." After an incredible intrigue, imitated from a Spanish comedy, Isabelle runs away with an ingenious lover, while Leonore marries Ariste and remains faithful to him to the end of the play. Molière was evidently debating with himself. On February 20th, 1662, now 40, he married a woman less than half his age. Moreover, Armande Béjart was the daughter of Madeleine Béjart, with whom Molière had cohabited 20 years before. His enemies accused him of marrying his own illegitimate daughter. Montfleury, leader of the rival troupe at the Hôtel de Bourgogne, wrote to Louis XIV to this effect in 1663. Louis replied by standing godfather to Molière's first child by Armande. Madeleine, when Molière met her, had been too lavish of her person to give us any certainty of Armande's parentage. Molière apparently did not think himself her father, and we may allow that he was slightly better informed on the point than we can be. Armande had grown up as the spoiled pet of the troupe. Molière had seen her almost every day. He had loved her as a child long before he had known her as a woman. She was by this time an accomplished actress. With such a background, she was not made for monogamy, least of all with a man who had outworn the spirit of youth. She loved the pleasures of life and indulged in flirtations that were widely interpreted as infidelities. Molière suffered, his friends and foes gossiped. 10 months after his marriage, he tried to salve his wounds by criticizing male jealousy and defending female emancipation. He tried to be Ariste, but Armand could not be Leonore. Perhaps he failed to be Ariste, for he was as impatient as any theatrical producer. In the Impromptu of Versailles, in October 1663, he described himself as saying to his wife, "Hold your peace, wife, you are an ass," whereto she replies, "Thank you, good husband. See how it is? Matrimony alters people strangely. You would not have said this a year and a half ago." He continued his meditations on jealousy and liberty in L'École des Femmes, which had its premiere on December 26, 1662. Almost the opening lines struck the theme of cuckoldry. Arnulf, played by Molière, is again the old-fashioned tyrant who believes that a woman loosed is a loose woman, and that the only means of guaranteeing a wife's fidelity is to train her to modest servitude, keep her under strict watch, and skimp her education. Agnès, his ward and prospective bride, grows up in such delectable innocence that she asks Arnulf, in a line that echoed through France, "Si les enfants faisoient par l'oreille," if children are begotten through the ear. As Arnulf has told her nothing about love, she accepts with guileless pleasure the attentions of Horace, who finds his way to her during her guardian's brief absence. When Arnulf returns, she gives him an objective account of Horace's procedure. Arnulf: "Well, but what did he do when he was alone with you?" Agnès: "He said he loved me with an unequalled passion, and told me in the finest language in the world things that nothing can ever come up to, the agreeableness whereof delighted me every time I heard him speak, and raised within me a certain, I know not what, emotion, which entirely charmed me." Arnulf, aside: "O tormenting inquiry into a fatal secret where the inquirer only suffers all the pain." Aloud: "Besides all this talk, all these pretty ways, didn't he bestow some kisses on you, too?" Agnès: "Oh, to that degree. He took my hands and arms and was never weary of kissing 'em." Arnulf: "Did he take nothing else from you, Agnès?" Seeing her at a loss: "Huh?" Agnès: "Why, he did." Arnulf: "What?" Agnès: "Take." Arnulf: "How?" Agnès: "The—" Arnulf: "What do you mean?" Agnès: "I durst not tell you, for maybe you'll be angry with me." Arnulf: "No." Agnès: "Yes, but you will." Arnulf: "Lack-a-day, I won't." Agnès: "Swear faith, then." Arnulf: "Well, faith." Agnès: "He took— You'll be in a passion." Arnulf: "No." Agnès: "Yes." Arnulf: "No, no, no, no. What the deuce is this mystery? What did he take from you?" Agnès: "He—" Arnulf, aside: "I suffer damnation." Agnès: "He took away the ribbon you gave me. To tell you the truth, I could not help it." Arnulf, recovering himself: "Oh, no matter for the ribbon. But I want to know whether he did nothing but kiss your hands." Agnès: "Why, do people do other things?" Arnulf: "No, no. But in short I must tell you that to accept caskets and hearken to the idle stories of these powdered fops, to permit him in a languishing way to kiss your hands and charm your heart in this manner is a mortal sin, the greatest that can be committed." Agnès: "A sin, you say? The reason, pray?" Arnulf: "The reason? Why, the reason is because it's declared that heaven is offended at such doings." Agnès: "Offended? But wherefore should it be offended? Lack-a-day, 'tis so sweet, so pleasant. I admire at the delight one finds in it, and didn't know these things before." Arnulf: "Aye, there's a great deal of pleasure in all these tendernesses, these complacent discourses, these fond embraces, but they should be tasted in an honest manner, and the sin should be taken away by marrying." Agnès: "Is it no more a sin when a body's married?" Arnulf: "No." Agnès: "Then marry me out of hand, I pray." Of course Agnès soon runs off to Horace. Arnulf recaptures her and is about to beat her when her sweet voice and form unnerve him, and perhaps when Molière wrote Arnulf's lines he was thinking of Armand. "That speech and that look disarm my fury, and produce a return of tenderness which effaces all her guilt. How strange it is to be in love, and that men should be subject to such weakness for these traitresses. Everybody knows their imperfection, they're nothing but extravagance and indiscretion. Their mind is wicked and their understanding weak. Nothing is more frail, nothing more unsteady, nothing more false, and yet for all that one does everything in the world for the sake of these animals." In the end she eludes him and marries Horace, and Arnulf's friend, Crisald, consoles him with the thought that abstention from marriage is the only sure way of avoiding the growth of horns. The play delighted the audience. It was performed 31 times in its first 10 weeks, and the king was young enough to enjoy its laxity. But the more conservative elements at the court condemned the comedy as immoral. Procreation through the ear proved unpopular with the ladies. The Prince de Conti denounced as the most scandalous thing ever staged the second-act scene between Arnulf and Agnès, quoted above. Bossuet anathematized the entire play. Some magistrates called for its suppression as a threat to morality and religion. The rival troupe laughed at the vulgarities of the dialogue, the contradictions in characterization, and the hasty incredibilities of the plot. For a time, the play made the conversation of every house in Paris. Molière was too much of a fighter to let these criticisms go unnoticed. In a one-act piece presented at the Palais Royal, June 1, 1663, La Critique de l'École des Femmes, he pictured a gathering of his critics, allowed them to voice their objections forcefully, and made hardly any answer except to let the critique weaken itself through exaggeration and be voiced by ridiculous characters. The Hôtel de Bourgogne kept up this guerre comique by producing a skit called The Counter-Critic, and Molière satirized the royal troupe in L'Impromptu de Versailles on October 18, 1663. The king stood loyally by Molière, invited him to dinner, and now gave him an annual pension of 1,000 livres, not as comédien, but as excellent poète. Time also gave the victory to Molière, and today L'École des Femmes is rated as the first great comedy of the French theatre. 4. L'Affaire Tartuffe. Molière paid a price for the king's favor. Louis so liked his wit and courage that he made him a leading organizer of the entertainments at Versailles and Saint-Germain. One such fete, Les Plaisirs de l'Île Enchantée, filled a week, from May 7th to the 13th, 1664, with jousts, feasting, music, ballet, dancing, and drama, all presented in the park and palace of Versailles under illumination by torches and chandeliers holding 4,000 candles. Molière received 6,000 livres for his labors on this festival. Some scholars have mourned that the king used so much of Molière's genius to provide light-hearted entertainment at the court, and they have imagined the masterpieces that might have matured if the poet and the comedian had had more time to think and write. But he was under pressure from his company, too, and in any case his cares and responsibilities as manager and actor would have kept him from any ivory tower. Many an author writes better under pressure than at leisure. Leisure relaxes the mind, urgency stimulates it. Molière's greatest play was first produced on May 12, 1664, during the height and as part of the Plaisirs de l'Île Enchantée. Tartuffe, in this premiere, hardly fitted the festival, for it was a merciless exposure of hypocrisy taking a pious and moralistic dress. A religious fraternity of laymen, the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, later known as the Cabal des Devots, had already pledged its members to work for the suppression of the play. The king, whose liaison with La Vallière had aroused much criticism from the devout, was in a mood to agree with Molière. But having seen the comedy in its private performance at Versailles, he withheld permission to present it to the public of Paris in the Palais Royal. He solaced Molière by inviting him to read Tartuffe at Fontainebleau to a select group, including a papal legate, who raised no objection known to history. This on July 21, 1664. In that month, the drama was performed in the home of the Duke and Duchess, Henrietta Anne, of Orléans, in the presence of the Queen Mother, and the King. The way was being prepared for a public presentation when, in August, Pierre Roulet, vicar of Saint-Barthélemy, published a tribute to the king for prohibiting the play, and took occasion to denounce Molière as a man, or rather a demon in flesh and habited as a man, the most notably impious creature and libertine who ever lived. For writing Tartuffe, to the derision of the whole church, said Père Roulet, Molière should be burned at the stake as a foretaste of the fires of hell. The king rebuked Roulet, but continued to withhold permission for a public performance of Tartuffe. To show where he stood, the king raised Molière's annual pension to 6,000 livres, and took over from Monsieur the protection of Molière's company. Henceforth it was the Troupe du Roi. The controversy simmered for 2 years. Then Molière read to Louis a revised version of the play, with some added lines pointing out that the satire was not of honest faith, but only of hypocrisy. Madame Henrietta supported the author's plea for permission to produce. Louis gave a verbal consent, and while he went off to war in Flanders, the first public presentation of Tartuffe was staged at the Palais Royal on August 5, 1667, 3 years after its court premiere. The next morning, the president of the Parliament of Paris, who belonged to the Company of the Blessed Sacrament, ordered the theatre closed and all its posters torn down. On August 11th, the Archbishop of Paris forbade, on pain of excommunication, the reading, hearing, or performance of the comedy in public or in private. Molière announced that if this triumph of Les Tartuffes continued, he would retire from the stage. The king, returning to Paris, bade the angry dramatist be patient. Molière managed it and was rewarded at last by the removal of the royal prohibition. On February 5, 1669, the play began a successful run of 28 consecutive performances. At the public premiere, the crowd seeking admission was so large and eager that many persons came near to suffocation. It was the drame célèbre of Molière's career. Of all French classic dramas, it has received the greatest number of performances, 2,657 to 1960 at the Comédie Française alone. How far do the contents of the play explain its long postponement and its continuing popularity? They explain the first by their frontal attack upon hypocritical piety. They explain the second by the power and brilliance of their satire. Everything in that satire is, of course, exaggerated. Hypocrisy is rarely so reckless and complete as in Tartuffe. Stupidity is seldom so extravagant as in Orgon, and no maid is so successfully insolent as Dorine. The denouement is incredible, as almost always in Molière. This did not trouble him. After he had presented his picture and indictment of hypocrisy, any deus or rex ex machina would do to untangle the plot into triumphant virtue and punished vice. Quite likely the satire was aimed at the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, whose members, even if laymen, undertook to direct consciences, to report private sins to public authorities, and to interfere in families to promote religious loyalty and devotion. The play twice referred to a cabal, evidently alluding to the Cabal des Dévots. Soon after the play's public premiere, the Company of the Blessed Sacrament was dissolved. Orgon, the rich bourgeois, first sees Tartuffe in church and is impressed. "Ah, had you but seen him, you would have loved him as well as I do. He came every day to church with a composed mien and knelt just near me. He attracted the eyes of the whole congregation by the fervency with which he sent up his prayers to heaven. He sighed and groaned very heavily, and at every moment he humbly kissed the earth. And when I was going out, he would advance before me to offer me holy water at the door. Understanding his lowly condition, I made him presents, but he always modestly would offer to return me part. At length heaven moved me to take him home, since which everything seems to prosper. I see he reproves without distinction, and that even with regard to my wife he is extremely cautious of my honor. He acquaints me who ogles her." But Tartuffe does not similarly impress Orgon's wife and children. His hearty appetite, his love for tidbits, his round paunch and rubicund face dull for them the point of his homilies. Orgon's brother-in-law, Cléante, begs him to see the difference between hypocrisy and religion. "As I see no character in life greater or more valuable than to be truly devout, nor anything nobler or fairer than the fervor of a sincere piety, so I think nothing more abominable than the outside daubing of a pretended zeal, than those mountebanks, those devotees in show, who make a trade of godliness, and who would purchase honors and reputation with a hypocritical turning up of the eyes and affected transports." Orgon, however, continues to take Tartuffe at phrase value, submits to his guidance, invokes God's aid upon him when he belches, and proposes to give him in marriage his daughter Marianne, who violently prefers Valère. The real heroine of the piece is Marianne's maid Dorine, who, as in classic comedy, seems to prove that Providence has distributed genius in inverse ratio to money. Delightful is her reception of Tartuffe's first entry upon the stage. Tartuffe, seeing Dorine, speaks aloud to his servants. "Laurence, lock up my haircloth and scourge, and beg of heaven ever to enlighten you with grace. If anybody comes to see me, I am gone to the prisons to distribute my alms." Dorine, aside, "What affectation and roguery!" Tartuffe, "What do you want?" Dorine, "To tell you." Tartuffe, drawing a handkerchief out of his pocket, "Oh, lackaday, pray take me this handkerchief before you speak." Dorine, "What for?" Tartuffe, "Cover that bosom, which I can't bear to see. Such objects hurt the soul and usher in sinful thoughts. Doreen, you mightily melt then at a temptation, and the flesh makes a great impression upon your senses. Truly, I can't tell what heat may inflame you, but for my part I'm not so apt to hanker. Now I could see you stark naked from head to foot, and that whole hide of yours not tempt me at all. The next scene is the core of the comedy. Tartuffe tries to make love to Orgon's wife, Elmire, and uses pious language in his plea. His treachery is reported to Orgon, who refuses to believe it, and to show his trust in Tartuffe he gives over to him all his property. Tartuffe resigns himself to accept it, saying, "Heaven's will be done in all things." The situation is dissolved by Elmire, who, having hidden her husband under a table, sends for Tartuffe, gives him a little encouragement, and soon lures him into attempts at amorous exploration. She pretends compliance, but professes scruples of conscience, which Tartuffe handles with expert casuistry. Evidently Molière had read and relished Pascal's provincial letters. Tartuffe. If nothing but heaven obstructs my wishes, 'tis a trifle with me to remove such an obstacle. Heaven, 'tis true, forbids certain gratifications, but there are ways of compounding those matters. It is a science to stretch the strings of conscience according to the different exigencies of the case, and to rectify the immorality of the action by the purity of our intention. Orgon comes out from his hiding, and angrily bids Tartuffe leave the house, but Tartuffe explains to him that the house, by Orgon's recently signed deed, belongs to Tartuffe. Molière, not very ingeniously, cuts this knot by having the king's agents opportunely discover that Tartuffe is a long-sought-for criminal. Orgon recovers his property, Valère gets Marianne, and the play concludes with a melodious paean to the justice and benevolence of the king. 5. The Amorous Atheist. The royal benevolence must have been strained by the next audacity of Molière. At the height of the war over Tartuffe, and while the Dévots were still in triumph over the suppressing of the play, he staged at the Palais Royal, on February 15, 1665, Le Festin de Pierre, the Feast of the Stone Statue, telling in rollicking prose the already oft-told tale of Don Juan, and turning that reckless Casanova into an arrogant atheist. Taking the shell of the story from Tirso de Molina and others, Molière filled it with a remarkable study of a man who enjoys wickedness for its own sake and as a challenge to God. The play is an astonishing echo of the great debate that was embroiling religion with philosophy. Don Juan Tenorio is a marquis and acknowledges obligations to his caste, otherwise he proposes to enjoy any pleasure he has an itch for. His valet, Sganarelle, calculates at 1,003 the number of women whom his master has seduced and deserted. "Constancy," says Juan, "is only fit for fools. I can't refuse my heart to any lovely creature I see." Such an ethic craves a corresponding theology, so Juan, for his own comfort, is an atheist. His servant tries to reason with him. Sganarelle. "Is it possible that you don't believe in heaven?" Juan. "Forget it." Sganarelle. "That is, you don't." "And hell?" Juan. Sganarelle. "Likewise. And the devil, if you please?" Juan. Yes. Sganarelle. "Again, very little. Don't you believe at all in another life?" Juan. Sganarelle. "Here's a man I'll be hard put to convert. But tell me, surely you believe in le moine bourru?" Literally, the surly monk, a pretended ghost used by nurses and mothers to frighten children. Juan. "Oh, plague on the fool." Sganarelle. "Now that I can't suffer, for there's nothing better established than this moine bourru, and I'll be hanged if he isn't real. But a man must believe something. What do you believe?" Juan. "I believe that 2 and 2 are 4, and that 4 and 4 are 8. Sganarelle. "A lovely creed and beautiful articles of faith. Your religion, then, so far as I can see, is arithmetic? As for me, sir, I understand full well that this world is not a mushroom that grew in a single night. I would like to ask you who made these trees, these rocks, this earth, and that sky up there. Was all this built by itself? Look at yourself, for example. Here you are. Did you make yourself, or wasn't it necessary that your father should enlarge your mother to make you? Can you behold all the inventions of which the human machine is composed without admiring how one part sets another working? Whatever you may say, there is something marvelous in man which all the pundits will never explain. Isn't it wonderful to see me here, and that I have in my head something that thinks 100 different things in a moment and makes my body do what I wish? I want to clap my hands, raise my arm, lift my eyes just to the sky, lower my head, move my feet, go to the right, to the left, forward, to the rear, turn. He falls while turning. 1. Good. Your argument has a broken nose. In the next scene, the tilt between Juan and religion takes another form. He meets a beggar who tells him that he prays every day for those who give him alms. Surely, says Juan, a man who prays every day must be very well off. On the contrary, answers the beggar, most often I have not even a piece of bread. Juan offers him a louis d'or if he will swear an oath. The beggar refuses. I'd rather die of hunger. Juan is a bit startled by this fortitude. He hands over the coin as he says, for love of humanity. All the opera-going world knows the denouement. Juan comes upon a statue of the commander whose daughter he had seduced and whose life he had taken. The statue invites Juan to dinner. Juan comes, gives him his hand, and is led into hell. The infernal apparatus of the medieval stage appears. Thunder and lightning fall with great noise upon Don Juan. The earth opens and swallows him. A vast fire rises from the spot where he has fallen. The first night's audience was shocked by Moliere's exposition of Juan's unbelief. It may have allowed that he had exposed Juan's worthless character as well as his lack of theology, that the Don had been revealed as a brute without conscience or tenderness, spreading deception and grief wherever he went, and it may have observed that the villain's victims were presented with all the author's sympathy. But it noted that the answer to atheism had been put into the mouth of a fool who believed in bogies more firmly than in God, and it was not mollified by Juan's final damnation, for it saw him descending into hell without a word of repentance or fear. After the premiere, Molière toned down the most offensive passages, but public opinion was not appeased. On April 18, 1665, Sieur de Rochemont, avocat en parlement, published Observations sur une comédie de Molière, in which he described Le Festin de Pierre as truly devilish. Nothing more impious has ever appeared, even in pagan times, and the king was exhorted to suppress the play. While this noble prince devotes all his care to maintain religion, Molière is working to destroy it. There is no man so little enlightened in the doctrine of the faith who, having seen this play, can affirm that Molière, so long as he persists in presenting it, is worthy to participate in the sacraments or to be received into penitence without a public reparation. Louis continued his favor to Molière. The Festin de Pierre ran 3 days a week from February 15th to Palm Sunday, when it was withdrawn. It did not return to the boards till 4 years after the dramatist's death, and then only in a verse adaptation by Thomas Corneille, who omitted the scandalous scene quoted above. The original version disappeared. It was rediscovered in 1813 in a pirated edition that had been published in Amsterdam in 1683. Till 1841, the Corneille version alone held the stage, and in some editions of Molière's works it still replaces the original. 4. Meridian. Not content with the enemies that he had made, Molière proceeded to attack the medical profession. He had pictured Don Juan as being impious in medicine and rating medicine one of the greatest errors of mankind. He had discovered in person the deficiencies and pretenses of 17th-century physicians. He thought that doctors had killed his son by prescribing antimony, and he saw that they were helpless against his own advancing tuberculosis. The king, too, was rebelling against weekly purges and bleedings. According to Molière, it was Louis who prompted him to put the doctors on the grill. So, borrowing from old comedies on this ancient theme, he wrote in 5 days L'Amour Médecin. It was produced at Versailles on September 15, 1665, before the king, who was heartily amused, and it met with an hilarious reception when it was staged a week later at the Palais Royal. A woman is ill, 4 doctors are called in, they enter into private consultation but discuss only their own affairs. When the father insists upon a decision and a remedy, one prescribes an enema, another swears that an enema will kill the patient. She gets better without medicine, which infuriates the doctors. It is better to die according to the rules, cries Dr. Baïs, than to recover contrary to them. On August 6, 1666, Molière presented another short piece, Le Médecin malgré Louis, as a merry prelude to Le Misanthrope, designed to offset the gloom of that paean to pessimism. It does not repay reading today. Molière hardly intended these satires on medicine to be taken seriously. We note that he kept on excellent terms with his own physician, Monsieur de Mauvillain, and that he interceded with the king to get a sinecure for the doctor's son in 1669. He once explained how it was that he and Mauvillain got along so well. "We reason with one another. He prescribes remedies, I omit to take them, and I recover." Still amid the battle over Tartuffe, Molière presented, on June 4, 1666, another satire hardly calculated to please either the public or the court. If action is the soul of drama, Le Misanthrope is rather a philosophical dialogue than a play. One sentence can tell the story. Alceste, who demands a strict morality and complete honesty from himself and all, loves Célimène, who favours him but relishes a multiplicity of suitors and compliments. To Molière, this is but a scaffolding for a study of morality. Should we always speak the truth, or should we substitute courtesy for truth in order to get along in the world? Alceste resents the compromises that society makes with the truth. He condemns the hypocrisy of the court, where everyone pretends to the loftiest sentiments and the warmest regards, while at heart each one is scheming for himself, is critical of all the rest, and uses flattery as a lever to position or power. Alceste scorns all this and proposes to be honest even to the point of suicide. Durant, a scribbling courtier, insists on reading his verses to Alceste and asks for sincere criticism. He gets it and vows revenge. Célimène flirts, Alceste reproves her, she calls him a prig. We almost hear Molière rebuking his gay wife, and indeed it was he who played Alceste and she Célimène. Alceste. "Madam, will you have me be plain with you? I'm very much dissatisfied with your ways of behavior. I don't quarrel with you, but your disposition, madam, opens to the first comer too ready an access to your heart. You have too many lovers whom we see besieging you, and my soul cannot reconcile itself to this." Célimène. "Do you blame me for attracting lovers? Can I help it if people find me lovable? And when they make delectable efforts to see me, should I take a stick and drive them out?" Alceste. "No, it is not a stick that you must use, but a spirit less yielding and melting before their vows. I know that your beauty follows you everywhere, but your welcome holds further those whom your eyes attract. And your sweetness to all who surrender to you completes in their hearts the work of your charms." The philosophical foil to Alceste is his friend Philinte, who advises him to adjust himself amiably to the natural defects of mankind, and to recognize politeness as the lubrication of life. The zest of the play lies in Molière's division of his sentiments between Alceste and Philinte. Alceste is Molière the husband who fears that he is a cuckold, and the valet tapissier du roi who, to make the king's bed, has to run the gauntlet of 100 nobles as proud of their pedigree as he is of his genius. Philinte is Molière the philosopher, bidding himself to be reasonable and lenient in judging humanity. Says Philinte Molière to Molière Alceste, in a passage which we may take as a sample of Molière the poet, "My God, let us give ourselves less trouble about the manners of the age, and make some small allowances to human nature. Let us not examine it with so great rigor, but look upon its defects with some indulgence. This world requires a tractable virtue. One may be blameworthy by stress of wisdom. Right reason avoids every extremity, and would have us be wise with sobriety. That great stiffness in the virtues of ancient times too much shocks our age and common usage. It would have mortals too perfect. We must yield to the times without obstinacy, and 'tis an extremity of folly to busy ourselves in correcting the world. I observe, as you do, 1,000 things every day, which might go better taking another course, but whatever I may discover in every transaction, people don't see me in a rage like you. I take men with great calmness, just as they are. I accustom myself to bear with what they do, and I think that at court, as well as in the city, my phlegm is as much a philosopher as your bile." Napoleon thought that Philinte had the better of the argument. Jean-Jacques Rousseau thought Philinte a liar and approved Alceste's rigorous morality. In the end, Alceste, like Jean-Jacques, renounces the world and retires to a sterilized solitude. The play had only a moderate success. The courtiers did not relish the satire of their fine manners, and the pit could hardly enthuse over an Alceste who frankly despised everybody but himself. The critics, however, being neither of the pit nor of the court, applauded the play as a brave attempt to write a drama of ideas, and later pundits judge it the most perfect of Molière's works. In the course of time, when its pilloried generation was dead, it won public acceptance. Between 1680 and 1954, it had 1,571 performances at the Comédie Française, only less than Tartuffe and L'Avare. Unable to live in peace with the young wife to whom monogamy and beauty seemed a contradiction in terms, Molière left her, in August 1667, and went to live with his friend Chapelain at Auteuil, in the western end of Paris. Chapelain gently derided him for taking love so seriously, but Molière was more poet than philosopher, and, if we may believe one poet reporting another, confessed, "I have determined to live with her as if she were not my wife, but if you knew what I suffer, you would pity me. My passion has reached such a point that it even enters with compassion into all her interests. When I consider how impossible it is for me to conquer what I feel for her, I tell myself that she may have the same difficulty in conquering her inclination to be coquettish, and I find myself more disposed to pity her than to blame her. You will tell me, no doubt, that a man must be a poet to feel this, but for my part I feel that there is but one kind of love, and that those who have not felt these delicacies of sentiment have never truly loved. All things in the world are connected with her in my heart. When I see her, an emotion, transports that may be felt but not described, take from me all power of reflection. I have no longer any eyes for her defects. I can see only all that she has that is lovable. Is not that the last degree of madness?" He tried to forget her by losing himself in his work. In 1667 he busied himself arranging entertainment for the king at Saint-Germain. His comedy Amphitryon, presented on January 13, 1668, celebrated again the amours of Jupiter, who seduces Amphitryon's wife Alcmene. When Jupiter explains to her that for a lady to share her bed with Jove is not at all dishonorable, the lines were interpreted by many auditors as condoning the royal liaison with Madame de Montespan. If so, it was a very generous sycophancy, for Molière was in no mood to sympathize with seducers. Like everybody else, he buttered the king with flattery, as at the end of Tartuffe. In another comedy produced before the court on July 15th, Georges Dandin, ou Le Mari Confondu, we have again the story of the husband confounded, suspecting his wife of adultery, unable to prove it, and eating his heart out with suspicion and jealousy. Molière was pouring salt into his wounds. It was a busy year, for only a few months later, on September 9th, he produced one of his most famous plays, L'Avare, or The Miser. This took its theme and part of its plot from Plautus's Aulularia, but Plautus had taken that from the new comedy of the Greeks. The Miser and satire of him are probably as old as money. No one has ever handled the subject with more vivacity and power than Molière. Harpagon so loves his hoard that he lets his horses starve and go without hoofs. He has such an aversion to giving that he does not give you good day, but prête le bonjour, lends you good day. Seeing 2 candles lit for dinner, he blows one out. He refuses a dowry to his daughter and trusts that his children will predecease him. The satire, as usual in Molière, verges on caricature. The audience found the picture distasteful, and after 8 performances the play was withdrawn. But Boileau's praise helped to revive it. It was shown 47 times in its first 4 years, and is second only to Tartuffe in frequency of presentation. Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme had less merit and more success. In December 1669, a Turkish ambassador came to France. The court put on all its splendor to impress him. He responded with haughty stolidity. After his departure, Louis invited Molière and Lully to compose a comedy ballet in which the ambassador would be parodied as a Turquerie. Molière enlarged the scheme into a satire on the increasing number of middle-class Frenchmen who were struggling to dress and speak like born aristocrats. The comedy had its premiere before king and court at Chambord, October 14th, 1670. When presented at the Palais Royal in November, it atoned financially for the losses of L'Avare. Molière played Monsieur Jourdain. Lully played the Mufti. To invest himself with nobility, Monsieur Jourdain hires a music master, a dancing master, a fencing master, a philosophy master. They come to blows over the relative importance of their arts, whether it is more vital to achieve harmony, to be in step, to be able to kill neatly, or to speak elegant French. In the claims of the music master we suspect a sly dig at pompous climbing Lully. Half the world knows the scene in which Monsieur Jourdain learns that all language is either prose or verse. Monsieur Jourdain: "What? When I say, Nicole, bring me my slippers and give me my night bonnet, this is prose?" Philosophy master: "Yes, monsieur." Monsieur Jourdain: "By my faith, for over 40 years I've been speaking prose without knowing anything about it. I am for all the world most obliged to you for informing me of this." Some courtiers who had not long since graduated from commerce into lace felt that the satire was aimed at them, and they pooh-poohed the play as nonsense. But the king assured Molière, "You have never written anything yet which has amused me so much." Hearing this, says Guizot, the court was at once seized with a fit of admiration. Molière and Lully collaborated again to produce before the court, in January 1671, a tragedy ballet, Psyché, to which Pierre Corneille and Huguenots contributed most of the verse. Lully was winning the battle against Molière. Comedy was giving way to opera, dialogue to machinery. Gods and goddesses had to be lowered from heaven or hoisted from hell. The stage at the Palais Royal had to be rebuilt for Psyché at a cost of 1,980 livres, but the production was a financial success. Romance, however, was not Molière's forte. He was more at home when roasting the absurdities of the age on the point of his wit. It seemed to him that a learned woman was an uncomfortable anomaly and an impediment to marriage. He had heard such women pruning vocabularies, debating niceties of grammar, quoting the classics, and talking philosophy. This, to Molière's ears, sounded like a sexual perversion. Moreover, two men, the Abbé Cotin and the poet Ménage, had been inveighing against Molière's plays. Here was a chance to prick them. So on March 11, 1672, he offered Les Femmes Savantes. Philomène discharges a maid for using a word condemned by the Academy. Her daughter Armande rejects matrimony as a disgusting contact of bodies rather than a fusion of minds. Trissotin reads his awful poetry to these admiring prudes. Badius riddles the poetry and presents more of his own and the same. Against all these, Molière defends Henriette, who abominates Alexandrines and wants a husband who can give her children instead of epigrams. Had Armande Béjart become a précieuse, or was Molière showing his age? 7. Curtain. He was only 50, but his hectic life, his tuberculosis, his marriage, and his bereavements had drained his vitality. The portrait by Mignard caught him at his prime. Large nose, sensual lips, and comically elevated eyebrows, but already a wrinkled forehead and wistful eyes. Moving in the vortex of the theatre from town to town and from day to day, dealing with high-strung prima donnas, a lively wife and a sensitive king, seeing 2 of his 3 children die, this was no primrose path to optimism, but an open road to bad digestion and early death. Understandably, he became a self-devouring volcano, melancholy, sharp-tempered, frankly critical, but sympathetically generous. His troupe understood him and was devoted to him, knowing that he used himself up to give it sustenance and success. His friends were always ready to do battle for him, above all Boileau and La Fontaine, who, sometimes with Racine, made with Molière les quatre amis, the famous 4 friends. They found him well-educated and informed, witty but seldom merry, a Grimaldi on the stage, but in private sadder than Shakespeare's Jaques. After 4.5 years of separation, he returned to his wife in 1671. The child that resulted from this reconciliation died after a month of life. At Auteuil, he had lived on a milk diet prescribed by his doctor. Now he resumed his usual consumption of wine and attended late suppers to please Armande. Despite his increasing cough, he decided to play the leading role, Argan, in his final play, La Malade Imaginaire. This on February 10, 1673. Argan imagines himself inflicted with a dozen diseases and spends half of his fortune on doctors and drugs. His brother Bérald derides him. Argan: "What must we do then when we are sick?" Bérald: "Nothing, brother. We must only keep ourselves quiet. Nature herself, when we let her alone, will gently deliver herself from the disorder she's fallen into. 'Tis our ingratitude, 'tis our impatience that spoils all, and almost all men die of their medicines, not of their diseases." To further ridicule the profession, Argan is told that he himself can become a doctor in short order and can easily pass the examination for a medical license. This book is continued on Cassette 5, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 5, Side 2. Racine frankly stated his view that the first rule of drama is to please and touch the heart. He did this by dealing with the heart, by taking as his main characters persons, usually women, of emotional intensity, and turning his plays into a psychology of passion. He accepted the classic prohibition of violent action on the stage, and therefore restricted himself to expressing passion by speech. This put a heavy burden upon style. The drama became a succession of orations, and the uninterrupted march of Alexandrines, 12-syllable lines rhyming in couplets, skirts the edge of monotony. We miss in Racine and Corneille the flexibility, naturalness, and incalculable variety of Elizabethan blank verse. What a labor of genius must have been required to lift this narrow form out of a wearying sameness by the force and beauty of style. Racine and Corneille should not be read, they must be heard, preferably at night in the court of the Invalides or the Louvre. To compare Racine with Corneille is an old pastime among the French. Madame de Sévigné, after seeing Bajazet and before Iphigénie or Phèdre had been staged, pronounced for Corneille with her usual verve. Rashly, but perhaps rightly, she predicted, Racine will never be able to go beyond Andromaque. His plays are written for Mademoiselle Champmeslé. When he grows old and ceases to be in love, then it will be seen whether I am mistaken or not. Long live then our friend Corneille, and let us forgive the bad lines we meet with in him for the sake of those divine passages that so often transport us. It is in general the opinion of everyone of good taste, but Voltaire, having undertaken to edit Corneille, shocked the French Academy by noting the faults, the crudities, the rhetoric of the great dramatist. I confess, he wrote, that in editing Corneille I became an idolater of Racine. Time has recognized those faults and has forgiven them in one who had not Racine's advantage of coming after Corneille. To have raised the French drama from its previous level to the height of Le Cid and Polyeucte was a more difficult achievement than to reach the passionate ecstasies and melodious beauty of Andromaque and Phèdre. Corneille and Racine are the masculine and feminine themes in the poetry of the great century, the powerful expression of honor and love. They must be taken together to feel the scope and strength of the French classical drama, just as we must take Michelangelo and Raphael together to judge the Italian Renaissance, or Beethoven and Mozart to understand German music at the close of the 18th century. David Hume, a canny Scot well versed in the language and literature of France, thought that, with regard to the stage, the French have excelled even the Greeks, who far excelled the English. This is a judgment that would have surprised Racine himself, who worshipped Sophocles as perfection, though he dared to rival Euripides. And in this he succeeded, which is praise indeed. He kept the modern drama at a level that only Shakespeare and Corneille had reached, and that no one but Goethe has touched again. 4. La Fontaine, 1621 to 1695. In that age of flamboyant literary enmities, it is a pleasure to hear of the famous, half-legendary friendship of Boileau, Molière, Racine, and La Fontaine, La Société des Quatre Amis. Jean de La Fontaine was the black sheep of the group. Like the others, he came from the middle class. The aristocracy is too interested in the art of life to spare time for the life of art. Born at Château-Thierry in Champagne, son of the local master of the waters and forests, he grew up as an eager part of surrounding nature, became a lover of fields, woods, trees, streams, and all their denizens. He learned the habits and divined with sympathy the aims, worries, and thoughts of 100 species of animals. All he had to do when he wrote was to make these multipede philosophers speak, and he became another Aesop, fused by his fables into the memory of millions. His parents thought they would make a priest of him, but he had no flair for the supernatural. He tried to practice law, but he found poetry much more intelligible. He married a rich girl in 1647, gave her a son, arranged a separation from his wife in 1658, went to Paris, pleased Fouquet, and received from that amiable embezzler a pension of 1,000 livres, on condition of quarterly payments in verses. When Fouquet fell, La Fontaine addressed to the king a courageous petition for the financier's pardon. Consequently, he never basked in the royal sun. Shorn of his pension, La Fontaine, who had no notion of making a living, was housed and fed by the Duchesse de Bouillon, whom we have met as a frondeuse. While under her wing, he published in 1664 the first book of his Contes, a collection of novelettes in verse, Boccaccianly risqué, but told with such disarming simplicity that soon half of France, even blushing maidens, read them. Take as example Le Faiseur d'Oreilles, the maker of ears. Sir William goes to the city for business, leaving his wife, Alix, pregnant. Her relative André warns her that, judging from the color of her countenance, her child will be lacking an ear. He offers himself as a surgeon, and explains that a bout of love will supply the missing member. She accepts the prescription and takes several doses until the thought occurs to her that the child will have too many ears. When William returns, he restores the moral balance by seducing André's wife. Shortly thereafter, Marguerite of Lorraine, Dowager Duchess of Orléans, installed him in the Luxembourg Palace as a gentleman-in-waiting. There he wrote more contes, and thence he sent to the printer the first 6 books of his fabulous Fables in 1668. He pretended that they were paraphrases of Aesop or Phaedrus. Some were taken from the legendary Bidpai of India, some from the Fabliaux of France, but most of them were recreated in the bubbling rivulet of La Fontaine's mind and verse. The very first one was an unwitting summary of his careless singing life. The grasshopper, having sung all summer, found himself quite destitute when the frost came. Not a single tiny piece of fly or little worm. She went to plead her hunger to the ant, her neighbor, begging her to lend her some grain to live on until the new season. "I will pay you," she said, "before harvest on the faith of an animal, interest and principal." The ant is not a lender. This is his least fault. "What were you doing in the summer?" he asked this borrower. "Night and day to every comer, I sang. Do not be displeased." "You sang. I am happy to hear it. Well then, dance now." La Fontaine was wiser than Descartes, who thought all animals to be thoughtless automata. The poet loved them, sensed their reasoning, and found in them all the livable lessons of philosophy. France was charmed to receive wisdom in such digestible doses. The fabulist became the most widely read author in the land. The critics for once agreed with the people and joined in his praise. For though simplicity was his soul, he knew the French language in its peasant color and earthy tang, and gave his verses such supple grace, delectable turns, vivid pictures in a line, that all the bourgeois gentilhommes in France rejoiced to find that their animals, even their insects, had been talking poetry all the time. "I use animals," La Fontaine said, "to instruct men." In 1673, Marguerite of Lorraine died, and the poet, who had been singing improvidently and had not managed well the modest fees allowed him for his books, found himself rich in debts. He had better luck than his grasshopper, for the learned and kindly Madame de la Sablière gave him lodging, food, and motherly care in her home on the Rue Saint-Honoré, and there he lived in quiet content till her death in 1693. He divided his time, he tells us, into 2 parts, one part for sleep, the other for doing nothing. La Bruyère described him as a man who could make animals, trees, and stones speak elegantly, but was himself dull, heavy and stupid in conversation. However, there are contrary reports that he could be a lively causeur when he found congenial ears. 100 anecdotes, largely legendary, celebrated his absent-mindedness. Being late for dinner, he excused himself. "I have just come from the funeral of an aunt. I followed the procession to the cemetery, and I escorted the family home." Louis XIV opposed his election to the French Academy on the ground that the poet's life and contes were hardly exemplary. Finally, he relented in 1684, saying that La Fontaine had promised to behave. But the old poet knew no distinction between virtue and sin, only between natural and unnatural. He had learned his ethics in the woods. Like Molière, he felt no attraction toward Port-Royal, those bons disputeurs, he called them, whose lessons seemed to me a bit depressing. For a time he joined the coterie of freethinkers at the Temple, but when a stroke nearly felled him in the street, he thought it time to make his peace with the Church. Still, he wondered, was St. Augustine as wise as Rabelais? He died in 1695, aged 74. His nurse was confident of his eternal salvation, for, she said, he was so simple that God would not have the courage to damn him. 5. Boileau, 1636 to 1711. In the meetings of the 4 friends in the Rue de Vieux Colombier, the conversation was usually dominated by Nicolas Boileau, who laid down the rules of literature and morals with all the authority and confidence of Dr. Johnson at the Turk's Head Tavern in Soho. Like Johnson, Boileau was more important as a voice than as an author. His best works are middling poetry, but his edicts were of more lasting effect in literature than those of Louis XIV in politics. His friendship and critical acclaim helped Molière and Racine to survive the antics of hostile cabals. He was the 14th child of a clerk in the Paris Parliament. Destined for the priesthood, he studied theology at the Sorbonne. He rebelled, took up law, and was entering practice when his father died in 1657, leaving him a patrimony sufficient to support him in verse. He spent 10 years sharpening his pen. Then in 12 satires, from 1666 onward, he pronounced judgment upon his fellow men. He was alarmed by this frightful crowd of famished rhymesters. He attacked it as a horde of locusts. He named names, making enemies by the rhyme, and to bring the women too down upon his head, he ridiculed the romances with which Mesdames de Scudery and de Lafayette were using the paper and hours of France. He praised the ancients, and among the moderns, Malherbe and Racan, Molière and Racine. I think, he said, that without wounding conscience or the state, we may call bad poetry bad, and have full right to be bored by a foolish book. These satires bore us in their turn because their aim was achieved. The poets condemned were destroyed beyond our memory or interest. Moreover, the tender-minded amongst us, especially if we are authors, prefer critics who direct us to the good, rather than those who belabor the bad. Having adopted the severity of Juvenal in the satires, Boileau, in a series of epistles from 1669 to 95, restrained his hatchet to Horace's milder mood and achieved a smoother style. It was these poetic letters that led Louis to invite him to the court. The king asked him which of his own verses he thought the best. Boileau, with an eye to the main chance, read nothing from his published work, but recited as least bad some still unprinted lines in honor of Le Grand Monarque. He was rewarded with a pension of 2,000 livres and became persona grata at the court. "I like Boileau," said Louis, "as a necessary scourge that we can pit against the bad taste of second-rate authors." And as Louis sustained Molière against the bigots, so he raised no protest when Boileau published a mock epic, Lutrin, in 1674, poking fun at sleepy and gluttonous ecclesiastics. In 1677, the satirist was made an official historiographer along with Racine, and in 1684 he was finally admitted to the Academy at the explicit behest of the king and over the protests of those whom he had flayed. The poem that has carried him over the whirlpools of time is L'Art Poétique, from 1674, which has rivaled in influence its model, Horace's Ars Poetica. At the outset, Boileau warns young bards that Parnassus is steep. Let them be sure, before they set out to climb that sacred mount of the Muses, that they have something worth saying, something that will strengthen truth and tendra au bon sens, will make for good sense and taste. Vary your discourse, he advises them. A style too equal and uniform, like Boileau's, puts us to sleep, and happy the poet who, with a light touch, passes from the grave to the sweet, from the pleasant to the severe. Keep a sharp ear for the cadence of your words. Follow Malherbe's rules on language and style. Study not your contemporaries, but the ancients. In epic poetry, Homer and Virgil. In tragic drama, Sophocles. In comedy, Terence. In satire, Horace. In eclogue, Theocritus. Make haste slowly, without losing courage. Put your work on the anvil 20 times. Add occasionally, omit often. Love those who criticize you, and bowing to reason, correct yourself without complaint. Work for glory, and let not sordid gain be ever the object of your toil. If you write dramas, observe the unities. Let one action, completed in one place and one day, keep the theatre full to the end. Study the court and familiarize yourself with the city. Both are rich in models. Perhaps that is how Molière won the prize in his art. Boileau joined Molière in making Les Précieuses ridiculous, and he scorned the artificial love poetry that had enfeebled French verse. Against this bathos of sentiment he raised the Cartesian worship of reason and the classic inculcation of restraint. He formulated the principles of the classic style and summarized them in 2 classic lines. Love reason, then. Let your writings take from it both their splendor and their worth. No sentimentality, no emotionalism, no bombast, no pedantry, no artificiality, no pompous obscurity. The ideal in literature, as in life, is a stoic self-control and nothing in excess. Boileau loved Molière, but regretted his descents into farce. He loved Racine, but apparently did not remark his romantic exaltation of feeling and his emotion-bursting heroines, Hermione, Berenice, Phaedra. A warrior must exaggerate his share of the truth. Boileau was too lusty a battler to understand what Pascal had said, that the heart has its reasons which the head cannot understand, and that literature without feeling may be as smooth as marble and as cold. Horace had allowed for feeling. If you wish me to weep, to feel what you write, you must weep first. You must feel the matter yourself. All the literature and art of the Middle Ages remained hidden from Boileau. The influence of his teaching was immense. Through 3 generations, French poetry and prose tried to adhere to his classic rules. These shared in molding the style of English literature in the Augustan age, whose Pope frankly imitated l'art poétique in his essay on criticism. Boileau's influence did harm and good. By deprecating imagination and feeling, it put a damper on poetry in France after Racine and in England after Dryden. Verse at its best took on the chiseled form of sculpture, but lost the warmth and color of painting. Nevertheless, it was good that the ideal of reason should enter into belles lettres. Too much nonsense had been written about love and shepherds. Europe needed Boileau's angry scorn to cleanse the literary air of absurdity, affectation, and shallow sentiment. Perhaps it was in part through Boileau that Molière rose from farce to philosophy, and Racine perfected his art. It was just like Boileau that when, with a gift from the king in 1687, he bought a house and garden in Auteuil, he said nothing in his writings of the nature that surrounded him, except that from those fields he now took the name des Préaux. There, for nearly all his remaining years, he lived in simple peace, never visiting the court, but warmly welcoming his friends. People noted that he had many friends, though he spoke ill of everybody. He was brave enough to express sympathy for Port-Royal, and to tell a Jesuit that Pascal's provincial letters were a masterpiece of French prose. He outlived all of the circle of which he had been the honored theorist. Molière was long since gone, La Fontaine went in 1695, Racine in 1699. The old and ailing satirist spoke feelingly of the dear friends whom we have lost, and who have disappeared velut somnium surgentis, like the dream of a man rising from sleep. As death neared, he left Auteuil and went to die in 1711 in the rooms of his confessor in the cloister of Notre Dame. There, he hoped, Satan would not dare touch him. 6. The Romantic Protest. The ladies did not take as kindly to the classic canons of reason, moderation, and restraint as old Corneille and young Racine. Their world was a realm of feeling and romance, and the mariage de convenance that they contracted stirred rather than checked the fantasies of love. Alongside the classic drama, the romantic novel grew to immense proportions, wide acclaim, and international influence. The ladies of France never had enough of such novels, and never found them too long. When Gautier de la Carprenède stopped his Cléopâtre after 10 volumes in 1656, his fiancée refused to marry him until he had concluded it in 2 more. Mademoiselle Madeleine de Scudéry enslaved half of France with her 10-volume novels Artemène ou Le Grand Cyrus from 1649 to 1653, and Clélie from 1654 to 1660. French society was flattered to find that in these romantic proliferations the characters, under pseudonyms, described and revealed the celebrities of the time. Soon the ladies and gentlemen of the salons called themselves by names from the romances, and learned to sigh and deny like their heroes and heroines. Mademoiselle de Scudéry herself became Sappho, and was so addressed in the salons to the end of her 94 years. She wrote to please her brother Georges, published her books under his name, and preferred his surveillance to marriage. Her reign over literate women and perfumed men continued until Molière's Précieuses Ridicules and Femmes Savantes changed literary fashions. Then Madeleine bravely kept the last of her 90 volumes from the press. Those who suffer from leisure may still locate in the 15,000 pages of Le Grand Cyrus or the 10,000 of Clélie passages distinguished by the delicacy of their sentiment or remarkable for their analysis of character. And La Scudéry deserves remembrance, too, for having labored to advance the education of women in France. Marie-Madeleine Pioche de la Vergne, who became by marriage the Comtesse de Lafayette, is a more attractive figure because she not only wrote a famous romance, but lived one more famous still. She received an unusually full education. After her marriage in 1655, she went to live in Auvergne. Finding life dull there, she arranged an amicable separation from her husband in 1659, came to Paris, and joined the circle that met at the Hôtel de Rambouillet. She became lady-in-waiting to Madame Henrietta, and later commemorated her in a loving memoir. She was a relative but friend of Madame de Sévigné, who, after 40 years of intimacy, wrote of her, "Never did we have the smallest cloud upon our friendship. Long habit had not made her merit stale to me. The flavor of it was always fresh and new." This is an exceptional compliment to both parties, for friendships are as mortal as romantic love. We shall find a rare union of love and friendship in Madame de Lafayette's relations with La Rochefoucauld. When she decided to cross pens with Mademoiselle de Scudéry, she hit upon a revolutionary innovation. She wrote a romance in one volume, only 200 pages long. She adopted the principle that, other things equal, the best book is that which omits most of its original form. Every sentence omitted, she said, added a louis d'or to the value of the book, and every word omitted added 20 sous. After some minor products, she composed in 1672 and published in 1678 her chef-d'œuvre, La Princesse de Clèves. The plot, to mix figures, was a triangle with a tangent. Mademoiselle de Chartres is so modestly beautiful that the Prince de Clèves becomes her slave at first sight. On her mother's advice she marries him, but with no warmer sentiment than respect. Soon thereafter the Duc de Nemours sees her and falls precipitately in love with her. She repels him virtuously, but his feverish persistence touches her, and gradually her pity turns to love. She confesses this development to her husband and begs him to take her away from the court and temptation. He cannot believe that she is faithful and worries himself to death, gored, so to speak, with his own imaginary horns. The princess, in remorse over his death, repulses the duke and devotes the rest of her life to charity. The skeptical Bayle remarked that if so pure and faithful a woman could be found in France, he would walk 1,200 miles to see her. The book was published anonymously, but the literary world soon decided that it was one result of an already famous intimacy. Said Mademoiselle de Scudéry, Monsieur de la Rochefoucauld and Madame de Lafayette have written a novel which I am told is admirably done. But, she added, they are no longer of an age to do anything else together. Both the alleged authors disclaimed authorship. The Princesse de Clèves, wrote La Scudéry, is a poor orphan, disowned by father and mother. In any case, there was general agreement that this was the finest novel yet written in France. Fontenelle confessed to having read it 4 times, and Boileau, foe of romance, judged Madame de Lafayette the finest spirit and best writer among the women of France. History recognizes La Princesse de Clèves as one of the first and still one of the best psychological novels. It is the only French novel of that age that can still be read without pain. 7. Madame de Sévigné, 1626 to 1696. But there are 10 volumes surviving from that reign, and also by a woman, that even in the palpitation of our time can be read with a self-surrendering delight. Marie de Raboutin-Chantal lost her parents in her childhood and inherited their substantial fortune. Some of the best minds in France collaborated in her education, and the best families in France formed her in the arts of life. At 18 she married Henri, Marquis de Sévigné, but this philanderer loved her fortune more than herself, squandered part of it on mistresses, fought a duel over one of these, and was killed in 1651. Marie tried to forget him, but she never married again, absorbed in bringing up her son and daughter. Perhaps, as her malicious cousin Bussy-Raboutin suggested, she was of a cold disposition. Or perhaps she had learned that sex depletes while parentage fulfills. Her letters are alive with happiness, almost all parental. She loved society as much as she distrusted marriage. As a young widow with 530,000 livres, she had many a noble suitor, Turenne, Rohan, Bussy. She saw no sense in driving all but one of them away, yet no word of scandal or liaison has clouded her name. She was loved with a less doubtful sincerity by her friends, who included de Retz, La Rochefoucauld, Madame de Lafayette, and Fouquet. The first 2 were barred from the court for participation in the Fronde, the last for inexplicable wealth. Madame de Sévigné, as warmly faithful to all 4, was not welcome in the sacred precincts, though we find her receiving some gracious words from the king at a performance of Esther at Saint-Cyr. Outside the court, many circles took pleasure in her company, for she had all the graces of a cultured woman, and conversed as spiritedly as she wrote. This is the reverse of a more usual compliment. We are often advised, perhaps recklessly, to write as we speak. Over 1,500 of her letters survive, nearly all to her daughter, for Françoise Marguerite married in 1669 the Comte de Grignan, and soon went to live with him in Provence, where he was lieutenant governor. From 1671 to 1690, the mother dispatched a letter by almost every post, sometimes twice a day, to this young wife now separated from her by the length of France. The correspondence I have with you, she told her, is my well-being, the sole pleasure of my life. Every other consideration is but mean when put in competition with this. The love that had found no man satisfying became a passion for a daughter who felt herself unworthy of it. Françoise was of a more reserved character. She did not know how to phrase her feelings warmly. She had a husband and children to care for, and sometimes she became cross or somber. Yet for 25 years, except when ill, she wrote to her mother twice a week, rarely missing a post, so that the fond mother worried that she was taking up too much of her daughter's time. The most touching incident in these letters is the life and conventual death of Madame de Grignan's first child. She came to Paris to be delivered under the care of her mother. Soon she sent an apology to her husband for having borne a girl, who would have to be reared painfully, dowered expensively, and then lost. And when Françoise returned to Provence, she left little Marie Blanche for a while with the fascinated grandma. Madame de Sévigné wrote to the father, "If you want a son, take the trouble to make him." She wrote to the unappreciative parents ecstatic details of the marvel they had reluctantly begotten. "Your little girl grows lovable, white as snow and laughing incessantly. Her complexion, her throat, all her little body are wonderful. She does 100 little things, babbling, coaxing, striking, making the sign of the cross, asking pardon, making a bow, kissing her hand, shrugging her shoulders, dancing, wheedling, plucking your chin. I amuse myself with her for hours together." It cost Grandma many a tear to let the plump miracle go to Provence, and many more when the parents put her into a convent when she was still but 5 years old. The child never came back. At the age of 15 she took the vows and disappeared from the world. The lieutenant governor was extravagant and entertained beyond his station. His wife periodically informed her mother of their approaching bankruptcy. The mother scolded them lovingly and sent them great sums. How, for the love of God or man, can one keep so much gold, so much silver, so many jewels, such furniture, amid the extreme misery of the poor who surround us in these times? To keep herself solvent after these deductions, Madame de Sévigné travelled laboriously to her property at Les Rochers in Brittany to see that it was properly tended, and its rents transmitted to her with only reasonable pilferage. She found a new happiness in the fields, the woods, and the Breton peasantry, and wrote of them as vividly as of that Parisian society of which she was the semi-weekly newsletter for her daughter. Her son was a problem of another kind. She was very fond of him, for he was good-natured and had, she tells us, a fund of wit and humour. He used to read us some chapters out of Rabelais which were enough to make one die of laughter. Charles was a model son, except that he walked in his father's steps from one port of call to another until, but let Madame writing to her daughter bear responsibility for the rest, nothing could better illustrate the tone of the time. "A word or two concerning your brother. Yesterday he wanted to acquaint me with the dreadful accident that had befallen him. He had met with a happy moment, but when he came to the point, it was a strange thing. The poor damsel had never been so entertained in her life. The cavalier, quite defeated, retired, thinking himself bewitched. And, what you will find better than all the rest, he could not be easy till he had acquainted me with his disaster. We laughed very heartily at him. I told him I was overjoyed to find him punished in the sinful part. It was a scene from Molière. He contracted syphilis. She berated him, but she nursed him lovingly. She tried to infuse a little religion into him, but she had so little of it herself that she could not give him much. She was moved by Bourdalou's sermons, and had some spurts of piety, but she smiled at the religious processions that so pleased the people of the tenements. She read Arnaud, Nicole, and Pascal, and sympathized with Port Royal, but she was repelled by their concentration on avoiding damnation. She could not bring herself to believe in hell. In general, she shied away from serious thought. Such matters were not for women, and disturbed the charm of a comfortable life. Yet her reading was of the best: Virgil, Tacitus, and St. Augustine in Latin, Montaigne in French, and she knew intimately the plays of Corneille and Racine. Her humour was heartier, more joyous than Molière's. Hear her on a friend given to absent-minded contemplation. Brancat was overturned the other day into a ditch, where he found himself so much at his ease that he asked those who came to help him out if they had any occasion for his services. His glasses were broken, and his head would have been so too, if he had not been more lucky than wise. But all this did not seem to have interrupted his meditation in the least. I wrote him word this morning to let him know that he had been overturned and was very near breaking his neck, as I supposed he was the only person in Paris that had not heard of it. Altogether, these letters make one of the most revealing portraits in literature, for the Marquise chronicles her faults and virtues carelessly. A loving mother, at home in the salons of the capital and the fields of Brittany, telling her daughter of the latest gossip of the aristocracy, but also that The nightingale, the cuckoo, and the warbler are beginning to sing in the spring of the woods, rarely uttering an ill word about the hundreds of persons who flutter through her 2,000 pages, always ready to help those in trouble and gracing her speech with delicate compliments and courtesy, guilty now and then of unfeeling mirth, as when she joked about the hanging of some poor Breton rebels, yet sensitive to the sufferings of the poor, condoning the immorality of her times and class, but herself of conduct irreproachable, a spirit bubbling with goodwill and joie de vivre, too modest to publish a book, but writing the best French in that age of the best French ever written. Did she think her letters might be published? Sometimes she indulged in rhetorical flights as if smelling printer's ink. Yet her letters are full of business details, emotional intimacies, and compromising revelations, which she could hardly have intended for the public eye. She knew that her daughter showed her letters to friends, but such sharing was frequent in those days, when correspondence was almost the sole means of communication through distances. Her granddaughter Pauline, whom she kept from following Blanche Marie into a nunnery, inherited and preserved the letters, but they were not published till 1726, 30 years after the Marquise's death. They are now among the most treasured classics in the literature of France, a rich bouquet whose fragrance grows with the centuries. As she neared the end of her life, she thought more about religion, and confessed her fear of death and judgment. In the mists of Brittany and the rains of Paris, she developed rheumatism, lost her joy in life, and discovered that she was mortal. I embarked upon life without my consent, and I must go out of it. This overwhelms me. How shall I go? When will it be? I bury myself in these thoughts, and I find death so terrible that I hate life more because it leads me toward death than because of the thorns with which it is planted. You will say that I want to live forever. Not at all. But if my opinion had been asked, I should have preferred to die in my nurse's arms. That would have removed me from vexations of spirit, and would have given me heaven full surely and easily. It was not true that she hated life because it led to death. She hated death because she had enjoyed life intensely for almost 70 years. Wishing to die in the home of her beloved daughter, she crossed France through 400 miles and pains to the Château Grignon. When death came, she faced it with a courage that surprised herself, comforted with the sacraments, and hoping for immortality. It has been granted her. 8. La Rochefoucauld, 1613 to 1680. What a different spirit was the most famous of modern cynics, the most merciless unmasker of our frailties, the gloomy invalid who slandered women and love, and whom 3 women loved to their death. He was the 6th François de la Rochefoucauld, born of a long line of princes and counts, eldest son of the Grand Master of the Wardrobe to Queen and Regent Marie de Médicis. Until he inherited the ducal title on his father's death in 1650, he was Prince de Marsillac. He was educated in Latin, mathematics, music, dancing, fencing, heraldry, and etiquette. Aged 14, he was married, by his father's arrangement, to André de Vivonne, only daughter and heir of the late Grand Falconer of France. At 15, he was given command of a cavalry regiment. At 16, he bought a colonelcy. He attended the salon of Madame de Rambouillet, which polished his manners and style. With all the idealism of youth and its preference for mature women, he fell in love with the Queen, with Madame de Chevreuse, with Mademoiselle de Hautefort. When Anne of Austria plotted against Richelieu, François served her, was detected, and was for a week imprisoned in the Bastille in 1636. Soon released, he was banished to the family estate at Verteuil. He reconciled himself for a time to living with his wife, played with his young sons François and Charles, and learned that the countryside has delights that only the city can understand. In those days, among the French upper classes, a legal marriage could not be dissolved, but it could be ignored. After a decade of restless monogamy, the prince set out for adventure in war or love. When he set his sights on Madame de Longueville in 1646, it was no longer through idealistic devotion, but in the resolve to capture a renowned and well-defended citadel. It would be a distinction to seduce the wife of a duke and the sister of the great Condé. For her part, she may have accepted him for political reasons. He could be a useful ally in the aristocratic rebellion wherein she was resolved to play an active role. When she informed him that he had made her pregnant, he gave all his support to the Fronde. In 1652, she molted him and took on the Duc de Nemours. La Rochefoucauld tried to convince himself that this was what he had desired. As he put it later, "When we have loved someone to the point of weariness, most welcome is some act of infidelity that may justify us in disengaging our affection." In that year, fighting for the Fronde in the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, he was struck by a musket shot that injured both his eyes, leaving him partly blind. He retired again to Verteuil. He was now 40 years old, beginning to suffer from gout and embittered by misfortunes, mostly of his own contrivance. His idealism had died in the wake of Madame de Longueville, and in the shifty intrigues and ignoble end of the Fronde. He amused his hours and defended his career in Memoirs in 1662, that showed him a careful master of the classic style. In 1661 he was allowed to return to the court. Henceforth he divided his time between his wife at Verteuil and his friends in the Paris salons. His favorite salon was that of Madame de Sablé. There she and her guests occasionally played a game of sentences. Someone would offer a comment on human nature or conduct, and the group would toss it pro and con. Madame de Sablé was a neighbor and devoted friend of Port-Royal de Paris. She adopted its view of the natural wickedness of man and the emptiness of earthly life. La Rochefoucauld's pessimism, born of disillusionments in love and war, of political treachery and physical pain, of deceiving and being deceived, may have received a minor reinforcement from the Jansenism of his hostess. He found a somber pleasure in refining at leisure his own sentences and those of others. He allowed these apothegms to be read, sometimes amended by Madame de Sablé and other friends. One of these copied them. A Dutch pirate publisher printed 189 of them anonymously about 1663. Salon circles recognized them as La Rochefoucauld's, and the author himself issued a better edition, with 317 entries in 1665, under the title of Sentences et Maximes Morales. The little book, soon known briefly as Maxime, became almost at once a classic. Readers not only admired the precise, compact, and chiseled style, they enjoyed the exposure of other people's selfishness, and only rarely realized that the story was told about themselves. La Rochefoucauld's standpoint is stated in his second maxim. Self-love, amour de soi, is the love of a man's own self and of anything else for his own sake. A man's whole life is but one continued exercise and strong agitation of it. Vanity, amour propre, is only one of the many forms that self-love takes, but even that form enters into almost every action and thought. Our passions may sometimes sleep, but our vanity never rests. He that refuses praise the first time that it is offered does so because he would hear it a second time. The hunger for applause is the source of all conscious literature and heroism. All men are proud alike. The only difference is that all do not take the same methods of showing it. Virtues are lost in self-interest as rivers are in the sea. If we reflect upon our secret thoughts, we shall find within our own breast the seed of all those vices which we condemn in others. And we shall be able to judge from our private corruption the basic depravity of mankind. We are the slaves of our passions. If one passion is overcome, it is not by reason, but by another passion. Intellect is always the dupe of feeling. Men never desire anything very eagerly which they desire only by the dictates of reason. And the plainest man with the help of passion will prevail more than the most eloquent man without it. The art of life lies in concealing our self-love sufficiently to avoid antagonizing the self-love of others. We must pretend to some degree of altruism. Hypocrisy is a sort of homage which vice pays to virtue. The philosopher's supposed contempt of riches or noble birth is just his way of exalting his own wares. Friendship is only a kind of traffic in which self-love ever proposes to be the gainer. We may measure its sincerity by noting that we find something not altogether displeasing in the misfortunes of our friends. We more readily forgive those who have injured us than those whom we have injured, or who have obliged, therefore obligated us with favors. Society is a war of each against all. True love is like ghosts, something that everyone talks of but scarcely anyone has seen. And if we had never heard discourse of love, most of us would never have fallen in love. Yet love, when real, is so profound an experience that women who have once known it can have little capacity for friendship, finding the latter by comparison so cold and flat. Hence women hardly exist except when in love. Some ladies may be met with who never had any intrigue at all, but it will be exceedingly hard to find any who have had one and no more. The generality of honest women are like hidden treasures, which are safe only because nobody has sought them. The ailing cynic knew quite well that these epigrams were not a just description of humanity. He hedged many of them with almost, nearly, or the like philosophical cautions. He confessed that It is easier to know mankind in general than any one man in particular, and his preface allowed that his maxims did not apply to those few favorites whom heaven is pleased to preserve by an especial grace. He must have ranked himself among those few, for he wrote, "I am devoted to my friends so far that I would not hesitate for a moment to sacrifice my interests to theirs," though doubtless he would have explained that this would be because he found more pleasure in making such a sacrifice than in withholding it. He talked now and then of gratitude, the virtue of wise and generous minds, and of love pure and untainted with any other passion, if such a thing there be, which lies hidden in the bottom of our hearts. And though it may be said with great truth that men never act without a regard for their own interest, yet it does not follow that all that they do is corrupt, and that no such thing as justice or honesty is left in the world. Men may govern themselves by noble means and propose to themselves interests full of commendation and honor. Old age softened La Rochefoucauld, even while it darkened his gloom. In 1670 his wife died, after 43 years of patient fidelity, having given him 8 children, and having nursed him for the last 18 years. In 1672 his mother died, and he confessed that her life had been a long miracle of love. In that year 2 of his sons were wounded in the invasion of Holland. One succumbed to his injuries. The bastard son whom Madame de Longueville had borne, whom he had not been allowed to claim as his own, but had deeply loved, fell in the same unholy war. "I have seen La Rochefoucauld weep," reported Madame de Sévigné, "with a tenderness that made me adore him." Was his love for his mother and his sons self-love? Yes, if we may view these as part and extensions of his self. This is the reconciliation of altruism and egoism, that altruism is the expansion of the self, and of self-love to one's family or friends or community. Society can be satisfied with such embracing, magnanimous selfishness. One of La Rochefoucauld's most superficial remarks was that few women's worth lasts longer than their beauty. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. One of La Rochefoucauld's most superficial remarks was that few women's worth lasts longer than their beauty. His mother and his wife were exceptions, and it was ungenerous to ignore the thousands of women who had lost their physical beauty in the service of men and other children. In 1665, a third woman offered him most of her life. Doubtless Madame de Lafayette pleased her own heart in seeking to comfort him. He was 52, gouty and half-blind. She was 33, still beautiful, but herself an invalid, suffering from tertian fever. She had been appalled by the cynicism of the Maxime, and perhaps some pleasant notion of reforming and comforting this unhappy man entered into her view. She invited him to her home in Paris. He came, carried in a sedan chair. She swathed and cushioned his aching foot. She brought her friends, including the effervescent Madame de Sévigné, to help her entertain him. He came again, and even more frequently, until his visits aroused the gossip of Paris. We do not know if sexual intimacy was involved. In any case, it was a minor part in what proved to be an exchange of souls. "He gave me understanding," she said, "but I reformed his heart." He may have helped her with La Princesse de Clèves, though the tenderness and delicacy of that romance are all the world apart from the harshness of the Maxime. After the death of Madame de la Rochefoucauld, this historic friendship became a kind of spiritual marriage, and French literature contains many a picture of the frail little woman sitting quietly beside the old philosopher immobilized with pain. Nothing, said Madame de Sévigné, could be compared to the charm and confidence of their friendship. Someone said that where La Rochefoucauld ends, Christianity begins. It proved true in this case. Perhaps Madame de Lafayette, sincerely pious, persuaded him that only religion could answer the problems of philosophy. When he felt himself dying, he asked Bishop Bossuet to give him the last sacraments in 1680. His friend survived him for 13 ailing years. 9. La Bruyère, 1645 to 1696. 8 years after La Rochefoucauld's death, Jean de la Bruyère confirmed his sardonic analysis of Parisian humanity. Jean was the son of a minor civil servant. He studied law, bought a minor governmental office, became tutor to the grandson of the great Condé, served the Condé family as écuyer gentilhomme, gentleman-in-waiting, and followed it to Chantilly and Versailles. He remained a bachelor to the end of his life. Sensitive and shy, he suffered from the sharp edge of class distinctions in France, and he could not evoke the amiable pretenses that might have smoothed his way, despite his middle-class origin, among the aristocracy and at the court. He observed the royal menagerie with a hostile and penetrating eye, and took his revenge by describing it in a book into which he poured nearly all his intellectual substance. He entitled it, The Characters of Theophrastus Translated from the Greek with the Characters or Manners of This Age. The book became the talk of Paris, for under recognizable disguises it portrayed persons well known in the city or at the court, and each of them reveled in the exposure of the rest. Keys were published, purporting to identify the portraits with their originals. La Bruyère protested that the resemblances were accidental, but no one believed it, and his fame was made. 8 editions were used up before the author's death in 1696. To each he added new characters, in which Paris saw the mirror of the time. To us today, who have lost the key to this gallery, the material seems a bit thin, the ideas traditional and hackneyed, the spirit a bit envious, the satire too facile, as of Menalcas, the absent-minded man. La Bruyère asked for no change in the government or religion of France. He thought it good that there should be poor people, otherwise it would be difficult to get servants, and there would be no one to mine or till the earth. The fear of poverty is indispensable to the production of wealth. He proudly numbered Bossuet among his friends. He repeated in the final section of his book, Of Free Thinkers, the arguments that the great preacher had expressed with better judgment and in nobler prose. He echoed the proofs that Descartes had given of God and immortality, and with some skill he invoked against the agnostics of his time the order and majesty of the heavens, the signs of design in living things, and the sense of self-determination in the will, and of immateriality in the mind. He struck at the arrogance of aristocrats, the greed of financiers, and the servility of courtiers, whom he pictured as facing Louis rather than the altar in the chapel at Versailles. But he took care to hand protective bouquets to the king. In at least one passage he put caution aside, and rose bravely to describe the bestial condition to which the peasants of France had been reduced by the wars and taxes of the reign. Certain wild animals, male and female, scattered over the country, dark, livid, and all scorched by the sun, fixed to the soil which they rummage and throw up with indomitable pertinacity. They have a kind of articulate voice, and when they rise to their feet they show a human face. They are, in fact, men. That page has remained a locus classicus in France's classic age. 10. For good measure. Shall we now, exhausted, jumble together in a cowardly appendix some immortals who are beginning to die? There is Jean Chapelain, who helped to organize the French Academy, and was considered in his day, 1595 to 1674, the greatest poet in France. There is Jean-Baptiste Rousseau, who wrote forgettable poetry, but such biting epigrams that he was banished from France in 1712 for defamations of character. Almost every noble active in politics wrote memoirs. We have seen those of de Retz and La Rochefoucauld, and will come later to those of Saint-Simon. Only next to these are the 3 volumes in which Madame de Motteville recorded, with charming modesty, her 22 years at the court of Anne of Austria. We note that she agreed with La Rochefoucauld. The hard experience I have had of the fictitious friendship of human beings has forced me to believe that there is nothing so rare in this world as probity, or a good heart capable of gratitude. She was such a rarity. Roger de Raboutin, Comte de Bussy made a succès du scandale with his Histoire amoureuse des Gaules in 1665, which described the liaisons of his contemporaries under the guise of ancient Gauls. The king, angry at a quip on Madame Henrietta, sent him to the Bastille. He was released after a year on condition of retiring to his estate. There, fretting to the end of his days, he composed his lively memoir. Even more untrustworthy are the Historiettes, in which Talmont de Réau drew malicious vignettes of celebrities in literature or affairs. Claude Fleury, with his conscientious Histoire ecclésiastique from 1691, and Sébastien de Tillemont, with his Histoire des Empereurs from 1690 onward, and his 16-volume Mémoire pour servir à l'histoire ecclésiastique des 6 premiers siècles from 1693, labored painstakingly, unwittingly, to clear the wilderness for Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, beginning in 1776. And there is, last of all, Charles de Martel, Seigneur de Saint-Ebremont. He was the most genial of these esprits forts who shocked Catholics and Huguenots, Jesuits and Jansenists alike by questioning the basic doctrines of their common faith. His adventurous military career was leading him toward a marshal's baton when he fell into disfavor as a friend of Fouquet and a critic of Mazarin. Learning that he was scheduled for arrest, he fled to Holland, and then in 1662 to England. His fine manners and sceptical wit made him a favorite in the London salon of Hortense Mancini and at the court of Charles II. Like the Maréchal d'Auquincourt in one of his merriest dialogues, he loved war best, women next, philosophy third. Having sipped all the delights in Montaigne and studied Epicurus with Gassendi, he concluded with the maligned Greek that sense pleasure is good, but intellectual pleasure better, and that we need as little concern ourselves with the gods as they seem to do with us. To eat well and write well appeared to him a reasonable combination. In 1666 he visited Holland again, met Spinoza, and was deeply impressed by the Christian life of the pantheist Jew. A pension from the English government, added to the salvaged remnants of his fortune, enabled him to write a long series of minor works, all in a style of airy grace that shared in forming Voltaire. His Réflexions sur les divers génies du peuple romain helped Montesquieu, and his correspondence with Ninon de L'Enclos made part of the fragrance that permeates French letters. On reaching the age of 58, and unaware that he had 32 years of life still before him, he described himself as irremediably infirm. Without M. Descartes' philosophy, which says, "I think, therefore I am," I should scarcely believe myself to be. That is all the benefit I have received from studying that famous man. He almost rivaled Fontenelle in longevity, dying in 1703 at the age of 90, and he achieved for a Frenchman the rare distinction of being buried in Westminster Abbey. "Some centuries hence," wrote Frederick the Great to Voltaire, "they will translate the good authors of the time of Louis XIV as we translate those of the age of Pericles and of Augustus." Long before the king was dead, many Frenchmen had already compared the art and literature of the reign to that of the ancient best. In 1687, Charles Perrault, brother of the Claude Perrault who had designed the eastern façade of the Louvre, read to the French Academy a poem, Le Siècle de Louis le Grand, in which he ranked his own time above any period in the history of Greece or Rome. Though Perrault included Boileau among the contemporaries whom he considered superior to their classic analogues, the old critic leaped to the defense of antiquity and told the Academy it was a shame to listen to such nonsense. Racine tried to smother the fire by pretending that Perrault was jesting, but Perrault felt that he had a remunerative point. He returned to the battle in 1688 with Parallèle des Anciens et des Modernes, a long but lively dialogue upholding the superiority of the moderns in architecture, painting, oratory, and poetry, except for the Aeneid, which he thought finer than the Iliad, the Odyssey, or any other epic. Fontenelle supported him brilliantly, but La Bruyère, La Fontaine, and Fénelon sided with Boileau. It was a healthy quarrel. It marked the end of the Christian and medieval theory of degeneration, and of Renaissance and humanist humility before ancient poetry, philosophy, and art. It was generally agreed that science had now advanced beyond any stage reached in Greece or Rome. Even Boileau admitted this. The court of Louis XIV readily conceded that the art of life had never been so beautifully developed as at Marly and Versailles. We shall not pretend to decide the issue. Let us put it aside until all phases of this age, in all Europe, have been passed in review. We need not believe that Corneille was superior to Sophocles, or Racine to Euripides, or Bossuet to Demosthenes, or Boileau to Horace. We should hardly equate the Louvre with the Parthenon, or Girardon and Quoisvaux with Phidias and Praxiteles. But it is pleasant to know that these preferences are debatable, and that those ancient models are not beyond rivalry. Voltaire called the reign of Louis XIV the most enlightened age the world has ever seen, not anticipating that his own epoch would be named the Enlightenment. We should have to moderate his eulogy. Officially, it was an age of obscurantism and intolerance, capped by the revocation of the Humane Edict of Nantes. Enlightenment was the possession of a small minority discountenanced by the court and sometimes disgraced by Epicurean excess. Education was controlled by a clergy dedicated to the medieval creed. Freedom of the press was hardly dreamed of. Freedom of speech was a clandestine audacity amid enveloping censorship. There had been more initiative and spirit, more birth of genius under Richelieu than under the great king. The age was unrivaled in the royal patronage and eloquent servility of literature and art. Both the art and the literature touched grandeur, as in the Louvre colonnade and Andromaque. Sometimes they fell into the grandiose, as in the Palace of Versailles, or the rhetoric of the later Corneille. There was something artificial in the tragic drama and major arts of the period. They leaned too heavily upon Greek, Roman, or Renaissance models. They took their subjects from an alien antiquity rather than from the history, faith, and character of France. They expressed the classical education of an exclusive caste, rather than the life and soul of the people. Hence, amid all that gilded galaxy, the plebeian Molière and La Fontaine are most alive today because they forgot Greece and Rome and remembered France. The classic age cleansed the language, chiseled the literature, gave grace to speech, and taught passion to reason. But it also chilled French and English poetry for almost a century after the Great Reign. Nevertheless, it was a great reign. Never in history had a ruler been so generous to science, letters, and the arts. Louis XIV persecuted Jansenists and Huguenots, but it was under him that Pascal wrote, Bossuet preached, and Fénelon taught. He conscripted art to his purpose and glory, but with his nourishment it gave France magnificent architecture, sculpture, and painting. He protected Molière against a swarm of enemies and supported Racine from tragedy to tragedy. Never did France write better drama, better letters, or better prose. The king's good manners, his self-control, his patience, his respect for women, helped to spread a charming courtesy through the court into Paris and France and Europe. He misused some women, but it was under his rule that women reached a status in literature and life that gave France a bisexual culture lovelier than any other in the world. After making every discount and regretting that so much beauty was tarnished with so much cruelty, we may join the French in acclaiming the age of Louis XIV as standing with Periclean Greece, Augustan Rome, Renaissance Italy, and Elizabethan Jacobean England among the peaks in the faltering trajectory of mankind. Chapter 6. Tragedy in the Netherlands, 1649 to 1715. The political and military history of the Netherlands after 1688 is deferred to Chapter 24. The century from 1555 to 1648 had seen the heroic defense of the Netherlands against the world-embracing empire of Spain. The period from 1648 to 1715 saw the magnificent defense of the Dutch Republic against the swelling navy of England and the unprecedented armies of France. In each case, the tiny state maintained itself with a courage and success that claim a high place in history. And amid these burdens and assaults, it continued its development of commerce, science, and art. Its cities offered havens of refuge to harassed thought. Its republican institutions flung an inspiring challenge to encompassing and powerful monarchies. 1. The Spanish Netherlands. The southern or Spanish Netherlands continued till 1713 under Spanish rule. Their ethnically diverse peoples were overwhelmingly Catholic, and they preferred to be subject to a distant and weakened Spain rather than to the Protestants north of them, or to a neighboring France that threatened at any moment to engulf them. The Peace of the Pyrenees in 1659 gave most of Artois to France. The Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle in 1668 gave her Douai and Tournai. The Peace of Nijmegen in 1678 gave her Valenciennes, Maubeuge, Cambrai, Saint-Omer, and Ypres. And the Dutch Republic was as merciless as the French monarchy. By the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, Spain, eager to free its armies for continued war with France, not only ceded to the United Provinces the districts that they had captured in Flanders, Limburg, and Brabant, but agreed that the river Scheldt should be closed to foreign trade. This stifling humiliation crippled Antwerp and the whole economy of the Spanish Netherlands. La politique n'a pas d'entrailles. Within such hostile walls, what we now call Belgium cherished its traditional culture, welcomed the Jesuits, and followed the intellectual lead of Louvain. When the French bombarded Brussels in 1695, a large section of the city was turned into debris. All the lovely architecture of the Grand Place was destroyed, except a guild hall and the noble Hôtel de Ville. The Maison du Roi, in which the royal address was read to the States General, was rebuilt in ornate Gothic in 1696. This and the Hôtel de Ville are among the most beautiful structures in Europe today. Sculptors lavished their art in adorning the facades of churches and civic buildings, and the pulpits, confessionals, and tombs in church interiors. Brussels continued to make fine tapestries. Flemish painting declined sharply after Rubens and Van Dyck, as if those two lives had exhausted the pictorial genius of a century. The rise of France in art and wealth drew many Flemish painters, like Philippe de Champagne. A greater man, David Teniers the Younger, stayed. Taught by his father, he became a master in the Guild of St. Luke by the age of 23, and 4 years later, in 1637, he sealed his success by marrying Anne, daughter of Jan Velvet Bruegel and ward of Rubens himself. In 1651, the Archduke Leopold William summoned him from Antwerp to Brussels to be court painter and curator of the Royal Museum. One of Teniers's canvases shows the Archduke and himself among the pictures of this gallery. He painted with reluctant skill old themes like the Prodigal Son and the Temptation of St. Anthony, but like his Dutch contemporaries, he preferred to catch within small frames the life of the peasantry, not reducing the peasantry to brutes as in Peter Bruegel, but joining with them in their recreations and festivals. He showed himself acquainted in detail with the interior of a cabaret, but he could also paint rural landscapes transfigured by an ever-changing sky. He loved light as Rembrandt loved shade, and he caught it on his brush with a sensitive delicacy that has not been surpassed. 2. The Dutch Republic. The 7 Dutch provinces were now united in a proud and victorious republic whose wealth and expansion stirred the wonder and jealousy of its neighbors. Here was a nation anomalously without a king. Each town was almost independently governed by a council of rich burghers. Each town council sent delegates to a provincial assembly. Each such assembly sent representatives to a States General that ruled the interrelations of the provinces and their foreign affairs. So far it was an ideal government for the merchant princes whose fortunes were swelling with the growth of Dutch trade. Against this oligarchy of businessmen stood one aristocratic force, the descendants of that William I and Silent of Orange and Nassau, who had led the country through the darkest days of its struggle with Spain. The States General had rewarded him with the title of stadholder and command of its armies. He had been able to transmit that title and command to his descendants, and the control of the military was now a power ever threatening to transform the oligarchic republic into an aristocratic monarchy. In July 1650, William II of Orange, as stadholder and captain general, tried by a coup d'etat to establish his supreme authority over all the united provinces. Several provincial leaders resisted. William and his soldiers imprisoned 6 of them, including Jacob de Witt, burgomaster of Dordrecht. But smallpox defeated William in victory. He died on November 6, 1650, aged 24. A week later, his widow, Mary Stuart, great-granddaughter of the last Queen of Scots, gave birth to William III of Orange, destined to surpass his father's dreams by becoming King of England. Beneath these rival ruling classes, the farmers and fishermen who fed the nation shared only such remnant of its prosperity as the merchants, manufacturers, and landowners neglected to absorb. If we may believe the Dutch painters, the peasants had been depressed by war and exploitation to an almost bestial poverty, redeemed by festivals and dulled by drink. The craftsmen in their shops and the workers in the factories of Amsterdam, Haarlem, and Leyden were better paid than their like in England, but they staged a bitter strike in 1672. Huguenot immigrants from France enriched Dutch industry with their savings and their skills. By 1700, the United Provinces had replaced France as the leading industrial nation in the world. The greatest fortunes were derived from overseas commerce and development. In 1652, the Dutch made their first settlement at the Cape of Good Hope and founded Cape Town. The Dutch East India Company paid dividends averaging 18% over a period of 198 years. The natives in the Dutch colonies were sold or worked as slaves. The investors at home heard little about this and took their dividends with Dutch placidity. Dutch foreign trade continued till 1740 to exceed that of any other nation. Of 20,000 vessels carrying the maritime commerce of Europe in 1665, 15,000 were Dutch. The merchants and financiers of Holland were by general agreement the ablest of the time. The Bank of Amsterdam had evolved practically all the techniques of modern finance. Its deposits were estimated at what would now be $100 million. Accounts running into millions could be settled there in an hour, and confidence in Dutch solvency and reliability was so high that the Dutch Republic could borrow money at a lower rate of interest, sometimes as low as 4%, than any other government. Amsterdam was probably the most beautiful and civilized city in Europe in this age. We have seen Descartes' eulogy of it. Spinoza spoke likewise. Pepys was especially enthusiastic about The Hague. A most neat place in all respects, the houses so neat in all places and things as possible. These thriving provinces would have been a paradise but for the nature of man. Their prosperity invited attacks by England and France, the struggle for internal control led to the tragedy of Jan de Witt, and the rivalry of religious creeds divided an otherwise amiable people into devout hostilities. The predominant Calvinists, wherever they could, prevented the public exercise of Catholic worship. In 1682, the Synod of Dort, probably retaliating the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, drew up a confession of orthodox Calvinism, required every pastor to sign it or be dismissed, appointed Pierre Jurieu, an ex-French Huguenot, to conduct a Calvinist inquisition, subpoenaed, tried, and excommunicated heretics, and invoked the secular arm to imprison them. Nevertheless, the Arminian heresy grew. Bold men dared to think that God had not predestined the majority of mankind to everlasting hell. Dissenting sects, Mennonites, Collegians, who sheltered Spinoza, Lucianites, Pietists, even Unitarians, found it possible to live in Holland in the interstices and slumbers of the law. Socinians had sought refuge in the United Provinces from persecution in Poland, but their Unitarian worship was forbidden by a Dutch statute of 1653. Daniel Zwicker published at Amsterdam in 1658 a treatise questioning the divinity of Christ and subordinating the Bible to the universal reason of mankind. Yet he managed to die as peaceably as a general. In 1668, however, one Kerbach, for expressing similar ideas, was sentenced to 10 years in prison, where he died. Hadrian Beverland was jailed for suggesting that the original sin of Adam and Eve was sexual intercourse and had little to do with apples. Toward the close of the 17th century, religious toleration increased. Dealing with many countries of diverse cultures, opening their ports and bourse to merchants of many faiths or none, the Dutch found it profitable to practice a degree of toleration imperfect indeed, but considerably broader than elsewhere in Christendom. Though the Calvinists were politically supreme, the Catholics were so numerous that their suppression was impracticable. Moreover, as Sir William Temple noted, the social and political dominance of the business classes left the clergy with far less influence than in other states. Refugees from other lands, contributing to the economy or the culture, demanded and received a limited religious freedom. When Cromwell seized power in England, its royalists sought safety in Holland. When Charles II was restored, English republicans took refuge in the Dutch Republic. When Louis XIV oppressed the Huguenots, they escaped in part to the United Provinces. When Locke, Collins, and Bale feared persecution in England or France, they found a haven in Holland. When the Portuguese synagogue of Amsterdam excommunicated Spinoza, he was received and aided by Dutch scholars and pensioned by Jan de Witt. Little Holland became the school of Europe in business and finance, in science and philosophy. This civilization would have been depressingly materialistic had it not been for its religious liberty, its science, its literature, and its art. Huygens and other Dutch scientists will meet us later. There were Dutch poets, dramatists, and historians, but their language confined their fame. The Dutch cities were alive with books and publishers. England had only 2 publishing centres, London and Oxford. France had Paris and Lyon. The United Provinces had Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Leiden, Utrecht, and The Hague, printing books in Latin, Greek, German, English, French, and Hebrew, as well as in Dutch. Amsterdam alone had 400 shops printing, publishing, and selling books. The taste for art competed with the lust for money and the bargaining for eternal salvation. The Dutch burghers, who had denuded their Protestant churches of ornament, gave to their women in their homes the decoration they had taken from the Lord. They quieted their wives with velvet, silk, and gems. They spread their tables with gold and silver plate. They brightened their walls with tapestries, and their shelves or cupboards with pottery or engraved glass. At Delft, after 1650, Dutch potters, inspired by imported Chinese and Japanese wares, produced glazed earthenware, chiefly blue on white, that gave a bright loveliness to homes that had once been puritanically bare. And there was hardly a Dutch family but had at least one of those little paintings that brought the ideal of the clean and peaceful dwelling and the refreshment of trees, flowers, and streams within arm's reach on domestic walls. 3. The flowering of genre. The heroic age of Dutch painting had passed. The new clients were more numerous but less wealthy. They asked for small pictures that would let them see their own daily life in a distilled and refined extract, reproduced with a realism that aroused the pleasure of recognition, or touched with some delicate but homely sentiment, or inviting the soul into a landscape's liberating view. The Dutch painters met this demand with a refinement of line and light and color that crowded meticulous artistry into a little space. These artists are known throughout Europe and America, for their desperate competition with one another led them to pour forth a quick profusion of small pictures at low prices, and now there is hardly a museum that does not hang them. Omitting most of them for the moment, we must look more leisurely at the unfortunate but joyful Jan Steen, and the greatest of the genre painters, Jan Vermeer, and the greatest of Dutch landscape painters, Jacob van Ruysdael. Steen was a brewer's son in Leiden, worked in The Hague, Delft, and Haarlem, and ended as a tavern keeper in Leiden. In between, he made himself the best figure painter, barring Rembrandt, in Dutch art. At 23, in 1649, he married Margaretha, daughter of the painter Jan van Goyen. Her face and figure were her only dowry, but they served him as inspiring models for a time. He was so poorly paid for his pictures that in 1670 an apothecary attached all the paintings he could find in Steen's house and auctioned them off to cover a debt of 10 gulden. His early pictures record the pleasures or penalties of intoxication. An excellent example, Dissolute Life, shows one woman drowsy, another asleep with liquor. Seizing the moment, a child steals from a cupboard, a dog eats from the table, a nun entering launches into a homily on the sinfulness of rum. Everything here, though picturing chaos, is composed and drawn with the order and harmony of art. A lovelier theme animates the misnamed menagerie. A little girl feeds milk to a lamb, garden fowl prance about, a peacock dangles his tail from a blasted tree. Pigeons perch aloft, a dove soars in from the street. This is an idyll that makes all the problems of philosophy seem meaningless. It is life, each part with its own sufficient reason, ignoring ultimates. When Steen bypassed the tavern, he gave bright views of Dutch civilization. Pleasant interiors, music lessons, concerts, festivals, happy families, and the artist himself, smoking in the merry company or playing the lute. Then, discouraged by the unappreciative prices paid for his work, he returned to selling beer, drank forgetfully, and died at the age of 53, leaving 400 paintings unsold. One glance at a single picture by Jan Vermeer, the head of a girl, reveals a world and an art almost antipodal to Steen's. This pearl beyond price was auctioned away in 1882 for 2.5 gulden. A good critic now ranks it as one of the dozen finest pictures in the world. The young lady obviously comes of a good home and family. Her eyes are clear of fear, unclouded with even the normal wonderment of youth. She is quietly happy and alert to the music of life, and she is given to us with a careful craftsmanship of color, line, and light that make the brush an astonishing vehicle of understanding and sympathy. Vermeer was born at Delft in 1632, lived there, so far as we know, all his life, and ended there in 1675 at the age of 43. He was an almost exact contemporary of Spinoza, 1632 to 1677. He married at 20 and had 8 children. He received good prices for his paintings, but he toiled at them with such time-consuming care and spent so much money in buying pictures that he died in debt. His widow had to apply for aid to the Court of Bankruptcy. Yet his 34 surviving works suggest a background of middle-class comfort. One of them shows him in his studio, with fluffy cap and party-colored jerkin, stockings, rumpled but of silk, his buttocks bulging with prosperity. Doubtless he lived in one of the better quarters of Delft, perhaps in the outskirts from which he could have a view of Delft. We feel in that famous picture his fondness for his native town. He seems to have been more contentedly domesticated than the artists of our time. Love of the home shines out in most Dutch painting, but in Vermeer the home becomes a little temple, and the housewife is proud of her ministrations. In his Christ with Mary and Martha, the latter shares the pedestal with Mary. His women are no longer the heavy bundles of flesh sometimes seen in Dutch art. They are of some refinement and sensitivity. They may even, like the seated lady and mistress and maid, be expensively robed, delicately featured, carefully coiffured, or be rich in silk and musical instruments, like the lady seated at the virginals. Vermeer makes an epic of family life, or a lyric of simple and normal domestic moments. Not group scenes of confused and multiple activity, but at his best one woman alone, quietly reading a letter, or intent on her sewing, or adorning herself with a necklace, or asleep at her sewing, or just a girl and her smile. Vermeer recorded with perfect art his gratitude for a good woman and a happy home. In the 18th century he was almost forgotten. His little masterpieces were ascribed to De Hoek, Ter Borch, or Rembrandt. Only in 1858 was he disinterred. Now his name stands only after those of Rembrandt and Hals in Dutch painting. One thing is missing in these genre painters, the life of nature that surrounded the interloping towns. Italy and Poussin in Italy had caught some of the fresh air and open fields. England would discover them in the next century. Now Dutch painters, leaving for a while their chaste or hilarious interiors, place their easels to capture the lure of rippling streams, silent and leisurely windmills, burgeoning farms, trees shaming our hectic transiency, exotic vessels swaying in crowded ports, clouds kaleidoscoping the sky. All the world knows the middle harness road of Meindert Hobema, perspective vanishing into endless space. But far more beautiful is his watermill with the great red roof. Albert Cuyp found his inspiration in plump kine wading in lush marshes, horses halting thirsty at an inn, sails disappearing on the sea. Solomon von Roysdael marveled at the tremor of waters reflecting and inverting boats and trees, as in canal and ferry, and taught his nephew to surpass them. Jacob van Roysdael grew up in Haarlem and left us a view of Haarlem quite as impressive as Vermeer's Delft, and better conveying the vast yet huddled complexity of a great city. Moving to Amsterdam, he became a member of the Mennonite Brethren, and perhaps their mysticism helped his poverty to make him feel the tragic side of the nature in which he loved to lose himself. He knew that those fields, woods, and skies that promised peace could also destroy, that nature had moods of wrath in which even the proudest, sturdiest trees could be shorn by mad winds and torn from their roots, that deadly clefts could form in the good earth, that lightning could wreak its lethal fire upon every form of life with playful indifference. No idol is the waterfall on the cliff, but the furious surge of the sea upon rocks that it is vowed to shatter and submerge or wear away. The storm is the sea beating in rage against its enemy the land. The beach is no pleasure strand, but a shore disordered by a mounting surf under a lowering sky. Winter is no skating frolic, but a poor cottage shivering under threatening clouds. And the masterly etching of oak trees despoils them of their dignity to show their branches disheveled or bare, their trunks wounded and distorted by inclement time. The Jewish cemetery is itself an image of death, ruined walls, a dying tree, flood waters running over tombs. Not that Roysdael was always gloomy. In the wheat field he rendered with deep feeling the quiet of a country road, the blessing of rich crops, the exhilaration of expanding space. The Dutch seem to have felt their land and clime maligned in Roysdael's pictures. They paid for these with a pittance and let their author die in a poorhouse. Today some would rank him only after Poussin among the landscape painters of all time. Infinite riches in a little room. Rembrandt and Hals, Vermeer and Roysdael, Spinoza and Huygens, Tromp and de Ruyter, Jan de Witt and William III, all at the same time within close frontiers, laboring precariously behind the dunes, keeping alive the arts of peace amid the alarms of war. This is Holland in the 17th century. Size is not development. 4. Jan de Witt, 1625 to 1672. Their independence won, the United Provinces, after the Treaty of Westphalia, gave themselves to the pursuit of money, pleasure, and war. They were the least self-contained nation in history. The products of their soil could support only an eighth of their population. The life of the country depended upon foreign trade and colonial exploitation. and these depended upon a navy capable of protecting Dutch vessels and settlements. The Spanish mastery of the seas had ended with the defeat of the Spanish Armada. The English navy, bouncy with victory, spread its sails out over the ocean. Soon English mercantile expansion encountered Dutch ships and Dutch settlements in India, the East Indies, Africa, even in the New Amsterdam that was to become New York. Some Englishmen, still warm with the fire of Hawkins and Drake, felt that these ubiquitous Dutch should be replaced by ubiquitous Britons, and that this could be done with a naval victory or two. The merchants, reported the Earl of Clarendon, took to discourse of the infinite benefit that would accrue from a barefaced war against the Dutch, how easily they might be subdued and the trade carried on by the English. Cromwell thought it a good idea. In 1651, the English Parliament passed a Navigation Act forbidding foreign vessels to bring into England any merchandise except that produced in their own country. The Dutch had been shipping to England the products of their colonies. Now this lucrative trade was stopped. They sent an embassy to London to secure some modification of the act. The English not only refused, but demanded that Dutch vessels meeting English ships in English waters, that is, all the waters between England, France, and the Netherlands, should lower their flags in recognition of English dominance of those seas. The Dutch emissaries returned empty-handed to The Hague. In February 1652, the English seized 70 Dutch merchantmen found in English waters. On May 19th, an English fleet under Robert Blake met a Dutch squadron under Martin Tromp. Tromp refused to lower his flag. Blake attacked. Tromp withdrew. So began the First Dutch War. The separatism of the supposedly united provinces now brought them close to disaster. The unified military leadership formerly provided by the Princes of Orange had lapsed. The States General became a debating society instead of a state. The English had a strong and centralized government under the resolute Cromwell. They had a better navy. They had the advantages of geography and prevailing westerly winds. They destroyed Dutch fishing fleets, captured Dutch merchantmen, and defeated the Dutch Admiral de Ruyter off the coast of Kent. Tromp won over Blake off Dungeness on November 30th, 1652, but died in battle in the following July. The result of a year's war was the overwhelming demonstration of English naval power. English blockade of the Dutch coast brought economic life almost to a standstill in the provinces. Thousands of their population approached starvation and threatened revolt. It was at this unhappy juncture that Jan de Witt undertook the leadership of the country. He came of a family long prominent in Dutch commerce and politics. His father, Jacob de Witt, was 6 times elected burgomaster of Dordrecht. Jan himself received all available education, traveled in France with his older brother, Cornelis, met Cromwell in England, and then settled down as a lawyer in The Hague in 1647. 3 years later, his father was among the 6 Republican leaders imprisoned by William II of Orange, the stadtholder, who wished to establish his political as well as his military authority over all the 7 provinces. When William II died in 1650, the States General, perhaps influenced by the apparently successful creation in 1649 of a republic in England, refused to accept his posthumous son as his successor and discontinued the stadtholdership. The internal drama of the United Provinces became a struggle between the mercantile republican and pacific spirit represented by de Witt and the martial aristocratic spirit soon to be revived in the young and ardent William III. On December 21st, 1650, Jan de Witt, still a youth of 25, was elected pensionary, or chief magistrate, of Dordrecht, and its representative in the States General of the United Provinces. In February 1653, that body named him Grand Pensionary of the Republic and gave him the bitter task of negotiating peace with victorious England. Cromwell was merciless. He demanded that the Dutch acknowledge English dominance and salute the English flag in the Channel, that they admit the right of English captains to search Dutch vessels at sea, that they pay for the privilege of fishing in English waters and give compensation for the murder of Englishmen by the Dutch in Amboina in 1623, and that they perpetually exclude from office or power all members of the House of Orange, which, being allied by marriage to the Stuarts, had vowed to restore that dynasty in England. De Witt removed this last clause from the treaty as presented to the States General and ratified by it on April 22, 1654. Then he induced the estates of the one province of Holland to accept the treaty with this clause included. William III never forgave him. De Witt consolidated his position by marrying the wealthy Wendela Bicker. Through her he became related to the mercantile princes of Amsterdam. With their support he filled the most important posts in Holland with his father, his brother, his cousins, and his friends. Soon he had in his hands all the reins of government in the province. Other provinces reluctantly accepted his lead, for Holland, enriched by its ports, paid 57% of the Union's expenses and provided most of the Dutch fleet. He was unpopular with the masses, but his administration was enlightened and competent. He checked extravagant outlays, reduced the interest on the federal debt, overhauled the fleet, built better ships, trained new naval personnel. Reflecting the sentiments of the merchants, he strove for peace but prepared for war. In 1658 and again in 1663 he was re-elected as Grand Pensionary of the United Provinces. He impressed observers with his devotion to the tasks of government, the simplicity and modesty of his bearing, and the integrity of his family life. The wealth of his wife enabled him to live in a sumptuous home where he could receive foreign emissaries in imposing surroundings. But that home was a center of Dutch culture rather than of luxurious display. Poetry mingled there with politics, science and philosophy were discussed perhaps too freely for de Witt's Calvinistic constituents, and even the dreaded heretic Spinoza found a loyal friend and protector in the Grand Pensionary. It was always his tragedy that he loved peace more than war, while the neighbors of the rich republic gathered their forces to destroy it. In 1660, Charles II was restored to the throne of England. He pointedly recommended his nephew, William III of Orange, to the goodwill of Jan de Witt. Soon he demanded the annulment of that act of seclusion by which William was barred from office. De Witt consented, and so the Stuart king unwittingly prepared the fall of the Stuart dynasty. In October 1664, an English expedition seized the Dutch colony of New Amsterdam and renamed it New York in honor of the Duke of York, the future James II, then head of the English Navy. The States General of the United Provinces protested. The protest was ignored. In March 1665, the Second Dutch War began. The preparations that de Witt had made were now vindicated. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued. Cassette 6, Side 2. The preparations that de Witt had made were now vindicated. Weakness of leadership had passed from the States General to the careless and incompetent government of Charles II. And while the merry monarch danced with his mistress, de Witt won the applause even of his enemies by the energy and devotion with which he attended to all the aspects and details of military organization. Repeatedly he sailed with the fleet, exposed himself to all the perils of battle, and inspired the crews with his courage and zeal. The Dutch navy was not yet equal to the English in vessels, men, or discipline, and in the first major encounter of the war the English navy under the Duke of York decisively defeated the Dutch. This at Lowestoft, June 13, 1665. The patient burghers reconstituted the fleet and put it under the command of one of history's ablest and most daring admirals. In June 1667, Michael Adriaansen de Ruyter led 66 ships into the Thames, captured the fort of Sheerness, some 40 miles east of London, broke the barriers that had blocked entry into the Medway, which flows into the Thames at Sheerness, and captured, burned, or sank 16 English men of war that lay there unprepared for so unmannerly a visitor. This on June 12, 1667. Charles II, having no taste for war, bade his diplomats offer the Dutch an acceptable peace. On July 21, 1667, the two powers signed the Treaty of Breda. The Dutch surrendered the apparently unimportant New York to England and agreed to salute the English flag in English waters. England surrendered the colony of Suriname, or Dutch Guiana in South America, to the Dutch and modified the Navigation Act in favor of Dutch trade. The treaty was a moderate victory for de Witt and brought him to the height of his career. But he made now a succession of fatal blunders. He further alienated the supporters of William II by putting through the Provincial Assembly of Holland on August 5, 1667, a perpetual edict excluding any stadtholder of any province from supreme military or naval command of the Union. Thereupon the adherents of the young prince resigned from the army, leaving it without experienced leadership. Unfortunately, this act of family rivalry occurred while France was invading the Spanish Netherlands, thereby threatening the vital interests of the United Provinces. A France controlling the southern provinces would soon reopen the Scheldt to foreign trade. Antwerp, revived, would challenge the commercial ascendancy of Amsterdam. The whole economy of the northern provinces would be imperiled. And how long would Louis XIV stop at the Dutch frontier? If he should decide to absorb the United Provinces and take control of the mouths of the Rhine, the country would in effect cease to exist, and Dutch Protestantism would be doomed. De Witt offered the aggressive king a series of compromises. They were refused. He arranged with England on January 23, 1668, and shortly thereafter with Sweden, a triple alliance for common defense against expanding France. Louis tactfully agreed to end his War of Devolution on condition of retaining a cordon of cities and fortresses that he had captured in Flanders and Hainaut. These terms were accepted by England and Sweden, and therefore by the United Provinces in the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle on May 2, 1668. Apparently the danger had been averted by de Witt's diplomacy. In July he was elected to a fourth term of 5 years as Grand Pensionary of the Republic. But he had misread the policies of the French and English kings. Louis never forgave the Dutch for interfering with his conquest of the Spanish Netherlands. He vowed that if Holland should trouble him as it had done the Spanish, he would send his men with shovels and pickaxes to throw it into the sea, presumably by opening the dikes. He resented the Republic and coveted the Rhine. He was resolved to destroy the one and control the other. A war of tariffs heated the conflict. Colbert had laid prohibitive duties upon Dutch goods entering France, and the Dutch had retaliated in kind. A clever exception was made for munitions. Louvois, French Minister of War, persuaded the Dutch manufacturers to sell him great quantities of war material. Meanwhile, the Dutch businessmen withheld their consent to the taxes that de Witt proposed for replenishing the army and its supplies. The French diplomatic corps proved its skill, or affluence, by detaching England and Sweden from alliance with the United Provinces. By the secret Treaty of Dover, June 1, 1670, Charles II agreed to abandon the Triple Alliance and join Louis in war against the Dutch. In 1672, Sweden, needing French help against Denmark and Germany, withdrew from the same alliance. Spain, the Empire, and Brandenburg promised aid to the Republic, but their available forces were too meagre or distant to count much in meeting the immense levies that were now let loose upon the United Provinces by land and sea. Again, de Witt offered concessions and compromises. They were rejected. On March 23, 1672, England began the attack upon the Dutch Republic. On April 6th, France declared war. Some 130,000 men marched against the little state under Turenne, Condé, Luxembourg, Vauban, and Louis himself. "Never had there been such a magnificent army," said Voltaire. By clever and unexpected strategy, the main French force passed through German territory, appeasing the villages with gifts, to assault less strongly fortified points. On June 12th, under the fire of the Dutch and the eyes of the king, the French crossed the Rhine, swimming the 60 feet of its width that were too deep for wading. This became a favorite episode in the iconography of the king. Moving north into the heart of the United Provinces, the royal armies easily captured one city after another. Utrecht surrendered without resistance. The provinces of Overijssel and Gelderland submitted. Soon only Amsterdam and The Hague remained to be taken. It availed little that on June 6th de Ruyter had defeated the combined English and French fleets at Southwold Bay. De Witt asked Louis for terms. Louis demanded a large indemnity, French control of all Dutch highways and waterways, and the re-establishment of the Catholic religion throughout the Republic. Rejecting these conditions as tantamount to slavery, the Dutch resorted to their last defense. They opened the dikes, letting in their ancient enemy, the sea, as a saving friend. Soon the waters were pouring over the land, and the French armies, unprepared for such an inundation, retreated helplessly. Nevertheless, the country was devastated. The troops of the Bishop of Münster and the Elector of Cologne, allied with Louis, were marching unhindered through the provinces of Overijssel. French and English vessels, despite de Ruyter, were raiding Dutch commerce. The economic life of the beleaguered state neared collapse. De Witt, during these bitter months, had labored as hardly any man in Dutch history before him, raising funds, equipping and provisioning the fleet, standing on deck beside de Ruyter in the Battle of Southwold Bay, and striving through embassy after embassy to negotiate a saving peace. In June 1672, he sent Louis an offer to cede to him Maastricht and parts of Dutch Brabant, and to pay all the costs of the war. But this offer, too, was scorned, and when de Witt's countrymen heard of it, they denounced him as planning a treasonable surrender. The people now cast upon him all the responsibility for their misfortunes. They charged him with naive and reckless trust in the words of Charles II and Louis XIV. They accused him of filling a dozen lucrative offices with his relatives. Above all, they could not forgive him for refusing to the House of Orange the military and political honours that through a century had kept the Dutch provinces free. They laid at his door the incompetence and cowardice of his bourgeois generals. The Calvinist clergyman denounced him as a secret freethinker, as a follower of Descartes and friend of Spinoza. Even the commercial classes, which had been his main support, turned against him now as the organizer of defeat. His brother Cornelis, who had shared with him the emoluments of office and the burdens and perils of war, received with him the hatred and insults of the populace. On June 21, 1672, an unsuccessful attempt was made to assassinate Jan. 2 days later, a like attempt was made upon Cornelis. On July 24th, the officials of The Hague arrested Cornelis on a charge of plotting against the Prince of Orange. On August 4th, Jan resigned his office as Grand Pensionary. On August 19th, Cornelis was put to the torture and was condemned to exile. Though warned that he was risking his life, Jan made his way through a hostile city to the Gevangenpoort prison to see his brother. Soon a crowd collected outside, urged on by a sheriff, a goldsmith, and a barber. A civic guard commissioned to hold back the mob shared its hatred of the De Witts and made no resistance when it battered down the doors of the jail and rushed in. Jan and Cornelis were seized, dragged into the square, and beaten to death, and their bodies were hung head downward on a lamppost. This on August 20th, 1672. The Dutch Republic died with them, and the House of Orange returned to power. 5. William III of Orange. Mary Stuart, broken in spirit by the execution of her father, Charles I, in 1649, the death of her young husband, William II of Orange, in 1650, the abolition of the stadtholdership, and the exclusion of the House of Orange from office, brought up her son to a sombre self-control that would silently bide its time till persistence brought victory. Physically weak, surrounded in his development by enemies set to guard him, but inheriting from William I of Orange the motto, Je maintiendrai, I will maintain, he grew up as a sickly lad, hiding behind an immobile face a fire of resolution and revenge. Austere, decorous, coldly courteous, he shunned amusements and frivolity, and pursued outdoor sports to overcome his repeated headaches and his liability to fainting spells. This was a frail vessel to house the spirit that would capture the throne of England and chasten the King of France. His mother went to England in 1660 to rejoice in her brother's coronation. She died there of smallpox on Christmas Eve. In 1666, the government of Holland province declared the 16-year-old prince a ward of the state. Jan de Witt replaced his beloved guardians and tutors with persons more responsive to the policy of the provincial estates. William's hatred of de Witt grew with every year. At the height of Jan's power, the prince, eluding his new guardians, rode from The Hague to Bergen-op-Zoom in 1668 and took a boat to Zeeland, the province that had been most loyal to his ancestors. The people of its capital, Middelburg, greeted him with mass demonstrations of fidelity and affection. He assumed without hesitation or opposition the presidency of the Zeeland Provincial Assembly. Returning to The Hague, he announced that his minority was now ending on his 18th birthday, this on November 4th, 1668, and that he would henceforth dispense with the guardians that the Estates of Holland had given him. The Estates refused to remove them. He dismissed them. They remained. He bided his time. It came when the French and German armies overran the Dutch provinces. Dutch armies surrendered town after town, and The Hague itself seemed defenseless. Yielding to the demands of the military and hoping that the restoration of the House of Orange to leadership would restore the unity and morale of the nation, the States General appointed William Captain General of the Union on February 25, 1672. On July 2nd, the Estates of Zeeland, flouting the Perpetual Edict, elected William their provincial stadtholder. On July 4th, the Estates of Holland followed suit. On July 8th, he was made Supreme Commander of the Union's armed forces on land and sea. He showed his spirit when the French king offered peace in return for an indemnity of 16 million florins and the cession of large areas to France, Munster, and Cologne. A secret offer was made to recognize William as king of the remainder. The Estates of Holland asked his advice. He replied, "Rather let us be hacked to pieces than accept such conditions." When the second Duke of Buckingham, coming from England to urge William to make peace, said to him, "Do you not see that your country is lost?" he replied, "My country is in great danger, but there is a sure way never to see it lost, and that is to die in the last ditch." Nevertheless, with wisdom remarkable in a youth of 22, he counseled patient and courteous negotiations with the English. Already he may have seen in a cooperation of the English and the Dutch the only hope of checking the aggressions of France. He took measures to strengthen the ties between the United Provinces, the Empire, and Brandenburg. The outlines of the Grand Alliance were taking form in his mind. He proceeded to the headquarters of the army, and so was absent from The Hague when the de Witts were murdered. He had apparently no share in planning that act, which perhaps no one had planned, but when he heard of it he did not hide his satisfaction, and he protected and pensioned the men who had led the mob. He tried now to be a good general. He never succeeded, but the experienced soldiers who came enthusiastically to his standard reorganized the army and the navy, and victories began to outweigh defeats. De Ruyter and Cornelis Tromp, son of Martin, outfought the English and French fleets at Schoneveld and Kukduin in 1673. The German invaders were stopped at Groningen. William captured Naarden. The provinces of Gelderland, Utrecht, and Overijssel were cleared of the enemy. Nearly everywhere the French were in retreat. For the time being, at least, the United Provinces were saved, and they hailed William as their savior. To these successes he added diplomatic victories. On February 19, 1674, he persuaded England to a separate peace by agreeing to pay a war indemnity of 2 million florins. On April 22nd and May 11th, he signed treaties with Münster and Cologne. He confirmed the alliance of the United Provinces, Spain, Brandenburg, Denmark, and the Empire against a now isolated France. As a final stroke, he won the hand of Mary, eldest daughter of James, Duke of York, brother of the English king. The two leading Protestant powers were now drawn together. The net was being closed around France. And it was no minor matter that Mary stood only after her father in line of succession to the English throne. Seldom in history has so young a statesman laid such far-seeing plans, and with such success. Meanwhile, however, the French renewed their attack, took Ypres and Ghent, and advanced to the Dutch border. De Ruyter was defeated by a French fleet off the Sicilian coast on April 22nd, 1676, and died a week later of his wounds. Louis offered peace to the States General on tempting terms. He would restore all Dutch territory held by the French, provided the states would agree to his retention of Franche-Comté and Lorraine. The Emperor, Brandenburg, and Denmark protested against such a peace. William supported them. The States General, dominated by commercial interests, overruled him, deserted its allies, and signed the separate Peace of Nijmegen with France on August 10, 1678. William viewed the peace as merely a truce and strove through the next 10 years to reconstruct the alliance. The Dutch merchants restrained his martial temper, arguing that the exhausted provinces needed a rest from turmoil and that prosperity was returning. Two events of the year 1685 played into William's hands. Louis revoked the Edict of Nantes. Persecuted Huguenots crowded into the Netherlands and led an active propaganda for a union of Protestant powers against France. In England, James II, become king, revealed his hope to make that nation Catholic. English Protestants planned to depose him, leaving William's wife, Mary, in line for the throne. William had carried on a liaison with Mary's best friend, Elizabeth Villiers, but Mary forgave him and agreed that if she became Queen of England, she would obey her husband as king. In 1686, William succeeded in arranging an alliance with the Empire, Brandenburg, Spain, and Sweden for common defense. On June 30th, 1688, the English Protestant leaders invited William and Mary to enter England with armed forces and help them dethrone their Catholic king. William hesitated, for Louis XIV had a vast army awaiting the royal decision to attack either the Netherlands or the Empire. Louis sent it word to advance into Germany. William's hands were free. On November 1st, 1688, he sailed with 14,000 men to win the throne of England. Book 2. England, 1649 to 1714. Chapter 7. Cromwell, 1649 to 1660. 1. The Socialist Revolt. Having beheaded Charles I on January 30th, 1649, the victorious Puritans faced the problems of constructing a new government and restoring the security of life and property in an England disordered by 7 years of civil war. The Rump Parliament, the 56 active members that remained of the Long Parliament after Pride's Purge in 1648, proclaimed the supremacy and sufficiency of the Commons, abolished the House of Lords on February 6, 1649, and the monarchy, and nominated as its executive arm a Council of State composed of 3 generals, 3 peers, 3 judges, and 30 members of the House, all independents, that is, Republican Puritans. On May 19th, the Commons officially established the English Republic. England shall hereafter be governed as a commonwealth or free state by the supreme authority of this nation, the representatives of the people in Parliament, and by such as they shall appoint and constitute as ministers under them for the good of the people. The Republic was not a democracy. The Parliament claimed a democratic base, but the expulsion of Royalist members during the war and of Presbyterians in the Purge had winnowed and sifted it, said Cromwell, and brought it to a handful. In its origin, the Parliament had been elected by property owners only. Now whole counties were without delegates in the rump. Its power rested not on the people, but on the army. Only the army could protect it from the Royalist rebels in England, the Catholic rebels in Ireland, the Presbyterian rebels in Scotland, and the Radical rebels in the army itself. To meet the expenses of the government and the arrears of pay due to the army, the rump levied taxes as lavishly as the late king. It proposed to confiscate the property of all who had borne arms for Charles, but in most cases it compromised by taking a fine equal to a part, from 1/10 to 1/2, of the capital value of the estate. Many young nobles, facing impoverishment in England, migrated to America and founded aristocratic families like the Washingtons, the Randolphs, the Madisons, the Lees. Some Royalist leaders were executed, some were imprisoned. Even so, the Royalist movement remained troublesome, for Royalist sentiment predominated among the people. The execution of the king had turned him from a tax collector into a martyr. 10 days after that regicide, a book appeared under the title of Icon Basilicae, that is, a royal portrait. It had been written by John Gordon, a Presbyterian minister, but it purported to be the thoughts and feelings of Charles as set down by his own hand shortly before his death. Some of it may have been elaborated from notes left by the king. In any case, the picture presented by it was that of a tender-hearted ruler who had actually been defending England against the tyranny of a merciless oligarchy. Within a year, the book sold 36 editions. It was translated into 5 languages, and not all the thunder of Milton's Iconoclastes in 1649 could cancel its effect. It shared in promoting a public reaction against the new government, and encouraged the Royalist agents who in every county of England began at once to agitate for the restoration of the Stuart dynasty. The Council of State met the movement with widespread and efficient espionage, and the prompt arrest of leaders who might have organized a revolt. At the other extreme, a minority of the populace and a large part of the army demanded a more thorough, some a socialist, democracy. The sky rained radical pamphlets. Colonel John Lilburne alone produced 100. Milton at this stage was not a poet but a pamphleteer. Lilburne attacked Cromwell as a tyrant, an apostate, a hypocrite. One writer complained that you shall scarce speak to Cromwell about anything but he will lay his hand on his breast, elevate his eyes, and call God to record. He will weep, howl, and repent even while he doth smite you under the 5th rib. Another pamphleteer asked, We were ruled before by king, lords, and commons, now by a general, court-martial, and commons, and we pray you, what is the difference? The new government felt compelled to censure press and pulpit sternly. In April 1649, Lilburne and 3 others were arrested for issuing 2 pamphlets that described England as in new chains. The army clamored for their release, and their women threatened Cromwell's life if any harm came to the prisoners. From prison, Lilburne sent to his printer a defiant impeachment of high treason against Cromwell and Ireton. In October, the 4 writers were tried in a cause célèbre that drew thousands of people about the court. Lilburne challenged the judges and appealed to a jury. When all 4 were acquitted, there went up from the crowd such a loud and unanimous shout as is believed was never heard in Guildhall, which lasted for about half an hour without intermission, which made the judges for fear turn pale. For 2 years Lilburne was the hero of the army. In 1652 he was banished. He returned in 1653, was again arrested, was again acquitted in August 1653. He was kept in prison nevertheless. In 1655 he was released. In 1657 he died, aged 43. Some levelers went beyond Lilburne and democracy to call for a more equal distribution of goods. Why, they asked, should there be rich and poor? Why should some starve while the rich engrossed the land? In April 1649, a prophet named William Everard led 4 men to St. George's Hill in Surrey. They took possession of some unoccupied land, dug the earth, planted seed, and invited recruits. Some 30 other diggers, as they came to be called, joined them, and, said a report to the Council of State, they threaten the neighbors that they will shortly make them all come up to the hills and work. Hailed before Sir Thomas Fairfax, Captain General of the Army, Everard explained that his followers proposed to respect private property, only to meddle with what is common and untilled, and make it fruitful. But they hoped that the time will suddenly be when all men shall willingly come in and give up their lands and estates and submit to this community of goods. Fairfax released the men as harmless fanatics. One of them, Gerard Winstanley, continued the movement with a manifesto on April 26, 1649, entitled "The True Leveller's Standard Advanced." In the beginning, the great Creator Reason made the earth a common treasury for beasts and men. But then man, falling into blindness, became a greater slave to his own kind than the beasts of the field to him. The earth was bought and sold and hedged in by rulers, and was kept in the possession of a few. All landlords are thieves. Only when common ownership is restored will crime and hatred cease. In the Law of Freedom in 1652, Winstanley begged the Commonwealth to establish a society in which there would be no buying or selling, no lawyers, no rich or poor, all to be compelled to work till 40, then to be absolved from toil, the franchise to be open to all adult males, marriage to be a civil ceremony, and divorce to be free. The diggers abandoned their scheme, but their propaganda entered into the memory of the English poor, and perhaps crossed the Channel to France and the sea to America. Cromwell, himself a property owner and well versed in the nature of man, put no trust in these ideals of common ownership, or even of adult suffrage. In the confusion inevitable after the violent overthrow of a government, some centralized authority was needed, and Cromwell supplied it. Many who hated him as a regicide welcomed for a time a dictatorship that seemed the sole alternative to social and political dissolution. And even the army, when it heard that counter-revolution was brewing in Ireland and Scotland, was glad that his iron hand was ready to lead it against rebels who sought not a democratic utopia, but a restored and vengeful monarchy. 2. The Irish Revolt. In Ireland, the reaction against the Great Rebellion united transiently the Protestants of the Pale and the Catholics in it and beyond. Even before the execution of Charles I, James Butler, Earl of Ormond, as Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, signed a treaty with the Confederate Catholics at Kilkenny on January 17, 1649, by which, in return for religious freedom and an independent Irish Parliament, they agreed to furnish him with 15,000 infantry and 500 horse. Ormond sent a message to the Prince of Wales, whom he immediately recognized as Charles II, inviting him to come to Ireland and lead a combined army of Protestants and Catholics. Charles chose to go to Scotland, but Cromwell decided to meet the Irish threat first. When he landed at Dublin in August, Ormond had already been defeated at Rathmines by troops adhering to the Commonwealth, and had retreated with his remaining 2,300 men into the fortified town of Drogheda on the Boyne. Cromwell besieged it with 10,000 soldiers, took it by storm on September 10th, and ordered all the surviving garrison killed. Some civilians were included in the massacre. Every priest in the town was slain. Altogether some 2,300 died in this triumphant slaughter. Cromwell shared the credit with God. "I wish that all honest hearts may give the glory of this to God, to whom indeed the praise of this mercy belongs." He hoped that this bitterness will save much effusion of blood through the goodness of God. And we may allow his sincere belief that one such act of terror would quickly end the rebellion and save many lives on both sides. But the war continued for 3 years. From Drogheda, Cromwell passed to the siege of Wexford. It was soon taken. 1,500 of its defenders and inhabitants were slain. God, by an unexpected providence in his righteous justice, reported Cromwell, brought a just judgment upon them with their bloods to answer the cruelties which they had exercised upon the lives of divers poor Protestants. The policy of massacre failed. The towns of Duncannon and Waterford defied Cromwell's siege. Kilkenny surrendered only after receiving terms that elsewhere had been refused. Clonmel was taken, but after a loss of 2,000 men. Hearing that Charles II had reached Scotland, Cromwell left the further prosecution of the Irish War to his son-in-law Henry Ireton, and sailed to England on May 24, 1650. Ireton was an able leader, but he died of plague on November 26, 1651. The policy of massacre was abandoned, pardon was offered to the rebels, and by the Articles of Kilkenny on May 12, 1652, nearly all of them surrendered on condition of being allowed to emigrate unhindered. An act for the settling of Ireland on August 12 confiscated part or all of the property of Irishmen of whatever faith who could not prove that they had been loyal to the Commonwealth. In this way, 2.5 million acres of Irish soil were transferred to English or Irish soldiers or civilians who had supported Cromwell in Ireland. 2/3 of the soil of Ireland passed into the hands of Englishmen. The counties of Kildare, Dublin, Carlow, Wicklow, and Wexford were formed into a new English Pale, and an attempt was made to exclude from them all Irish proprietors, then all Irishmen. Thousands of Irish families were dispossessed and were given until March 1st, 1655, to find other homes. Hundreds were shipped to Barbados or elsewhere on a charge of vagrancy. Sir William Petty calculated that out of a total population of 1,466,000 in Ireland in 1641, 616,000 had perished by 1652, by war, starvation, or plague. In some counties, said an English officer, a man might travel 20 or 30 miles and not see a living creature, either man or beast or bird. The sun, said another, never shined upon a nation so completely miserable. The Catholic religion was outlawed. All Catholic clergymen were ordered to leave Ireland within 20 days. To harbor a priest was made punishable by death. Severe penalties were decreed for absence from Protestant services on Sunday. Magistrates were authorized to take away the children of Catholics and send them to England for education in the Protestant faith. All the inhumanity that was to be visited by Catholics upon the Protestants of France in 1680 to 1690 was visited by Protestants upon the Catholics of Ireland in 1650 to 1660. Catholicism became an inseparable part of Irish patriotism because the Church and the people were fused in a community of suffering. Those bitter years remained in Irish memory as an undying heritage of hate. 3. The Scottish Revolt. The Scots, who had surrendered Charles I to the English Parliament, were shocked by his execution, suddenly remembering that his father was a Scot. They looked upon Pride's purge of Presbyterians from the Long Parliament as a violation of the solemn league and covenant by which that Parliament had sworn fidelity to Scotland and the Presbyterian faith. They feared that the victorious Puritans would attempt to force their own form of Protestantism upon Scotland as well as England. On February 5, 1649, less than a week after the beheading of Charles I, the Scottish Parliament or Estates proclaimed his son, Charles II, then in the Netherlands, to be the rightful king of Great Britain, France, and Ireland. Before they would allow his entry into Scotland, they required him to sign the National Covenant and the Solemn League and Covenant, and swear to maintain or establish Presbyterian Protestantism in all his dominions and in his household. Charles II, who was already a mixture of Catholicism and skepticism, had no talent for Presbyterianism, but much relish for a throne. He reluctantly signed all these demands at Breda on May 1, 1650. Montrose, noblest of the Scots in this age, led a small force from the Orkneys into Scotland, hoping to raise for Charles an army independent of the Covenanters. He was defeated, captured, and hanged on May 21, 1650. On June 23, Charles landed in Scotland, eager to head an army against the Puritan Commonwealth that had beheaded his father. Before the Scots would fight for him, they induced him to issue a declaration in which he desired to be deeply humbled before God because of his father's opposition to the Solemn League and Covenant, and because his mother had been guilty of idolatry, or Catholicism. To expiate the sins of Charles I and II, the Scottish clergy ordained, for the army and the people, a solemn fast, and assured the army that now, the young king having made amends to heaven, it would be invincible. On the insistence of the ministers, all officers who put loyalty to the king above loyalty to the covenant and the kirk were purged from the army. In this way, 80 of its ablest leaders were discharged. Cromwell proposed to the English Parliament that he invade Scotland at once, without waiting for a Scottish attack. Fairfax, who had refused to take part in the trial of Charles I, now resigned his supreme command of the Commonwealth armies. Cromwell, appointed to succeed him, organized his forces with his usual decision and speed, and crossed into Scotland on July 22, 1650, at the head of 16,000 men. On August 3 he sent to the Commission of the General Assembly of the Scottish Kirk a letter full of intestinal fortitude. "Is it infallibly agreeable to the word of God, all that you say? I beseech you in the bowels of Christ, think it possible that you may be mistaken." At Dunbar on September 3 he routed the main Scottish armies, taking 10,000 prisoners. Soon he held Edinburgh and Leith. The Scottish preachers lost face and infallibility. The purged officers were hastily recalled. Charles II was formally crowned at Scone. Cromwell took sick in Edinburgh, and for some months the conflict marked time. Then the reorganized Scottish army, with Charles at its head, marched into England, hoping that all good royalists and Presbyterians would come to the banner of legitimacy and truth. Cromwell pursued them, gathering local militia as he passed through the English towns. At Worcester on September 3, 1651, the battle was fought that preserved the Commonwealth and made Charles again an exile. By superior strategy and courage, Cromwell's lesser forces defeated 30,000 Scots. Charles was brave, but he was no general. He strove to rally his disordered troops, but they seemed awed and palsied by Cromwell's reputation as a warrior who never lost a battle. Many of them threw down their arms and fled. Charles begged his officers to shoot him. They refused, and a few of his most devoted followers led him to temporary safety in a royalist home. There he cut his hair close to his head, discolored his hands and face, exchanged his clothes for those of a laborer, and began a long march on horse and foot, hunted from one hiding place to another, sleeping in attics, barns, or woods, once in a royal oak tree in Boscobel, while Commonwealth soldiers searched for him below. Often recognized, never betrayed, he and his party, after 40 days of flight, found at Shoreham in Sussex a vessel whose captain agreed at the risk of his life to take them to France on October 15th. Cromwell entrusted to General George Monk the further suppression of the Scottish rebels. By February 1652 this was complete. Scotland was made subject to England, its separate parliament was dissolved, but the country was allowed to send 30 delegates to the London Parliament. The Kirk was chastened by the prohibition of its general assemblies and by the toleration of all peaceful Protestant sects. Economically, Scotland benefited from the new freedom of trade with England. Politically, it waited and prayed for a Stuart restoration. 4. Oliver Absolute. Cromwell returned in modest triumph to London. Seeing the multitude that had collected to witness his arrival, he remarked that a still greater crowd would have gathered to see him hanged. The Rump Parliament gave him an annual allowance of £4,000 and the once royal palace at Hampton Court. It trusted that he would be content to remain its general. It proposed a new election to raise its membership to 400, but the present members were to retain their seats without re-election and were to determine the conditions of the franchise and the validity of the votes. It protected itself against criticism by rigidly restricting the freedom of pulpit and press. Nothing by pretense of pulpit liberty shall be suffered in prejudice of the peace and honor of the government. The clergy of the Anglican established church were dispossessed of their livings. Persons who professed the Catholic faith were condemned to forfeit 2/3 of their property. Rewards were offered for the apprehension of Catholic priests. Cromwell, though slow to make up his mind, was prompt to act when he had reached a decision. He suffered impatiently the long debates that in Parliament confused policy and obstructed administration. He agreed with Charles I that the executive power should be distinct and free from the legislative. He began to wonder might it not be a blessing if Cromwell were king. He hinted the idea, in December 1652, to his friend Whitelock, who lost his friendship by objecting. On the morning of April 20th, 1653, hearing that the Rump was about to make itself the unelected master of the new Parliament, he gathered a handful of soldiers, stationed them at the door of the house, entered it with Major General Thomas Harrison at his side, and for a time listened in dark silence to the discussion. When the question was put to the vote, he rose and spoke, at first with moderation, soon with fury. He denounced the Rump as a self-perpetuating oligarchy unfit to govern England. "Drunkards," he cried, indicating one member. "Whoremaster," he shouted at another. "You are no Parliament. I say you are no Parliament. I will put an end to your sittings." Turning to Harrison, he ordered, "Call them in, call them in." His soldiery marched into the chamber. Cromwell commanded them to clear the room. The members left, protesting, "This is not honest." The empty hall was locked, and next day a notice was found tacked to the door. "This house to let, now unfurnished." Going to the room where the Council of State was in session, Cromwell, accompanied by 2 generals, told it, "If you are met here as private persons, you shall not be disturbed. But if as a Council of State, this is no place for you. Take notice that the Parliament is dissolved." So ignominiously ended the Long Parliament, which had sat at Westminster, in full or in rump, since 1640, and had transformed the constitution and government of England. Now there was no constitution, only an army and an untitled king. Generally, the people were glad to have done with a parliament that had shaken England to the verge of anarchy. According to Cromwell, there was not so much as the barking of a dog or any visible repining at its dissolution. Ardent Puritans accepted the expulsion as clearing the way for the 5th monarchy, that is, the promised coming and rule of Christ. Royalists took heart and whispered that Cromwell would now call back Charles II and content himself with a dukedom or the viceroyalty of Ireland. But Oliver was not the man to sit content under another's will. He instructed his military aides to choose, chiefly from the Puritan congregations of England, 140 men, including 5 from Scotland and 6 from Ireland, to meet as a nominated Parliament. When it assembled at Whitehall on July 4, 1653, Cromwell confessed that it had been chosen by the army, but he hailed it as beginning a veritable reign of saints under the presidency of Jesus Christ, and proposed to devolve upon it the supreme authority and the task of devising a new constitution. For 5 months it struggled with this assignment, but it lost itself in long debates and divided hopelessly on questions of religion and toleration. London wits called it Barebone's Parliament, from one of its members, Praise God Barebone, a fifth monarchy saint. The army tired of these men as it had tired of those it had expelled in April. The officers, playing Antony, proposed to Cromwell that he make himself king. Caesar gently demurred, but on December 12th, 80 members of the Parliament, at the pointed suggestion of the army, announced to Cromwell that the new assembly could come to no agreement, and was voting its own dissolution. An instrument of government prepared by army leaders proposed that Cromwell be Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, Scotland, and Ireland, that another Parliament be elected on a property qualification franchise, excluding Royalists and Catholics, and that the executive power be vested in a council of 8 civilians and 7 army officers, chosen for life, and serving as adviser to both the Protector and the Parliament. Cromwell accepted and signed this first and last written English constitution, and took oath as Lord Protector on December 16, 1653. The Commonwealth ended, the Protectorate began. 2 names for Oliver Cromwell. Was he a despot? Obviously he relished power, but this is a common taste and most natural to conscious ability. He had thought of making himself king and of establishing a new royal line. He seems to have been sincere in offering to surrender his power to the nominated Parliament, but its incompetence convinced him that his own executive authority was the sole present alternative to chaos. If he stepped down, there seemed no one who could command sufficient support to maintain order. The radicals in the army condemned the Protectorate as just another monarchy. They denounced Cromwell as a dissembling, perjured villain, and threatened him with a worse fate than had befallen the last tyrant. Some of these rebels he sent to the Tower, including the Major General Harrison, who had led the soldiers in expelling the Rump. Cromwell's fear for his own safety led him more and more toward absolutism, for he knew that half the nation would have welcomed his assassination. Like other rulers, he felt the need to surround himself with awe-inspiring splendor and dignity. He moved into Whitehall Palace in 1654, refurnished it sumptuously, and adopted royal state, but doubtless much of this show was to impress ambassadors and awe the populace. Privately, he was a man without heirs, living simply and devotedly with his mother, wife, and children. His mother loved him fearfully, trembling for his life at every musket shot. Dying at 93 in 1654, she said, "My dear son, I leave my heart with thee." He himself, in his middle 50s, was aging rapidly. Crisis after crisis had shaken his supposedly iron nerves. The campaigns in Ireland and Scotland had added fever to his gout, and every day was passed in trouble and anxiety. Lely painted a remarkable portrait of him in 1650. Everyone knows Cromwell's admonition to the painter, "Mr. Lely, I desire you would use all your skill to paint my picture truly like me, and not flatter me at all, but remark all these roughnesses, pimples, warts, and everything, otherwise I will never pay a farthing for it." Lely took his fee in his hands and polished the Protector considerably. Nevertheless, he caught well the stern, strong face, incarnate will, and also a nervous spirit strained to the breaking point. Cromwell was criticized for the somber simplicity of his usual dress, a plain black coat and suit, but on official occasions he donned a coat embroidered with gold. In public he maintained an unostentatious dignity. Privately he indulged in amusements and jesting, even in practical jokes and occasional buffoonery. He loved music and played the organ well. His religious piety was apparently sincere, but he took the name of the Lord, not in vain, so often in support for his purposes that many accused him of hypocrisy. Probably there was some hypocrisy in his public piety, little in the private piety that all who knew him attested. His letters and speeches are half sermons, and there is no question that he assumed too readily that God was his right hand. His private morals were impeccable, his public morals were no better than those of other rulers. He used deception or force when he thought them necessary to his major purposes. No one has yet reconciled Christianity with government. He was not technically absolute. Pursuant to the instrument of government, a council of state was formed and a parliament was elected, Despite all efforts of the Protector and the army to ensure the return of complacent delegates, the Commons that convened on September 3, 1654, contained some troublesome Republicans, even some Royalists. A struggle ensued as to whether the Parliament or the Protector should control the army. Parliament proposed to reduce the number and pay of the soldiers. They rebelled and persuaded Cromwell to dismiss the Parliament on January 22, 1655. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 7, Side 1. Cromwell was now driven to govern without pretense of any other than martial law. In the summer of 1655, he divided England into 12 military districts, and over each district he stationed a corps of soldiers headed by a major general. To support the expense of this establishment, he laid a tax of 10% upon all royalist estates. The people protested, criticism and rebellion spread, voices were heard calling for the restoration of Charles II. Cromwell replied with stricter censorship, wider espionage, arbitrary arrests, and Star Chamber proceedings that bypassed juries and habeas corpus. Sir Harry Vane was among the former revolutionists who found their way to jail. Revolutions eat their fathers. Needing more money than he dared raise by further direct taxes, Cromwell summoned another parliament. When it assembled on September 17, 1656, his Council of State posted army officers at the door of the House and forbade entry to 103 members duly elected but suspected of Republican, Royalist, Presbyterian, or Catholic sympathies. The excluded members signed a remonstrance denouncing the exclusion as a flagrant violation of their constituents' expressed will, and they branded as rank hypocrisy the practice of the tyrant to use the name of God and religion and formal fasts and prayer to color the blackness of the fact. Of the 352 members who passed the council's scrutiny, 175 were army men, or appointees or relatives of Cromwell. The reduced and submissive Parliament presented to the Protector on March 31, 1657, an humble petition and advice, asking him to take the title of king. Sensing opposition to this in the army, Cromwell refused, but a compromise gave him the right to name his successor as Lord Protector. In January 1658, he consented to readmit the excluded members to the House. At the same time, he chose 9 peers and 61 commoners to sit as a second House. Many army officers refused to support this move. When they entered into an agreement with the Republicans and the Commons to limit the powers of the second House, Cromwell lost his temper, invaded Westminster Palace, and dismissed the Parliament on February 4, 1658. Now in law as well as in fact, the English Republic ended, and monarchy was restored. History had given another illustration to Plato's sardonic sequence of monarchy, aristocracy, democracy, dictatorship, and monarchy. 5. Puritan Heyday. The Puritan victory involved a religious revolution. The Church of England had been broken up in 1643 by the abolition of the episcopacy. The Presbyterian form of Protestantism, in which the congregations were ruled by ministers governed by district synods subject to a general assembly, had been made the official religion of the state in 1646, but this Presbyterian dominance ended 2 years later when Pride purged the Presbyterians from Parliament. For a time it seemed that religion was to be left free of state control or subsidy. But Cromwell, who came to agree in almost everything with the king whom he had killed, believed that a state-endowed church was indispensable to education and morals. In 1654 he appointed a commission of triers to test clergymen for fitness to receive a beneficent stipend. Only independents, or Puritans, Baptists, and Presbyterians were eligible. Each parish was allowed to choose between the Presbyterian form of organization and the congregational form, in which each congregation ruled itself. The Puritans adopted the congregational form. The Presbyterian system, which prevailed in Scotland, was largely confined in England to London and Lancashire. The Anglican clergy, once so powerful, were ejected from their livings and ministered to their followers in secret places, like the Catholic priests. In 1657, John Evelyn was arrested for attending Anglican services. Catholicism was still outlawed. 2 priests were hanged in 1650 and 1654 for seducing the people, and in 1657 the Puritan Parliament, with Cromwell's consent, passed an act by which any person over 16 years old who did not disavow Catholicism was to suffer the forfeiture of 2/3 of his property. By 1650 religion had taken on a measure of social stratification. The poor favored the dissenting sects, Baptists, Quakers, Fifth Monarchy men, etc., or the Catholics. The middle classes were predominantly Puritans. The aristocracy and most of the gentry, untitled landowners, adhered to the disestablished Anglican Church. Intolerance was inverted rather than lessened. Instead of Anglicans persecuting Catholics, dissenters, and Puritans, the triumphant Puritans, who formerly had clamored for toleration, now persecuted Catholics, dissenters, and Anglicans. They forbade the use of the Book of Common Prayer, even in the privacy of homes. The Puritan parliaments limited toleration to those Britons who accepted the Trinity, the Reformation, the Bible as God's Word, and the rejection of bishops. Socinians or Unitarians were therefore beyond toleration. Severe penalties were decreed for any criticism of the Calvinistic creed or ritual. Cromwell was more lenient than his parliaments. He connived at some Anglican services and permitted a small number of Jews to live in London, even to build a synagogue. 2 Anabaptist preachers denounced him as the beast of the apocalypse, but he bore with them patiently. He used his influence to check the persecution of Huguenots in France and of Valdenses in Piedmont. But when Mazarin asked in return more toleration of Catholics in England, Cromwell pleaded his inability to control the zeal of the Puritans. Perhaps only among the Jews did religion play so pervasive a role in everyday life as among the Puritans, and indeed Puritanism agreed with Judaism in almost everything except the divinity of Christ. Literacy was encouraged in order that the Bible might be read by all. The Old Testament was loved with a special devotion because it offered the model of a society dominated by religion. The main business of life was to escape the fires of hell. The devil was real and everywhere, and only the grace of God could enable a chosen few to inherit salvation. Biblical phrases and imagery permeated the utterances of the Puritans. Thoughts and visions of God or Christ, but never of Mary, brightened and terrified their minds. Their clothing was modest, somber, and unadorned. Their speech was grave and slow. They were expected to abstain from all profane amusements and sensual pleasure. The theaters, which had been closed in 1642 because of war, remained closed till 1656 because of Puritan condemnation. Horse races, cockfights, wrestling matches, bear or bull baiting were forbidden. And to make sure that the bears in London would be baited no more, the Puritan Colonel Newson killed them all. All maypoles were pulled down. Beauty was suspect. Women were respected as faithful wives and good mothers. Elsewise, they were in bad odor with the Puritans as temptresses and as the cause of man's expulsion from paradise. Music was frowned upon except in hymns. Art was destroyed in the churches, and none was produced except for some excellent portraits by Samuel Cooper and by Peter Lely, who was a Dutchman. The Puritan attempt to legislate morality was probably the most thoroughgoing since the Mosaic Law. Civil marriage was recognized as valid and divorce was allowed, but adultery was made a capital crime. However, after 2 executions on this head, no jury would convict. Oaths were punished on a class-graduated scale. They cost a duke twice as much as a baron, 3 times as much as a squire, 10 times as much as a commoner. One man was fined for saying, "God is my witness." Wednesday was a day of obligatory fasting from meat, even if it coincided with Christmas, and soldiers were authorized to invade homes to see that the fasts were observed. No shops were to be opened on Sunday, no games or sports were then to be played, no worldly work was to be done, and no avoidable travel was permitted. Vainly and profanely walking on the day was prohibited. Despite the Restoration and its moral lapse, the English Sunday remained blue till our time. Many of these legal or social taboos proved too severe for human nature. We are told that a large proportion of the population under Cromwell became hypocrites, sinning as usual, pursuing money, women, and power, but always with a long face, a nasal twang, and religious phrases dripping from the tongue. And yet a great number of Puritans seem to have lived up to their gospel with sincerity and courage. We shall find 2,000 Puritan preachers accepting poverty under the Restoration rather than abandon their principles. The Puritan regimen narrowed the mind but strengthened the will and the character. It helped to prepare Englishmen for self-rule. If the home was darkened by fear of hell and by Puritan ordinances, the family life of the common people was given an order and purity that survived the demoralization of the elite in the reign of Charles II. All in all, the Puritan regime probably effected a moral betterment which, renewed and reinforced by Methodism in the 18th century, may deserve much of the credit for the comparatively high morality of the British nation today. 6. The Quakers. All the virtues of the Puritans shone in their offshoot, the Quakers, however obscured for a time with fantasies and bigotry. The fear of both God and Satan was so strong in them that sometimes it set their bodies trembling and gave them a name. Said one of them, Robert Barclay, in 1679, "The power of God will break forth into a whole meeting, and there will be such an inward travail, while each is seeking to overcome the evil in themselves, that by the strong workings of these opposite powers, like the going of two opposite tides, every individual will be strongly exercised as in a day of battle, and thereby trembling and emotion of the body will be upon most, if not upon all, which, as the power of truth prevails, will from pangs and groans end with a sweet sound of thanksgiving and praise. And from this the name of Quakers, that is, tremblers, was first reproachably passed upon us." The explanation of their founder, George Fox, is slightly different. "Justice Bennet of Derby was the first that called us Quakers, because we bid them tremble at the word of the Lord. This was in 1650. Their own name for their sect was the Friends of Truth, and later, more modestly, the Society of Friends. Apparently they were at first Puritans, with an especially strong conviction that their hesitations between virtue and sin were the struggles, in their minds and bodies, of two spiritual forces, one good and the other evil, to possess them here and through all eternity. They accepted the basic tenets of the Puritans, the divine inspiration of the Scriptures, the fall of Adam and Eve, the natural sinfulness of man, the redeeming death of Christ, the Son of God, and the possibility of the Holy Ghost or Spirit coming from heaven to enlighten and ennoble the individual soul. To perceive and feel this inner light, to welcome its guidance, was to the Quaker the essence of religion. If a man followed that light, he needed no preacher or priest, and no church. That light was superior to human reason, even to the Holy Bible itself, for it was the direct voice of God to the soul. George Fox was a man with little education, but the journal that he wrote is an English classic, revealing the literary power of unliterary speech, if simple, earnest, and sincere. Son of a weaver, apprenticed to a shoemaker, he left his master and his relatives at the command of God, and began at the age of 3 in 1647 the perambulant preaching that ended only with his death in 1691. In those early years he was beset with temptations and went to clergymen for counsel. One prescribed medicine and bloodletting, another recommended tobacco and psalms. George lost faith in ministers, but whenever he opened the Scriptures he found solace. "Often I took my Bible and went and sat in hollow trees and lonesome places till night came on, and frequently in the night walked mournfully about myself, for I was a man of sorrows in the times of the first workings of the Lord in me. Then the Lord led me along and let me see his love, which was endless and eternal, surpassing all the knowledge that men have in the natural state and can get by history or books." Soon he felt that the divine love had chosen him to preach the inner light to all. At a meeting of Baptists in Leicestershire, "The Lord opened my mouth, and the everlasting truth was declared amongst them, and the power of the Lord was over them all." A report spread that he had a discerning spirit, whereupon many came to hear him. "The Lord's power broke forth, and I had great openings," or revelations, "and prophecies. As I was walking in the fields, the Lord said unto me, Thy name is written in the Lamb's book of life, which was before the foundation of the world." That is, George was now comforted with the thought that he was among that minority of men chosen by God before the creation to receive his grace and eternal bliss. Now he felt equal to any man, and the pride of this divine election forbade him to put off my hat to any, high or low, and I was required to thee and thou, all men and women, without respect to rich or poor, great or small. Convinced that true religion was found not in churches, but only in the enlightened heart, he entered a church near Nottingham and interrupted the sermon by crying out that the test of truth was not in the Scriptures, but in the inner light. He was arrested in 1649, but the sheriff released him, and the sheriff's wife became one of his first converts. He resumed his missionary wandering, entered another church, and "I was moved to declare the truth to the priest and the people, but the people fell upon me in great rage, struck me down, and I was cruelly beaten and bruised by them with their hands, Bibles, and sticks." He was again arrested. The magistrate let him go, but the populace stoned him out of the town. At Derby he preached against churches and sacraments as vain approaches to God. He was committed to a house of correction for 6 months in 1650. He was offered release if he would join the army. He replied by preaching against war. His jailers now put him into a lousy, stinking place, low in the ground, without any bed, among 30 felons, where I was kept almost half a year. From his prison he wrote to judges and magistrates arguing against capital punishment, and his intercession may have helped to save from the gallows a young woman who had been condemned to death for stealing. After a year of imprisonment he resumed his peripatetic gospel. At Wakefield he converted James Naylor. At Beverley he entered a church, listened till the sermon was over, and then asked the preacher was he not ashamed to take £300 a year for preaching the Scriptures. In another town the minister invited him to preach in the church. He refused, but addressed a crowd in the churchyard. "I declared to the people that I came not to hold up their idol temples, nor their priests, nor their tithes, nor their Jewish and heathenish ceremonies and traditions, for I denied all these, and told them that that piece of ground was no more holy than any other. Therefore I exhorted the people to come off from all these things, and directed them to the Spirit and grace of God in themselves, and to the light of Jesus in their own hearts." At Swarthmore in Yorkshire he converted Margaret Fell, and then her husband, Judge Thomas Fell. Their home, Swarthmore Hall, became the first substantial meeting place of the Quakers, and is to this day a shrine of pilgrimage for Friends. We must not follow Fox's story further. His methods were crude, but he atoned for them by the patience with which he bore a long succession of arrests and buffetings. Puritans, Presbyterians, and Anglicans attacked him, for he rejected sacraments, churches, and ministers. Magistrates sent the Quakers to jail not only for disturbing public worship and seducing soldiers with pacifism, but also for refusing to swear allegiance to the government. The Quakers protested that oaths of any kind are immoral. Yea or nay should be enough. Cromwell sympathized with the Quakers, gave Fox a friendly interview in 1654, and parting said, "Come again to my house. If thou and I were but an hour of a day together, we should be nearer one to the other." In 1657 the Protector ordered the release of imprisoned Quakers, and sent instructions to all justices to treat these churchless preachers as persons under a strong delusion. The worst persecution had fallen to the lot of James Naylor, who carried the doctrine of the inner light to the point of believing, or pretending, that he was Christ reincarnate. Fox reprimanded him, but some devoted followers worshipped him, and one woman affirmed that he had restored her to life after she had been dead 2 days. When Naylor rode into Bristol, women threw their scarves before his horse and chanted, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God of hosts." He was arrested on a charge of blasphemy. Questioned as to the claims made by or for him, he would make no other answer but Christ's, "Thou hast said it." Parliament, then predominantly Puritan, took up his case in 1656, and for 11 days debated whether he should be put to death. The motion was lost by 96 to 82, but by a spirit of humane compromise he was sentenced to stand for 2 hours with his neck in a pillory, to receive 310 lashes, to have the letter B, for blasphemer, burned into his forehead, and to have his tongue bored through with a red-hot iron. He suffered these atrocities bravely. His followers hailed him as a martyr. They kissed and sucked his wounds. He was committed to solitary confinement without pen, paper, fire, or light. Gradually his spirit broke. He confessed that he had been deluded. He was released in 1659 and died destitute in 1660. The Quakers distinguished themselves by what seemed to some of their contemporaries to be troublesome peculiarities. They allowed no ornaments on their clothing. They refused to take off their hats to any person of whatever rank, even in church or palace or at court. They addressed all persons by the singular thou or thee, instead of by the originally honorific plural you. They rejected the pagan names of the days of the week and the months of the year, saying, for example, the first day of the 6th month. They worshipped as readily in the open as indoors. Each worshipper was invited to tell what the Holy Ghost had inspired him to say. Then all practiced a reverent silence, probably as a sedative after enthusiasm, which originally meant feeling a God within. Women were admitted to worship and preaching on the same terms as men. Matter-of-fact Britons resented the tendency of the early Quakers to the intemperate denunciation of other sects, and to a certain pride in election and virtue. Otherwise the Friends were model Christians. They did not resist evil. They accepted with only verbal protests the vilest conditions of imprisonment. They did not strike back at those who beat them. They gave as they could to all who asked. Their married life was beyond reproach. Their rule against marrying any but another Quaker limited their growth. Nevertheless, by 1660 there were 60,000 Friends in England. Their reputation for honesty, courtesy, industry, and thrift raised them from the humble ranks in which they first appeared into the middle classes that claim most of them today. 7. Death and taxes. It was the middle class that prospered most under Cromwell, above all the merchants engaged in foreign trade. Parliament now included many men representing or possessing commercial interests. It was in their behalf that the Navigation Act of 1651 required all colonial imports into Britain to be carried in English ships, a measure obviously aimed at the Dutch. Cromwell at times played with the idea of an alliance with the United Provinces for the protection and advancement of Protestantism, but the London merchants preferred profits to piety, and soon in 1652 Cromwell found himself engaged in the First Dutch War. The results, as we have seen, were encouraging. The imperialistic fever rose as the navy grew. Memories of Hawkins and Drake suggested to the merchants and to Cromwell that the Spanish hegemony in the Americas might be broken, the lucrative trade in slaves could be captured for England, and the precious metals of the New World could be directed to London. Moreover, as Cromwell explained, the conquest of the West Indies would enable English preachers to convert those islands from Catholicism to Protestantism. On August 5, 1654, Cromwell sent to Philip IV of Spain assurances of friendship. In October he dispatched a fleet under Blake to the Mediterranean, and in December another, under William Penn, father of the Quaker, and Robert Venables, to seize Hispaniola from Spain. The latter attempt failed, but Penn captured Jamaica for England in 1655. On November 3, 1655, Cromwell and Mazarin, both subordinating religion to politics, signed an Anglo-French alliance against Spain. The war that Spain had continued to wage with France after the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 had kept those powers too busy to interfere with Cromwell's rise to leadership in England. Now it gave his foreign policy a brilliant if passing success. Blake for a long time watched for the Spanish silver fleet coming from America. He found it in the harbor of Santa Cruz in the Canary Islands and totally destroyed it on April 20, 1657. English soldiers took the lead in defeating a Spanish army in the Battle of the Dunes on June 4, 1658. When the Peace of the Pyrenees ended the war in 1659, France ceded Dunkirk to England, and Cromwell appeared to have retrieved the ignominy of Mary Tudor in losing Calais a century before. He had proposed to make the name of Englishman as great as ever that of Roman had been, and he came close to realizing his aim. The mastery of the seas had now fallen to England. Consequently, it was only a matter of time until England would dominate North America and extend her rule in Asia. All Europe looked in awe upon this Puritan who praised God but built a navy, who preached sermons but won every battle, who founded the British Empire by martial force while invoking the name of Christ. The crowned heads who had counted him an upstart now sought his alliance, making no fuss about theology. But John Thurlow, secretary to the Council of State, warned Cromwell that it was a mistake to help France against Spain. France was rising, Spain was declining. England's policy of supporting a balance of power in the continent, as a surety for England's freedom, required, if not help to Spain, certainly none to France. Now in 1659, France was supreme on land. The road was open for her expansion into the Netherlands, Franche-Comté, and Lorraine. Many an Englishman's life would be laid down to check the aggressive ambitions of Louis XIV. Meanwhile, the merchant princes prospered from the wars. The East India Company was reorganized in 1657 as a joint stock enterprise. It lent Cromwell £60,000 to avoid governmental scrutiny of its affairs. It was now a powerful factor in the economy and politics of England. The cost of the wars was met by raising taxes beyond any point reached in the reigns of Charles I or II. Most of the crown lands, those of the Anglican Church, many royalist estates, half of Ireland, were sold by the government. Even so, it operated at an average annual deficit of £450,000 after 1654. The simple citizen profited little. All the goals for which the Great Rebellion of 1642-49 had been fought had now been set aside. Taxation without representation or parliamentary approval, arrest without due process of law, trial without jury, were as flagrant as before, and rule by the army and naked force was made still more offensive by being coated with religious cant. The rule of Cromwell became hated as no government has ever been hated in England before or since. England waited impatiently for its protector's death. Plots to assassinate him multiplied. He had to be always on the watch, and now he raised his bodyguard to 160 men. A former radical, Lieutenant Colonel Sexby, engaged one Sundercombe to kill him. The plot was detected in January 1657. Sundercombe was arrested and died in the Tower. In May, Sexby published a pamphlet under the title Killing No Murder, which was an outright appeal for the murder of Cromwell. Sexby was found, and he too died in the Tower. Conspiracies against the Protector took form in the army and in royalist circles where hope for a Stuart restoration was rising feverishly. Cromwell's eldest daughter, married to the radical Major General Charles Fleetwood, adopted Republican principles and deplored her father's dictatorship. Cares, fears, and bereavements broke the Iron Man's spirit. Like so many others who had tasted power to the dregs, he sometimes regretted that he had ever left the quiet of his early life as a rural squire. "I can say in the presence of God, I would have lived under my woodside, to have kept a flock of sheep, rather than undertook such a government as this is." In August 1658, his best-loved daughter Elizabeth died after a long and painful illness. Shortly after her funeral, Cromwell took to bed with intermittent fever. Quinine might have cured him, but his physician rejected it as a newfangled remedy introduced into Europe by idolatrous Jesuits. Cromwell seemed to recover and spoke bravely. "Do not think that I shall die," he told his wife. "I am sure of the contrary." His council asked him to name his successor. He answered, Richard, his eldest son. On September 2nd he suffered a relapse and sensed his end. He prayed God to forgive his sins and protect the Puritans. The next afternoon he died. Secretary Thurlow wrote, "He is gone to heaven, embalmed with the tears of his people and upon the wings of the prayers of the saints." When news of Cromwell's death reached Amsterdam, the city was lighted up as for a great deliverance, and children ran along the canals, shouting for joy that the devil was dead. 8. The Road Back, 1658 to 1660. His son did not have the devil in him, nor the steel that might have held England in the chains that force and piety had forged. Richard Cromwell shared with his sister the tenderness of mind that had made them look with secret dread upon their father's policy of blood and iron. Richard, on his knees, had begged Cromwell to spare the life of Charles I. During the Commonwealth and the Protectorate he had lived peaceably on the rural estate that his marriage had brought him. It was through no ambition of his own that on September 4th, 1658, by his father's will, he became Lord Protector of England. Lucy Hutchinson described him as gentle and virtuous, but a peasant in his nature, and became not greatness. All the divisions that Oliver had kept in check now emerged, more boldly as they saw the weakness of Richard's fibre. The army, resenting his civil background and wishing to keep in its hands the authority that under his father had been frankly martial, petitioned him to yield all military direction to Fleetwood. He refused, but mollified his brother-in-law by making him lieutenant general. As the treasury was empty and burdened with debt, he summoned a parliament which met on January 27, 1659. A rumor spread that it was planning to reinstate the Stuart monarchy. The army officers, followed by bands of soldiers, came to Richard and asked him to dismiss the parliament. He sent for his guards to protect him. They ignored his orders. Yielding to force, he signed an order dissolving the parliament on April 22nd. He was now at the mercy of the army. The ardent Republicans in the army, led by Major General John Lambert, invited the surviving members of the Long Parliament to reassemble and to assume the authority which, as the rump they had held until Cromwell, aided by the ardent Republicans in the army, dismissed them in 1653. The new rump convened at Westminster May 7, 1659. Richard, weary of politics, sent it his resignation on May 25th. He retired into private life, and in 1660 he disappeared into France, where he lived in seclusion under the pseudonym of John Clark. He returned to England in 1680 and died there in 1712, aged 86. "Chaos," wrote a royalist on June 3, 1659, "was a perfection compared to our present order and government." The contest for power between army and parliament continued, but those parts of the army that were stationed in Scotland or Ireland favoured Parliament, and in the predominantly Republican Parliament there was a strong royalist faction. On October 13th, Lambert stationed soldiers at the entrance to Westminster Palace, excluded the Parliament, and announced that the army would for the present take over the government. It seemed as if the whole sequence of events that had begun with Pride's Purge was to be repeated, with Lambert a new Cromwell. Milton called Lambert's coup d'etat most illegal and scandalous. I fear me barbarous that a paid army thus should subdue the supreme power that set them up. But the poet was powerless. The only force in Britain that could oppose the military dictatorship was another army, the 10,000 soldiers that Parliament had assigned to General George Monk to maintain its authority in Scotland. We do not know whether any personal ambitions were concealed behind Monk's resolve to challenge the London army's usurpation of power. "I am engaged in conscience and honor," he declared, "to free England from that intolerable slavery of a sword government." His statement roused to courage a variety of other elements opposed to martial rule. The people refused to pay taxes. The army in Ireland, the fleet in the Downs, the apprentices in the capital declared for the Parliament. The London financiers refused to the usurping leaders the loans that had been depended upon for the payment of the troops. The mercantile and manufacturing classes, which had approved the deposition of Charles I, now felt that the deepening and spreading disorder threatened the economic life of England, and began to wonder whether political or economic stability could be restored without a king whose legitimacy would comfort the people, bring in taxes, and quiet the storm. On December 5th, Monk led his forces into England. The army leaders sent troops to oppose him. They refused to fight. The usurping officers admitted defeat, restored the Parliament, and submitted themselves to its mercy on December 24th. The triumphal Parliament, numbering 36 men, was still Republican. One of its first acts required all present and future members to abjure the Stuart line. It refused admission to the Presbyterian survivors of the pre-Rump Parliament on the ground that they favored the restoration of Charles II. The people scorned it as merely a revived rump unrepresentative of England, and expressed its sentiments by the roasting of the rump in effigy in a multitude of bonfires, 31 in a single London street. Monk, whose army had reached London on February 3, 1660, notified the Parliament that unless it called for a new and wider election and dissolved itself by May 6th, he would no longer protect it. He advised the House to admit the excluded Presbyterians. It did. The enlarged Commons re-established the Presbyterian organization of religion in England, issued a call for a new election, and declared itself dissolved. Now at last the Long Parliament came to its official and legal end on March 16, 1660. On that same day, a workman blotted out with paint the inscription, "Exit Tyrannus, regum ultimus," "Exit the tyrant, last of the kings," which the Commonwealth had set up in the Exchange. Then he threw up his cap and cried, "God bless King Charles II," whereupon we are told the whole Exchange joined with the greatest shout. The next day Monk gave a secret interview to Charles's emissary, Sir John Greenville. Soon Greenville was on his way to Brussels with Monk's message to the throneless king. 9. The King Returns, 1660. Since his arduous escape from England in 1650, Charles had led almost a vagabond's life on the continent. His mother, Henrietta Maria, received him in Paris, but the French had impoverished her, and for a while Charles and his entourage lived like paupers. His faithful future chancellor, Edward Hyde, was reduced to 1 meal a day, and Charles himself, having no food at home, ate in taverns, mostly on the credit of his expectations. When Louis XIV returned to affluence, he gave Charles a pension of 6,000 francs, and Charles began to enjoy life too freely to please his mother. In those Paris days he learned to love with his purest affection his sister, Henrietta Anne. Mother and sister exerted themselves to win him to Catholicism. Catholic émigrés from England did not let him forget how they had fought for his father. Presbyterian emissaries promised to aid his restoration if he would accept and protect their faith. He listened to both sides courteously, but expressed his determination to adhere to that Anglican church for which his father had suffered. The arguments that besieged him may have inclined him to a skepticism of all religion, but the Catholic worship, which he saw all around him in France, seems to have made a strong impression on him. It became an open secret in his little court that if his hands were free, he would join the Roman Church. In 1651 he wrote to Pope Innocent X, promising, if restored to the throne of England, to repeal all laws against Catholics. The Pope made no answer, but the general of the Jesuits informed Charles that the Vatican could not support an heretical prince. When Mazarin began to negotiate an alliance with Cromwell, Charles's advisers persuaded him to leave France, and the cardinal agreed to continue his pension. He moved to Cologne, then to Brussels. There, toward March 26, 1660, Greenville brought him Monk's message. If he would promise a general amnesty, excepting not more than 4 persons, grant liberty of conscience, and confirm the present possessors of confiscated property, Monk would help him. Meanwhile, since England was still at war with Spain, it would be advisable for Charles to leave the Spanish Netherlands. He moved to Breda in Dutch Brabant, and there, on April 14th, signed an agreement accepting Monk's terms in principle, but leaving precise conditions to the new Parliament. The elections returned an overwhelmingly royalist House of Commons, and 42 peers took their seats in the new House of Lords. On May 1st, the letters that Greenville had brought from Charles were read to both houses. In this declaration of Breda, the young king offered amnesty to all, excepting only such persons as shall hereafter be accepted by Parliament. He left to Parliament the adjustment of confiscated properties. He promised that no man shall be disquieted or called in question for differences of opinion in matters of religion which do not disturb the peace of the kingdom. And he added a judicious statement prepared for him by Chancellor Hyde. We do assure you upon our royal word that none of our predecessors have had a greater esteem of Parliament than we have. We do believe them to be so vital a part of the constitution of the kingdom, and so necessary to the government of it, that we well know neither prince nor people can be in any tolerable degree happy without them. We shall always look upon their counsels as the best we can receive, and shall be as tender of their privileges and as careful to preserve and protect them as of that which is most near to ourself and most necessary for our own preservation. Parliament was pleased. On May 8th it proclaimed Charles II King of England, dated his title from the moment of his father's death, and derived it not from any act of Parliament, but from inherent birthright. The sum of £50,000 was voted to be sent to Charles, with an invitation to come at once and take his throne. Nearly all England rejoiced that 2 decades of violence had ended in the restoration of order without the shedding of one drop of blood. Bells rang through the land. In London, men knelt in the streets and drank to the health of the king. All the crowned heads of Europe acclaimed the triumph of legitimacy. Even the United Provinces, firmly Republican, feted Charles as he travelled from Breda to The Hague, and the States General, which had heretofore ignored him, offered him £30,000 for his expenses, as a persuasive to future goodwill. An English fleet, already decked with pennants and the initials CR, came to The Hague and took Carolus Rex on board on May 23rd. On May 25th the fleet reached Dover. 20,000 people had gathered on the beach to receive the king. When his boat neared the shore, they fell on their knees, and he, touching land, knelt and thanked God. Old men who were there, wrote Voltaire, told me that nearly everyone was in tears. Perhaps there has never been a more moving sight. Along roads lined in every mile with happy crowds, Charles and his escort, followed by hundreds, rode to Canterbury, to Rochester, to London. There 120,000 citizens came out to welcome him, and even the army that had fought against him joined Monk's army in the parade. The Houses of Parliament awaited him in the Palace of Whitehall. "Dread sovereign," said the Speaker of the Lords, "you are the desire of 3 kingdoms, the strength and stay of the tribes of the people, for the moderating of extremities, the reconciling of differences, and for restoring the collapsed honor of these nations." Charles accepted all compliments with grace and private humor. As he retired to his rest, exhausted with triumph, he remarked to a friend, "It must surely have been my fault that I did not come before, for I have met with no one today who did not protest that he always wished for my restoration." Chapter 8. Milton, 1608 to 1674. 1. John Bunyan, 1628 to 1688. In their enthusiasm for religion and morality, the Puritans felt no need of secular literature. The King James Bible was literature enough. Nearly everything else seemed trivial or sinful dross. A member of Parliament proposed in 1653 that nothing should be studied in the universities except the Scriptures and the work of Jacob Boehme and such like. This seems depressing, but we should note that at the height of the Puritan ascendancy in 1653, Sir Thomas Urquhart published his spirited translation of Rabelais, preferring scatology to eschatology. And in the same year Isaac Walton cast his Complete Angler upon the waters. Even today, with judicious leaps from one fish to another, that book is refreshing in its simple fresh-air mood, and it is a reminder that while England was passing through a revolution as violent as 1789, men could go quietly to snare some eager creature in rural streams. Turn out of the way a little, good scholar, toward yonder high honeysuckle hedge. There we'll sit and sing whilst this shower falls so gently upon the teeming earth." Andrew Marvell kept his head, everywise, during the shuffling of governments between his birth in 1621 and his death in 1678. He welcomed Cromwell's return from Ireland with a vigorous and melodious ode, but in it he dared to write with sympathy of the dying Charles I. "He nothing common did or mean upon that memorable scene, but with his keener eye the axe's edge did try, nor called the gods with vulgar spite to vindicate his helpless right, but bowed his comely head down as upon a bed." Marvell became assistant to Milton as Latin secretary to Cromwell, was elected to Parliament in 1659, helped to save Milton from the vengeance of the triumphant Royalists, lived through 18 years of the Restoration, and condemned its immorality, corruption, and incompetence in satires that he carefully refrained from publishing. John Bunyan's classics, like Milton's epics, were written after the Restoration, but both men were molded under the Puritan regime. "I was of a low and inconsiderable generation," or birth, he tells us, "my father's house being of that rank that is meanest and most despised of all families in the land." The father was a tinker, a mender of pots and kettles, in the village of Elstow, near Bedford. Thomas Bunyan earned enough to send John to Bedford School, where the boy learned at least to read and write, enough to search the Scriptures, and write the most famous of all English books. At home he served as apprentice to his father, who taught him the catechism on Sunday afternoons. From the boys of the town he learned to lie and blaspheme. In these arts, he assures us, "I had but few equals." Moreover, he was guilty of dancing, playing games, and taking a glass of ale in the tavern, all condemned by the Puritans, who in his youth, from 1628 to 1648, were not yet in power. "I was the very ringleader in all manner of vice and ungodliness." Such confessions of mighty sins were popular among the Puritans, since they made their reform all the more remarkable and showed the power of God's saving grace. As the Puritan teaching spread around him, Bunyan's deviltry was disturbed by thoughts of death, the last judgment, and hell. Once he dreamed that he saw all the sky on fire, and the earth splitting beneath him. He woke in terror and frightened the family with his cries, "O Lord, have mercy on me! The day of judgment is come, and I am not prepared." At 16 he was drafted into the parliamentary army, and he served for 30 months in the Civil War. As a soldier, "I sinned still, and grew more and more rebellious against God and careless of my own salvation." Demobilized, he married in 1648 an orphan girl whose only dowry was 2 religious books and her oft-repeated memories of her father's piety. Bunyan, having succeeded to his father's shop, supported her by tinkering. He prospered, went to church regularly, and abandoned one by one his youthful sins. Almost daily he read the Bible, whose simple English became his own. Elstow talked of him as a model citizen. But, he tells us, theological doubts harassed him. He had no conviction that God's grace had been extended to him, and without that grace he would be damned. He suspected that nearly all the inhabitants of Elstow and Bedford were already lost to everlasting hell. He was troubled with the thought that his Christian beliefs were a geographical accident. How can you tell, he asked himself, but that the Turks had as good scriptures to prove their Mohammed the Savior as we have to prove our Jesus is? Whole floods of blasphemies against God, Christ, and the Scriptures was poured upon my spirit, questions in me against the very being of God and of his only beloved Son, as whether there was in truth a God or Christ, and whether the Holy Scriptures were not rather a fable and cunning story than the holy and pure Word of God. He concluded that these doubts were due to a devil that had lodged in him. I beheld the condition of the dog and toad, and counted the estate of everything that God had made far better than this dreadful state of mine, for they had no souls to perish under the everlasting weight of hell or sin, as mine was like to do. Then, one day, as he was walking into the countryside, musing on the wickedness of his heart, he remembered a line of St. Paul's. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued. Cassette 7, Side 2. Then one day, as he was walking into the countryside, musing on the wickedness of his heart, he remembered a line of St. Paul's. He hath made peace through the blood of his cross. The thought that Christ had died for him as well as for others grew stronger in his mind, until I was ready to swoon with solid joy and peace. He joined a Baptist church in Bedford in 1653, was baptized, and entered upon 2 years of spiritual happiness and tranquility. In 1655 he moved to Bedford and became a deacon in this church, and in 1657 he was commissioned to preach. His message was Luther's, that unless a man had firm faith that he had been redeemed from his natural sinfulness by the death of Christ the Son of God, he would, no matter what were his virtues, join the great majority of mankind in going to hell. Only Christ's divine self-sacrifice could balance the enormity of man's sins. Children, he thought, should be told this very clearly. My judgment is that men go the wrong way to learn their children to pray. It seems to me a better way for people to tell their children betimes what cursed creatures they are, how they are under the wrath of God by reason of original and actual sin, also to tell them the nature of God's wrath and the duration of misery. Amid these exhortations there was, in Bunyan's sermons, much wise counsel on the rearing of children and the treatment of employees. Like other preachers, he was subjected to heckling by the Quakers, who told him that not the Scriptures but the inner light brought understanding and salvation. In 1656 he wrote 2 books against the troublesome new sect. They replied by accusing him of being a Jesuit, a highwayman, an adulterer, and a witch. Worse difficulties came with the Restoration. The old Elizabethan law was renewed, which required all Englishmen to attend Anglican services, and only those. All non-Anglican houses of worship were closed. All non-Anglican ministers were forbidden to preach. Bunyan obeyed to the extent of closing his conventicle in Bedford, but he met his congregation in secret places and preached to it. He was arrested. He was offered release if he would promise not to preach publicly. He refused. He was committed to Bedford jail in November 1660. There, with some intervals of limited liberty, he remained for 12 years. At different times the offer of release was renewed on the same conditions and eliciting the same reply. If you let me out today, I will preach tomorrow. Perhaps domestic life had become a burden. His first wife had died in 1658, leaving him 4 children, 1 blind, and his second wife was pregnant. The neighbors helped to support the family, and Bunyan contributed by making laces in prison and arranging for their sale. His wife and children were allowed to visit him daily, and he was permitted to preach to his fellow prisoners, to leave the jail as he pleased, even to travel to London. But he resumed his clandestine sermons and was put in closer confinement. In jail he read and reread the Bible and Fox's Book of Martyrs. He warmed his faith at the pyres of Protestant heroes and reveled in visions of the Apocalypse. He must have been well supplied with pen and paper, for in the first 6 years of his incarceration he wrote and published 8 religious tracts, and 1 major work, Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners. This is his spiritual autobiography, an almost frightening revelation of the Puritan mind. In 1666, under Charles II's first declaration of indulgence, he was released. He preached again and was returned to jail. In 1672, Charles's second declaration of indulgence allowed nonconformist ministers to preach. Bunyan was freed and was at once elected pastor of his old church. In 1673, this declaration was withdrawn. The old prohibitions were renewed, Bunyan disobeyed them, and he was again imprisoned in 1675, but he was soon released. It was in this third and final term that he wrote Part 1 of The Pilgrim's Progress from this world to that which is to come. This was published in 1678. Part 2 followed in 1684. In an amusing doggerel preface, Bunyan claimed that he had written the book to divert himself without thought of publication. He presented the story disarmingly in the form of fantasy. As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place where was a den, and I laid me down in that place to sleep, and as I slept, I dreamed a dream. Christian, in this vision, is obsessed with the thought that he must abandon and forget everything else and seek only Christ in paradise. He leaves his wife and children and begins his progress toward the celestial city. He is joined by Hopeful, who expresses the Puritan faith succinctly. One day I was very sad, I think sadder than at any time in my life, and this sadness was through a fresh sight of the greatness and vileness of my sins. And as I was then looking for nothing but hell and the everlasting damnation of my soul, suddenly, as I thought, I saw the Lord Jesus Christ look down from heaven upon me, and saying, Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved. But I replied, I am a very great sinner. And he answered, My grace is sufficient for thee. And now was my heart full of joy. The pilgrims, after much tribulation and disputation, reached the celestial city, and we learn what it is they had hoped for so fervently. And lo, as they entered, they were transfigured, and they had raiment put on that looked like gold. There were also that met them with harps and crowns, and gave them to them, the harps to praise withal, and the crowns in token of honor. And behold, the city shone like the sun. The streets also were paved with gold, and in them walked many men, with crowns on their heads, palms in their hands, and golden harps to sing praises withal. Poor ignorance, who has followed them haltingly, not having quite the true faith, comes to the gates of the celestial city, knocks, is asked for his passport, cannot find it, and is bundled off to hell. The story is engagingly told, but sometimes we sympathize with Obstinate, who says of Christian and his fellows, There is a company of these crazy-headed coxcombs that, when they take a fancy by the end, are wiser in their own eyes than even men that can render a reason. The idea of the soul's pilgrimage from earthly temptations to heavenly bliss was old. So was the medieval allegorical form. Presumably Bunyan had read some of these earlier works. They were now forgotten in the extraordinary success of the new story. 59 editions were printed in its first century of life. It sold 100,000 copies before Bunyan's death. It has sold millions since. It has been translated into 108 languages. In Puritan America it was in almost every. He concluded that these doubts were due to the Slough of Despond, Vanity Fair, Mr. Worldly Wiseman, entered into common speech. In the 20th century its popularity has rapidly declined. The Puritan mood is gone. The book is now less a part of man's belief in furniture, but it is still a well of simple English, fresh and clear. Bunyan wrote some 60 books. They are not required reading today. After his final release in 1675, he became one of the most prominent preachers of his time, the recognized leader of the Baptists in England. He expressed admiration for Charles II and bade his followers be loyal to the Stuart king as the defender of England against the Pope. 3 years after Charles declared his deathbed acceptance of Catholicism, Bunyan finished his own career. His end was strangely like Luther's. A quarrel at Reading having alienated a father and son of whom Bunyan was very fond, he journeyed thither on horseback from Bedford. He reconciled the parties, but on the ride back he was caught in a storm and was wetted through before he could find shelter on the way. A fever seized him from which he never recovered. He was buried in the cemetery of the Dissenters at Bunhill Fields, where he still lies, in stone, on his tomb. 2. The Young Poet, 1608 to 1640. Milton's grandfather was a Roman Catholic who was fined £60 in 1601 for skipping Anglican services, and who disinherited his son for abandoning the Roman Church. This disowned John Milton earned a good living as a London scrivener, a penman skilled in writing or copying manuscripts, charters, and legal documents. He loved music, composed madrigals, had many musical instruments, including an organ in his home. And this feeling for music passed down to the poet, who would have agreed that to write well one must have music in his soul and in his mental ear. The mother, Sarah Jeffrey, daughter of a merchant tailor, gave her husband 6 children, of whom our John was the third. A younger brother, Christopher, became a Stuart royalist and high churchman. John became a Cromwellian Puritan Republican. The home in Bread Street was a Puritan establishment, serious and devout but not puritanic. The Renaissance love of the beautiful mingled here with the Reformation passion for the good. John Sr. bought realty, prospered, engaged tutors, Puritan, for John Jr., and sent him, aged 11, to St. Paul's School. There the boy learned Latin, Greek, French, Italian, and some Hebrew. He read Shakespeare, but preferred Spenser. We note in passing that he was much impressed by an English translation of Du Bartas' Le Semaine, from 1578, an epic describing the creation of the world in 7 days. My appetite for knowledge was so voracious that from 12 years of age I hardly ever left my studies or went to bed before midnight. This primarily led to my loss of sight. My eyes, like his mother's, were naturally weak, and I was subject to frequent headaches, which, however, could not chill the ardor of my curiosity or retard the progress of my improvement. At 16 he passed to Christ's College, Cambridge. There his quarrel with the tutor led to fisticuffs. Samuel Johnson was ashamed to relate what I fear is true, that Milton was one of the last students in either university that suffered the public indignity of corporal correction. Milton was expelled for a term, then was allowed to return. Already he was writing good poetry. In 1629, aged 21, he celebrated with a magnificent ode the morning of Christ's nativity, and a year later he composed a 16-line epitaph, which was later accepted for publication in the second folio edition, from 1632, of Shakespeare's works. What needs my Shakespeare for his honoured bones, the labour of an age in piled stones, or that his hallowed relics should be hid under a starry-pointing pyramid? Dear son of memory, great heir of fame, what needst thou such dull witness of thy name? Milton stayed 8 years at Cambridge, taking the bachelor's degree in 1628, the master's in 1632. Then he left without the usual affection for the scene of one's college years. His father had expected him to enter the ministry, but the proud youth refused to take the oath of loyalty to the Anglican creed and liturgy. Perceiving what tyranny had invaded the church, that he who would take orders must subscribe slave and take an oath withal, which unless he took with a conscience that would retch, he must either straight perjure or split his faith, I thought it better to prefer a blameless silence before the sacred office of speaking, bought with servitude and forswearing. He retired to his father's country house at Horton, near Windsor. There, apparently, he was paternally maintained while he pursued his studies, chiefly classical. He became familiar with even the most minor of the Latin authors. He wrote Latin poems that won the praise of a Roman Catholic cardinal. Soon he was to make Europe resound with his Latin defenses of Cromwell's policies. Even when he wrote English prose, he wrote Latin, bending the English to classical inversions and convolutions, but achieving a strange and fascinating sonority. Probably it was at Horton, amid the lush fields and greenery of an English countryside, that he composed, about 1632, the companion pieces that celebrated in turn the careless joys and melancholy moods of his passing youth. Almost every line of l'Allegro cries out to be sung. Allegro is the daughter fair, buxom, blithe, and debonair, born of Zephyr with Aurora playing. Everything in the rural scene now delights the poet. The lark startling the night, the cock strutting before his dames, the hounds leaping at the blowing of the hunter's horn, the sun rising in flames and amber light, the singing milkmaid and the nibbling flocks, the dance of youth and maiden on the grass, the evening by the hearth or at the theatre. If Johnson's learned Sacbian or sweetest Shakespeare, fancy's child, warble his native wood notes wild. And music. Untwisting all the chains that tie the hidden soul of harmony, these delights, if thou canst give, mirth, with thee I mean to live. Here was as yet no grim or joyless Puritan, but a healthy English youth in whose veins ran some ichor of the Elizabethan bards. But there came at times another mood, when these pleasures seemed trivial to the pensive mind remembering tragedy, seeking significance, and finding in philosophy no answers, but only questions unfelt before. Then Il Penseroso, the thoughtful one, walks unseen, to behold the wandering moon, riding near her highest noon, like one that had been led astray through the heaven's wide pathless way. Or he sits solitary by the fire, where glowing embers through the room teach light to counterfeit a gloom, far from all resort of mirth, save the cricket on the hearth. Or he is in some high lonely tower, humbled by the stars, turning Plato's leaves and wondering where heaven is. What worlds or what vast regions hold the immortal mind that hath forsook her mansion in this fleshly nook? Or recalling the griefs of lovers and the sad deaths of kings. Then better than dour philosophy are the studious cloisters pale of the great cathedral, its storied windows and shadowed light. There let the pealing organ blow to the full-voiced choir below, in service high and anthems clear, as may with sweetness through mine ear dissolve me into ecstasies, and bring all heaven before mine eyes. These are the pleasures that come to the pensive one, and if they seem tied to melancholy, then with melancholy will the poet live. In these two lovely poems, Milton reveals himself at 24, a youth atremble with life's beauties and unashamed of happiness, but already touched with puzzled reveries on life and death, feeling in himself the conflict of religion with philosophy. The poet's first chance to distinguish himself came in 1634, when he was commissioned to write a pastoral masque for the ceremonies inaugurating the Earl of Bridgewater as Lord President of the Council of the West. Henry Lawes composed the middling music. Milton's verses, modestly anonymous, were so praised that he was moved to acknowledge their authorship. Sir Henry Wotton commented, "A certain Doric delicacy in your songs and odes, whereunto I have seen yet nothing parallel in our language." Originally, the piece was entitled A Masque Presented at Ludlow Castle, in Shropshire. Today we call it Comus. It was performed by two young nobles and their sister, a 17-year-old girl from the court of Queen Henrietta Maria. Though most of the little drama is in blank verse, much trammeled with mythology, it has a lyric lilt and melodious elegance better sustained than ever again in Milton's poetry. The theme was traditional. A lovely virgin, wandering recklessly in the woods and singing strains that might create a soul under the ribs of death, is accosted by the sorcerer Comus, who casts upon her a charm to loose her chastity. He begs her to make play while her youth shines. She, with warm eloquence, defends virtue, temperance, and divine philosophy. All the lines went well, except perhaps an ominously Republican passage that may have made that lavish gathering wince. If every just man that now pines with want had but a modest and beseeming share of that which lewdly pampered luxury now heaps upon some few with vast excess, nature's full blessings would be well dispensed in unsuperfluous even proportion, and she no whit encumbered with her store. In 1637 the poet's mood was darkened by the drowning of his young friend and fellow poet Edward King. To a memorial volume, Milton contributed an elegy, Lycidas, conceived in artificial pastoral form and cluttered with dead gods, but rich in lines that still ring in grateful memory. Alas, what boots it with incessant care to tend the homely slighted shepherd's trade, that is, to write poetry, and strictly meditate the thankless muse? Were it not better done, as others use, to sport with Amaryllis in the shade, or with the tangles of Neaera's hair? Fame is the spur that the clear spirit doth raise, that last infirmity of noble mind, to scorn delights and live laborious days. But the fair guerdon, when we hope to find, and think to burst out into sudden blaze, comes the blind fury with the abhorred shears, and slits the thin-spun life. John Milton Sr. seems to have felt that 6 years of leisurely indulgence at Horton were well earned by a talent that could sing such songs. To crown his generosity, he sent his son to travel on the continent, all expenses paid. Equipped with a manservant, Milton left England in April 1638, spent a few days in Paris, then in the martial grip of Richelieu, and hurried on to Italy. During a stay of 2 months in Florence, he visited the blind and half-imprisoned Galileo, met the literati, sat in with the academies, exchanged compliments in Latin verse, and wrote Italian sonnets as if he had been reared by the Arno or the Poe. In Naples he was received and escorted by that same Marquis Manso who had befriended Tasso and Marini. He spent 4 months in Rome, met and liked some learned cardinals, but frankly confessed his Protestant faith. Then again to Florence, and through Bologna and Ferrara to Venice, through Verona to Milan, and through Geneva, Lyon, and Paris to London in August 1639. In later works he made 2 notable statements about his travels in Italy. Rebutting the insinuations of an opponent, he wrote, "I call God to witness that in all those places in which vice meets with so little discouragement and is practiced with so little shame, I never once deviated from the paths of integrity and virtue." And recalling how the Italian critics had praised his poetry, "I began thus far to assent both to them and divers of my friends here at home, and not less to an inward prompting which now grew daily upon me, that by labor and intent study, which I take to be my portion in this life, joined with the strong propensity of nature, I might perhaps leave something so written to after times as they should not willingly let it die." Now he began to plan a great epic that would celebrate his nation or his faith, and enshrine his name in centuries. 20 years were to pass before he could begin it, 29 before he could publish it. Between the first period of his poetry, 1630 to 1640, and the second, 1658 to 1668, he played his part in the Great Rebellion, and kept his pen for war and prose. 3. The Reformer, 1640 to 42. In 1639, Milton took a bachelor's apartment in St. Bride's Churchyard, London, where he tutored his sister's sons. A year later, he moved with them to Aldersgate Street. There, in 1643, he received additional pupils between 10 and 16 years of age, boarded and taught them, and earned a modest income to fill out the allowance from his father. In a letter to Mr. Hartlib in 1644, he formulated his views on education. He gave the word a mighty definition. "I call a complete and generous education that which fits a man to perform justly, skillfully, and magnanimously all the offices, both private and public, of peace and war." The first task of the teacher is to form moral character in the student, to repair the ruins of our first parents, that is, to overcome the natural wickedness of man, or original sin, or, as we should now say, to readjust to the needs of civilized life the native character formed by the needs of the hunting stage. This, Milton felt, can be done best by inculcating in the growing mind a strong faith in an all-seeing God and inuring it to self-control by a stoic discipline. He set his pupils an example of hard study and spare diet, seldom permitting himself a day of festivity and enjoyment. Next to religion and morals should come the Greek and Latin classics, which Milton used not merely as models of literature, but as vehicles of instruction in natural science, geography, history, law, morality, physiology, medicine, agriculture, architecture, oratory, poetry, philosophy, and theology. If this unique compromise between science and the humanities assumed that very little had been added to science since the fall of Rome, we should note that this was substantially true except for Galileo. Even Copernicus had had his Greek forebear in Aristarchus. Moreover, Milton proposed also to acquaint his students with some modern texts in science and history, and even some living exemplars in practical arts. He hoped to bring hunters, mariners, gardeners, anatomists, apothecaries, engineers, architects to his classroom to convey the latest knowledge in their fields. He allotted considerable time to music and drama, and an hour and a half every day to athletic exercises and martial games. In vernal seasons, his pupils would ride out in companies with prudent and staid guides to all quarters of the land, learning and observing. They would join the navy for a while to learn sailing and sea fight. And finally, after their 23rd year, they might travel abroad. It was an arduous curriculum. We have no evidence that it was fully followed in Milton's school, but if his students caught some of his enthusiasm and industry, it might have been realized. He dreamed at times of developing an academy that should rival those of Plato and Aristotle, but his spirit was allured by the epical events of the age. The gathering of the Long Parliament in 1640 was a turning point in his life, an almost violent veering from poetry and scholarship to politics and reform. On December 11th, the root and branch party of the Puritans, to which some of his friends belonged, presented to Parliament a monster petition signed with 15,000 names, probably including Milton's, and asking for the elimination of bishops from the English Church. Joseph Hall, Bishop of Exeter, countered the petition with an humble remonstrance to the High Court of Parliament in January 1641, in which he defended episcopacy as derived from the times of the blessed apostles, without interruption unto the present age. 5 Presbyterian divines joined their pens in an answer to an humble remonstrance in March 1641, which they signed Smectymnuus, a pseudonym made up of their initials. Hall and other Episcopalians replied. The Commons passed the proposal, the Lords rejected it, the controversy boiled in pulpit, press, and Parliament, and Milton leaped into it with a 90-page booklet of reformation touching church discipline in England, this in June 1641. With powerful and breathless sentences running at times to half a page, he ascribed the deterioration of the established church to 2 causes: the retention of Catholic ceremonies, and the episcopal monopoly of the power to ordain. He scorned those senseless ceremonies which we only retain as a dangerous earnest of sliding back to Rome, and serving merely as an interlude, or drama, to set out the pomp of prelatism. The bishops have been stealthy moving back to Catholicism in their ritual, a palpable hit at Archbishop Laud, who had been offered a cardinal's hat. Milton repudiated the claim of James I and Charles I that bishops were necessary to church government and monarchical institutions. He called upon the Presbyterian Scots to continue their old war against episcopacy, and he appealed to the Trinity to serve in the good cause. Thou tripersonal Godhead, look upon this thy poor and almost spent and expiring church. Leave her not thus a prey to those importunate wolves that wait and think long till they devour thy tender flock. these wild boars that have broke into thy vineyard, and left the print of their polluting hoofs on the soles of thy servants. O let them not bring about their damned designs, that stand now at the entrance of the bottomless pit, expecting the watchword to open and let out those dreadful locusts and scorpions, to re-involve us in that pitchy cloud of infernal darkness, where we shall never more see the sun of thy truth again, never hope for the cheerful dawn, never more hear the bird of morning sing. He ended by consigning the High Church party to hell. But they that by the impairing and diminution of the true faith, the distresses and servitude of their country, aspire to high dignity, rule, and promotion here, after a shameful end in this life, which God grant them, shall be thrown down eternally into the darkest and deepest gulf of hell, where, under the despiteful control, the trample and spurn of all the other damned, that in the anguish of their torture shall have no other ease than to exercise a raving and bestial tyranny over them as their slaves and negroes, they shall remain in that plight forever, the basest, the lowermost, the most dejected, most underfoot and downtrodden vassals of perdition. When Bishop Hall answered and abused the Smectymnuans, Milton came to their support with a blast that must have shaken the 65-year-old prelate out of his canonicals. The animadversions upon the Remonstrants' defense against Smectymnuus appeared anonymously in July 1641. In a preface, Milton apologized for his vehemence. In the detecting and convincing, or convicting, of any notorious enemy to truth and his country's peace, especially that is conceited to have a voluble and smart influence of tongue, it will be nothing disagreeable from Christian meekness to handle such a one in a rougher accent, and to send home his haughtiness well besprinkled with his own holy water. The bishop and his son came back with a modest confutation, about January 1642, attacking the author of the animadversions in the hot manner of that infuriate age. Milton retorted in an apology against a modest confutation, possibly in April. He further excused his rough treatment of the bishop. He denounced as a commodious lie the charge that he, Milton, had been vomited from Cambridge. He assured the world that the Fellows of Christ's College had invited him to stay with them after his graduation, and he reaffirmed his impugned chastity. Though Christianity had been but slightly taught me, yet a certain reservedness of natural disposition and moral discipline learned out of the noblest philosophy was enough to keep me in disdain of far less incontinences than those of the bordello. But having had the doctrine of Holy Scripture unfolding those chaste and high mysteries that the body is for the Lord and the Lord for the body, thus also I argued to myself that if unchastity in a woman, whom St. Paul terms the glory of man, be such a scandal and dishonor, then certainly in a man who is both the image and glory of God it must be much more deflowering and dishonorable, in that he sins both against his own body, which is the perfecter sex, and his own glory, which is in the woman, and, that which is worst, against the image and glory of God, which is in himself. Therefore Milton deplored the morality of many classic poets, and preferred to them Dante and Petrarch, who never wrote but honor of them to whom they devote their verse, displaying sublime and pure thoughts without transgression. And long it was not after, when I was confirmed in this opinion, that he who would not be frustrate of his hope to write well ought himself to be a true poem, that is, a composition and pattern of the best and honorablest things, not presuming to sing high praises of heroic men or famous cities, unless he have in himself the experience and practice of all which is praiseworthy. After this exemplary passage, Milton proceeded to talk of the bishop's socks and feet sending a fouler stench to heaven, and if such language should seem uncongenial to theology, he defended it by the rules of the best rhetoricians, and the example of Luther. And he reminded his readers that Christ himself, speaking of unsavory traditions, scruples not to name the dunghill and the jakes. But enough of this dreary controversy, so quotable because of the light it sheds on Milton's character and the manners of the time, and because, amid the virulent nonsense, the grammatical chaos, and the sesquipedalian sentences, there are passages of organ-like prose as splendid and moving as Milton's verse. Meanwhile, in March 1642, he had published over his own name a more impersonal booklet, The Reason of Church Government Urged Against Prelaty. This impertinent yoke of prelaty, under whose inquisitorious and tyrannous duncery no free and splendid wit, or intelligence, can flourish. He admitted the necessity of moral and social discipline. Indeed, he saw in the rise and fall of discipline the key to the rise and fall of states. There is not that thing in the world of more grave and urgent importance throughout the whole life of man than discipline. What need I instance? He that hath read with judgment of nations and commonwealths will readily agree that the flourishing and decaying of all civil societies, all the movements and turnings of human occasions, are moved to and fro as upon the axle of discipline. Nor is there any sociable perfection in this life, civil or sacred, that can be above discipline. But she is that which with her musical chords preserves and holds all the parts thereof together. Such discipline, however, should be derived not from an ecclesiastical hierarchy, but from the conception of every man as a potential priest. As at all stages Milton was conscious of his own abilities, he prefaced the second part of his treatise with an autobiographical fragment, warning that the controversy had diverted him from the composition of a great work which he had long had in mind, that what the greatest and choicest wits of Athens, Rome, or modern Italy, and those Hebrews of old did for their country, I, in my proportion, with this over and above of being a Christian, might do for mine. He told how already he was examining subjects for such a work, but wished it to be one that would allow him to paint out and describe the whole book of sanctity and virtue, and whatsoever in religion is holy and sublime. And as if foreseeing that 16 years would pass before the great rebellion would let him set his pen to this task, he excused his tardiness. Neither do I think it shame to covenant with any knowing reader that for some few years yet I may go on trust with him toward the payment of what I am now indebted, as being a work not to be raised from the heat of youth or the vapours of wine, like that which flows at waste from the pen of some vulgar amorist, or the trencher fury of a rhyming parasite, nor to be obtained from the invocation of Dame Memory and her siren daughters, but by devout prayer to that eternal Spirit who can enrich with all utterance and knowledge, and sends out his seraphim with the hallowed fire of his altar to touch and purify the lips of whom he pleases. To this must be added industrious and select reading, steady observation, insight into all seemly and generous arts and affairs, till which in some measures be compassed, at mine own peril and cost, I refuse not to sustain this expectation from as many as are not loath to hazard so much credulity upon the best pledges that I can give them. 4. Marriage and Divorce, 1643 to 1648. In the Modest Confutation, Bishop Hall had charged that Milton was seeking literary fame and advertising his abilities and background in order to win a rich widow or some other reward. In the Apology, Milton ridiculed the idea. On the contrary, he had been brought up in plenty, needed no rich widow, and held with them who both in prudence and elegance of spirit would choose a virgin of mean fortunes, honestly bred, before the wealthiest widow. While England drifted into civil war in 1642, Milton drifted into marriage in 1643. He did not join the parliamentary army, and when the king's forces neared London on November 12, 1642, he wrote a sonnet advising royalist commanders to protect the poet's house and person, as Alexander had protected Pindar, and promising to spread their fame in verse for such gentle acts as these. However, the royalist troops were turned back, and Milton's bower was left unharmed to greet his wife. He had met Mary Powell in Forest Hill in Oxfordshire, where her father was a justice of the peace. This Richard Powell, far back in 1627, had acknowledged his indebtedness to Milton, then at Cambridge, in the sum of £500, which was later commuted to £312, which had not yet been paid. Apparently the poet spent a month with the Powells in May to June 1643, whether to collect a debt or a wife we know not. John may have felt that at 34 it was time he should marry and beget, and Mary, 17, apparently had the virginity that he required. He surprised his nephews by returning to London with a wife. No one was happy long. The nephews resented Mary as an intruder. She resented Milton's books and missed her mother, and the great deal of company and merriment, dancing, etc., which she had enjoyed in Forest Hill. Ofttimes, says Aubrey, she heard his nephews beaten and cry. Finding that Mary had but a few ideas, and those royalist, Milton sank back into his books. He spoke later of a mute and spiritless mate, and mourned that a man shall find himself bound fast to an image of earth and phlegm, with whom he looked to be the co-partner of a sweet and gladsome society. Some inquirers into the mésalliance believe that Mary refused him consummation. After a month, she asked leave to visit her parents. He consented on the understanding that she would return. She went and did not return. He sent letters to her, which she ignored. And finding no other outlet for his feelings, he wrote, and anonymously published, The Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce in August 1643. He dedicated it to the Parliament of England with the Assembly, that is, the Westminster Assembly that was then drawing up a confession of the Presbyterian faith. He begged the Parliament to free itself from the bondage of tradition and to advance the Reformation by admitting other grounds than adultery for divorce. He proposed to show that indisposition, unfitness, or contrariety of mind, arising from a cause in nature unchangeable, hindering and ever likely to hinder the main benefits of conjugal society, which are solace and peace, is a greater reason of divorce than natural frigidity, especially if there be no children, and that there be mutual consent. He quoted the old Jewish law of Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 1. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, let him write her a bill of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of the house. Christ had apparently rejected this part of the Mosaic law. It hath been said, Whoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery. Matthew chapter 5, verses 31 and 32. Milton argued that Christ meant not to be taken word for word, and had repeatedly avowed that he had not come to change one iota of the Mosaic law. He struggled to make his broad interpretation cover his individual case, even to justifying divorce for inability to join in a fit and matchable conversation. For the unfitness and defectiveness of an unconjugal mind can reduce matrimony to a worse condition than the loneliest single life, wherein a living soul is tied to a corpse. The little book sold rapidly, for it was universally denounced. Milton published in February 1644 a second edition, eloquently enlarged and boldly signed. He replied to his critics learnedly in Tetrachordon, and in a lighter vein in Colasterion, both issued in March 1645, heaping upon them his rich vocabulary of vituperation: clod, pork, boar, snout, cock-brained solicitor, brazen ass, odious and odorous fool. Milton could leap in one page from the heights of Parnassus to a Tartarus of scurrility. Having failed to secure from Parliament a change in the law of divorce, he decided to defy the law and take another wife, preferably a Miss Davis, of whom we know nothing except that she refused him. When rumor of this courtship reached Mary Powell, she decided to recapture her husband, for better or for worse, before it should be too late. One day, when Milton was visiting a friend, she came upon him suddenly, knelt before him, and begged to be restored to his bed and board. He hesitated. His friends pleaded her cause. He consented. With her, his father, and his pupils, he now took a larger house in Barbican Street. Soon Mary's parents, impoverished by the collapse of the Royalist cause, came also to live with the poet, making such a household as must have made for madness or philosophy. Another edition arrived in 1646, Milton's first child, Anne. Richard Powell mitigated the mess by dying in July, and John Milton Sr. completed a long and honorable life in the following March. The poet fell heir to 2 or 3 houses in London, some money, and perhaps some realty in the countryside. In 1647 he disbanded his school and moved with his wife, daughter, and 2 nephews to High Holborn Street. A second daughter, Mary, was born in 1648. 5. Freedom of the Press, 1643 to 1649. On August 13, 1644, a Presbyterian clergyman, Herbert Palmer, preaching before the 2 Houses of Parliament, proposed that Milton's treatise on divorce should be publicly burned. It was not, but Palmer's complaint may have led the Stationers' Company, composed of the English booksellers, to point out to the Commons on August 24th that books and pamphlets were violating the law requiring them to be registered and licensed by the company. This law was as old as the reign of Elizabeth, but on June 14, 1643, Parliament had reinforced it with an ordinance specifying that no book, pamphlet, or paper, nor part of any such, shall be printed or put to sale, unless the same be first approved and licensed under the hands of such persons as both or either of the Houses shall appoint for the licensing of the same, and entered into the register book of the Company of Stationers according to ancient custom. Any violation was to be punished by the arrest of the authors and printers concerned. Milton had regularly neglected to register his prose publications. Though the Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce appeared 2 months after the ordinance, he ignored the requirements. Perhaps he was persona grata to the Parliament because he had supported it in its conflict with the king. In any case, it let him alone. But that ordinance remained over his head and over the heads of all authors in Britain. It seemed to Milton impossible that literature could prosper under such censorship. Of what use to depose a king and a censorious episcopacy if Parliament and Church were to continue inquisition over the speech of Englishmen? On November 24, 1643, he sent forth, unregistered and unlicensed, the noblest of his prose works. Areopagitica, a speech of Mr. John Milton for the liberty of unlicensed printing, to the Parliament of England. Areopagitica meant matters pertaining to the Supreme Court of Athens, which was called the Areopagus from the hill where it convened. Milton took the title from a pamphlet addressed to the Areopagus by Isocrates in 355 B.C. Here is no invective, no vituperation. The speech is kept to a high level of language and thought. Milton respectfully asks Parliament to reconsider its censorship ordinance as tending to the discouragement of all learning by hindering and cropping the discovery that might yet further be made both in religious and civil wisdom. And he proceeds in a famous and magnificent passage. I deny not but that it is of greatest concernment in the Church and Commonwealth to have a vigilant eye how books demean themselves as well as men, and thereafter to confine, imprison, and do sharpest justice on them as malefactors. For books are not absolutely dead things, but do contain a potency of life in them to be as active as that soul was whose progeny they are. Nay, they do preserve as in a vial the purest efficacy and extraction of that living intellect that bred them. I know they are as lively and as vigorously productive as those fabulous dragon's teeth, and being sown up and down may chance to spring up armed men. And yet, on the other hand, unless wariness be used, as good almost kill a man as kill a good book. Who kills a man kills a reasonable creature, God's image, but he who destroys a good book kills reason itself, kills the image of God, as it were in the eye. Many a man lives a burden to the earth, but a good book is the precious life-blood of a master spirit, embalmed and treasured up on purpose to a life beyond life. 'Tis true, no age can restore a life, whereof perhaps there is no loss, and revolutions of ages do not oft recover the loss of a rejected truth, for the want of which whole nations fare the worse. We should be wary, therefore, what persecution we raise against the living labors of public men, how we spill that seasoned life of man preserved and stored up in books. Since we see a kind of homicide may thus be committed, sometimes a martyrdom, and if it extend to the whole impression, a kind of massacre, whereof the execution ends not in the slaying of an elemental life, but strikes at that ethereal and fifth essence, the breath of reason itself, slays an immortality rather than a life. He cites the intellectual vitality of ancient Athens, where only those writings were censored which were atheistical and libelous. Thus the books of Protagoras were by the judges of the Areopagus commanded to be burnt, and himself banished the territory for a discourse beginning with his confessing not to know whether there were gods or whether not. Milton praises the government of ancient Rome for allowing much freedom to writers, and then sketches the growth of censorship in imperial Rome and the Catholic Church. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant, Part 1, continued, Cassette 8, Side 1. Milton praises the government of ancient Rome for allowing much freedom to writers, and then sketches the growth of censorship in imperial Rome and the Catholic Church. This licensing ordinance, he feels, smacks of popery. What advantage is it to be a man over it is to be a boy at school if we have only scaped the ferula to come under another imprimatur? Governments and their licensers are fallible. Let not them enforce their preferences upon the people, rather let the people choose and learn, even if by costly trial and error. I cannot praise a fugitive and cloistered virtue, unexercised and unbreathed, that never sallies out and sees her adversaries, but slinks out of the race. Give me the liberty to know, to utter, and to argue freely according to conscience above all liberties. Though all the winds of doctrine were let loose to play upon the earth, so truth be in the field, we do injuriously by licensing and prohibiting to misdoubt her strength. Let her and falsehood grapple, whoever knew truth put to the worse in a free and open encounter. However, Milton does not ask for complete tolerance of publications. He believes that atheism, libel, and obscenity should be outlawed, and he refuses toleration to Catholicism because it is an enemy of the state and is itself intolerant. A state otherwise free in thought and speech must, other things equal, grow in greatness. Methinks I see in my mind a noble and puissant nation, rousing herself like a strong man after sleep, and shaking her invincible locks. Methinks I see her as an eagle, mewing her mighty youth, and kindling her undazzled eyes at the full midday bloom. Parliament paid no attention to Milton's plea. On the contrary, it legislated with increasing severity in 1647, 49, and 53 against unlicensed printing. Members of the Stationers' Company protested that Milton had not registered the Areopagitica. The House of Lords appointed 2 justices to examine him. We do not know the result, but apparently he was not molested. He was a useful voice for the triumphant Puritans. In February 1649, only 2 weeks after the execution of Charles I, Milton published a pamphlet on the tenure of kings and magistrates. It accepted the social contract theory that the authority of a government is derived from the sovereign people, and that it is lawful for any who have the power to call to account a tyrant or wicked king, and after due conviction to depose and put him to death. A month later, the Council of State of the Revolutionary Government invited Milton to become its Secretary for Foreign Tongues. He put his epic aside, and for 11 years gave himself to the service of the Puritan Commonwealth and Cromwell's protectorate. 6. The Latin Secretary, 1649 to 1659. The new regime needed a good Latinist to compose its foreign correspondence. Milton was the obvious choice. He could write Latin, Italian, and French like an ancient Roman, a Florentine, or a Parisian. And he had proved through dangerous years his fidelity to the parliamentary cause against the bishops and the king. It was the council, not Cromwell, that engaged him. He had no close relations with the new ruler, but he must have seen him frequently, and must have felt in his thought and writing the nearness of that awesome personality. The council used Milton not merely to translate its foreign correspondence into Latin, but to explain to other governments, by Latin brochures, the justice of its domestic policies, and, above all, how reasonable had been the decapitation of the king. In April 1649, soon after his induction into office, Milton joined with other employees of the council in suppressing royalist and leveller publications against the new regime. Censorship was now more severe than at any time in England's history, following the general rule that censorship increases with the insecurity of the government. The man who had written the most eloquent appeal ever made for freedom of the press was now looking at censorship from the view of the ruling power. We should note, however, that in the Areopagitica, Milton had allowed that it is of the greatest concernment in the Church and Commonwealth to have a vigilant eye how books demean themselves as well as men, and thereafter to confine, imprison, and do sharpest justice on them as malefactors. As John Lilburne was an especially troublesome leveller, Milton was instructed by the council to write a reply to his radical pamphlet, New Chains Discovered. We do not know if he carried out this assignment, but he himself tells us that he was ordered to answer the Icon Basilici. He complied by publishing, on October 6, 1649, a book of 242 pages, entitled Iconoclastes, or Image Breaker. Doubting, but assuming that the Icon Basilici was what it purported to be, the work of Charles I, Milton took up step by step the royalist argument, and countered it with all the force he could muster. He defended the policy of Cromwell throughout, justified the execution of the king, and expressed his scorn of the inconstant, irrational, and image-doting rabble, a credulous and helpless herd, begotten to servility and enchanted with tyranny. Charles II, fretting on the continent, paid Europe's greatest scholar, Claude Saumaise, to come to the defense of the dead king. Salmasius hurriedly composed the Defensio Regia pro Carlo Unam, which appeared at Leyden in November 1649. He described Cromwell and his followers as fanatical scoundrels, the common enemy of the human race, and called upon all kings for their own sake to fit out an armament for the extermination of these pests. Surely the blood of the great king calls to its revenge all monarchs and princes of the Christian world. Nor can they appease his spirit more worthily than by restoring to his full rights the legitimate heir, reseating him on his paternal throne, and slaying as victims at the tomb of the saintly dead those most outrageous beasts who conspired for the murder of so great a king. Cromwell, fearing that this attack by a scholar of European fame would intensify the resentment, general on the continent, against his government, asked Milton to answer Salmasius. The Latin secretary labored at the task for almost a year, working at it by candlelight despite his doctor's warning that he was slowly becoming blind. One eye was already useless. On December 31st, 1650, appeared Johannes Miltoni, Angli, Pro Populo Anglicano Defensio contra Claudii Salmasii Defensionem Regiam. It began by taunting Salmasius for selling his services to Charles II, and went on to show that Salmasius only 4 years earlier had written against episcopacy, which now he defended. "O you venal and fee-taking agent, O the sneak and turncoat, you, silliest of blockheads, are worthy of the fool's staff itself for thinking to persuade kings and princes to war with such puerile, without wit, without genius, a mouther and a pettifogger, born only to rifle and transcribe good authors, imagine that you can produce anything of your own that will live? You, whose foolish writings, bundled up with yourself, the next age, believe me, will consign to oblivion? Unless perchance this Defensio Regia of yours shall owe something to the answer to it, and shall therefore, though already for some time neglected and laid to sleep, be again taken up." Which is precisely what has happened. Salmasius had idealized Charles I. Milton degrades him. He suspects Charles of having abetted the Duke of Buckingham to poison his father, James I. He accuses the dead king of all kinds of viciousness with the said Duke. He charges Charles with kissing women at the theatre and of publicly fondling the breasts of virgins and matrons. Salmasius had called Milton many names. Milton retaliates by describing Salmasius as a fool, beetle, ass, liar, slanderer, apostate, idiot, ignoramus, vagabond, slave. He taunts Salmasius with being dominated by his wife, chides him for Latin errors, invites him to hang himself, and guarantees him admission to hell. Thomas Hobbes, viewing the rival books from some perch of philosophy, declared himself unable to decide whose language was best or whose arguments were worse. The Council of State gave Milton a vote of thanks. Salmasius received a copy of Milton's Defensio while at the court of Queen Christina in Stockholm. He promised, but delayed, to reply. Meanwhile, Milton passed from foreign to domestic affairs. In 1649 he moved to a house in Charing Cross to be nearer his work. There his wife bore a son, who soon died, and in 1652 a daughter, Deborah, whose birth cost the mother's life. In that year Milton's blindness became complete. Now he wrote one of his greatest sonnets, "When I consider how my light is spent." The council continued him as Latin secretary, providing him with an amanuensis. In his darkness he suffered another loss. The republic that he had so fervently hailed collapsed in 1653 into a military monarchy, and Cromwell, protector, became in effect king. Milton resigned himself to these developments with the remark that the ways of Providence are inscrutable. He continued to admire Cromwell and praised him as the greatest and most glorious of our countrymen, the father of your country, and assured him that in the coalition of human society nothing is more pleasing to God or more agreeable to reason than that the highest mind should have the sovereign power. He was soon called upon to defend the Protector against a powerful indictment. In 1652 there had appeared a book whose very title was a battle cry, The Cry of the Royal Blood to Heaven Against the English Parricides. It began with a description of Milton as a monster hideous, ugly, huge, bereft of sight, a hangman, a gallows bird. It compared the execution of Charles I with the crucifixion of Christ, and reckoned the regicide the greater crime. It scorned the religious professions of the usurpers. The language of their public documents is stuffed with piety. The style of Cromwell or his tribunes is to match, and it would move anyone's bile and bitter laughter to mark with what impudence the secret rogues and open robbers mask their wickedness with a pretext of religion. Verily, an egg is not liker an egg than Cromwell's like to Mahomet. And the anonymous author, like Salmasius, appealed to the continental powers to invade England and restore the Stuart monarchy. The book closed with an address to the bestial blackguard John Milton, advocate of parricides and parricide, and a hope that he would soon be mercilessly flogged. Round this perjured head ply well the stick, lard every inch with wheels, till you have thonged the carcass to one jelly. Cease you already, lay on, till he shed gall from his liver through his bleeding eyes. The Council of State urged Milton to reply to this fury. He waited a while, expecting a blast from Salmasius, and hoping to impale both antagonists upon one pen. But Salmasius died in 1653, leaving his rebuttal unfinished. Milton was misled into believing that the author of the Regii Sanguinis Clamor was Alexander Morus, a pastor and scholar at Middelburg. He asked his correspondents in the United Provinces to send him data about Morris's public and private life. Adrian Ulloch, the printer of the book, wrote to Milton's friend Hartlib, assuring him that Morris was not the author, but Milton refused to believe this, and Amsterdam gossip agreed with him. In April 1654, John Drury wrote to Milton warning him that he was mistaken in ascribing the clamor to Morris. Milton ignored the warning. On May 30th, he published Ioannis Miltoni pro Populo Anglicano Defensio Secunda. The eloquence of these 173 pages is remarkable, for they were dictated in Latin by a man completely blind. His enemies had described that blindness as a divine punishment for egregious sins. Milton replies that this cannot be, for he has led an exemplary life. He rejoices that his first defensio so routed my opponent that he yielded at once, broken alike in spirit and reputation, and in the whole 3 years of his subsequent life, though threatening and fuming much, gave us no further trouble, save that he called to his aid the obscure labor of some utterly despicable person, and suborned I know not what silly and extravagant adulations to repatch by their eulogies, as far as might be, the unexpected and recent ruin of his character. Turning upon his new enemy, Milton notes that Morus in Greek meant fool. He accuses him of heresy, profligacy, and fornication, of getting Salmasius's maidservant with child, and then abandoning her. Even the printer of the clamor gets a lashing. Everyone knows that he is a notorious cheat and bankrupt. In better humor, Milton reviews the career of Cromwell. He defends the campaigns in Ireland, the dissolutions of Parliament, the assumption of supreme power. He addresses the Protector, "We all yield to your insuperable worth. Go on, therefore, in your magnanimous course, O Cromwell, the liberator of your country, the author of its freedom. You who have excelled by your actions hitherto not only the exploits of kings, but even the legendary adventures of our heroes." But after this obeisance, he does not hesitate to advise the Protector on policy. Cromwell should surround himself with men like Fleetwood and Lambert, radicals. He should establish freedom of the press. He should leave religion entirely separate from the state. No tithes should be collected for the clergy. These men are already overfed. All in general is fat about them, even their intellects not excepted. Milton warns Cromwell that if he, than whom none among us is reckoned more just, more saintly, or a better man, should afterwards invade that liberty which he has defended, the result would be disastrous and deadly, not only to himself, but also to the universal interests of virtue and piety. By liberty, Milton makes plain that he does not mean democracy. He asks the people, "Why should anyone assert for you the right of free suffrage, or the power of electing whom you will to the Parliament? Is it that you should be able to elect in the cities men of your faction, or that person in the boroughs, however worthy, who may have feasted yourselves most sumptuously, or treated the country people and boors to the greatest quantity of drink? Then we should have our members of Parliament made for us not by prudence and authority, but by faction and feeding. We should have vintners and hucksters from city taverns, and graziers and cattlemen from the country districts. Should one entrust the Commonwealth to those whom nobody would entrust a matter of private business? No, such universal suffrage would not be freedom. To be free is the same thing exactly as to be pious, wise, just, temperate, self-providing, abstinent from the property of other people, and in fine to be magnanimous and brave. To be the opposite of all this is the same as being a slave. And by the judgment of God it comes to pass that a nation that cannot rule and govern itself, but has surrendered itself in slavery to its own lusts, is surrendered also to other masters, and made a slave both with and against its own will. In October 1654, Ulloch reprinted Milton's Defensio Secunda at The Hague with an answer by Morris entitled Fides Publica, or Public Testimony. In a preface, the printer asserted that Morris was not the author of the clamor, that the manuscript had been given him, Ulloch, by Salmasius, who had refused to reveal the author's name. Morris solemnly denied his authorship, affirmed that Milton had been repeatedly informed of this, and charged that Milton had refused to alter the Defensio, since very little of it would have remained if all the abuse of Morris had been taken out. In August 1655, Milton issued a volume of 204 pages, Pro Se Defensio, or A Self-Defense. He refused to believe Morris's denial. He repeated the scandal about Salmasius's maid, and added that the maid in a fair fight had beaten Morris, knocked him down, and almost scratched his eyes out. In a sequel, it appeared that a French Protestant theologian, Pierre de Moulin, had written the clamor, and that Morris had edited it and written its dedication. When Maurice was invited in 1657 to become the minister of a reformed church near Paris, the poet sent several copies of his Defensio Secunda to the parish to prevent the appointment. The parish consistory accepted Maurice nevertheless, and he ended his troubled career in 1670 as the most eloquent Protestant preacher in or about Paris. Milton appears in a softer light in his powerful sonnet on the Piedmont massacre of 1655. It was probably he who wrote the letters by which Cromwell appealed to the Duke of Savoy to end the persecution of the Vaudois, and to Mazarin and the rulers of Sweden, Denmark, the United Provinces, and the Swiss cantons, to intercede with the Duke. In 1656, after 4 years of widowhood, Milton married, sight unseen, Catherine Woodcock. She proved a blessing to him, serving as patient nurse to a blind and tempestuous husband, and mothering his 3 daughters. But she died in 1658 in giving birth to a short-lived child. That was a bitter year for Milton, since it took Cromwell too, and left the Latin secretary to keep his post as best he could amid the chaos of factions that reduced Richard Cromwell to a benevolent nonentity. Though Milton must have known that England was now moving toward a Stuart restoration, he issued a new edition, in October 1658, of his Pro Populo Anglicano Defensio, justifying the execution of Charles I in terms that almost courted martyrdom. In a characteristic preface, he described this first defense as a monument not easily to perish, claimed for it divine inspiration, and ranked it only next to Cromwell's deeds as having saved England's liberty. He resisted with blind bravery the movement for recalling Charles II. When Monk's army reached London, and Parliament hesitated between a republic and a monarchy, Milton published in February 1660, as an address to Parliament, an 18-page pamphlet, The Ready and Easy Way to Establish a Free Commonwealth, and the Excellence thereof compared with Inconveniences and Dangers of Readmitting Kingship in this Nation. And he boldly signed it, the author, J.M. He pleaded with Parliament not to make vain and viler than dirt the blood of so many thousand faithful and valiant Englishmen who left us this liberty, bought with our own lives. What will they, our neighbors, at best say of us and of the whole English name, but scoffingly, as of that foolish builder mentioned by our Saviour, who began to build a tower and was unable to finish it? Where is this goodly tower of a commonwealth, which the English boasted they would build to overshadow kings, and be another Rome in the west? What madness is it for them who might manage nobly their own affairs themselves, sluggishly and weakly to devolve all in a single person? How unmanly must it needs be to count such a one the breath of our nostrils, to hang all our felicity on him, all our safety, our well-being, for which, if we were aught else but sluggards and babies, we need depend on none but God and our own counsels, our own active virtue and industry. He predicted that all the old encroachments of monarchy on the freedom of the people will return soon after Restoration. He proposed to replace Parliament with a general council of ablest men, elected by the people, its members to serve till death, subject to removal only by the conviction of some crime, and replenished by periodical elections. This council, however, is to allow the greatest possible freedom of speech and worship, of local autonomy. I trust, Milton concluded, I shall have spoken persuasion to abundance of sensible and ingenuous men, to some perhaps whom God may raise of these stones to become children of liberty, and may enable and unite in their noble resolutions to give a stay to these our ruinous proceedings, and to this general defection of the unguided and abused multitude. Parliament ignored this plea to destroy itself. Attacks on Milton appeared in print. One pamphlet recommended hanging him. The Council of State, now royalist, ordered the arrest of Milton's printer and discharged Milton from his post as Latin secretary. Milton replied by publishing a second and enlarged edition of The Ready and Easy Way in April 1660. He warned Parliament that promises now made by Charles II could easily be broken after the consolidation of the new royal power. He admitted that the majority of the people desired the restoration of Charles II, but he urged that the majority had no right to enslave a minority. More just it is, if it come to force, that the less number compel a greater to return their liberty, than that a greater number compel a less most injuriously to be their fellow slaves. Attacks upon Milton multiplied. One called upon Charles II, then at Breda, to remember the insults that Milton, in Iconoclastes and elsewhere, had heaped upon Charles I, and suggested that Milton should be joined with the actual regicides as meriting death. Before this pamphlet could reach Charles, he had already sailed for England. On May 7th, Milton, having taken leave of his children, disappeared into hiding with a friend. He was discovered and imprisoned. For 3 months his fate hung in the balance of the Royalist Parliament. Many members argued that he, if anyone, should be hanged. The general expectation was that he would be. But Marvell, Davenant, and others pleaded his age and blindness. Parliament contented itself with ordering that certain of his books, wherever found, should be burned. On December 15th he was released. He took a house in Holborn, moved into it with his children, and passed, after 11 turbulent years of prose, into the second and noblest period of his poetry. 7. The Old Poet, 1660 to 1667. He found some solace in playing the organ and singing. He had, Aubrey tells us, a delicate, tunable voice. In 1661 he moved again, and again in 1664, this time to his final home on Artillery Walk, where a private garden allowed him to stroll without other guides than his hands and feet. His nephews, their beatings forgotten, came often to see and aid him. Friends dropped in to read to him or take his dictation. His 3 daughters served him impatiently but arduously. Anne, the oldest, was lame and deformed and had a defect of speech. Deborah was his amanuensis. She and Mary were taught to read to him in Latin, Greek, Hebrew, French, Italian, and Spanish, though they could not understand what they read. Indeed, none of them had ever gone to school. They had had some private tutoring, but they were poorly educated at best. Milton sold most of his library before he died, as his children cared little for books. He complained that they clandestinely sold his books, that they neglected him in his need, that they conspired with the servants to rob him in household purchases. They were unhappy in that somber home, under a stern, demanding, irritable father. When daughter Mary heard that he was planning another marriage, she said that there were no news to hear of his wedding, but if she could hear of his death, that was something. In 1663, Milton, aged 55, took a 3rd wife, Elizabeth Minshull, aged 24. She served him faithfully to the end of his days. After 7 years with this stepmother, whom Aubrey describes as a gentle person, a peaceful and agreeable humor, the 3 daughters left the paternal home and went out at Milton's expense to learn various trades. The Restoration had cost him much, almost his life, but it made Paradise Lost possible. Without it he might have exhausted himself in embattled prose, for the fighter in him was as strong as the poet. Nevertheless, amid his campaigns, he had never quit hope of writing something that England would cherish for centuries to come. In 1640 he made a list of possible subjects for an epic or a drama. The story of Adam's fall was in that list, along with the legends of King Arthur. He wavered between Latin and English as the language he would use, and even when he had decided on Paradise Lost as his theme, he thought of writing it in the form of a Greek tragedy or a medieval mystery play. At various times he composed lines or passages which were later fitted into the poem. Not till Cromwell was dead did Milton have the leisure to work upon the epic daily. And then, in 1658, he was altogether blind. On evil days, though fallen, and evil tongues, in darkness and with dangers compassed round. Lines came to him as he lay helpless and sleepless in bed. Bursting with them, he would call for an amanuensis, saying that he wanted to be milked. A fever of composition would come upon him. He would dictate 40 lines in a breath, and then laboriously correct them as they were reread to him. Probably no poem was ever written with such toil and courage. Milton found strength in his consciousness that he was playing both Homer and Isaiah to England, for he believed that the poet is the voice of God, a prophet divinely inspired to teach mankind. In 1665, when plague struck London, an imprisoned Quaker friend, Thomas Ellwood, arranged that Milton should be guided to Chalfont St. Giles, in Buckinghamshire, and occupy Ellwood's 10-room cottage there. In this pretty box, the poet completed Paradise Lost in June 1665. But who would publish it? London was in turmoil in 1665-66, with fire coming on the heels of plague. And what joy remained was largely Restoration roistering, in no mood for 10,558 lines on original sin. Milton had received £1,000 for his Pro Popolo Anglicano Defensio. Now, on April 27, 1667, he sold all rights to Paradise Lost to Samuel Simmons for £5 down, and an agreement for additional payments of £5 each contingent on sales. All in all, he received £18. The poem was published in August 1667. In its first 2 years, 1,300 copies were sold. In its first 11 years, 3,000. Probably not that many readers in any year read it through today. We have so little leisure now that we have invented so many labor-saving devices. The poem shares with the Aeneid the drawback that it came after Homer, so its battle scenes and supernatural warriors lose force by being imitations. Doubtless Homer too followed earlier models, but we have forgotten them. Johnson thought that Paradise Lost, by the nature of its subject, has the advantage above all others that it is universally and perpetually interesting. But he confessed that none ever wished it longer than it is. The subject of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our woe was timely enough in Milton's youth, when the book of Genesis was received as history, and heaven and hell, angels and devils were in the fabric of daily thought. Today, the subject is the poem's greatest handicap, a fairy tale recited to adults in 12 cantos, and a sustained effort is now required to accompany from beginning to end so long an exposition of so harsh and antiquated a theology. But never has nonsense been made more sublime. The grandeur of the scene, embracing heaven, hell, and the earth, the solemn stately march of the blank verse, the manipulation of the complicated plot, the fresh and tender descriptions of nature, the successful effort to give reality and character to Adam and Eve, the frequent passages of majestic power. These are some of the reasons why Paradise Lost remains the greatest poem in the English language. The story opens in hell, where Satan, pictured as a bird of mighty stature and expanded wings, exhorts his fallen angels not to despair. All is not lost. The unconquerable will and study of revenge, immortal hate, and courage never to submit or yield, to bow and sue for grace with suppliant knee and deify his power, that were low indeed, that were an ignominy and shame beneath this downfall. The mind and spirit remains invincible. This sounds like Cromwell defying one Charles and Milton another. Several passages describing Satan remind us of Milton. A mind not to be changed by place or time, the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. In the early cantos, Milton's eloquence lured him into drawing an almost sympathetic picture of the devil as the leader of a revolt against established and arbitrary power. The poet saved himself from making Satan the hero of the epic by representing him later as the father of lies, who squat like a toad, or as a serpent sliding sinuously in the slime. But in that same canto, Satan stands forth as the defender of knowledge. Knowledge forbidden? Why should their Lord envy them that? Can it be a sin to know? Can it be death? And do they, Adam and Eve, only stand by ignorance? Is that their happy state, the proof of their obedience and their faith? I will excite their minds with more desire to know. And so he argues with Eve like a rationalist attacking an obscurantist church. Why then was this forbid? Why but to awe? Why but to keep you low and ignorant, his worshippers? He knows that in the day you eat thereof, your eyes, that seem so clear, yet are but dim, shall perfectly be then opened and cleared, and ye shall be as gods. The angel Raphael, however, bids Adam check his curiosity about the universe. It is not wise for man to desire to know beyond his mortal scope. Faith is wiser than knowledge. We should have expected Milton to interpret the first sin not as desire for knowledge, but as sexual intercourse. On the contrary, he sings a quite unpuritanic paean to the legitimacy of sexual pleasure within the bounds of marriage, and he represents Adam and Eve as indulging in such tactile values while still remaining in the state of innocence. But after the fall, eating the forbidden fruit of the tree of knowledge, they begin to feel shame in sexual congress. Now Adam sees Eve as the source of all evil, a rib crooked by nature, and mourns that God ever created woman. Oh, why did God create at last this novelty on earth, this fair defect of nature, and not fill the world at once with men as angels without feminine, or find some other way to generate mankind? Whereupon, so soon in the biblical history of marriage, the first man makes a plea for the easier divorcing of the wife by the husband. Almost forgetting Adam, Milton here repeats in verse what he had said in prose about the proper subordination of woman to man. He will return to that refrain in Samson Agonistes. It is his favorite dream. And in his secret De Doctrina Christiana he pleaded for the restoration of polygamy. Had not the Old Testament sanctioned it, and had not the New Testament left that wholesome and manly law unrepealed? However interpreted, man's first disobedience proved too narrow a theme to fill 12 cantos. An epic required action, action, and action. But as the revolt of the angels is over when the story begins, its drama can enter the poem only through reminiscence, which is a fading echo. The battle scenes are well described, with due clash of arms and cleaving of heads and limbs, but it is hard to feel the pain or ecstasy of such imaginary blows. Like the French dramatists, Milton indulges a passion for oratory. Everyone from God to Eve makes speeches, and Satan finds hellfire no impediment to rhetoric. It is disturbing to learn that even in hell we shall have to listen to lectures. God in this poem is not the indescribable effulgence felt in Dante's Paradiso. He is a scholastic philosopher who gives long and unconvincing reasons why he, the omnipotent, allows Satan to exist, and allows him to tempt man, all the while foreseeing that man will succumb and bring all mankind to centuries of sin and misery. He argues that without freedom to sin there is no virtue, without trial there is no wisdom. He thinks it better that man should face temptation and resist it than not be tempted at all, quite unforeseeing that the Lord's Prayer would beg God not to lead man into temptation. Who can help sympathize with Satan's revolt against such an incredible sadist? Did Milton really believe in this predestinarian horror? Apparently, for he expounded it not only in Paradise Lost, but in his secret De Doctrina Christiana. Long before the creation of man, God had determined which souls should be saved and which should be damned. That secret essay, however, contained some heresies. Milton never published it. It was not discovered till 1823 and did not reach print till 1825. It is a remarkable document. It begins piously enough by assuming, without argument, that every word in the Bible was inspired by God. Milton admits that the biblical text has suffered from corruptions, falsifications, and mutations, but even in its present form it is the work of God. He will not allow any but a literal interpretation. If the Scriptures tell us that God rested, or feared, or repented, or was angry, or grieved, these statements are to be taken at their face value and not diluted as metaphors. Even the corporeal parts and qualities ascribed to God are to be accepted as physically true. But in addition to this external revelation of himself in Scripture, God has given us an internal revelation, which is the Holy Spirit speaking in our hearts. And this internal revelation, the peculiar possession of each believer, is far superior, a more certain guide than Scripture. However, in his arguments, Milton quotes the Bible as the final and clinching proof. On the basis of Scripture, he rejects orthodox Trinitarianism and prefers the Arian heresy. Christ was literally the Son of God, but he was begotten by the Father in time. Therefore he was not coeval with the Father, and never equal with him. Christ is the agent created by God as the Logos through whom all else was to be created. Milton does not admit creation ex nihilo, out of nothing. The world of matter, like the world of spirit, is a timeless emanation from the divine substance. Even spirit is a fine ethereal matter and should not be too sharply distinguished from matter. Ultimately, matter and spirit, and in man body and soul, are one. These views bear considerable resemblance to those of Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, and Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, both of whom died in the same decade with Milton, who lived from 1608 to 1674. Probably Milton knew the works of Hobbes, which were making considerable noise in the court of Charles II. Milton's personal religion remained a strong mixture of theism and materialism, of Arminian freedom of will and Calvinistic predestination. He seems in his writings to have been a profoundly religious man, yet he attended no church, even before his blindness, and practiced no religious rites in his home. In the distribution of his hours, wrote Dr. Johnson, there was no hour of prayer, either solitary or with his household. Omitting public prayers, he omitted all. He scorned the clergy and lamented Cromwell's retention of a state-paid clergy as a form of whoredom injurious to both church and state. In one of his last pronouncements, Treatise of True Religion, Heresy, Schism, Toleration, and the Best Means to Prevent the Growth of Popery, from 1673, he went directly counter to Charles II's Second Declaration of Indulgence of 1672 by warning England not to tolerate Catholics, atheists, or any sect that did not recognize the Bible as the sole basis of its creed. It was this man, bristling with heresy, anti-clericalism, and nonconformity, who gave its noblest modern exposition to the Christian creed. 8. The Final Years, 1667 to 1674. As he passed into his seventh decade, Milton still retained, except for his blindness, the physical health and pride that had upheld him through so many conflicts of religion and politics. Aubrey describes him as a spare man of middle stature, a beautiful and well-proportioned body, complexion exceedingly fair, healthy and free from all diseases, seldom taking any physic, or medicine. Only towards his latter end he was visited with the gout. His hair, parted in the middle, fell to his shoulders in curls. His eyes gave no sign of their blindness. His gait was still erect and firm. When he went out, he dressed fastidiously and wore a sword, for he was proud of his swordsmanship. A man made grave and humorless by too much certainty, yet pleasant enough in conversation if not crossed. He was not quite a Puritan. He had the Puritan consciousness of sin, hell, election, and infallible Scripture. But he relished beauty, enjoyed music, wrote a play, and wanted many wives. Some echo of the Elizabethan élan lingered amid his humorless solemnity. He was egotistic, or revealed his natural egotism to an unusual extreme. He was not ignorant of his own parts, as Anthony Wood put it. And, said Johnson, scarcely any man ever wrote so much and praised so few. Probably genius needs to be self-centered, buttressed with internal pride, in order to stand steadily against the crowd. What is hardest to accept in Milton is his capacity for hatred and his intemperate abuse of those who differed from him. He thought that we should pray for our enemies, but that we should also call down curses publicly on the enemies of God and the Church, as also on false brethren, and on such as are guilty of any grievous offenses against God, or even against ourselves. The other side of this hot passion was the courage of the prophet denouncing his time. Instead of being silenced by the Restoration riot, he dared to hit at the court amours under Charles II, the lust and violence in palaces, the bought smile of harlots, the wanton mask or midnight ball. As if flinging a last defiance at darkened time, he published in one day, September 20th, 1670, two unrelentingly Miltonic works, Paradise Regained and Samson Agonistes. In 1665, Thomas Ellwood, having read the earlier epic, challenged Milton, "Thou hast said much here of Paradise Lost, but what hast thou to say of Paradise Found?" Milton felt the point keenly, but he wondered how he could show Paradise Regained at any point in history. Even the death of Christ had not cleansed man of crime and lust and war. But he thought that in the resistance of Christ to Satan's temptations he saw a promise that the God in man would someday overcome the devil in him and make man fit to live under the rule of Christ and justice on earth. So in the 4 books of Paradise Regained, Milton centered the life of Christ not on the crucifixion, but on the temptation in the wilderness. Satan offers Christ stripling youths of fairer hue than Ganymede, then nymphs and naiads and ladies of the Hesperides, then wealth, all to no avail. Satan shows him imperial Rome under a Tiberius exhausted, childless, and unpopular. Would not Christ like to lead a revolution with Satan's aid and make himself emperor of the world? As this does not appeal to Jesus, Satan shows him the Athens of Socrates and Plato. Would he not like to join them and be a philosopher? Satan and Christ then engage in a strange debate on the comparative merits of Greek versus Hebrew literature. Christ upholds the Jewish prophets and poets as far superior to the Greeks. Greece from us these arts derived, ill imitated. After 2 books of argument, Satan acknowledges himself defeated and takes to his wings, while a chorus of angels gathers around the triumphant Christ and sings, "Now thou hast avenged, supplanted Adam, and by vanquishing temptation hast regained lost paradise." Milton tells the story not with the sonorous sublimity of the larger epic, but with his usual facility for verse and predilection for argument, all the while unfolding his erudition in geography and history. He does not continue the story to the crucifixion. Probably he did not agree with the view that it was Christ's death that reopened the gates of paradise. Happiness could be gained only by virtue and self-control. He could never understand why England refused to take seriously this absurd rewriting of the Gospels. He thought the later epic not inferior to the earlier except in scope. He could not bear to hear Paradise Lost preferred to Paradise Regained. The Miltonic fire flared up for the last time in Samson Agonistes. Having challenged Homer, Virgil, and Dante with his epic, Now he challenged Aeschylus and Sophocles with a play that accepted all the restraints of Greek tragedy. The preface asks the reader to note that the drama obeys the classic unities, and that it avoids the poet's error of intermixing comic stuff with tragic sadness and gravity, or introducing trivial and vulgar persons. Here Milton turns his back upon the Elizabethans and cleaves to the Greeks. Nor does he fall far short of his Attic exemplars. Samson, his strength shorn with his hair by Delilah, and his eyes gouged out by his Philistine captors, does not merely echo Oedipus, Ilis, and Colonus. He is Milton himself, living in a world hostile and unseen. Blind among enemies, oh worse than chains, dungeon or beggary or decrepit age. Light, the prime work of God, to me is extinct, and all her various objects of delight annulled, which might in part my grief have eased. Oh, dark, dark, dark amid the blaze of noon, irrecoverably dark, total eclipse, without all hope of day. Indeed, the whole play may be interpreted as a remarkably consistent allegory. Milton is Samson, agonizing in adversity. The defeated Jews are the Puritans, the chosen people, broken by the Restoration. The victorious Philistines are the triumphant pagan royalists, and the collapse of their temple is almost a prophecy of the glorious revolution that unseated the idolatrous Stuarts in 1688. Delilah is a treacherous Mary Powell, and the chorus repeats Milton's arguments for divorce. Milton almost purged himself of his furies by voicing them through Samson, who accepts his coming end. My race of glory run and race of shame, and I shall shortly be with them that rest. In July 1674, Milton felt himself failing. For reasons not known to us, he omitted writing his will. Instead, he delivered to his brother Christopher a nuncupative, merely oral will, which Christopher reported as follows. Brother, the portion due to me from Mr. Powell, my former wife's father, I leave to the unkind children I had by her, but I have received no part of it, and my will and meaning is they shall have no other benefit of my estate than the said portion, and what I have besides done for them, they having been very undutiful to me. And all the residue of my estate I leave to the disposal of Elizabeth, my loving wife. This oral will was repeated to his wife and to others at various times. He held on to life resolutely, but day to day his gout increased in pain, crippling his hands and feet. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 8, The Age of Louis XIV, by Will and Ariel Durant. Part 1, continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. He held on to life resolutely, but day to day his gout increased in pain, crippling his hands and feet. On November 8, 1674, fever consumed him, and that night he died. He had lived 65 years and 11 months. He was buried in the cemetery of his parish church, St. Giles, Cripplegate, beside his father. Oral wills were recognized in English law till 1677, but were subject to close scrutiny by the courts. The daughters contested Milton's will. The judge rejected it, gave 2/3 to the wife, 1/3, totaling £300, to the daughters. The portion due from Mr. Powell was never paid. Though we know so much more about Milton than about Shakespeare, and so much must be recorded to picture him, we still do not know enough to judge him, if this is possible of any man. We do not know how much reason his daughters gave him for his resentment, nor how they treated that third wife who so comforted his old age. We can only regret that he failed to win their love. We do not know in full his reasons for acting as a censor of the press for Cromwell after arguing so eloquently for unlicensed printing. We may ascribe much of his abusiveness in controversy to the manners and standards of the time. We may pardon his vanity and egotism as the crutch on which genius leans when it gets little support from the applause of the world. We need not relish him as a man to admire him as a poet, and as one of England's greatest writers of prose. Those who resolve to read Paradise Lost from beginning to end are surprised to find how often it soars to high levels of imagination and utterance, so that in time we forgive the dull pages of argument, science, or geography as breathing spaces between exaltations. It would be absurd to expect those lyric flights to be continuously sustained. In the short poems they are sustained, and in Milton's prose there are passages, especially in the Areopagitica, that are unsurpassed for vigor or splendor, for thought and music, in all the gamut of the world's secular literature. His contemporaries gave him only a grudging fame. During the ascendancy of his party, he was a warrior writing prose, and his early lyrics were forgotten. He published his larger poems under that restoration which scorned his tribe and reluctantly consented to let him live. When Louis XIV asked his ambassador in London to name England's best authors, the reply was that there were none of any worth except Milton, who unfortunately had defended the regicides who were now being hanged, alive or dead. Even in that riotous age, however, its most famous poet, John Dryden, whom Milton had reckoned as a good rhymester but no poet, rated Paradise Lost as one of the greatest, most noble, and most sublime poems which either this age or nation has produced. After the overthrow of the Stuarts, Milton came into his own. Addison praised him generously in The Spectator. Thereafter the image of Milton grew in splendor and sanctity in the British mind, till Wordsworth in 1802 could apostrophize him. "Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. Thy soul was like a star, and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free." His soul was like a monument, and dwelt apart even from those nearest to him, but his mind spread like the majestic heavens over all the concerns of men, and his voice still sounds like Homer's polyphloispoiothalasses, the many-billowed sea. Chapter 9. The Restoration, 1660 to 1685. 1. The Happy King. On May 29, 1660, exactly 30 years after his birth, Charles II entered London amid such popular rejoicing as exceeded anything in England's memory. 20,000 men of the city militia escorted him, flaunting their banners and brandishing their swords, through streets strewn with flowers, hung with tapestry, noisy with trumpets and bells and hailing cries, and lined with half the population of the town. "I stood in the Strand and beheld it," wrote Evelyn, "and blessed God." It marked the temper of England and the failure of Puritanism, that whereas 6 years of war and turmoil had been required to depose Charles I, not one drop of blood had been shed in restoring his son. All through that ecstatic summer, Englishmen flocked to Whitehall to greet the king. "The eagerness of men, women, and children to see his Majesty and kiss his hands," said one witness, "was so great that he had scarce leisure to eat for some days. And the king, being as willing to give them that satisfaction, would have none kept out, but gave free access to all sorts of people." He said he wished to make his people as happy as himself. If he had taken any problem very seriously in those triumphant days, the difficulties bequeathed to him would have darkened his honeymoon. The cash in the exchequer amounted to £11 2 shillings and 10 pence. The government was in debt by £2 millions. The army and navy were several years behind in pay. England was at war with Spain. Dunkirk was precariously held at a cost of £100,000 per annum. 2,000 cavaliers who had fought for Charles I and had been despoiled by Cromwell begged for compensation. 10,000 patriots petitioned for sinecures. Charles said yes recklessly and trusted Parliament to find funds. Parliament, too, was happy. Its first mood was one of ecstatic submission to the restored monarchy. "We submit and oblige ourselves and our posterities to your Majesty forever." The House of Commons voted that neither themselves nor the people of England could be free from the horrid guilt of the late unnatural rebellion or from the punishments which that guilt merited, unless they formally availed themselves of his Majesty's grace and pardon. Whereupon the members went in a body and knelt before the amused monarch to receive his absolution. The Commons felt added guilt for having assembled without the summons or consent of the king. It called itself humbly a convention until Charles eased its conscience by declaring it a legitimate parliament. These ceremonies over, the Parliament annulled all such legislation of the Long Parliament as had not received consent of Charles I. But it reaffirmed those concessions which that king had made to Parliament, including its own supremacy in all matters of taxation, and these concessions were confirmed by Charles II. Parliament shared with the king in a crucial victory of the civil power over the military. The arrears of pay due the army that for a decade had ruled England were paid, the 40,000 men disbanded and went home. Charles had agreed to pardon all his enemies except those that Parliament should exclude from amnesty. Parliament spent weeks debating whom to spare and whom to kill. On July 27, 1660, the king went to the House of Lords and pleaded for an early and merciful decision. "My lords, if you do not join with me in extinguishing this fear which keeps the hearts of men awake, you keep me from performing my promise, which if I had not made, I am persuaded neither you nor I had been here now. I knew well there had been some men who could neither forgive themselves or be forgiven by us, and I thank you for your justice towards those, the immediate murderers of my father. But I will deal truly with you. I never thought of accepting any others from the amnesty. This mercy and indulgence is the best way to bring men to a true repentance. It will make them good subjects to me, and good friends and neighbors to you. Parliament wished for a wider revenge, but Charles insisted that pardon should be offered to all except those who had signed the death sentence of his father. Of these, a third were dead, a third had fled. 28 were arrested and tried, 15 were condemned to life imprisonment, 13 were hanged, drawn, and quartered, from October 13th to 17th, 1660. Thomas Harrison, the first to suffer, looking as cheerful, noted eyewitness Pepys, as any man could do in that condition, spoke bravely from the scaffold, saying that his course in voting for the death of Charles I had been dictated by God. He was presently cut down, says Pepys, and his head and heart shown to the people, at which there were great shouts of joy. On December 8th, Parliament ordered that the corpses of Cromwell, Ireton, and John Bradshaw should be exhumed from Westminster Abbey and be hanged. It was so done on January 30th, 1661, as a way of celebrating the anniversary of Charles I's death. The heads were exposed for a day on top of Westminster Hall, where Parliament met, and then the remains were buried in a pit under the gallows of Tyburn, all of which made John Evelyn rejoice at the stupendous and inscrutable judgments of God. Another victim, Harry Vane, once governor of Massachusetts Bay Colony, was hanged in 1662 for having been instrumental in procuring the execution of Strafford. In this case the king's mercy slept. He had promised to spare popular Sir Harry, but the prisoner's boldness at trial hardened the royal heart. On December 29, 1660, the Convention Parliament dissolved itself to make way for elections to a more representative delegation. In the interim, the government faced the only hostile demonstration that questioned its popularity in the capital. It had done nothing to silence the religious sects that still hoped for a republican regime. Presbyterian, Anabaptist, Independent, and Fifth Monarchy divines preached hotly against the monarchy, and predicted that God's vengeance would fall upon it soon in earthquakes, or sheets of blood, or swarms of toads invading the houses of royal magistrates. On Sunday, January 6, 1661, while the king was at Portsmouth seeing his beloved sister Henrietta off to France, a wine-cooper, Thomas Venner, raised the cry of revolt in a congregation of Fifth Monarchy saints. His excited hearers armed themselves, ran through the streets, crying out that only Jesus should be king, and slew all who resisted them. For 2 days and nights the city was in terror, for the saints scattered in all directions, killing heartily, until at last a small company of guards, which the confident government had relied upon to keep order, rounded up the raiders and led them to the gallows. Charles, returning in haste to his capital, organized new regiments to police it. On April 23rd, feast of England's patron St. George, the happy king was crowned in Westminster Abbey, with all the solemn, gorgeous ceremony so precious to monarchy and so dear to the people. And the restored Anglican hierarchy took care to impress upon their anointed rake his obligation to defend the faith and the Church. On May 8th, the new Cavalier Parliament convened, so-called because its majority was more royalist than the king, and lusted for revenge against the Puritans. Charles had difficulty in dissuading it from resuming the slaughter of his father's enemies. It restored, theoretically, much of the royal prerogative that had been lost by Charles I. No legislation was to be valid except with the consent of both houses and the king, and he was to have supreme command of England's armed forces on land or sea. It re-established the House of Lords, and returned to that chamber the bishops of the established church, but it refused to renew the Star Chamber or the Court of High Commission, and the right of habeas corpus was retained. Cavalier properties confiscated under Cromwell were restored, with little compensation to the purchasers. The old aristocracy regained wealth and power. The dispossessed families turned against the Stuarts, and later joined with the gentry and the middle classes to form the Whigs against the Tories. Charles, in the first half of his reign, was too lackadaisical to assert any absolute authority. He allowed the Cavalier Parliament to continue for 17 years, despite his legal right to dismiss it. In practice, he was a constitutional king. The essential result of the rebellion from 1642 to 49, the passage of supremacy from king to Parliament and from the Lords to the Commons, survived the Restoration despite the theoretical absolutism of the Crown. It was the good fortune of Parliament that Charles had no liking for government. He behaved as if, after 14 years of wandering and hardship, he had now been granted by Providence the right to be happy, and had been admitted to a Mohammedan paradise. Sometimes he labored at affairs of state. His negligence of them has been exaggerated. And toward the end of his reign, the nation was surprised to see him take direct charge and acquit himself with skill and resolution. But in these honeymoon years he delegated to Edward Hyde, whom he made Earl of Clarendon in 1661, the administration of the government and even the determination of policy. The character of the king entered influentially into the manners, morals, and politics of the age. He was predominantly French in parentage and education. His mother was French. His father was the great-grandson of Mary of Guise or Lorraine. Add to this a Scottish, a Danish, and an Italian grandparent, and we get a rich but perhaps unstable mixture. From his 16th to his 30th year he had lived on the continent, where he learned French ways and saw them at their best in his sister Henrietta Anne. His dark skin and hair remembered his Italian grandmother, Marie de Medicis. His temperament was Latin, like that of his great-grandmother Mary Queen of Scots. His sensual lips, his shining eyes, his long intrusive nose, and perhaps his taste for women came from his Gascon grandfather, Henry of Navarre. Sexually, he was the most scandalous leader of his time, for his example set loose the looseness of his court, of London society, and of the Restoration theatre. We know 13 of his mistresses by name. When, aged 18, he came from Holland to England to fight for his father, he found time to beget, by the brown, beautiful, bold Lucy Walter, a boy who grew up as James Scott, whom he later acknowledged as his son and made Duke of Monmouth. Lucy followed Charles to the continent and served him faithfully, apparently with some now nameless aids. Soon after occupying the royal palace, he called Barbara Palmer to comfort his weariness. As Barbara Villiers, she had set London agog with her beauty. At 18 in 1659, she married Roger Palmer, who became Earl of Castlemaine. At 19, she found the king's bed, and soon won such domination over his complacent spirit that he gave her an apartment in Whitehall, lavished great sums upon her, and allowed her to sell political appointments and to influence the fate of ministers. She bore 3 sons and 2 daughters, whom he acknowledged as his own. He had his doubts, however, for amid her royal devotions she carried on liaisons with other men. Her piety grew with her promiscuity. In 1663 she announced her conversion to Catholicism. Her relatives sought the king to dissuade her, but he told them that he never meddled with the souls of the ladies. In 1661 Charles thought it time to marry. From many suitors he chose Catherine of Braganza, daughter of John IV of Portugal, for she was offered to him with a dowry providentially fitted to the needs of a spendthrift ruler and a merchant state. 500,000 pounds in cash, the port of Tangier, the Isle, and then small city of Bombay, and free trade with all Portuguese possessions in Asia and America. In return, England pledged aid to maintain the independence of Portugal. When the precious Infanta reached Portsmouth, Charles was on hand to greet her. They were married on May 21, 1662, at first by Roman Catholic rites, then by Anglican. He wrote to her mother that he was the happiest man in the world, and he bore gallantly with her train of hoop-skirted ladies and solemn monks. She fell in love with him at first touch. Everything went well for some weeks, but in July Lady Castlemaine gave birth to a boy, at whose christening Charles stood godfather, another case of taking God's name in vain. Having left her husband, Barbara was now completely dependent upon the king. She begged him not to desert her. He yielded and soon resumed relations with her with the most scandalous fidelity. Forgetting his usual good manners, he publicly presented Barbara to his wife. Catherine bled at the nose with humiliation, swooned, and was carried from the room. Clarendon, at Charles's urging, explained to her that adultery was a royal privilege, recognized as such by the best families on the continent. In time, the queen adjusted herself to her consort's oriental ways. Once, visiting him and seeing a tiny slipper beside his bed, she graciously withdrew lest the pretty little fool, hiding behind the curtains, should catch cold. This time it was the actress Moll Davis. Meanwhile, Catherine tried repeatedly to bear Charles a child. But like Catherine of Aragon with an earlier king, she had several miscarriages. In 1670, Parliament passed a bill enlarging the grounds for divorce. Some courtiers, anxious for a Protestant heir, advised Charles to divorce Catherine for sterility, but he refused. By that time he had learned to love her deeply after his own fashion. Pepys pictures the court as of July 27, 1667. Fenn tells me that the king and my Lady Castlemaine are quite broke off, and she is going away, and is with child, and swears the king shall own it, or she will bring it into Whitehall, and dash the brains of it out before the king's face. He tells me that the king and court were never in the world so bad as they are now for gaming, whoring, and drinking, and the most abominable vices that were ever in the world, so that all must come to naught. By 1668, Charles was tiring of La Castlemaine's tantrums. On one of his last visits to her, he interrupted John Churchill, the future Duke of Marlborough, who, according to Bishop Burnet, jumped from the window to avoid a scene with the king. Charles made her Duchess of Cleveland and supported her with the public money to the end of her career. It is pleasant to relate that one woman apparently repulsed the royal rooster, Frances Stuart, who was credited with the finest face that perhaps was ever seen. It was hardly possible, said Anthony Hamilton, for a woman to have less wit or more beauty. The king continued to importune her even after she had married the Duke of Richmond. Pepys describes him as rowing alone at night to Somerset House, and there, the garden door not being open, himself clambered over the wall to make a visit to her, which is a horrid shame. In 1668, Charles saw Nell Gwynn acting at the Drury Lane Theatre. Born and bred in the lowest poverty, entertaining tavern drinkers with her songs, selling oranges in the theatre, taking minor parts, rising to leading roles in comedies, she kept through all her career a spontaneity of good spirits and goodwill that charmed the blasé king. She made no difficulties about becoming his mistress. She drew large sums from his ailing purse, but she spent much of these in charity. Soon she had to compete with a siren sent from France in 1671 to keep Charles towing the French and Catholic line, Louise de Keroualle, whose aristocratic airs Nell mimicked impishly. All the world knows how, when the London populace mistook Nell for her Catholic rival and jeered her, she put her pretty head out of the coach window and cried, "Be silent, good people, I am the Protestant whore." She continued to share Charles's favor to the end of his life, and was in his thoughts at his death. La Keroualle, soon made Duchess of Portsmouth, angered London because she was looked upon as a very expensive French agent, draining the king of £40,000 a year, amassing jewelry, and living in such luxury as turned honest John Evelyn's stomach. Her reign ended in 1676 when Charles discovered Hortense Mancini, the vivacious niece of Cardinal Mazarin. Charles had other faults. In his youthful misfortunes he had lost all faith in humanity and judged all men and women as La Rochefoucauld described them. Hence he was scarcely capable of devotion, except to his sister, but lost himself in infatuations. And no sincere and lasting friendship cast any substantial glow upon the shallow brilliance of his life. He sold his country as readily as he bought women. He set his court the example of gambling for great sums. Despite the careless charm of his manners, he showed at times a lack of delicacy that could hardly have been found in his father. So, for example, he drew Gramont's attention to the fact that his household attendants served him on bended knee. He was not often drunk, but was horribly so a few days after the issuance of an edict against drunkenness. He was usually tolerant of criticism, but when Sir John Coventry, overstepping bounds, asked in open Parliament whether the king's pleasure lay among men or the women, Charles bade his guardsmen leave a mark upon him. They waylaid Sir John and slit his nose to the bone. And yet there were very few people who could help liking him. Not since the youth of Henry VIII had an English king been so popular with his court. His physical vitality was ingratiating. There was no meanness in him. He was considerate, kind, and generous. Even after paying his courtesans, he found means for charity. He made his park a sanctuary for diverse animals, and saw that no harm came to them. His favorite spaniel slept, mated, littered, and gave suck in the king's bedchamber. He put on no airs, was affable and approachable, and quickly set his interlocutors at their ease. Everyone but Coventry agreed in speaking of him as the good-natured king. Gramont reckoned him of all men one of the most mild and gentle. According to Aubrey, he was the pattern of courtesy. He had polished his manners in France, and like Louis XIV, he doffed his hat to the lowliest women. He was far ahead of his nation in tolerance of diverse opinions and faiths. He drank to the health of his political opponents, and delighted in satire even when of himself. His sense of humor was the delight of the court. Pepys describes him as leading an old country dance called Cuckolds All Awry. His merrymaking was only briefly interrupted by news of plague, fire, bankruptcy, or war. His mind was not profound, but there was remarkably little nonsense in it. He disposed of a man who claimed to tell fortunes by taking him to the races and noting that he lost 3 times in succession. He had a keen interest in science, made experiments, gave a charter and gifts to the Royal Society, and attended several of its meetings. He had no particular interest in literature, but much in art, and treasured his Raphaels, Titians, and Holbeins. His conversation had much of the vivacity and variety of that of the cultured circles in France. He talked well of poetry with Dryden, of music with Purcell, of architecture with Wren, and was a discriminating patron in all these fields. There must have been a great deal to be loved in a man whose sister on her deathbed said of him, "I have loved him better than life itself, and now my only regret in dying is to be leaving him." 2. The Religious Cauldron. Did he have any religion? His life suggests the same attitude that we find in many contemporary Frenchmen, who lived as atheists and died as Catholics. This seemed to get the best of both worlds, and to be a great improvement on Pascal's wager. His sense of religion was so small, said Burnet, that he did not so much as affect the hypocrite, but at prayers and sacraments let every one, by his negligent behavior, see how little he thought himself concerned in these matters. my lord," said a preacher to a dozing peer in the congregation, "you snore so loud you will wake the king." Saint-Evremont, who knew Charles well, described him as a deist, that is, one who acknowledged a supreme being, more or less impersonal, and interpreted the remainder of the religious creeds as popular poetry, and the Earl of Buckingham and the Marquis of Halifax agreed with Saint-Evremont. "He said once to myself," reports Burnet, "that he was no atheist, but he could not think God would make a man miserable for taking a little pleasure out of the way." Charles welcomed the materialist Hobbes to his friendship and protected him against the theologians who demanded his prosecution for heresy. Voltaire thought that the king's extreme indifference to all religious disputes that commonly divide men had contributed not a little to his reigning peacefully. Probably he was a skeptic with a leaning toward Catholicism. That is, doubting the theologies, he preferred Catholicism for its colorful ritual, its marriage with the arts, its lenience to the flesh, and its support of monarchy. He had probably forgotten that the Catholic League and some Jesuit fathers had sanctioned regicide. He remembered that English Catholics had fought for his father, that a third of the nobles who had died for Charles I were Catholics, and that the Irish Catholics had persisted in loyalty to the Stuarts, and that a Catholic government had supported him in his long exile. His generally sympathetic spirit inclined him to desire some mitigation of England's anti-Catholic laws, which, in Hallam's judgment, were highly severe, in some cases sanguinary. He did not share the English Protestants' memory of the Gunpowder Plot of 1605, or dread of subjection to the Inquisition and to Rome. He took no offense at the open adherence of his brother and presumptive heir to the Catholic faith. We may judge from his deathbed conversion that he too would have professed Catholicism if that had been politically practical. So, as an amiable politician, he accepted and supported the Anglican Church. It had been loyal to his father, who had died in its defense. It had suffered under Cromwell. It had worked for the Restoration. Charles took for granted that some religion should receive state sanction and aid as an agent of education and social order. He was constitutionally horrified by Puritanism. Besides, it had had a fair chance at government and had proved too severe and unpopular. He could not forget that the Presbyterians had imprisoned and the Puritans had beheaded his father, and that he himself had been forced to accept their creed and to apologize for the sins of his parents. He signed, as obviously just, the act of the Convention Parliament restoring to their parishes the Anglican clergymen who had been dispossessed by the Commonwealth. Nevertheless, he had promised liberty to tender consciences, and that no man should be disquieted for peaceable diversities of religious belief. In October 1660 he proposed a comprehensive toleration of all Christian sects, even mitigating the laws against Catholics, but the Presbyterians and the Puritans, fearing this relaxation, joined with the Anglicans in rejecting the plan. To reconcile Presbyterians and Anglicans, he suggested a compromise liturgy and a limited episcopacy in which bishops would be assisted and advised by elected presbyters. Parliament vetoed the idea. The Savoy Conference of 12 bishops and 12 Presbyterian divines in 1661 reported to the king that they could not come to an harmony. It was a lost opportunity, for the new Parliament was overwhelmingly Anglican. It opened old wounds by re-establishing episcopacy in Scotland and Ireland. It restored ecclesiastical courts for the punishment of blasphemy and non-payment of tithes to the Anglican Church. It made the Anglican Book of Common Prayer obligatory on all Englishmen. By the Corporation Act of November 20th, 1661, it disqualified from public office all persons who had not received the sacrament according to the Anglican rite before the election. And by the Acts of Uniformity of May 19, 1662, it required all clergymen and teachers to take an oath of non-resistance to the king and to declare their full assent to the Book of Common Prayer. Clergymen who rejected these conditions were to vacate their livings by August 24th. Some 1,200 so refused and were ejected. These, and the 800 already displaced by restored Anglicans, joined, with a great part of the congregations, the swelling body of sects or dissenters who finally compelled the Act of Toleration of 1689. Charles tried to modify the Act of Uniformity by asking Parliament to let him exempt from the loss of their benefices those ministers whose only objections were to the wearing of the surplice or the use of the cross in baptism. The Lords agreed, the Commons refused. He sought to soften the blow by delaying the execution of the Act for 3 months. This, too, was frustrated. On December 26, 1662, he issued a declaration announcing his intention to exempt from the penalties of the Act peaceable persons whose consciences prevented them from taking the required oath. But Parliament distrusted and rejected this appeal as implying the power of the king to dispense from obedience to the laws. Charles indicated his feelings by releasing imprisoned Quakers on August 22, 1662, and by confirming religious toleration in the charters that he granted to Rhode Island and Carolina, and in his instructions to the governors of Jamaica and Virginia. Parliament felt that such toleration should have no place in England. To end Quaker conventicles, it defined these as meetings of more than 5 persons additional to the members of a household. And it ruled in 1662 that any person attending such an assembly should be fined £5 or suffer 3 months' imprisonment for the first offence, £10 or 6 months for the second, banishment to convict plantations for the third. Offenders unable to pay the cost of their transportation to the colonies were to serve 5 years as indentured labourers, and transported convicts who escaped or returned to England before the expiration of their terms were to be put to death. In 1664, these measures were extended to Presbyterians and Independents. The 5 Mile Act of 1665 forbade non-juring ministers to reside within 5 miles of any corporate town, or to teach in any school, public or private. These laws came to be called the Clarendon Code because they were enforced by the king's chief minister against the express wishes of the sovereign. Charles accepted this harsh legislation because he was appealing to Parliament for funds, but he never forgave Clarendon and lost respect for the bishops who, so soon after being restored, proved so hard in vengeance and poor in charity. Charles concluded that Presbyterianism is no religion for a gentleman, and Anglicanism is no religion for a Christian. The Anglican Church, recognizing its dependence upon the monarchy, reasserted more positively than ever the divine right of kings, and the mortal sinfulness of resistance to an established royal government. In 1680, Sir Robert Filmer's Patriarcha, or the Natural Power of Kings Asserted, reached publication 27 years after his death, and became the standard defense of the doctrine. In the Judgment and Decree of Oxford, from 1683, leading divines of the Anglican Church declared it false, seditious, and impious, even heretical and blasphemous, and therefore a capital crime, to hold that authority is derived from the people, that if lawful governors become tyrants, they forfeit the right of governing, that the king hath but coordinate right with the other 2 estates, the Lords and the Commons. And it added that passive obedience is the badge and character of the Church of England. This proved to be an uncomfortable doctrine when, 2 years later, James II tried to make England Catholic. The restored Anglican clergy, despite its intolerance, had many admirable qualities. It allowed a wide latitude of theological opinion within its own membership, from Laudians, later known as High Churchmen, who approached Catholic doctrine and liturgy, to latitudinarians, later Broad Churchmen, who sympathized with a liberal theology, stressed the moral rather than the doctrinal element in Christianity, discouraged persecution, and sought to reconcile Puritans, Presbyterians, and Anglicans. Charles supported these men of latitude and appreciated the comparative brevity of their sermons. Greatest of these liberal theologians was John Tillotson, whom Charles made his chaplain, and whom William III made Archbishop of Canterbury in 1691. A man of clear head and sweet temper, who opposed popery, atheism, and persecution with equal ardor, and dared to rest Christianity on reason. "We need not desire any better evidence that a man is in the wrong," he said, "than to hear him declare against reason, and thereby to acknowledge that reason is against him." The lower Anglican clergy, the parsons, tended now to become the spiritual servants of the local lords, even of the squires, and fell into an almost plebeian status. But in the cities and the better benefices, many Anglican clergymen distinguished themselves by an erudition and literary capacity that later produced some of the best historiography in Europe. In general, a spirit of doctrinal moderation came to prevail in the Anglican Church rather than among the dissenters, in whom persecution intensified dogmatism. The Puritans suffered now not merely political persecution, but a social contumely in which they were the butt of those whose easy morals had been inconvenienced under the Puritan regime. They bore with courage this turn of the wheel. Some migrated to America, many took the required oaths. Their finest figure in this age was Richard Baxter, a man of reasonable temper who was willing to accept any compromise that would not impair his fiery theology. Though faithful to Puritan ideology to the end, he condemned the execution of Charles I and the absolutism of Cromwell, and favored the Restoration. After 1660 he was prohibited from preaching and was repeatedly arrested for violating the prohibition. He was one of the most enlightened of the Puritans, yet he applauded the burning of witches in Salem, Massachusetts, and thought of his God in terms that made Moloch seem amiable. Who are the saved? They are, said Baxter, a small part of lost mankind, whom God hath from eternity predestined to this rest. He emphasized in his sermons the tortures of hell, whose principal author is God himself. The torments of the damned, he wrote, must be extreme because they are the effect of the divine vengeance. Wrath is terrible, but revenge is implacable. He forbade sexual intercourse except to have offspring with a lawful mate, and if this restriction required stoic self-control, he recommended cold baths and a vegetable diet to moderate erotic desire. We almost forgive his theology when we see him, aged 70 in 1685, standing trial before the brutal Judge Jeffreys for having uttered a few words against Anglican pretensions. He was denied all chance to defend or explain himself, and was sentenced to pay 500 marks or remain in jail till the full sum should be paid. He was freed after 18 months, but he never recovered his health. The Quakers continued to suffer arrest and confiscation of property for refusing to take oaths, or avoiding Anglican services, or holding illegal assemblies. In 1662 there were over 4,200 of them in English jails. Some of them were crowded into prisons so close that there was not room for all of them to sit down. They were refused straw to lie upon. They were often denied food. Their patience and persistence finally won the battle. The persecutions diminished in fact, if not in law. In 1672, Charles freed 1,200 of them, and in 1682, his brother James, Duke of York, gave to the Scottish Quaker Robert Barclay, the rich friend William Penn, and some associates, a patent for the province of East Jersey in America. Penn was the son of the Admiral William Penn, who had captured Jamaica for England. When the boy was 12, he went through various stages of religious excitement, during which he was so suddenly surprised with an inward comfort and an external glory in the room that he has many times said that from thence he had the seal of divinity and immortality, the conviction that there was a God and that the soul of man was capable of enjoying his divine communication. At Oxford he was fined and expelled for refusing to attend Anglican services, this in 1661. Returning to his father, he was whipped and turned out of doors for his avowed Quakerism. The relenting father sent him to France to learn la gaieté parisienne. There, perhaps, Penn acquired some of his courtly ways. In 1666 he had so far reconciled himself with sin as to serve in the army in Ireland, but a year later he attended a Quaker meeting in Cork, took fire again, expelled a heckling soldier, and was arrested. From his prison he wrote to the Lord President of Munster a plea for freedom of worship. Returning to England, he burned his bridges behind him, became a Quaker preacher, was again and again arrested. His trial in 1669 played a role in the history of English law. The jury acquitted him. The judge fined and imprisoned the jury for contumacy. The jurors appealed to the Court of Common Pleas, which, by unanimously declaring that they had been unlawfully arrested, vindicated the right and power of juries in England. However, Penn was jailed for refusing to remove his hat in court. He was released in time to be present at his father's death in 1670, which left him a fortune of £1,500 a year, and a claim on the crown for £16,000 lent by his father to Charles II. Re-imprisoned for preaching, he wrote in jail his most eloquent defense of toleration, The Great Case of Liberty of Conscience, this in 1671. In an interval of freedom, he married a wealthy woman and bought an interest in the western half of what is now the state of New Jersey. For this colony, he wrote in 1677 a constitution assuring religious toleration, jury trial, and popular government. But control passed out of his hands, and the full provisions of the Constitution were not applied. In 1677, Penn, George Fox, Robert Barclay, and George Keith crossed the Channel to preach Quakerism on the continent. Some of Penn's converts from Kirchheim founded Germantown in Pennsylvania, and were among the first to declare it wrong for Christians to have slaves. Back in England, Penn took the lead in keeping the Quakers from joining the persecution of Catholics for the Popish Plot. His address to Protestants of all persuasions, of 1679, was a powerful appeal for complete religious toleration. In 1681, the Crown accepted his proposal to surrender his debt claim in exchange for a grant of what we now know as Pennsylvania. He suggested the name Sylvania for the vast and highly wooded tract. Charles II prefixed the name Penn in memory of the admiral. Though subject ultimately to the king, the government of the new colony was democratic, the relations with the Indians were friendly and just, and religion was let free by the predominantly Quaker settlers. For 2 years Penn labored there. Then, in 1684, hearing that a new and violent persecution of his sect had begun in England, he returned to London. A year later his friend the Duke of York became James II, and Penn became a man of influence in the government. We shall meet him again. The passive resistance of the Quakers to persecution was the strongest force making for religious toleration in this intolerant age. A dissenter estimated that there were 60,000 arrests for religious nonconformity between 1660 and 1688, and that 5,000 of those so arrested died in jail. The intolerance of Parliament was worse than the immorality of the court or the stage. In this crucial period, said Winston Churchill, who wrote history almost as well as he made it, the king was almost the only modern and merciful voice. Throughout his reign he consistently strove for toleration. When in 1669 3 men were sentenced under an old Elizabethan law to forfeit a large sum to the crown for failing to attend Anglican services, Charles pardoned the fines and declared that he would not have this statute enforced hereafter, it being his judgment that no one ought to suffer merely for conscience's sake. More Englishmen would have agreed with him had they not suspected him of wishing to relieve the disabilities of English Catholics. And England was still so fearful of papal domination, Spanish inquisitions, and government by priests, that Presbyterians and Puritans preferred to have their own worship outlawed rather than permit the Catholic worship in England. The English Catholics were at this time approximately 5% of the population. Politically they were impotent, but the Queen was a Catholic, and the King's brother made little attempt to conceal his conversion in 1668. By that time there were 266 Jesuits in England, one of them a bastard son of Charles, and they were beginning to appear confidently in public despite the most stringent laws. Catholic schools were being set up in private homes. England worried. Annually the Protestants celebrated an anti-popery parade, carrying to Smithfield and there joyously burning effigies of the Pope and the Cardinals. They had not forgotten Guy Fawkes. But the Catholics waited hopefully. At any moment now, a Catholic would be king. 3. The English economy, 1660 to 1702. The population of England and Wales in 1660 has been estimated at some 5 million. Probably it grew to 5.5 million by 1700. Still, it was hardly a fourth the population of France or Germany, and less than that of Italy or Spain. About a seventh of the inhabitants, the yeomanry, owned the lands that they tilled. Tenant farmers, working the lands of nobility and gentry, made up another seventh. The rest were in the towns. As population rose, the supply of wood per family fell. Coal was increasingly used in homes and shops. Mining and metallurgy developed. Sheffield became a center of the iron industry. A fever of production and money-making agitated England. Manufacturers begged Parliament to pass laws forcing idlers to work. Domestic industry, particularly textiles, used more and more child labor. Defoe rejoiced that at Colchester and Taunton there was not a child in the town or in the villages round it of about 5 years old, but, if it was not neglected by its parents and untaught, could earn its bread. And likewise around West Riding, hardly anything above 4 years old, but its hands were sufficient for its support. Most industry was carried on in homes or family shops, but the factory system was expanding in textiles and iron. An English publication of 1685 told how manufacturers at great cost built whole great houses, wherein the wool sorters, combers, spinners, weavers, pressers, and even dyers worked together. We hear of one such factory with 340 employees. In 1700, Glasgow had a textile factory employing 1,400 persons. Division and specialization of labor were developing. In the making of a watch, wrote Sir William Petty in 1683, "If one man shall make the wheels, another the spring, another shall engrave the dial plate, and another shall make the cases, then the watch will be better and cheaper made than if the whole work be put upon any one man." Wages for agricultural labor were still fixed by local magistrates according to the Elizabethan Statute of Apprentices from 1585, and any employer who paid or any employee who took more was subject to penalty. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1.